The celestial dragons intend to treat the entire populace of the nation as mere prey. In the kingdom of West Sea Piltver, the streets are filled with naval officers herding citizens towards the central square. 15 years old, Alsace? A naval officer calls out, prompting a dark-haired youth to step forward suddenly. He clutches his abdomen and collapses to the ground, his eyes bloodshot, a visage of agony as he reaches out towards the officer, his performance overly dramatic. The naval officer kicks him into an alley. "You're too scrawny to please the celestial dragons." Next, in the depths of the alley, Alsace rises, still clutching his stomach, chuckling, who would perish in such a mundane place before even making a mark on the world. He gestures, and a virtual screen materializes his golden finger, a mobile device from another world, transformed into a virtual image visible only to him. Classmate AI. Navigate to the weapon shop. He bursts through the weapon shop's door, smashing the glass cabinet with his knee, retrieving a 12-meter katana from within. What level is this sword? A swift blade of grade 3. Quite formidable by civilian standards. Alsace has no desire to consume a devil fruit. Forsaking his swimming skills would be foolish, as teacher Kai has said. It is hockey that allows one to stand atop the pinnacle. He gazes toward the royal castle. Surely the nobility and the king have already fallen to the celestial dragons, and this group of naval officers is merely complicit in their slaughterous games. He had considered joining the navy to bide his time, but now it seems wise to reconsider. After scavenging 7,000 berries, he also purchased 2 outfits from a clothing store: a floral shirt with shorts and a warm winter coat. Thank goodness for my adaptability, otherwise I would have perished long ago. However, a dilemma arises. The coastline is completely sealed off by naval and government warships. Leaning against the wall, Alsace caresses the katana in his hand. How does one venture out to sea? Must he force his way through, with only a grade 3 swift blade and his meager street fighting skills? The navigation round the virtual screen leads to the port, yet that port is now a den of dragons and tigers. He gazes at the screen, a sudden smile breaking across his face. In this era of rising pirates, can one prevail with merely a blade? With such stringent naval blockades, does he stand a chance to escape? Can this swift blade of grade 3 carve him a path through blood? The docks and ports are all guarded by the navy to charge and would be a certain death. As Alsace conceals himself in the alley, pondering his options, he hears footsteps outside. A drunken naval officer, gun slung over his shoulder, mumbling, "He'll just take a leak in." The alley, he tightens his grip on the katana, his heart racing. This is his first kill since his arrival in this world. His hands tremble uncontrollably, yet he knows that if he does not eliminate the threat, it is he who will meet his demise. As the naval officer unbuckles his pants, he is suddenly met with the flash of a blade. Alsace covers his mouth, dragging the officer's hefty form deeper into the alley, blood splattering across his face until his opponent was utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he withdrew his knife. "If I do not kill you, I shall perish." He shielded the corpse with a piece of cardboard and unearthed a firearm and a communication device. Just as he intended to catch his breath, a child's voice echoed from behind him. "What are you doing?" A ragged child brandished a dagger, his legs trembling in fear. What is the source of the screams from the square? The child inquired. "Commoners are being slaughtered as if they were mere playthings," Alsace replied, picking up the dagger that had fallen from the child's grasp. "Your parents are dead. Do not follow me, or you shall meet the same fate." His own survival was uncertain. Accompanying a child would be tantamount to suicide, especially with the celestial dragons God Knights present. Alsace burst into the food store zero cost, cramming supplies into his bag before seeking refuge in the basement of a grocery store outside. The screams persisted. Leaning against the wall, he pondered. Without a golden finger or formidable strength, could he truly escape? Perhaps escape was no longer an option. Suddenly, a blinding light sliced through the building, cleaving it in two with a resounding crash. Had the entrance to the basement been buried, or had the light penetrated directly within? Could Alsace survive? Was this light the work of the God Knights, or was there some other calamity at hand? This is the flying slash. In the instant of the building's collapse, Alsace rolled and scrambled into the basement. The celestial dragons, God Knights, and the 5 elders were present. Merely contemplating such destructive power was enough to instill dread. He curled up in the basement, listening to the explosions and tremors outside, terrified to emerge for 3 days and nights. When he finally dared to surface, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. The entire kingdom lay in ruin, debris piled high, and a dark swarm of carnivorous crows feasted upon decaying corpses along the shore. Mountains of bodies were arranged as if deliberately stacked for comparison, the stench overwhelming him to the point of retching. Is this the world of pirates? Alsace mused, observing the banquet of crows, his stomach churning to the celestial dragons. The lives beneath the red line are nothing but livestock. He unearthed a small boat from the rubble, complete with a mast and a cabin to shield against storms cursed the celestial dragons. The Navy is no better, he bellowed, punching the sand with fury even if the world is shrouded in darkness. I shall survive. As he pushed the boat into the sea, he might well have been the last survivor of his nation suddenly. A voice akin to a golden finger resonated. Main quest: overthrow the world government, activated reward. Growth, talent, and skills may cause some discomfort. 3 seconds later, an excruciating pain enveloped his body, and Alsace curled up on the deck. Losing consciousness when he awoke again, he found his muscles and mental state in unprecedented condition. Little AI, what is the reward? Growth, talent. Absorb half of training outcomes in advanced skill. Instantaneous enhancement of physical capabilities from 0-1 to infinity. Scaling with strength. Arthas tested his strength, and it erupted unexpectedly, leaving him in disbelief. Yet, the most exhilarating part lay ahead. Hunting function activated. Eliminate historical figures to receive random rewards. Act within your limits. Arthas gazed at the boundless sea, tightening his grip on the katana. Who would be his first target? With rampant firearms and gangs plaguing Yaburu Island, what challenges awaited him there? Could this skill, ranging from 0-1 to infinity, ensure his survival amidst peril? Most crucially, could he truly overthrow the world government? You've awakened too, little AI. After all these years of silence, you finally made your move. The golden finger was no longer merely a navigational tool. Arthas grinned, widely eliminating historical figures, disrupting the narrative. He was indifferent, as long as his freedom and interests remained unscathed. The small vessel sailed automatically, the helm displaying 90 hours until arrival at Yaburu Island. He entered the cabin, which contained only a wooden bed and a fire pit sufficient for his needs. Returning to the deck, he shouted at the sea and began performing push-ups. Let me witness the extent of my growth potential. Half an hour later, he reached 3,020 repetitions, his biceps bulging as if about to burst. I've increased by 2,000. He laughed. Lying on the deck previously, he could only manage 1,000, having witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was determined to grow stronger. What else could he be, if not a swordsman? The devil fruit would strip him of his swimming ability. A foolish fate, little AI. How many ranks are there for swordsmen? Ordinary, third-rate, second-rate, the level Zoro had when he set sail, first-rate, steel slicing, armed color, sword master, great sword master. Each rank is divided into 3 tiers. I must become a top-tier great sword master in the future. He drew his katana, raising it above his head to face the blazing sun. Arthas, you must grow stronger to live freely in this world. He recalled the flying slash from 3 days prior, the ripple it created in the air, the power that cleaved through structures. How many times must I swing my blade to master such a strike? Within 2 hours, he swung the sword 10,000 times, his arms completely numb, sprawled on the ship's railing. Gnawing on sea beast meat. Can I cleave the ocean? The sky darkened, and he performed another 2,000 squats until he lost consciousness, collapsing on the deck in slumber. 3,000 push-ups, 10,000 sword swings, 2,000 squats. This was his daily training regimen. In his previous world, he would have found himself in a hospital by now, but having witnessed mountains of corpses here, he must endure. The celestial dragons played a game, slaughtering over 1 million civilians. While the news was hushed up, with the Navy assisting to cover up, this was a world where the weak met their demise. The storm is approaching. Please prepare accordingly. As light rain fell, it roused Arthas from his thoughts. He rose, gazing at the heavily clouded sky. A storm is on the horizon. Would this small vessel withstand it? In the treacherous realm of Jobru Island, the gangster's reign supreme. Is his meager strength sufficient? The most pressing concern is when he will master the devastating strike capable of cleaving through walls. How much further must he journey to attain the status of a grand swordsman? Rain? Arthas, drenched to the bone, hurriedly made his way to the ship's helm. The golden compass skillfully maneuvered the rudder to navigate the tempest, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I need not fear the storm. Dragging his weary body back to the cabin, he ignited the stove to prepare dinner. Initially eager to witness the evening glow, he was now resigned to the howling deluge outside. Seated cross-legged upon the wooden bed, he scrutinized his katana. Truly the treasure of the establishment, it has endured 1,000 swings without faltering. Suddenly, he held his breath, gripping the hilt tightly. Activating his growth talent, his long hair billowed in an unseen wind. His shirt rustled dramatically, and the flames shrank into a mere flicker. Half of the training results can be absorbed, and the other half can be replenished with a good night's sleep. He chuckled, truly grateful for Little A's support this time. The golden compass indicated that he currently stood as a third-rate swordsman. The path ahead remained long. 4 nights later, as they neared Jobru Island, disaster struck. The mast suddenly splintered, and the sails vanished into the night. Little AI, You didn't mention the ship would break. Please be advised, host, the ship's quality cannot be reinforced. Gigantic waves capsized the small vessel, and Arthas was dragged into the depths of the ocean, clutching tightly to his sword and a pouch containing 7,000 berries, hastily tucking it into his trousers. Curse you, little AI, he sputtered as seawater filled his mouth. Exhausted, he lost consciousness, only to awaken 2 hours later on the shore. A crab scuttled up his pant leg and pinched him fiercely. Crack. Arthas jolted awake, snatching the crab and tossing it back into the sea. Get lost, he staggered to his feet, gazing upon the town of Jobru Island, relieved to be alive. Swimming proved invaluable. He vowed never to consume a devil fruit in this lifetime. All that remained were his katana, 7,000 berries, and his tools. His gun and transponder snail had been lost. In the pouring rain, only one tavern glimmered with light, and he entered. Bullet holes marred the walls and furniture, and the proprietor was busy cleaning. We're closing. Is there a place to stay? I have money. 1,000 berries a day. That's exorbitant. Typically, it costs between 3 to 500 leave if you want stay. The proprietor's demeanor was unyielding. Arthas produced the berries and slapped them on the table. Fine. Does that include meals? The proprietor appraised him silently. This tavern had clearly recently experienced turmoil, with bullet holes scattered everywhere. Had he truly entered such a place upon arriving on Jobru Island? Was spending 1,000 berries worth it? Would he encounter trouble tonight? Most importantly, would this sum sustain him on the island for several days? If the gangsters came knocking, could he defend himself? Room 1 on the 2nd floor. The door is open, and breakfast is included in the morning. Arthas ascended the stairs, weary and burdened. Sword in Honda was both hungry and fatigued, unwilling to quibble further. Downstairs, the bartender inquired of the owner. That kid brought a sword. What is a knife? Here, the gun is the true ruler. The boss scoffed. The following morning at 10:38, Alsace was roused from his slumber by the commotion below. Having fasted for 2 days, he hurried downstairs. Barely seated at the bar, a gunshot reverberated through the air. A short figure in a red suit and an octagonal hat burst in, brandishing a firearm. Capone, Becci has arrived. The patrons of the tavern scattered in panic, while Alsace swiftly dove behind the bar. Luckily, provisions awaited him in the cabinet. I shall dominate you underground factions. Becci bellowed. Becci, today is your last. A gang member retaliated, drawing his weapon. The boss, crouched nearby, was astonished to see Alsace munching away amidst the hail of bullets, his eyes wide in disbelief. Don't steal my food. You promised 1,000 belly for breakfast. Alsace replied nonchalantly. Before long, the gunfire ceased, and the gang members surrendered en masse. Boss Becci, we pledge our allegiance to you. Becci approached the bar, pressing the barrel of his gun against the boss' chin. Sever your head to establish authority. Both Alsace and the boss were dragged out, as Becci scrutinized him. Is this your son? I have no son, the boss retorted, flustered. Killing both of you would easily assert my dominance. Becci provocatively suggested. Suddenly, Alsace interjected. I will assist you in executing him, to prove I am merely a guest. You sheltered me last night? 1,000 belly per night, and you dare claim to have sheltered me. The boss fell silent. Becci waved his hand, instructing his men to lower their weapons. Do you truly have the audacity to act? In the next instant, Alsace drew his blade and struck with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained. Thud. The boss' head rolled to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere second. Clean and decisive. Becci and the others stood in stunned silence. This youth appeared so innocent, yet his strike was so ruthless. Did he know Becci was destined to be a rising star? Was he attempting to ingratiate himself with Becci, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Would Becci accept him? This Jobru Island, it seemed, was on the brink of chaos due to that single stroke. With the knife sheathed, Arthas still felt a lingering unease about killing. This was the second person he had killed since arriving in the pirate world all those years ago. If he hadn't killed, he would have been shot in the head. He had no choice. How old are you? What's your name, kid? Becky asked in shock afterward. 15 years old. Name's Arthas. Haha, what a nice guy. Becky felt as if he could see through Arthas's deep, unfathomable eyes. He then asked, I'm also new to this. How about we team up for something big, Arthas? Arthas was surprised by Becky's invitation, considering he had nowhere else to go. Staying by his side to grow gradually seemed good. I'm a solitary person, Becky, but since you invited me, I'll accept. In this situation, Arthas felt he had to give Becky a way out. Otherwise, if he backed out, his life might be at risk. That's great, Boss Becky. This guy was so quick with his knife just now. Then let's take this town first, and then conquer the others. So who will be the boss? I feel like Arthas is really strong. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it's Boss Becky who will be the leader. Some of the newly joined Mafia members were quite pleased. Having a fast and ruthless young man join them would be a great help. Seeing his subordinates start to stir, Becky clearly knew they hadn't fully submitted to him. He was well aware of the rules. How could a gang have two bosses? Seeing the gang members discussing who would be the boss, Arthas couldn't sit still and immediately spoke up. Hey, don't make a fuss. I'm just a passerby taken in by you. How could I dare to be the boss? He crawled out from behind the bar, stood in the middle of everyone, and humbly raised both hands. The boss should still be you, Becky. I just want to befriend you. Arthas didn't really want to join Becky's newly formed power. He just wanted to use him to grow. Besides, they had threatened him with guns before. How could he suddenly become the boss? For the first time, Arthas felt the respect that came from strength. Seeing him being so modest, Becky smiled with satisfaction, mistakenly thinking it was due to Arthas's age and his lack of understanding of what a leader can do. Upon hearing Arthas voluntarily give up the competition, the 23-year-old Becky proposed a rule. Wait, kid, if we're going to work together, we can't have any dissatisfaction between us. I propose a one-on-one duel. Whoever wins will be the boss. How about that? Arthas understood the rules of the street. Refusing would be like insulting Becky. He also wanted to see how strong the newly debuted Becky was and readily agreed. Since you insist, let's have a friendly spar. Becky broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling a bit uneasy, no knives or weapons, will rely on physical abilities to decide the winner. Once the rules were set, the two faced off on the street outside the tavern. Arthas took off his shirt, revealing the lean muscles he had trained over the years. At 177 centimeters tall, he weighed only 130 pounds. Becky stood about a meter away from Arthas, fists clenched in a fighting stance. You're too thin, Arthas, but you look quite formidable. Let's make it quick, Becky. It seemed he hadn't eaten that sturdy fruit yet. With a confident smile, Arthas initiated the attack, stepping forward swiftly. In an instant, he was in front of Becky, delivering a right hook to his left cheek. Such a swift attack caught Becky off guard. He quickly leaned back to dodge Arthas's punch. However, he felt the sudden change in Arthas's aura, and the left punch that followed came at him unexpectedly. What was going on with this guy? That his speed and strength could increase so suddenly? Becky was shocked. Arthas's fist landed heavily on Becky's chin, causing his head to spin and his body to momentarily lift off the ground. The next second, Becky fell to the ground, looking astonished. Get up, Becky. Arthas extended a hand to him on the ground, continuing to explain his identity. I'm just a wandering drifter with no home. The position of gang leader is still yours. I'll just stay by your side as a muscle for now. After crossing over, Arthas had often participated in street fights. Beating the current Becky was not difficult at all. Moreover, Becky was not skilled in close combat, but preferred to fight with a gun. One hit down, that was fast. As expected, my fighting ability is quite weak, haha. Becky held Arthas's hand and laughed heartily. He was conquered by Arthas's vision and demeanor, realizing he could use him to quickly dominate this island, which many had found as super muscle. Helping Becky up, Arthas called out to the others. Don't you all want to call out Boss Becky? The crowd shouted in unison. Boss Becky, we are willing to follow you and dominate the mafia. The surrounding residents were terrified, all shrinking inside their houses, afraid to make a sound. Then, Arthas gazed into the distance at the countless mountains. There were other powers on this island. He could use Becky for a long time until he set sail as a pirate, and then part ways? Perhaps. As Arthas's body recovered to its previous saturation, he moved his limbs, feeling the growth brought about by 3 days of training after 4 days at sea, and felt inexplicably happy. Today would not end like this. He had bigger goals. Saying this, Becky placed a hand on Arthas's shoulder. There are many powers on this island. The one we just took down, Offie, is just a small boss. Arthas picked up the shirt on the ground, analyzing what he knew about Becky in his heart. He understood very well what Becky wanted to do. This guy had a twisted preference for seeing a gang leader killed, causing internal strife within the organization for power. Today, we have another goal, to take down 2 of the 3 biggest gang leaders in this town. Becky looked into Arthas's eyes, lit a cigar for himself, and his mouth unconsciously curled up. And your knife skills seem quite good. How about you go assassinate Vabel for me? Helping out right after they met. Arthas smiled broadly. I have a plan, Becky, that can make their gangs fight amongst themselves, and then you can reap the benefits. Becky was very interested in such matters and wanted to see how Arthas would handle it. Oh? Tell me about it. He hung the head of the tavern owner, Offie, at the entrance to intimidate others and began discussing with Arthas. Assassinating ordinary people was quite easy for someone like Arthas, who was used to sneaking around, especially now that his strength had slightly improved. It was a straightforward task, and this was his area of expertise. He had seen gang fights before. They were mostly about hatred and emotional disputes. From Becky, he learned that this town was ruled by 3 big bosses, Vabel, Coney, and Villy. The plan was simple: frame someone else and pin the blame on them. This day passed quickly. Becky had his subordinates deal with the corpse in the tavern and let them drink freely. He himself remained very clear-headed. Late at night, at the tavern entrance, Becky smiled and said goodbye to Arthas. Be careful. I don't want to see a good person I just made friends with get killed. Alsace walked onto the street, waving goodbye to Becky with his back turned. After this matter is settled, consider it my groundwork for you. After that, I want absolute freedom in your organization. No problem. Alsace, I'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow morning. After planning, Alsace set off to assassinate Vabel. He wanted the two major gangs to clash tomorrow morning, and then Becky would take over their territory. In just one day, from drowning in misfortune to now, Alsace never expected things to progress so quickly. Wandering alone in the dark, he soon arrived at the night market district in the southern town. The night market, there was still bustling, unlike Stormwind Town, and he blended into the crowd, leisurely wandering for a while. After discovering that many gang members were having fun at the night market, he arrived at the entrance of a large vacant mansion in the east. Outside the mansion, 2 guards in suits were stationed, and the rooms inside were dark and silent. They sleep early. According to Becky's information, Vabel, one of the 3 major bosses, lived in this mansion, and Alsace's main objective was to assassinate him. Then he would frame one of the gang leaders, Coney, for the deed, causing internal conflicts and letting them fight among themselves. He never thought he would assassinate someone in his life. After a moment of self-deprecation, Alsace hid his chest bag and set off immediately. Have you heard? That guy Ophi was killed by a newcomer, and his tavern was taken over. Ah, he's a cruel guy, they even cut off his head. Moving through the darkness, Alsace overheard the guard's conversation and easily climbed over the fence into the mansion courtyard. Once inside, he noticed a completely open window on the 3rd floor and climbed up with his bare hands. After crossing the curtain and entering the room, Alsace found himself in a bathroom. Damn, Vabel. Why are you coming back to me when you have so many women outside? A woman's voice? Alsace moved to the bathroom door and took out his dagger. Darling, you trust the gossip of others in town too much. I truly only love you. Don't touch me. You scumbag, Vabel. I need to take a cold shower in the bathroom to calm down. The argument grew closer to Alsace until the bathroom door opened and a tall woman walked in. Bang! After entering the bathroom, the woman quickly locked the door. Damn you. Vabel, you go out every day to find women behind my back and still say you love me. Alsace, hidden in the dark, remained motionless and even wanted to laugh. It seemed that no matter what world it was, emotional disputes could happen to anyone. The angry woman took off her top. Her flawless white body meticulously reflected in Alsace's eyes. The woman, lying in the bathtub, began to run water for herself and lit a cigarette. The woman, whose mind had calmed down, suddenly looked up and was taken aback by Alsace, who was standing behind the door in front of the fish tank. With a wide grin on his face, Alsace quickly took 2 steps to her side and covered her mouth. Did he just appear right in front of me without blinking? How fast is this guy? The woman was instantly shocked. A dagger's tip pressed against her throat, allowing blood to flow into the fish tank. And she dare not move at all. Even her breathing became extremely slow as she raised her hands. The cigarette she had just lit fell into the fish tank. If you dare to make a sound, I will immediately pierce your neck and let you die in this bathtub. Alsace whispered close to her ear, warning her. It was the first time he had encountered a woman so meticulous in such a manner. Seeing the woman's tense expression stabilize, Alsace slowly released his hand from covering her mouth. Who are you? The woman asked, her face pale and her eyes wide open, already terrified. I am a subordinate of Coney, specifically here to assassinate Vabel. Alsace replied to her. This was also a part of the plan. Why does Coney want to deal with Vabel? Isn't there a peace treaty? The woman continued to ask. She understood the current situation very well and didn't dare to raise her voice. Alsace's speed had shocked her immensely. She knew this man could kill her in an instant. Get out of the bathtub, Alsace instructed her. As the woman stood up from the bathtub, Alsace swallowed hard. It was a man's nature to be lustful, especially with a beautiful woman, exuding fragrance, standing in front of him completely naked. But Alsace was a gentleman and absolutely had no improper thoughts about her. His mouth close to her ear, tightly pressed against her neck. Open the door and walk out. If you don't want to die, act natural. Now the woman had no choice but to obey all commands. Otherwise, her life would be in danger. Honey, are you ready? I can't wait any longer. A middle-aged man's voice came from outside the bathroom. Tell him to turn off the light, Alsace commanded, smelling her body fragrance. Okay, you dead man. But you have to turn off the light, the woman replied. Oh, honey, so you're being fierce with me to play something exciting. The light has been turned off. Come take my baby. The woman opened the bathroom door, and Alsace, holding the dagger, followed her out from behind. Only the moonlight illuminated the room. The rest was pitch black. As soon as the door opened, Alsace released the dagger from the woman's neck, drew the katana from his waist, and quickly charged at the man lying on the bed. His speed was incredibly fast. By the time the man realized something was wrong and opened his eyes wide, he felt a chill at his neck, and his head was severed from his body on the big bed. Alsace flicked the blood off the blade, sheathed it, and smiled. I have to say, your wife's figure is quite nice. Vabel, left with only a head, fixed his gaze on Alsace after hearing this. Seconds later, he died with his eyes wide open. Achieving goals. Wobble. In less than 2 seconds, she watched in horror as her beloved died before her eyes. The woman, witnessing this scene, felt her legs go weak and collapsed, turning to look at Arthas. When did you have such a guy under Coney's command? Otherwise, how would you dare to come and assassinate him? Arthas walked in front of the woman, reaching out to touch her plump flesh. In the end, his hand landed on her thigh and waist. The matter was urgent. A little touch was enough for satisfaction. Quite nice, but I am a gentleman, only responsible for turning you into a widow. Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned a deep shade of anger. Taking the opportunity to take advantage of her, Arthas got up and left the mansion with his knife. The woman pulled the dagger from her neck, gritting her teeth in anger as she looked at the deadly weapon in her hand. Just a touch was enough. Around 4 a.m., after assassinating the gang leader, Arthas returned to the night market. He casually found a street stall, pulled out 500 belly from his backpack, and placed it on a counter. Boss, give me something to eat. At that moment, he had already changed out of his assassination attire and was back in his floral shirt and shorts, along with a pair of flip-flops, sitting at a table in a barbecue stall. This is the third person I've killed. I'm starting to feel numb to it. It was mainly due to the mountain of corpses he had seen in Piltover. This world was inherently cruel, and he had to live without any reservations in such a world. The boss smiled. Well, barbecue fried rice is 50 belly a serving. Are you sure you want 10 servings? I want to eat to my heart's content. After saying this, Arthas waited for the food while observing the surroundings. The lively atmosphere of the night market soon showed signs of trouble. Gang members gathering here learned of their leader's assassination and rushed towards Vabel's mansion. The leader was assassinated? Didn't the 3 major families of the southern town announce a ceasefire agreement? What's going on, damn it? The gang's actions alerted the townspeople, indicating that a war was about to break out in the town. At that time, I could just sit back and watch the chaos. After slacking off for 2 days, it seemed he would have to resume training tomorrow. As for taking over other gang territories, Becky could handle that. He needed to continuously improve his strength. Hey kid, you should hurry up and finish eating and go home to take shelter. Their gunfire doesn't discriminate. Thank you. Can you pack this up for me? This seasoning is really good. Acting nonchalant, he took the packed barbecue fried rice and returned to the tavern where Becky was. Seeing Arthas return so soon, Becky and his subordinates were astonished. Arthas, why are you back in just 2 hours? It's done. Vabel is dead, and his men are organizing their forces to fight. Just as Arthas finished speaking upon entering the tavern, explosions erupted not far from the town. Gunfire intensified as well. Boss Becky, that direction is Coney's territory. It's real. Not caring much for gang fights, Arthas returned to room 2-1. Becky was once again impressed by his abilities, even feeling a bit fearful. He immediately gathered everyone to prepare to seize the gang's territory and catch them off guard. In one day, he could eliminate 2 major forces and turn them into his rising domain. Back in room 2-1, Arthas sat by the window with his barbecue fried rice, calmly watching Becky take his men to other areas. What a chaotic town, haha. Helping Becky rule the Western Underground Party while further honing his strength was undoubtedly a good deal. However, thinking about how Becky would kill his subordinates made Arthas wary of him. That said, ever since he started training seriously, he had grown stronger in various aspects. Strength, speed, vigilance, and more had all improved significantly after Arthas's dedicated training. Go on. After finishing 3 boxes of barbecue, Alsace began to train desperately in the room. The day's standard was 4,000 push-ups, wielding the sword until exhaustion, plus 3,000 squats. It wasn't until 9 a.m. that he completed it. It took a total of 5 hours, consuming half a day's training volume, and Alsace didn't wake up from the room until 5 p.m. The soreness after training had decreased, and Alsace sat on the bed feeling his strength increasing again, which he found incredible. The sword training in the early morning had once again worn down the skin on his palms. His palms were sticky. The gunfire outside continued without affecting him in the slightest. It was time to give that move a name. Currently, it could enhance physical strength and speed by 0.5 to 1 times. After using that move, it could instantly improve various physical functions, including focus and concentration. Let's call it with a pause. Arthas looked at his palm, thought for a moment, and suddenly clenched it tight. Feeling the scorching pain on his flesh, he continued, polarization. I will train you to be stronger in the future, increasing by 1 times, 10 times, and if we push it to the extreme, it will also require a stronger physical foundation. He got up and went downstairs, simply visiting the medical clinic, spending 100 belly to buy a roll of bandages to wrap around his hand. To distance himself from the gunfire, Arthas leisurely walked towards the seaside. The waves crashed against the rocks, and the sea breeze blew through Arthas's long hair. Gazing at the boundless blue ocean, feeling the last warmth of the day's sunset, suddenly a small animal caught his eye. What is that? The furry little creature that came into Arthas's view was making cries like a baby. It seemed to be in pain. He approached and discovered it was an injured baby sea otter. Good. Arthas was immediately captivated by the otter's adorable size and small eyes. So cute. He quickly reached out and grabbed the otter from the crevice in the rocks. The otter tried to resist, but was powerless. It thought it was going to die and let out a fierce sound of awa in an attempt to scare Arthas away. After checking the numerous bite marks on its body, Arthas took it into the town. Arriving at a clinic, he shouted, "Hey doctor, help me see if it can be saved." "We only treat humans, not animals," the doctor replied. Upon hearing this, Arthas reached into his backpack and pulled out 3,000 berries, placing them on the counter. The doctor saw this and immediately changed his tone. "Well, I suppose I can treat animals. It looks like it's an otter, right? Don't move now. I'm going to save you, little guy." Upon hearing this, the otter, which had been fierce just moments ago, suddenly froze, its aggressive expression turning blank. Humans actually wanted to save it? It gladly accepted Arthas, handing it over to the doctor for treatment. "Once it's healed, I'll pay you the rest, doctor. I still have 500 berries. The prices in this era aren't high. Stitching up the wounds should be enough." But why did this little guy suddenly stop being fierce? Does it understand that it's being saved? So perceptive. No wonder it's a creature from the world of One Piece. The doctor, examining the otter, was somewhat astonished by Arthas's actions and said, "Really, you cruel little brat who chopped up the tavern owner, Ophi, still has the heart to save little animals?" Arthas replied, "If I don't kill him, that group will blow my head off. What can I do? Anyway, you and that Becky have stirred up trouble in this town. The townspeople all know about it. So what if they know? The Navy will come to maintain order, and there will be conflict between the gang and the Navy again." "The Navy? I don't care about that, doctor. Right now, I'm not wanted, and the incident of the Pyrrhic Kingdom killing a Navy officer probably hasn't been discovered. I don't need to hide from the Navy." But he indeed needed to live as a pirate. Being wanted was only a matter of time. "Come back tonight. This little guy's injuries are a bit severe and need some time. You treat it well and then release it." After saying that, Arthas left the clinic intending to continue training. The training from early this morning had left his exhausted body not fully recovered, so he wouldn't do intense training today. Back on the street, Arthas looked towards the direction of the gunfire. Is the Navy coming? Thinking of this, he remembered Pyrrhil's plight and silently returned to the beach at the dock after finishing lunch, carrying his sword. Here, there were no gang conflicts, so he could calmly practice swinging his sword. On the slanted sandy beach, he practiced diligently, and the bandages wrapped around his palms quickly became soaked with his sweat and blood. The sky gradually darkened. 23918, 23919. He had to get stronger first, strong enough to dodge bullets or cut through them. Blood dripped from Arthas's palm onto the beach. With each training session, his mind was filled with images of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood on the Pyrrhic Kingdom beach. The blade continued to swing through the air, and after nearly 100,000 swings over the past few days, his sword began to show cracks. 27,031. As his arms were about to give out, Arthas suddenly felt a swing go empty. Immediately, the blade shattered, breaking into 2 pieces, the tip embedding itself into the beach. Seeing his sword broken, he knelt on the sand, his arms flooded with blood. It broke. The thing I was worried about has indeed happened. After all, it wasn't a famous sword. Its durability and lifespan were far inferior to that of a renowned blade. Ordinary people learning swordsmanship don't need to wield a real sword, and Arthas could understand that. Let's call it a day. Cheers! After finishing his training, Arthas shouted loudly, absorbing half of his training results, feeling the strength in his arms grow, making him feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. Without a cheat to rise to the top in one step, he could only strengthen himself step by step. Picking up the broken sword and inserting it into its sheath, Arthas returned to the town and found a blacksmith shop. In front of the blacksmith's forge, the owner laid out the pieces of Arthas's sword on the table for inspection, and asked, "Young man, this sword is of good quality. How did it break?" "I just broke it a few minutes ago." Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Arthas's blood-stained hands in astonishment. You broke it." "Yeah. Can it be repaired?" "How much?" "Impossible. Such a good sword was broken by this skinny little brat." "How many times did you swing it?" "It looks brand new." The blacksmith swallowed hard, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable, and curiously asked, "Are you a swordsman, young man? If you're practicing swordsmanship, that would be self-harm. You should cherish your hands." "A swordsman?" Arthas lowered his brows and smiled shyly. "I'm just a beginner practicing swordsmanship." The blacksmith that rummaged through the backpack and tossed the money pouch onto the table. "I have 2,500 belly. Can you help me fix it? Can you also give me a spare knife? Please, boss? I'm begging you." "No problem." The blacksmith suddenly smiled, placing his strong hand on Arthas's shoulder, a hearty laugh on his face. "It's an honor for us blacksmiths to meet a hard-working young man like you who practices swordsmanship." With that, the blacksmith chose a subpar blade from the shop and handed it to Arthas. "Come back tomorrow at noon to pick up the sword, young man. Good luck." "Thank you." Alsace left the blacksmith's shop with a knife in hand, feeling that there are still many warm-hearted people in the world. The blacksmith's actions were at least countless times better than those of the celestial dragons. A defective product is just a defective product. It should last for a day without breaking. The gunfire had faded away. That night, Alsace returned to the tavern with a weary body, standing outside the door and listening to the joyful sounds inside. "Long live Captain Becky. The treasure from the sea is in this box taken from Coney's hands. It is rumored to be something called a devil fruit. If you eat it, you will gain extraordinary abilities. Captain Becky, to celebrate our victory, eat it in front of us. Devil fruit? Could it be a paramecia type, stronghold fruit?" Alsace pushed the door open and walked in, discovering that the number of people flocking to Becky had increased several times compared to before. The entire tavern was filled to capacity. Who are you? Daring to intrude this place?" Some members who didn't recognize Arthas immediately drew their guns upon seeing him. "Put your guns down. He's the one who contributed the most to this operation." "What? A kid? Congratulations, Becky. I'm a bit tired, so I'm heading upstairs to sleep." After a brief congratulation, Arthas squeezed through the crowd and headed to the second floor of the tavern. The noise was too much for him, making him feel uncomfortable, tired. He didn't want to join in the festivities. "Well done, Arthas," Becky said to everyone, taking a bite of a fruit that resembled a castle. "This strange fruit tastes terrible. Will eating it make me lose my swimming ability?" Everyone was looking forward to Becky showcasing her extraordinary abilities. As Becky consumed the devil fruit, she quickly absorbed the knowledge it provided. Not a bad fruit. It suits me well." "So, Boss Becky, what kind of ability do you have?" They watched as Becky's body began to change like a castle. Her eyes resembled windows, and the clothing and flesh on her chest automatically opened several doors. She transformed into a strange creature. "Don't be nervous. This is the ability granted by the fruit." Becky grinned. "If you touch this door, you can enter my body." Some doubted her, but one person followed Becky's instructions and touched the large door on her chest, instantly shrinking and being sucked into her body. "I shrank. Is this for real? I want to try to, Boss Becky." Back in his room, Arthas quickly realized that the noise from the tavern was gradually fading. He knew that Becky was using her ability to store her subordinates inside her body. "Haha, I didn't expect to see one of the future supernovas grow up in person." After finishing the remaining 4 boxes of cold fried rice, he locked the door and climbed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, around 7 a.m., as the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, Arthas woke up and gently squeezed the soft blanket. What's going on?" The blanket felt fuzzy. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in front of him. There lay a sea otter wrapped in bandages at the edge of the bed. Seeing Arthas awake, the sea otter waved its little hand to greet him. "Aren't you supposed to be released after the doctor healed you? How did you end up on my bed?" Rolling over slightly, Arthas felt a sharp pain in his back. Covering his back, he turned to see a bunch of sea urchins scattered across the bed. The sea otter clapped its hands happily, showing a somewhat cheerful expression. "Repaying kindness doesn't always have to be a surprise. You've made me bleed." Arthas cleaned up all the sea urchins and picked up the sea otter, holding it high. Although it seemed a bit scared, it didn't resist. "Wait a minute. This guy has a fuzzy body with a nose and gills. Is it an amphibian?" Its legs were also strange, allowing it to walk upright on land, while its webbed feet seemed to stretch freely in the water to increase swimming speed. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, this was the world of One Piece. What kind of creatures didn't exist here? "Little guy, you use sea urchins to repay kindness with malice, huh? Let's see if I can tickle you to death." After some playful antics, Arthas placed it by the window. "All right, that's enough playing, little one. I don't need you to repay me. I still need to train. How could I afford to keep you without any money? Should I go find Becky for some? After all the contributions he made, it wouldn't be right if he didn't get a reward, right? After getting up, washing up, and dressing, he headed downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he noticed that the tavern was unusually quiet today. Only Becky was sitting quietly at the bar, looking serious as she read the morning newspaper. "Arthas, you're awake. Come and take a look at this." The townsfolk reported to the Navy, and those bastards sent a major to suppress our uprising. So he still couldn't avoid the Navy. Huh? Walking over to Becky, he sat next to her and took a look at the contents of the newspaper. West Sea Daily. Gang war and uprising in Yabru town resulted in civilian casualties. The Navy dispatched a major in the name of justice to suppress it. Arthas's current strength was still not up to the major's level, unless the major who came this time was not as capable. Justice? What a joke. Becky, who was sipping whiskey, noticed Arthas's disdain for the Navy's justice and casually asked, "By the way, do you have any grievances with the Navy?" "No grievances, Becky. How do you feel after eating that devil fruit?" He directly changed the subject, not wanting to discuss the brutal incident in the Pilt Kingdom. At the same time, he noticed that most of the tables, drinks, and other items in the tavern were missing. It seemed Becky had used her fruit's ability to store them inside her castle-like body. "It feels great. My body is turned into an indestructible castle, and it's become harder than stone. It seems to really be a paramecia type, able to affect the body." That. Arthas's expression darkened as he asked Becky, "You've packed everything into your body for your subordinates. What am I supposed to eat? Give me some berries as a reward?" "Ha, it's already prepared for you." Becky took out a bag of money and placed it in front of Arthas. "This is a full 100,000 berries. Arthas, the Navy will arrive in a few days, and I need to take the town during this time." Becky then stood up and left the tavern, not forgetting his previous promise to Arthas. He felt completely free in front of Becky's organization, unrestrained. The large sum of money forced him to maintain his composure as he shouted, "When the Navy arrives, I will help you fight back." On the street, Becky walked towards the northern part of the town with a cigar in his mouth when he suddenly heard his subordinate's voice in his head. "Boss, who exactly is that boy? He seems to know a lot about devil fruit powers." "Ah, I noticed that too. He doesn't seem surprised by this power," Becky replied. Whenever he was with Arthas, he always felt like his thoughts were completely seen through, from his mind to his heart. Could he also be a user of a devil fruit? Becky stopped thinking too much and continued on his path. In the tavern, Arthas approached the nearly empty wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of red wine. He recalled how shocking the newspapers had been over the years. In 1498, the news of the Golden Lion's rampage and capture in Marineford shocked the world. Then came Roger's public execution, which marked the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. O'Hara was destroyed, and Douglas Barrett was captured for challenging the Demon Slayer Order. Arthas had learned about all this through newspapers. Pirates in the Grand Line were also going crazy. When Arthas crossed over, the Great Pirate Era had not yet begun, and there were only 3 emperors: the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Big Mom. Later, Kaido became the 4th emperor after defeating Moria in Wano. The emergence of the 4th emperor prompted Admiral Sengoku to start planning the Shichibukai organization to counter them. But so far, only 2 Shichibukai had been recruited, Crocodile and Moria. Over the years, the Navy had done everything it could to prevent the wave of a new era, but they had very little powerful force to manage the security of the 4 seas. Most of their efforts were focused on combating the 3 New World emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, as well as the pirates who wanted to rise quickly. Reflecting on his bitter experiences of crossing over, Arthas raised his glass and took a sip of red wine, saying, "Since I can't compete alongside those from the old era, I might as well join the pirate camp and quietly rise during the Great Pirate Era." The Navy's lieutenant would come to this town to suppress gang conflicts, which meant Arthas would make his public debut and clash with the Navy for the first time. In that case, he would inevitably be put on the bounty list. After thinking for a moment, Arthas suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and grinned. "Hee, just as I wish. Navy, even if I'm wanted, I want to be a dog for the Celestial Dragons." In his heart, the Navy's justice was very laughable. At first, he thought the Navy was just and righteous when watching One Piece. Later, he realized that the Navy was merely a powerful ally helping the Celestial Dragons slaughter the populace and commit various evil deeds. After finishing a bottle and 2 glasses of red wine, Arthas put the rest back in the wine cabinet. He untied the medical bandages stained with blood on his hands and began to clean his palms, which had blood clots, before rewrapping them with clean bandages. If he had trained like this before crossing over, he would have been crippled or dead by now. He then headed to a nearby street to have breakfast. He needed to replenish his nutrients to start training, and then go to the blacksmith to pick up his sword by noon. After the gang conflicts ended, there were many people on the street setting up stalls to make a living. Arriving at a roasted beef shop, Arthas found a seat and said, "Boss, bring me meat and vegetables." "Okay, customer." Spending 500 berries on a hearty breakfast, Arthas headed to the seaside to begin his training for the day. Today, Arthas increased the intensity of his training, completing 5,000 standard push-ups, 4,000 squats, and practicing with his sword until exhaustion. Including rest time, 5 to 6 hours was enough. Just in time to go get his sword. It was equivalent to a physical limit challenge. He had to do this, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become stronger in this world. Placing his sword and backpack aside on the beach, he lay down on the sand and started with push-ups. Gunshots soon rang out again from the northern part of the town. At noon, under the scorching sun, Arthas was sweating profusely, facing the sea and waving his arms. The monotonous training was only accompanied by a pair of cute eyes hidden among the rocks. It was the sea otter he had saved. It witnessed the entire process of Arthas' intense training, not understanding why the handsome human in front of it was working so hard. One day, the boss killed 2 mercenaries. In 2 days, he wanted to dominate a town. Capone Becky's journey as the godfather of the West Sea was truly fast. Just as Arthas was thinking this while swinging his sword with all his might, he felt empty at that moment. He looked at the subpar blade he had broken and his expression darkened. Another sum of money wasted. West Sea, Navy Base 320. 500 fully armed Navy soldiers were gathering under the warships in the port. The officer at the front stood tall and muscular, exuding an aura of justice and heroism, with his arms crossed over his chest, sternly surveying the soldiers assembled at the port. "Soldiers, the southern town of Iburu has fallen into the fear of gang clashes again." The officer's voice was powerful and inspiring, making the soldiers listen with a serious demeanor. "Justice does not need these maggots to harm the lives of the people. Our operation this time is highly valued by the headquarters. We must sweep away the evil forces and protect the safety of the populace. Who is willing to follow Lieutenant Boris to eliminate the evil forces?" The pre-departure speech inspired the soldiers and boosted their morale, making them understand that this cleanup was for justice, for the safety of the common people. It instilled in the soldiers a belief in facing death without fear. "Prepare to set off. Board the ship." Lieutenant Boris's command set all the soldiers to begin boarding. A civilian soldier, carrying documents reported by the townspeople, came to Boris's side. "Lieutenant, I know what you want to say. Hurry up and board the ship. Capone Becky is not our opponent." "No, Lieutenant." The civilian soldier opened the documents and continued reporting. Some townspeople witnessed a boy wielding a sword who drew, swung, and instantly beheaded the small leader, Ophi, in a second. "Oh, so fast. This boy is named Arthas. I don't know where he came from, but he has been mingling with Capone Becky's newly established gang organization every day." Even after hearing about the boy's fame and deeds, the Navy lieutenant remained calm. He was a beginner in the Navy's 6 styles. Although he hadn't fully mastered any of them, his physical abilities at the lieutenant level were still very formidable. "Arthas? How old is he? What is his purpose in killing?" "This is unclear. There is no photo of him. Only a description provided by the townspeople that he has long hair, is very young, and has an extraordinary appearance and temperament. Hee. Today's West Sea is just a bunch of petty pirates and troublemaking gangs. When the time comes, hand him over to me." The confidence of the major comes from having learned the Navy's 6 styles, making him a strong figure across the seas. He does not believe anyone can surpass the large team he leads. In the town of Jobru, at the blacksmith shop, "Your sword is ready, young man." The blacksmith handed the high-quality sword to Arthas and continued, "With my skills, I've slightly improved its toughness." Upon drawing the sword, Arthas noticed 3 burn marks on the previously flawless blade. Is this blacksmith craftsmanship really this good? He managed to create patterns similar to those of famous swords. The patterns extended along the blade, and the weight of the sword had increased slightly. It now weighed about double, around 7 to 8 pounds. Arthas picked it up and swung it. Perhaps due to his increased strength, it felt much more comfortable than before. Although there were still some flaws, it was sufficient. "Boss, your skills are so good. I'll give you an extra 2,000 belly." Before the boss could accept, he hurriedly placed the broken sword and the money on the workbench and left. "Hee. It feels great to have my skills recognized." After Arthas left, the boss picked up the sword sheath and pulled it out. The joy he felt instantly shattered as shadows filled his eyes. The remaining blade, now just a handle and a broken blade, left him stunned. Furious, he raised the sheath and shouted at Arthas on the street, "Bastard." So the extra 2,000 belly was compensation. Hearing the boss's voice, Arthas turned back helplessly, his face awkward as he apologized. Sorry. After the apology, Arthas quickly made his exit. He didn't want to spend more money. Damn kid, the blacksmith thought, forget it. He looked at the broken sword in his hand, somewhat shocked. How many times had he swung it? The subpar sword had broken after less than 20,000 swings under Arthas's vigorous practice. On the street, Arthas kept his gaze on the sword at his waist. Since it could be upgraded through the blacksmith's refinement, why not give it a name? A sword is known by its wielder, and Arthas did not think he would be inferior to those great pirates in the future. In the original story, those famous swords all had names. Well, Alsace pondered with his chin in hand, planning to give his sword a name that reflected his personality. Once named, it would mean that it was his destined weapon. He liked the night and the solitude of heavy rain. He despised the celestial dragons who oppressed civilians with their power, referring to them as sinners in his heart. After some contemplation, he decided to name his sword Yasha. In legends, Yasha was known to feast on human flesh and drink blood, often lurking in desolate wilderness or graveyards at night. However, in hell, its role was to torment sinners, while it brought calamity to the human world. This was quite fitting for Alsace's current situation, as it was only a matter of time before he became a pirate causing trouble. From now on, you shall be called. Raising the sword above his head, Alsace stared at the blinding sun and said, Yasha, I will gradually elevate you to become one of the famous blades. A good sword undoubtedly maximizes a swordsman's potential, capable of not only blocking attacks, but also maintaining its sharpness. Just as he finished naming it, a ragged child on the street charged at Alsace with a small knife. Evildoer, I'll kill you before the navy arrives. Hearing this, Alsace sensed danger and tightly gripped the hilt, swinging his blade forcefully towards the child's knife. The moment the knife in the child's hand was knocked away by Alsace, his wrists made a cracking sound. The blade fell to the ground, and the child, with a face full of fear, lay on the ground feeling the pain in his hands and cried out loudly. An evil person? Me? Arthas lifted his chin with the tip of his knife and asked, I don't remember provoking you, do I? In this world, children attacking adults with knives is a common occurrence. Murder is considered a normal phenomenon, but it can cause panic among the townsfolk, leading them to report it to the Navy. The underworld forces you colluded with killed my father. Oh, that is truly unfortunate. Arthas replied coldly, showing no concern in his response. Regardless, since there is a newly emerged Capone Becky on this island, many will die before he obtains the title of Godfather of the West Sea. Sure enough, your conflicts have killed our loved ones, and you still have this cold-blooded attitude. It's not me who killed them, so hurry up and get lost, you little brat. Sheathing the Yasha, Arthas quickly left. The child's behavior immediately made him realize that he must stay vigilant at all times. This island is filled with people illegally carrying guns. Being ambushed could be fatal. It seems the training ground cannot be by the sea anymore. It needs to be in a secluded mountain. Arthas's strength has not yet reached the level to dodge bullets. Even activating his polarization technique feels a bit precarious, as he has never successfully avoided a bullet. Moreover, polarization is a burst of power that can easily injure muscles if one is not physically strong. He wrapped his muscles with bandages to prevent tearing during battle, which would decrease his strength. Not bad. After all, my current physical condition cannot withstand the explosive enhancement brought by polarization. He firmly believes that giving a knife a name endows it with a soul. With the Yasha in hand, Arthas returned to the Ophir Tavern to continue his exhausting sword training for the day. After repairing the blade and adding weight, the training became more effective. Until nightfall, Becky joyfully walked in through the main door holding a severed head, followed by hundreds of men in suits. Arthas? As Becky walked into the tavern, she saw Arthas standing in a pool of sweat, his clothes and pants completely soaked. After training all day, he had been quenching his thirst with alcohol. Was he counting Big Becky? Seeing Arthas swing his sword to count again, everyone suddenly understood. No way. This guy swung his sword 70,000 times with so much force. His arms must be about to burst from strain. The bulging veins on Arthas's muscular arms looked frightening, like varicose veins. Back already, Becky? Upon seeing Becky, Arthas stopped training and sheathed his sword. This is the head of Willie in my hands, Becky said, showcasing the bloody head. This town is now under my command, Capone Becky. Arthas frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable looking at the bloody head, and said, I'm worried about the Navy, Becky. He still had a faint fear of corpses, instinctively suppressing it in this ruthless world. Don't worry, little brother. Little brother? Upon hearing Becky call him that, Arthas fell silent. There was no need to refute. After all, he had been threatened with a gun at the time, and it was Becky who impressed him with his strength. With a cigar in his mouth, Becky strolled to the bar and put his arm around Arthas's shoulder, only to be repelled by the intense heat emanating from Arthas's body. It was like two magnets repelling each other. His wrist was pushed away, and the swollen veins on Arthas's skin dissipated. He didn't realize that Arthas was absorbing the results of half of today's training. What is this guy's aura? It feels like it's growing significantly. Shocked by Arthas's power, beads of sweat appeared on Becky's forehead as he grinned in surprise. With you around, the Navy is no problem, little brother. What do you mean, Becky? I have no confidence in defeating a major. He questioned his own strength. After all, he had yet to experience a fierce life-and-death battle. Becky wasn't confident either. Having just consumed a devil fruit, he could only store subordinates inside his own body. The Navy had come to encircle this island before, but they were just a bunch of rabble and not worth worrying about. Sensing Becky's sudden change in tone, as if something was amiss, Arthas stretched his arms after absorbing the training results. If you have something to say, just say it, Becky. I can help you. That's refreshing, little brother. So I'll be straightforward. Becky set aside his concerns, and Arthas candidly said, there's an extremely violent security officer in the eastern town of this island. Marshal? The only person Alsace could think of with the title of Marshal was the devil sheriff, Leftwith. There are still 17 years until the war on top, and it seems that the figures from the West Sea have not yet been expelled or fled. Alsace smiled and asked Becky with great interest, what is that marshal's name? Leftwith. People in the country call him the devil sheriff. Sure enough. Why don't you go yourself, Becky? You've already eaten the devil fruit, right? That guy is very powerful, with a terrifying ability that makes enemies kill each other. My numerical advantage won't work against him. Hypnosis? Alsace was quite familiar with this future captain of the Blackbeard pirates. So you want to find me to duel him, eliminate him, so you can dominate the various forces in that town? Exactly. Once we take over the economic system of that town, we will share the fortune and bear the difficulties together, my brother Alsace. When a boss or a strong person says this to you, never believe it. This was what Alsace thought in his heart. He had experienced it firsthand in the society of his original world. Such words are nonsense, especially coming from someone like Becky, who is under the influence of a killer. It's just mutual exploitation. All right, I agree. When do we set off? Now is fine. I can arrange a carriage to take you right away. You can make your move tomorrow. Alsace laughed heartily, stood up, and walked toward the street with his backpack, casually pulling out a roll of bandages to hold in his hand. Are you that eager to dominate every town in this country? Seeing Alsace agree, Becky immediately signaled his subordinates. That's only natural. In war games, speed is of the essence. A carriage appeared in front of Alsace at Becky's arrangement. Wait, I need to prepare first. He began wrapping the bandages around his waist, covering all his abdominal muscles. The force point of swinging the knife is at the waist. If the force exceeds his body's capacity, it could lead to muscle tearing, so he must take precautions. The white bandages were wrapped around his waist and then around his wrists, secured tightly. There, that's good. Alsace stepped onto the carriage, not worried that Becky might be plotting against him now, because he needed something from him. The carriage drove along the street toward the forest path in the east of the island, leaving the town behind. Boss, Leftwith is incredibly strong. Can this kid really handle it? One subordinate asked Becky after the carriage had moved far away. I don't know, but that guy's the most inscrutable person I've ever seen. Every time I lock eyes with his deep gaze, I feel like he can see right through me. Such a person cannot be used for long in Becky's eyes, but he wouldn't publicly kill a meritorious subordinate in the early stages of forming his organization. Otherwise, it would affect his prestige in the mafia circles of this country. Becky hoped in his heart that Alsace and that Leftwith would suffer mutual destruction in this operation, allowing him to quickly dominate the next town and become the biggest gang ruler on this island. Alsace also knew that he was merely a useful pawn for Becky, and as long as he could ensure his own safety, doing a few things for him wasn't a big deal. Inside the carriage, he propped his left hand on his cheek, gazing at the bright moon in the sky outside the window. The journey would take about 2 hours, and they would arrive at another town around 1 a.m. Arthas. The coachman suddenly called out to Arthas. Lord Becky probably wants to eliminate you this time. Oh, what do you mean by that? That Leftwith is very formidable, a guy who abuses violence. Even the king of this country is somewhat wary of him. He wants to weaken him and expel him from the kingdom, but has been dissuaded multiple times by Leftwith's genius oratory and abilities. Now, there are still 17 years until the official history. He can't be too outrageous, right? At most, he can be considered a cunning and resourceful sheriff with weak power. This year, Leftwith is only 24 years old, about 9 years older than Arthas. Hearing you say that, I'm getting more and more interested. After training for so many days, Arthas has not had a single real combat experience, and this is just the opportunity to measure his own capabilities. With his current physical condition, how much can he perform in battle using polarization? He is extremely curious about all of this. Without experiencing a real battle, it's hard for him to realize the wonders of this world. Arthas eagerly hopes for a fair fight, enjoying the thrill brought by hot blood, and besides, killing historical figures will earn him rewards, so why not kill if he can? He doesn't like the devilish sheriff, Lafitte. I'll rest for a while. Just call me when we get there. No problem. The sound of cicadas chirping incessantly on both sides of the forest path filled the air, and Alsace, exhausted from a day of training, needed to recover. He slowly fell asleep in the tranquil and pleasant deep night. 3 hours later, in the eastern town of the Yaburu Kingdom, in the security office near the eastern port, a man dressed in national police uniform, with a pale face and lipstick on, had his feet propped up on his desk as he read the Kingdom Daily. Gang turmoil has occurred in the southern town. Will the Navy come to this country? The news about the Navy made him uneasy. The major gangs in the southern town had been wiped out by a guy named Capone Becky, who monopolized the power of the town, and this news had long spread throughout the kingdom. However, 24-year-old Lafitte seemed unconcerned, instead more worried about the arrival of the Navy. He abused violence and was excessively cruel, and due to his position as the chief of the National Security Office, he had not been publicly investigated. If the Navy arrived, they would definitely join the nation in exposing his brutal enforcement record. Lord Lafitte, please, don't train us like this anymore. We will die. Hearing the words from outside the window, Lafitte stood up, holding a drink, and walked to the window, grinning wickedly at the guards training below. Half of them were hypnotized by his ability. As long as they didn't receive his orders, those guards would be forced to train until death. The other half were awake, looking extremely pale and pleading with Lafitte to stop the training. They dared not stop, as some guards nearby were aiming guns at them. No way. Lafayette's expression was smiling, as if he was immersed in this torturous situation, feeling very satisfied and joyful inside. Our security department is responsible for the maritime patrol of this town and its public safety. You all need to work harder to become stronger. But if this high-intensity training continues, we're going to die. The endless running and physical training have already caused some guards to spit blood and suffer torn flesh. I said no way. Why is a guy like you the captain of the security department? Bang! As soon as the guard finished speaking, a gunshot rang out on the playground, silencing all the guards who were preparing to resist. Lafitte shot him dead, blowing the white smoke from the gun's muzzle. I told you it wouldn't work. Don't affect the enthusiasm of others. There really wasn't a single person with a special physique among these newcomers. Disappointed, he returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Passing through the spacious corridor, he noticed Alsace silently standing in the middle of the corridor with a knife. An assassin sent by the kingdom's nobility? When did he sneak in? Lafitte faced this situation with composure, demonstrating strong psychological resilience as he locked eyes with the assassin Alsace. Who are you? As soon as he spoke, he saw Arthas swiftly draw his sword and move towards him. Immediately sensing that Arthas was not an ordinary person, Lafitte quickly drew the cane, sword in his hand, to parry. A sharp clang echoed as steel met steel, sending sparks flying. Lafitte managed to block the strike, and both of their arms trembled slightly. Standing in front of Lafitte, Arthas felt for the first time how small he was in comparison to someone who was 3 meters tall. The assassination had failed. This guy was indeed very strong. With a flick of his wrist, Lafitte pushed Arthas back, revealing a smile on his face that resembled that of a clown, which felt somewhat eerie. If you don't intend to answer, you might just end up dead. Arthas tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, a faint smile of excitement on his face as he looked directly at Lafitte. I don't think so. From their earlier exchange, he could sense that Lafitte was not that strong now. He could match him. Lafitte was angered by Arthas's words, his expression darkening. You're quite confident, huh? With your hands wrapped in so many bandages, it seems you came prepared. Arthas responded with an exaggerated smile, saying, to test my current strength. Analyzing Lafitte's stance and the way he held his weapon with one hand, it was clear that his main attack would be thrusts. Unlike a katana, with a cane sword, Arthas just needed to avoid being stabbed. Upon hearing this intention, Lafitte's expression suddenly turned furious. The veins on his forehead began to pulse as he said, Oh really? So your goal is to treat me as your test subject? How offensive. He lunged at Arthas with incredible speed, creating a slight whooshing sound in the air of the corridor. The speed was astonishing, and Arthas barely managed to react. Gritting his teeth, he tightened the muscles in his arms and swiftly swung his sword from right to left. The blade struck Lafitte's cane sword, forcing him back against the wall and tearing a gap in it. As expected, they weren't as strong as he remembered from 17 years ago. The results of his training in recent days were indeed paying off. It seemed that you're not as composed as you imagined. With that, as Leftwith pulled his sword from the wall, Arthas explosively gripped the hilt of his sword, his aura surging to about double its previous intensity. What? Realizing that Arthas's aura had suddenly intensified, Leftwith looked extremely shocked. As he abruptly drew the weapon from the wall and blocked it in front of him, he felt the blade of the katana strike against his weapon, causing his body to sink and his hands to tighten instinctively. Violent law enforcement is already ingrained in your bones, isn't it? Arthas mocked him with a fierce expression. Not only was he merciless towards the country's civilians, but he was also incredibly cruel to his own subordinates. All of this information came from the mouths of Becky's subordinates. Leftwith, suppressed on the ground and kneeling on one knee, stubbornly resisted the approaching katana. The commotion in the room did not attract other guards. They were almost all knocked out from the torment inflicted by Leftwith. This is just my hobby, you know? Survival of the fittest, understand? I'm just ending the suffering of inferior civilians in advance. Hearing Leftwith's remarks, Arthas let out a sinister laugh and exerted force again. Here, I have another theory. The strong live and the weak die. As the blade was about to be pressed against his neck, Leftwith quickly freed his left hand to draw the hidden firearm from his body. This movement was immediately noticed by Arthas, causing a jolt in his heart. The fear of guns came from deep within him. The katana aimed at Leftwith quickly lost its force and was retracted. At the same time, Leftwith aimed at Arthas's stomach and pulled the trigger. Just as the bullet was fired, Arthas anticipated Leftwith's action, twisting his body and moving against the wall. He dodged the first bullet of his life. With his chest heaving, Arthas looked somewhat panicked, and before Leftwith could adjust, he immediately held his sword with both hands. With a swift step, he closed the distance and struck with all his might towards Leftwith's neck. Leftwith raised his staff sword in front of him, but before he could recover, his weapon was pressed against his neck by Arthas's strength. Leftwith let out a cry of despair, exerting his strength to resist. The blade of the Yasha knife was blocked by the shaft of the weapon, sliding forcefully down to the ground from his neck. Leftwith, who had nearly had his throat cut, began to feel a sense of fear as he could still hear the sound of the blade scraping. This guy is angry. Leftwith widened his eyes, looking at the bewildered Alsace. Noticing Leftwith's fear, Alsace furrowed his brows and quickly rotated the knife blade, aiming the edge of the Yasha knife towards Leftwith's left hand. With a diagonal strike, he intended to directly sever Leftwith's arm. These movements were ingrained in his muscle memory from countless daily knife swings. With a swift motion, he sliced through Leftwith's wrist, causing blood and the gun to fall from his hand into the air. Alsace quickly grabbed the gun that Leftwith had dropped, aiming it at his head in an instant. Don't underestimate me. A pair of enormous wings spread out from Leftwith's back, enveloping him. Bang! Alsace looked shocked and continued to pull the trigger. The bullet struck Leftwith's wings, but was stopped, unable to penetrate. This is the ability of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Alsace was startled. Bang! 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 He kept pulling the trigger at Leftwith until the gun was empty, leaving only a blurred stain of blood on his wings. Then, Alsace discarded the gun, gripping the handle of the Yasha knife with immense vigilance. Having already used the polarization technique twice, Alsace felt no significant fatigue in his muscles, indicating that he could still use it. With his left hand holding the knife in reverse grip and his right palm on the end of the handle, he aimed for the center of the wings and thrust forward. The knife's tip pierced through powerfully. However, the sensation was wrong. He had not struck the skull. In that critical moment, Leftwith's wings suddenly spread wide, knocking him against the corridor wall with a loud crash. This also allowed Alsace to see Leftwith's full appearance. His left wrist was slashed by the knife, and his right shoulder was completely pierced, bleeding profusely. There were also 2 puncture wounds on his wings, along with bullet scars. After the impact, Alsace got up from the ground, seriousness etched on his face as he confronted Leftwith's devil fruit ability. It seems that defeating you is now impossible. I need to retreat safely. Leftwith, who had been stunned by a series of sword techniques, was extremely angry and swung his wings at Alsace. Do you think you can escape? Who said I was going to escape? Alsace quickly focused, swinging his arms rapidly, shouting, Polarization. The wings were blocked by the blade of the Yasha knife, injuring Leftwith's wings, and the explosive force pushed Leftwith's wings back. With too much force, he immediately felt a slight tearing in the small muscle under the bandage. Taking 2 steps back, he grinned through the pain, maintaining his momentum. His power surged to double in that instant. Leftwith, pushed back against the wall, looked utterly shocked. He never expected to encounter someone like Alsace in this country. He could clearly feel that if Alsace fought to the death, he could definitely kill him. However, Little did he know that Alsace did not want to sustain serious injuries. This was the injury-free clearance gene that a traveler possessed. Is this person sent by the kingdom to assassinate him? Absolutely impossible. No such person exists in this country. Who exactly are you? An assassin from the Iburu kingdom? Or who? A wandering man without a home. Alsace maximized the polarization technique and charged towards Leftwith, who was using a devil fruit, just a wanderer who has lost his homeland. The blades and wings clashed rapidly. All the knife-swinging movements he had practiced daily were unleashed by Alsace in actual combat for the first time. The blade inflicted a wound on Leftwith's wing, causing him to cry out in pain. It was clear that he must have consumed the devil fruit not long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so inexperienced. The muscle tears were growing larger, diminishing Arthas's strength, allowing Leftwith to find an opening during their exchange. A wing thrust pierced Arthas's left shoulder, sending him flying and causing him to kneel on the ground, clutching his wing in immense discomfort. My wing, it hurts so much, damn it. In the wide corridor, Leftwith flapped his wings and cried out in pain. The impact sent Arthas crashing to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The blood flowing from his left shoulder soaked the bandage on his arm. After being injured, he gritted his teeth and struggled to pick up his weapon, feeling a rush of excitement. I can feel that the growth from this battle is far greater than from training. Ha ha ha. Unless the discomfort from his injuries was overwhelming. He was remarkably insensitive to pain when excited. Was this guy still so fired up despite being injured? Did he have any hidden cards? Seeing the smile on Arthas's face, Leftwith dared not attack recklessly. If he had known such a situation would occur today, he wouldn't have tormented his subordinates so much. After a round of combat, in terms of injuries, Leftwith was much worse off than Arthas. His right arm was pierced by the Yasha blade and was currently unable to move. His left wrist was slashed, making it impossible to grip tightly. The only part of him that could still fight were his two bloody wings. On Arthas's side, both arms had muscle tears, and despite the bandages wrapped around them, his strength had decreased significantly. Was it the dissatisfaction of those nobles? They sent you to assassinate me, right? You're strong, but in the future, I will be stronger than you. With that thought panting heavily, Arthas took a step and quickly ran towards the large door behind him. He had neither lost nor won. Relying on polarization to forcefully engage in battle with someone stronger than himself for so many rounds was already satisfying. He just felt that continuing to fight against a Zoan fruit user with his current strength could very likely lead to his death. Running away? This action completely baffled Leftwith. Wasn't it supposed to be a death struggle to assassinate him? He endured the pain and quickly got up to chase after him, only to find that Arthas's movements were extremely strange, using quick steps to maneuver. With Leftwith's injured wings, he simply couldn't catch up. Arthas was not the type to fight to the death, clinging to countless passionate fantasies. He would only assess his chances of winning based on his own strength. If he couldn't win, he would retreat, avoiding a complete debacle. At least he made Leftwith suffer a setback. Leftwith chased all the way to the living room, arriving at the shattered glass, looking out at the dark town where Arthas had long since vanished. I'll remember you, kid. Eastern Town, 5:07 a.m. On the remote streets, away from the security office. Injured on his left arm, Arthas arrived outside a medical clinic by the sea, his face somewhat pale as he knocked on the door. Who is it so early? A middle-aged voice responded as soon as he knocked. I'm injured. Can you help me treat it? Arthas replied. Injured? Upon hearing this, the clinic owner hurriedly opened the door without changing his clothes. Looking at the blood dripping at his doorstep and seeing Arthas, who was clutching his left arm in pain. Coming quickly. After entering the room, Alsace sat by the window of the clinic, watching the sky over the horizon gradually brighten. The doctor, who was stitching up Alsace's wound, asked, How'd you get this wound? I accidentally got it while fighting with Leftwith. What? The doctor was shocked when he heard it was Leftwith who caused this, and he quickly stitched him up. How did this young man come back alive? Could it be that he got these injuries from fighting that devilish sheriff? However, he should be in more pain. The stitching was done without anesthesia, forcing Alsace to grit his teeth and endure. He didn't want anesthesia, fearing it would affect his reaction speed and leave aftereffects. What? You also injured him? These words undoubtedly stimulated the doctor's mind, causing his stitching needle to tremble slightly. The doctor's unusual behavior was already within Alsace's expectations. How could someone who abused power and committed violence against civilians be loved by them? His safety was temporarily secured. Seeing the doctor's handshake while stitching, Alsace's lips trembled from the pain. And no, doctor, can you please stop shaking? It hurts a lot. He had already left the battle, and the pain had returned to normal. I'm sorry, this is shocking to me. How badly was he hurt? The doctor asked after apologizing. My right shoulder was pierced, and my left wrist was slashed, leaving him temporarily unable to use his hands. If it weren't for that devil fruit, he would definitely have been able to defeat Leftwith now. In other words, the doctor was so shocked by Alsace's words that he couldn't extricate himself. He can't move his hands right now, right? That's right. This might be a good opportunity to expel him. By the way, what exactly did he do to you? Alsace, a bit curious, asked the doctor. He possesses a terrifying hypnotic ability, making civilians kill each other, and is equally brutal to anyone. Isn't that what the celestial dragons do? Alsace furrowed his brow and thought. He wasn't a match for him now, and his recovery ability couldn't possibly be faster than the devil fruit ability with animal traits. The intent to kill had already taken root in Alsace's heart. After talking with the doctor, he learned about Leftwith's current personality. At 24 years old, he was very quick to anger, and when enraged, he kills without reason. In the original work, even when facing the likes of Wano country and the world's greatest swordsman, he appeared much more mature and common now. After the wound was stitched up, Alsace gave the doctor 2,000 berries for medical fees. Resting here until noon, Alsace returned to a hotel in town. Welcome, do you need a room? The receptionist immediately greeted him. No, please take me to room 3-2, I have an acquaintance there. The coachman was waiting for Alsace's message here, which he would pass on to Becky once done. All right, please follow me, guest. Upon arriving at room 3-2 and seeing Becky's subordinate, he briefly explained that they couldn't take down Leftwith, who possessed the devil fruit. You can't defeat him either? Completely impossible right now. If we go again, we might get killed. I see. How about we return to the southern town then? He's quite severely injured. It seems like it was a fierce clash. His strength is truly formidable. After a minute of thought, Alsace rejected the coachman. I don't want to appear in front of Becky while injured. How about I return in a couple of days and we deal with the Navy together? Then I'll extend your stay for 2 more days. Here, take this transponder snail and contact you then. After handing the transponder snail to Alsace, the coachman drove away from the eastern town. Watching him grow further away through the window, Alsace stood alone in the room, clutching his wound. Mumbling, the guards have started to hunt me down. After resting in the eastern town for 2 days, Alsace's injuries had nearly healed, during which he trained while injured. Becoming even stronger, he successfully mastered the first level of polarization, a technique that could give him an unexpected advantage in battle. However, he thought of a new evolution technique. What kind of swordsmanship can severely injure enemies at lightning speed? Undoubtedly, it must be the drawing technique. During these 2 days, Becky learned that he couldn't defeat Leftwith either, postponing the occupation of the eastern town's gang territory. In 2 days, he led his forces to conquer the mafia in 2 towns in the northwest, occupying most of the island. 2 days later, at the entrance of the forest in the southern town of the Yaburu Kingdom, dressed in a new outfit, Alsace emerged from the forest path with a dogtail grass in his mouth. The simple and plain black cloak concealed his right arm, revealing the scar from his left arm that had healed after injury. With disheveled hair reaching his waist, he walked into the street with a relaxed demeanor. Both wrists and fingers were wrapped in bandages, standing at 177 centimeters with a perfect figure. Young man, you're back? The streets of the town were filled with Becky's informants. And as soon as he stepped onto the street, a man in a suit spotted Alsace. The man rushed in front of Alsace and looked him up and down. You've changed into an outfit that really suits you. He reeked of alcohol. How much did he drink? Deciding to embark on the path of the sword, a swordsman's unique attire is essential. Spending 30,000 berries, he still had 500 berries left in his backpack. Alsace, smelling of alcohol, glanced sideways at the man and continued walking down the street. Boss Becky is waiting for you. Hurry to the port to discuss plans against the Navy. The Navy has already come? This news surprised him. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. At the southern port, a large sailing ship was filled with mafia members, all busy loading cannons onto the ship. At this moment, Becky was already wearing a cape and a white striped suit, looking like a leader. Alsace, you're back. I thought you're dead, huh? What a handsome bastard. Becky felt jealous upon seeing Alsace. In response to Becky's teasing, Alsace calmly replied, I won't die, Becky. Even if you die, I won't die. The ships docked at the port were being equipped by the mafia with various combat weapons. The Navy is here, Alsace. Becky looked excited, seemingly eager for the Navy to recognize him. We must sink them all in the sea. So, you're planning a naval battle? That's right. Lend me your strength, Alsace. Are you crazy? Alsace thought, realizing that Becky had never been to sea and had no naval combat experience. A naval battle? Isn't that just asking to be beaten? All right. Since we're on the same ship, Alsace had no choice but to agree. After all, he was recognized by the civilians as being on the same ship. Moreover, he was already extremely disgusted by the Navy, who preached justice while doing inhumane things. On the sea outside the southern port of the Yaburu Kingdom, the warship led by Navy Major Polis had arrived nearby. Should we have a Navy assist in capturing this boy? That's right. The Yaburu Kingdom just sent a message that he killed many guards maintaining security in the mountains and forests. Major Polis received the report from the kingdom, requesting assistance in capturing Alsace within the kingdom. However, we must first suppress the gang that is disturbing civilian life. Understood, Colonel. The safety of civilians comes first. The warship slowly approached the kingdom, and the Navy on the lookout soon spotted a ship that looked no different from an ordinary large sailing ship, approaching them amidst a storm cloud. Major Polis, there's a ship approaching us. Is it a pirate flag? No, there were no markings. Just as the soldiers were observing, dark clouds completely enveloped the southern town. The waves began to surge, and a torrential downpour came suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Becky ordered to fire directly at the warship, and the shells tore through the air towards the warship. They fired. It's the enemy. Enemy attack. All troops prepare for battle immediately. The alarm echoed across the sea, and combat was imminent. The two sides were evenly matched, with a navy composed of brave and skilled soldiers proficient in naval warfare. On Becky's side, however, was a group of land-based mafia with no experience in naval battles. I want to know one thing, Alsace. You speak. Alsace drew the yasha and held it in his hand. On the deck of the large sailing ship, Becky looked at the cannonballs flying through the air towards Alsace behind him and asked, "Why do you have such animosity towards the Navy?" Alsace was somewhat at a loss for words. How should he respond to Becky? Should he tell him he despised the celestial dragons and hated the Navy for serving them without any sense of justice? No. After thinking for a few seconds, Alsace said to him, "My country was destroyed by them." Sure enough, the Navy had fired so many cannonballs. They were all specialists in aiming. They understood it too well. What? Country? Becky was shocked. No wonder Alsace acted so decisively. The fate of the Pilt Kingdom had left him deeply affected by the brutality that surpassed human limits. Seeing that Alsace was not prepared to respond, Becky assumed he had tacitly agreed. What a tragic experience. What have you been doing these past 2 days? In truth, Becky didn't really care much about the destruction of the country. The commotion in the kingdom was quite significant. He had learned that the guards searching for the criminals had successively gone missing, all related to Alsace. Alsace replied, practicing new sword techniques in the mountains and forests, and took the opportunity to kill a group of guys who were obstructing me. As expected, this guy had killed a large number of the country's guards and was wanted. But that was fine. Soon, there would be a bounty on him from the Navy. Becky thought to himself and smiled, calmly giving the order, "Charge towards the Navy warship. We are no match for them at long range, so let us board and fight them in close combat." Of course, he would never engage in close combat himself. He would only let his subordinates go to fight. He was only responsible for commanding from the rear. As the ship approached the warship, Becky's men threw grappling hooks to forcibly pull the two ships together. Taking down the Navy could earn them fame on the seas, a well-known fact. Moreover, Becky was someone who naturally enjoyed treading the path of evil. Well, Boris glanced at the mafia members with the yellowed photograph in hand. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on Alsace, who was holding a knife in his right hand and wearing a smile. This guy was already prepared for battle, with the target locked. The major put on his brass knuckles and commanded, "Soldiers, justice will punish evil. Take up your weapons and annihilate them." All the soldiers drew their sabers and charged at Becky's mafia. The naval major moved swiftly, knocking aside the gang members blocking his path. He directly approached Alsace and said, "It's you, kid, the one who recklessly kills to maintain the order of the kingdom's guards?" After saying that, the naval major swung a punch at Alsace, his powerful wrist muscles seemingly ready to explode. So what? Alsace swung his yasha fiercely at the major's fist with his right hand. The blade and the steel brass knuckles collided instantly, and a shockwave spread rapidly around them. He actually blocked it? The naval major's arm muscles were several times larger than Alsace's, and he found it hard to believe that such a slender wrist contained terrifying power. "Is that surprising to you?" Alsace said with a slight smirk. From the force of the collision, he sensed that the naval major hadn't used his full strength. "Major, I'm here to assist you." In the midst of the chaos, a naval soldier behind Alsace launched a surprise attack on him. Drink! A more explosive power surged from Arthas's arms, instantly knocking the naval major back. The major, who was knocked back, gritted his teeth and slid a few meters on the wooden planks to stabilize his body. "What is this?" In that instant, his power surged. His eyes locked onto Arthas, who quickly turned around, lowered his body, and executed a rapid, spinning motion with his blade. He glanced back at the soldiers behind him, widened his eyes, and shouted, "Don't come over!" But it was too late. Arthas spun 360 and swung his blade fiercely, causing the surrounding soldiers to immediately retreat. To avoid being ambushed, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Only the soldier who ambushed Arthas felt a chill at his waist. Lowering his head, he saw Arthas crouched with a knife. After a single move, Arthas gripped the knife handle tightly. Alert to his surroundings, the so-called justice of the Navy is built on slaughter. The soldier's body felt as if it had been rubbed with soap at the waist, dripping crimson and slowly separating to fall onto the deck. Arthas plunged the tip of the knife into the soldier's head, killing him, then pointed the knife at Major Boris. The blood beneath his feet stained his slippers, causing his arm to tremble slightly before he instantly restrained himself. After killing, his face still bore a smile. He had already adapted to the fear brought by killing. You don't know who controls those guards behind the scenes, or why they want to kill me. He didn't want to explain too much. At this point, there was no need to explain to the Navy. In this world, they're the police of the sea, always present whenever something happens in any country or town. Were the officers 17 years ago this powerful? According to the anime, they should have been easily defeated by a single blow. Arthas noticed the muscular, righteous, and bold major in front of him had considerable strength. The Navy major signaled the other soldiers on the deck to continue killing other pirates. Some excitedly returned to Arthas's side, intending to fight him alone. "So strong, I didn't expect to be repelled by a skinny guy like you after learning the 6 styles. Strength is not affected by the size of muscles." As he spoke, Arthas's body had already moved, approaching the Navy major and instantly slashing with both arms. Navy. The two engage in a fierce clash, fists creating gusts of wind, blades flashing, with the Navy and the Mafia clearing a space for them to avoid being affected. Their battle was evenly matched for a time. The fight between Arthas and Navy Major Boris made Becky in the distance feel a bit envious. Even though he had eaten a devil fruit, he didn't possess such fighting ability. "I can't let this guy stay," Becky thought to himself, subconsciously aiming his gun at Arthas, who was engaged in the fierce battle. That was too obvious. He felt it would be reasonable to use a cannon, causing collateral damage to Arthas. While engaged in battle with the Navy Major, Arthas spoke. "Is the Navy of this era really this strong? It feels like there isn't a single soft persimmon. We are all soldiers trained by former generals, specifically here to capture you, this newly emerged evil little ghost. Surrender obediently." Evil? Upon hearing that word, Arthas began to exert force. "What is evil? Do you represent justice?" Without question. Hearing the Navy Major define himself with those 2 words, Arthas unintentionally unleashed polarized power, knocking him back to the edge of the deck. He crashed through the railing on the ship's side, almost falling into the sea. So-called justice. Arthas didn't give the Major a chance to react, immediately closing in and swinging his knife. "What is it? What's wrong with this guy? Is this his sensitive topic?" The Major thought as he quickly rolled his body over the railing to evade Arthas's blade. The knife's force, along with the railing, was severed, embedding into the deck side. In an instant, Arthas's wrist moved slightly, twisting the knife's direction to aim at the Major again. The entire process took about a second. "Speak. What is justice? What is evil?" The Navy Major tightened his knuckles, unwilling to back down, and decided to clash head-on with Arthas's polarized full-force slash. He threw a full-powered punch towards the blade. The moment the knuckle duster made contact with the blade, he felt an intense bone pain shoot through his entire right arm, causing him to grimace. The iron ring seemed to carve into his finger joints under Arthas's strength, and the bones of his entire right arm ached violently. Seeing the Major's body lean, Arthas immediately released his right hand and tightly grabbed the collar of his Navy cloak. He smashed the Major into the deck, creating a human-shaped dent. Arthas pressed his attack relentlessly, slaughtering civilians, sealing information. "Is this the Navy's justice? I don't know what you're talking about, evil little ghost. I, Boris, have only done what I should do in my life," the Navy Major retorted. As a major, he had heard some rumors. "You are merely a dog under the world nobles. If the celestial dragons are justice, then I will become the most terrifying evil to let them know what fear is." Witnessing the fate of the Pilt Kingdom left him with no sympathy for the Navy. But as the battle prolonged, his body couldn't withstand the side effects of polarization. The tearing and biting sensation in his muscles made him realize he had to unleash polarization. Otherwise, his body would not be able to take it anymore. The moment the polarization was lifted, he was countered by Boris's strength, quickly releasing Boris's collar and stepping back a few paces. Glass stood up, tearing off his justice cloak. and spoke. There may be many corrupt officers in the Navy, abusing power and forcibly collecting. Are you going to go all out? Seeing this, Arthas sheathed his blade, gripping the hilt tightly, preparing to use a very fast knife technique, combined with polarized power to double its effect. He had been studying the drawing blade technique these past 2 days. This was undoubtedly every man's dream. I, Boris, am a soldier taught with the correct values by instructor Zephyr. No evil shall be overlooked. Boris's bold declaration boosted his courage. Having learned the 6 styles, he concentrated all his power into his fist. He gathered the unlearned and imperfect power of the 6 styles into his right fist. The point of the spear increased destructive power, the iron block increased muscle hardness, and the strength of the gust foot generated a weak airflow in front of his fist. Boom! In an instant, a punch as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain surged towards Arthas, while he muttered, "Evil cannot triumph over justice." The moment the Navy major struck, all the surrounding soldiers and gang members stopped, looking towards the two. They seemed to become the focus of this battle, with the outcome affecting the morale to come. I may not be evil, and you may not be justice. Arthas's leg muscles suddenly exerted power, propelling him forward, instantly disappearing from his original position, leaving a dented footprint on the deck from his explosive force. In terms of strength, Boris's move undoubtedly had the upper hand, but in terms of speed, it significantly dropped. Instantly close to Boris's chest, he quickly tilted his neck and body to the left, and the powerful punch's wind still tore through the flesh on Arthas's left cheek. But it allowed him to successfully evade the punch. This scene shocked Boris, his eyes wide as he looked down at Arthas's smiling face. Just as he wanted to bend his wrist to grab him and turn the tide, the blade instantly drew from Arthas's waist, slashing through his chest and heavily injuring him. Ugh! The Major let out a scream, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground, limbs twitching. Boom! A gust of wind swept by, and Arthas seemed to pierce through the body of the naval major like that wind. Shaking off the blood from his blade onto the deck, he said, "In this world, I am stronger than you, and I am more justified than you. Major, quickly protect the Major, you bastard gangsters." The Navy soldiers surged forward, brandishing their knives as they charged at Arthas, who had just finished his move. This sword-drawing technique almost tore the muscles in Arthas's legs. Even the slightest movement felt like 1,000 pounds pressing down on him. The onlookers were stunned as the strike did not elicit a reaction from the gang members. By the time they rushed in front of Arthas, a tiny cannonball shot out from Beiji's castle body, weaving through the crowd and continuously expanding back to its original form. Becky? Alsace turned to look at Becky, whose sinister smile made him widen his eyes in disbelief that he would silence him in such a situation. At that moment, Becky's face seemed to say, "Well done, kid. You've eliminated a big problem on my path to fame." Polarization. With no time to catch his breath, Alsace risked tearing his muscles by using polarization again, nearly causing his blood to burst from his muscles. It hurt so much. Enduring the pain, he pushed his arm's strength and speed to the brink of life and death, quickly grabbing a nearby naval soldier to shield himself. Boom! The massive explosion triggered by the bomb erupted instantly, sending both Alsace and the naval soldier in front of him flying off the edge of the warship. Suspended in the air, a piercing tinnitus filled his brain, and he could no longer hear anything. Shrapnel from the shell pierced Alsace's abdomen, causing him to feel almost completely drained of strength, yet he still tightly gripped his weapon as he fell into the sea, splashing down with the explosion. Who fired the cannon? Were they trying to kill their own? Damn it, Alsace, who had defeated the naval major, was injured and fell into the sea. It must have been the Navy's doing. How despicable. The fighting on the deck continued, with some of Alsace's admirers wanting to jump into the sea to save him. But they couldn't find the opportunity to do so in front of the Navy. Beneath the sea, Gulu in an instant of choking water. The severely injured Arthas covered his mouth and nose and summoned his golden finger. He desperately swam towards the inland. In the ocean, his vision became increasingly blurred as he swam, when suddenly a figure appeared beside him just in time. It grabbed his clothing with its mouth and clutched his arm with its hands, pulling him towards the inland with all its might. Who is it? He felt that the strange creature was trying to save him, making bizarre calls from its mouth. Until Arthas felt he could breathe again, he quickly and laboriously crawled towards the island, smelling the salty and fishy scent of the sea. In a very embarrassing state, he asked little AI, "Where am I on the island, little AI?" "East of the Yobru Kingdom, at the uninhabited beach, host. East, where Leftwith is located." In front of the beach was a dense coconut grove, and as Arthas crawled into the grass, he lost consciousness in an instant. The shockwave from the explosion injured his body, Shrapnel pierced through his abdomen, tearing his bandages and skin, causing blood to drip continuously into the grass. But soon, a furry creature pressed closely against him, staunchly blocking the wound. Weather forecast: a storm will sweep the island in 1 hour. Please take precautions, host. Raindrops soaked the mud layer, creating ripples. A sharp, cold pain awakened the unconscious Arthas. As soon as he moved his body, he felt as if it was being torn apart and cried out in agony. Ah, it hurts! His right hand, which had tightly gripped the hilt all day, finally relaxed at that moment as he sheathed the knife. Becky really can't communicate with this kind of person. I miscalculated. Looking at the familiar little otter in front of him clapping its hands, he instantly understood what was happening. After adjusting his body, he gently patted its head. You saved my life, little guy. The sea otter happily clapped its hands, making adorable sounds, which didn't seem strange to Arthas. The laughter of others in this world was already odd enough, so the sea otter's sounds were nothing unusual. Little guy, I need to go find some medicine to tend to my wounds. With that, Arthas placed his hand on his abdomen, using his index finger and thumb to dig forcefully. Come out. The shard of metal embedded in his body was forcibly extracted, and blood immediately flowed down to the ground along with the rainwater. The bandage strapped to his chest hadn't been lost, and Arthas immediately used the remaining bandages inside to stop his bleeding. He then picked up his knife, stood up, and walked towards the island. He didn't know who had won the conflict. After being ambushed by his own men, the Navy quickly repelled Becky and her group, successfully landing and garrisoning in the southern town's port. The Navy major also survived, having been severely injured by Arthas but rescued afterward. One wrong step could lead to an abyss. However, Arthas did not lose heart and laughed loudly in the storm. Battling through the storm as he entered the island, Arthas was in a very sorry state and soon discovered a seaside village. The sea otter had been following him all along and led him to a pharmacy. In the pouring rain of the deep night, Arthas stood directly outside the pharmacy's window, locking eyes with the doctor who was observing the weather outside. Are you crazy? Do you see how strong the wind is and how heavy it's raining out there, boy? Wait, this guy is injured. Seeking medical help. Upon noticing, the village doctor immediately opened the door and let Arthas in. Thank you, I need treatment, doctor. Seeing the doctor willingly accept him, he took out some Bailey from his chest bag and offered it to the doctor, all his money just to get treated. The doctor curiously asked, what's your name? Al thought about being wanted by the National Security Agency, and Alsace suddenly stopped. The doctor, seeing so many injuries, called Alsace to sit in front of the fireplace. So, Al, how'd you get hurt? You're covered in bruises. I got injured, doctor. Don't ask about the wounds, just treat me quickly. The injury to his abdomen made Alsace feel a bit fearful. The instinctual fear for safety, combined with the modern fear of severe injuries, made him think that without timely treatment, he would definitely die. But this world of one piece was completely different from the world he came from, and everyone's vitality was different. All right, let's first unwrap the bandages and stitch you up. The doctor took out his set of tools and gestured for Alsace to lie down in front of the fire. This process will take a long time and will be very painful. The doctor took out a dose of morphine and comforted him. Just take this dose of morphine and sleep, young man. You can trust me. Morphine is a powerful painkiller that would help Alsace reduce the pain during the treatment process. All right, inject it, doctor. After saying that, Alsace closed his eyes to rest. He hadn't wanted to inject these anesthetics to avoid affecting his body, but now it seemed there was no choice. Perhaps this was something he had to go through in his tumultuous life. The sea otter kept watch by his side, helping the doctor pass tools while frantically learning human medicine. What a good pet, young man, self-understanding, the doctor praised. Thinking that this creature could save his life made Alsace's lips naturally curve up in happiness. It seemed that the loyalty of animals surpassed that of humans. This experience made him hold a grudge against Becky. He must kill him while he was still weak. Even if a future supernova was missing one person, it was worth it. Revenge must be taken, and kindness must be repaid. This was Alsace's absolute bottom line. Indeed, only after going through such experiences would one understand. His previous childish thoughts of wanting to witness Becky ruling the West Sea Mafia as a godfather were completely shattered at that moment. The understanding that evil people only associate with each other for interests was etched in his heart. While stitching up Alsace's wounds, the doctor witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. Under the microscope, cells that were invisible to the naked eye were rapidly proliferating. Although slow, it shocked him after so many years of practicing medicine. Was this accelerated self-repair of cells? As long as his abdominal wound was cleaned and bandaged, it would definitely heal within 2 days, leaving a scar. Alsace's physique was not considered special. This was also a result of the growth talent granted by the golden finger. It was weak, but after tempering, it could definitely become powerful enough to make others tremble. The next morning, the doctor woke up from a chair in front of the fireplace and looked around, only to find that Alsace had already disappeared from the room. He had also covered Alsace with a blanket to prevent him from catching a cold. Where is he? Just as the doctor was searching for Alsace, the gentle breeze outside intensified, accompanied by the dance of blades. The doctor vaguely walked to the curtain and saw Alsace outside practicing with a sword. Young Alsace, your injury has just been stitched up, and you want to push yourself already? Is this boy a swordsman? But that physique should be fine, right? It's nothing. I feel uneasy if I don't train for a day. If I don't get stronger in a day, I'll just fall behind others. Right now, he can only be considered a high-level third-rate swordsman. Alsace can rely on polarization to significantly enhance his strength and forcefully compete with those who are not much stronger than him. Xiao AI, what level am I at as a swordsman now? Host, you are currently at the level of a third-rate swordsman, stage 3, and are about to enter the second-rate swordsman standard. Logically speaking, anyone who fights with a sword in this world should be called a swordsman, but that is not the case. A swordsman undergoes hard training to strengthen their own power while gradually honing their mind. Then, Alsace stopped his sword movements and continued to ask the golden finger, what about my weapon, Xiao AI? Xiao Yang sword, stage 1. You can upgrade it to stage 3, but it requires very strong forging skills. The host can learn forging skills on their own to enhance the weapon's level. Hearing this, Alsace immediately had a realization and muttered to himself, that's right, I was thinking of relying on others to help me before. It seems it's time to improve my own abilities. The doctor, listening from the bedside, was a bit curious. What are you talking to yourself about, Alsace? Oh, nothing. Do I have enough belly for the treatment? Enough. I'll refund you 45,000 belly. I only charge 15,000. That was acceptable after all. He had sustained serious injuries. He continued to ask the doctor at the clinic, can I learn medicine from you, doctor? Oh, are you interested in this field? That's right. I'm a wandering drifter. Having more skills will help me make a living. Alsace decided that after taking revenge on Becky, he would leave this island and embark on a new journey. Write down that guy's characteristics and send them to headquarters. Black hair, a scar on his left shoulder, a pure white sheath, and a pitch-black handle. The Navy Major, Polis, who was wrapped in bandages, was stationed at the eastern town's port to liberate the town's residents. In front of the regular army, Becky's mafia could only retreat to the west. No need to remember, Major. Have you forgotten we already have his photo? Major. Of course I know. What I meant was characteristics. Characteristics, you fool. Yes. Allowing that guy to grow would lead to a very terrifying enemy in the future. What identity does he have? Contact the Yaburu Kingdom and issue a kingdom-wide wanted notice to the 4 towns in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, as well as the surrounding villages. We need to eliminate them here. But Major, that guy is really strong. I understand. Boris clutched his chest where he was injured. That's why we need to put an end to his evil deeds here. Understood, Major. Also, call the security chief in the eastern town to ask why they are wanted. Every event has its cause and effect. He recalled what Alsace said earlier and planned to investigate. Under Boris's orders, the Navy soldiers searched the entire island and gathered intelligence in the 4 towns of the Yaburu Kingdom. At this moment, Becky, who lived in the Western Mafia base, was worried about Alsace's death. Everyone on the ship he sent to fight the Navy had died. Only the loyal agents within him survived. Near a deserted beach village, Alsace had followed the doctor and learned medicine for 2.5 days, raising his medical skill to level 1. Each life skill can reach a maximum of level 10. In the clinic, upon learning about the island-wide wanted notice, Alsace came to say goodbye to the doctor. Holding his wanted poster and with a sea otter resting on his shoulder, Alsace approached the clinic counter and placed the kingdom's wanted notice in front of him. Old May, I'm sorry for deceiving you earlier. I am actually wanted by the Yaburu Kingdom. It's all because I assassinated Lafitte and killed the guards he sent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wanted. So, ultimately, it's still my fault for being weak. I probably wouldn't stand a chance against Lafitte now. While I grow, he will also grow. And he is a devil fruit user. The doctor furrowed his brows, picked up the wanted notice from the counter, compared it with Alsace, and exclaimed in shock, Ow, this must be a mistake. How could you possibly be a wanted criminal? I'll leave 30,000 belly for myself. Consider the rest as tuition for learning medicine from you. After placing the money down, he left the clinic with his satchel and knife. With a creak, the door closed behind him, leaving the doctor alone in the room, stunned. This was just a random encounter in Alsace's adventure. There was no need to linger too much. Wanted, huh? Leaving the clinic, Alsace stood at the door, looking up at the sky with a smile, his body radiating the heat of the training results he absorbed today. Since it's bound to happen sooner or later, he might as well start getting used to a life on the run now. Dr. Old may rushed to the door and opened it just in time to call out, "Al." But when he opened the door, he found that Alsace had already disappeared. "You don't seem like an extreme, evil person." Late at night, the rain poured down relentlessly. The continuous storms were washing through every street and alley on this island. In a western town, near the Mafia's base on the Old Street, Alsace held a black umbrella in his left hand and a knife in his right, surrounded tightly by Mafia members loyal to Becky. He looked at the crowd and saw no familiar faces, then spoke, "Call Becky to meet me. What is the deal with ambushing me from behind?" 23 people. While a bit of pressure should be much easier without firearms, right? He stood motionless in the street, observing the number of Mafia members. In a luxurious mansion in the distance, Becky was watching every move on the street through binoculars. He never expected Alsace to survive the explosion. That was clearly the Navy's doing. Alsace. Hearing the Mafia's words, Alsace found it somewhat amusing. He recalled the ever-enlarging shells from that time, along with everyone present. Only Becky, with his fortress fruit ability, could do that, firing shells from his body that continuously enlarged and exploded in front of him. His eyes quickly scanned the crowd, locking onto a guy holding a snail phone, waiting for Becky's orders, and calmly shouted, "Becky, you've taught me that I can't easily trust anyone." Exudes. "That was just an accident. Not my doing," Becky replied directly from the snail phone without avoiding Alsace's words. "So, the new wound on my abdomen is a misunderstanding? This scar on my face counts as taking it for you." "That's right. It was the Navy's cannon. You came for revenge, but got the wrong person." "Ha ha. You really are something." Alsace laughed upon hearing this. The two continued their conversation from distance, realizing that Becky didn't want to take responsibility. He quickly moved through the rain-soaked street towards his subordinates. "So fast, swarm him. Boss Becky, he's attacking us." The crowd was stunned by Alsace's speed, momentarily thrown into chaos. "Forget it. Just take him down," Becky commanded directly when he saw Alsace make a move. Which Mafia boss would allow a beast that could see through his thoughts to be by his side? Especially someone like Becky, who wanted to quickly dominate the West Sea and become a Mafia godfather. Quickly, moving several times faster than an ordinary person, Alsace approached them, this time aiming his knife not at their bodies, but at their necks. In an instant, he closed in on one person, dodged his weapon, and placed the knife against his neck, cutting deeply. The person on the spot clutched their blood-spattered neck and collapsed in the heavy rain. "I was still thinking about ruling all the islands of the West Sea underworld with you, Becky." Arthas moved swiftly and silently, easily dodging their attacks in the crowd. He wielded his knife with ease, even chatting with Becky. "Damn it, Die." The second knife wielder launched a surprise attack from behind Arthas, but he quickly moved his feet, calmly turning around to slash diagonally. The tip of the knife sliced through his neck like a shiny silver line, causing him to fall to the ground, clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Those rushing towards Arthas fell one after another, their chests slashed and necks broken, lying on the ground waiting for life to fade away. This was also his first time fighting alone against so many people, yet he managed to kill them effortlessly. "Don't look, kids." Nearby, parents covered their children's eyes in the houses, preventing them from witnessing Arthas smoothly slaying 23 gang members on the street. Blood splattered all over Arthas's dark gray robe. After taking them down, he calmed down, standing in the pool of blood among the corpses, picking up the phone bug to contact Becky. "Sigh, I have to spend money to wash the bloodstains again, Becky." After killing 23 people, he was slightly out of breath as he walked towards the mansion's main gate. Observing Arthas's strength, Becky broke into a cold sweat and made a suggestion. "Little brother, there's no need to escalate things to this level. Why don't you come back and I'll make you the second in command?" "Do you think that's possible? How come you don't understand such a simple principle? Unless you can take the force of Cannonball up close, haha." The phone bug was hung up by Becky, and he quickly ran out the back door of the mansion, transforming his feet into treads as he fled towards the forest. In the mountains leading from the western town to the central capital of the kingdom, the sound of rain poured down. Arthas weaved through the trees, pursuing Becky, who almost caused his death. "Becky, I specialize in swordsmanship and physical training. Even if you move like a tank, you can't escape my grasp." With his legs transformed into treads, Becky moved through the vegetation, his face drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't see where Arthas was, only able to pull the trigger repeatedly towards the source of the sound in the trees. "Damn it, Why isn't he dead? Did that marine shield him from the explosion shockwave? It's impossible. Even if someone is in front, they wouldn't be unharmed from such a close explosion. Continuously shaking his head and scanning his surroundings, Becky suddenly spoke. Arthas, I didn't expect things to escalate to this point. Neither did I, Becky. Arthas replied from a branch, instantly jumping to another branch to crouch. Bang. As expected, Becky heard the sound and immediately opened fire. I wanted to see you unify the West Sea, Bang. I didn't expect you to be plotting to kill me in the dark. I have no thoughts of betraying you. Bang. After firing several shots in succession, Becky felt a chill run down his back. Being with someone of your mysterious background felt like my thoughts were being seen through. Well, that's normal. After all, I know everything about you. What? At the moment he was reloading his handgun, he saw Alsace jump out from the dense foliage and slash Becky's tank-like body, causing it to topple to the ground. This guy's body is so tough, no wonder he's a user of the stronghold fruit. The blade sank into Becky's skin. A normal swing of the knife couldn't possibly cut through his body. Haha. After discovering that Arthas's strike couldn't penetrate his skin, Becky stood up and laughed. The sturdy fruit represents my body, a castle as solid as steel. You can only cause a few scratches at most. Arthas. In the forest, after intercepting Becky, Arthas stood 2 meters away, locking eyes with him. You might not be wrong, Becky. Arthas's eyes never left any part of Becky's body, always alert for a sneak attack from the shrinking person inside him. This was the only threat Becky posed to him. But I will never let you go. So what if you're a future supernova? What if I take you down? It won't have much impact on the timeline. Becky loaded 7 bullets and asked, Is this a new duel? This guy really resembles a suave young master, and he's also a diligent swordsman. Which young master is out here experiencing life? He must be untouchable in close combat. No, Becky, Arthas calmly replied, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword. This is our life and death duel. Having already killed more than 20 people, Arthas exuded a faint aura of killing intent that made Becky feel uneasy. Becky aimed his gun at Arthas's head and laughed. Do you think you could be faster than a bullet? The rain soaked Arthas's black attire, and his eyes, peering through his bangs, fixed intently on Becky. For days ago, he had dodged Lafitte's bullets, and now, having improved further, he was certainly confident. You could have made a name for yourself in the West Sea, Becky. It's such a pity. I will remember you too, Arthas, Becky said, and then he pulled the trigger. Boom! At a distance of just 2 meters, the bullet was shot out and instantly dodged by Arthas's teleportation. Shocked, Becky found it hard to believe what he was seeing. One living person had vanished right before his eyes, only to appear in another position. The bullet struck a tree trunk, creating a dented hole. Impossible. Did he just move like an afterimage? How'd he do that? Becky was astonished. Once loyalty is betrayed, it will seek revenge with all its might. Becky, Arthas said, leveling his sword in front of him. The moment the bullet was fired, he had used his polarized evasion technique. Your background must be extraordinary, Arthas. Extraordinary? I've been an orphan in both this life and the last. What kind of background is that? With such a face and innate aura, how could he possibly be a survivor from the Piltover kingdom? Arthas sneered, touched the scar on his left cheek, and said, If you don't shoot, I'm coming in. Just as he finished speaking, he made Becky, whose nerves were already taut, pull the trigger consecutively. The power of polarization erupted instantly, causing Arthas's speed to soar. His body moved like a shadow in the rain, dodging bullets while drawing his blade, quickly closing in on Becky. The muscle strength in his right wrist, enhanced by polarization, reached the limit of what his body could currently withstand. Blood vessels bulged beneath the skin as he suddenly drew his sword and swung it towards Becky's chest. Blade draw technique. In that instant, all the small figures rushed out from the front of his body. During the enlargement process, one was cut down, preserving Becky's life. Arthas appeared behind him, quickly turned around, and sheathed his sword again. Double hit. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Arthas pierced through Becky's body once again. Becky felt an intense pain in his body, unable to believe it. He knelt and crawled on the ground. Looking at Arthas's back, in pain he said, Damn it, you really went all out, Arthas. You should have a bright future, Becky, and a child ahead. What a pity. Are you a fortune teller? As Arthas gradually approached, Becky's face darkened with despair, until his chin was lifted by the tip of Arthas's knife, staring into the storm. After you die, you won't be rewarded by the Navy anymore. Saying this, Arthas placed the knife tip on the hard back of his head, one hand gripping the hilt, the other pressing down on the blade's end. Feeling the fear of death, Becky suddenly roared in anger. Answer me, Arthas. Speak your last words. Who exactly are you? What kind of ability do you have that seems to see through people's thoughts? Are you also someone who has eaten a devil fruit, able to discern people's thoughts? In response to Becky's questions, Arthas merely gazed calmly at his desperate, disheveled face. No. After answering, Alsace used polarized propulsion to drive the tip of the knife through Becky's head. How could he possibly reveal the identity of a traveler to others? Sigh. It seems that in these 17 years, I will change the original timeline. Detected that the host has killed a historical figure, Godfather Capone Becky. Reward blade drawing technique. Flash, hunting reward function officially activated. Blade drawing technique. Flash? Isn't what I used already a blade drawing technique? Alsace was somewhat confused as he pulled the blade out of Becky's brain. Host, what you did can only be considered a quick draw and slash. Blade drawing technique. Flash allows the host to pierce the enemy in an instant, causing extremely terrifying damage along the way. Doubting whether it's true? Piercing the enemy? Wouldn't that be a model penetration? Just as Alsace was in doubt, the memory of the technique blade drawing technique. Flash began to surge into his brain, making his originally calm face widen in disbelief. To test the newly acquired technique, in the heavy rain, Alsace casually found a tree to stand under. He steadied the knife holder with his left thumb, while his right hand hovered about a decimeter away from the knife handle. Taking a deep breath, Arthas concentrated all his strength. Bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, and the surrounding rain was violently thrust into the air, leaving Arthas in utter shock. Why did all my strength converge on my limbs in an instant without me moving? Is this the effect of the technique? Arthas thought to himself, amazed that something he felt was impossible was actually happening to him. A massive amount of power was wildly gathering in his limbs, and Arthas felt this overwhelming strength and became serious. The power that his body couldn't mobilize was all gathered in an instant as he executed this move. Blade draw technique flash. Bang! The raindrops and air in front of him were instantly shattered, and Arthas's entire body vanished from spot, leaving behind a shockwave cloud in front of a large tree. The blade slowly returned to its sheath, and as the blade and sheath came together, a flash of light cut through the tree trunk, causing it to split and fall behind Arthas. It worked, Shao AI. What the hell kind of technique did you give me? I just shattered the air? At this moment, Arthas's excitement could no longer be contained. With this move, he no longer feared those significantly stronger than him. Even Lafitte would be instantly killed by this move. He washed the blood off the blade with rainwater, then sheathed it and reopened his umbrella as he walked into the mansion of the western town of Baiki. To go to sea, he needed Bailey to buy a ship. And in this world, ships were the most expensive things. Even 17 years ago, a large ship would cost tens of millions. In the heavy rain, the Navy, having tracked down Arthas's whereabouts, searched the western town until they reached the ancient street outside Baiki's mansion. This place was filled with the bodies of mafia members who had been cut down. Boars crouched down to examine the corpses of the deceased gang members. It was that boy who did this, right? Isn't he part of Capone Baiki's gang? Report. Capone Baiki's body has been found in the forest, with a stab wound on the back of his head. What? Capone Baiki is dead? That's right, Major. This news indeed surprised the Navy Major, and it was clear who was responsible. Previously, this boy had worked with him to resist us. It seems Baiki wanted to eliminate him, and, after being revived, he took him down. After all, we didn't manage to find him in the sea back then. Report, Major Boris. Soldiers searching for Arthas came to salute the Major. His whereabouts have been discovered in the Mafia's stronghold mansion. Act immediately and have the soldiers surround the mansion. About 100 soldiers, armed with guns, surrounded the mansion where Arthas was located, leaving no escape route. Inside the mansion, he was searching for Bailey. The otter ran behind Arthas and slapped his leg, calling out loudly. What's wrong, little guy? Arthas turned around to look at it and asked. It ran to the staircase, waving its hand to signal Arthas to follow it. Arriving at the staircase, Arthas noticed through the window that a large number of Navy personnel had surrounded the mansion outside despite the heavy rain. They still came on such a rainy day. Following the otter to the 4th floor of the mansion, they stopped in front of a bookshelf. It pointed at the bookshelf and kept shouting. Behind? The sea otter nodded in response. Arthas pushed aside the bookshelf, revealing a hidden door. It was wooden. Move aside a bit, little guy. The sea otter retreated behind Arthas, clutching his feet. Then, Arthas drew his blade and struck the door with force. With one swing, he cleaved the door in half, shattering it to the floor. This was a stack of cash right in front of him, filling the entire wall. He had the money to buy a boat, but he couldn't fit too much. He casually took 5 million berries and stuffed them into his chest bag, making it bulge. That should be enough for a small boat. After all, 5 million berries is an exorbitant price compared to other things. Right now, Alsace needed a small boat to leave this island. The sound of footsteps in the stairwell alerted him, and he quickly left the room and came to the stair corridor. He spotted his target and shouted, "Shoot!" But in the confined space of the room, was it really wise to use ranged weapons? The Navy. Several men simultaneously fired at Alsace in the fourth-floor corridor, but he managed to dodge behind cover. Fighting head-on wasn't a solution, so he decided to negotiate with the Navy. "Hey, I have a proposal. We'll talk about it after you're caught and in prison." The soldier decisively refused, not accepting Alsace's negotiation. This made his face darken. "Why won't you listen?" Outside the house, Boris was observing every move in the mansion. Before long, the 6 men who entered to search were thrown out of the window by Alsace, landing on the rain-soaked ground. Wincing in pain, it was narrow inside, and even if they swarmed in, he could take them down. The Navy outside heard Alsace's voice. "I have a proposal. Are you listening?" Boris heard this. "Major, he wants to negotiate. Throw a phone bug in and see what he has to say." A phone bug was thrown into the house, and upon seeing this, Alsace instructed the little otter to fetch it for him. Picking up the phone bug, Alsace spoke. "I have a proposal, Navy." Let's hear it." Boris personally responded upon hearing the voice. "In the eastern town, there's a sheriff who kills his subordinates all day long. Perhaps you should investigate him." This news indeed shocked Boris, as the soldiers he had sent to inquire about the matter hadn't returned. The major speculated. "I suppose he's the one who issued the bounty on you?" Don't say useless things. There are hundreds of millions of berries in this mansion, likely left behind by the gangs." "What?" Boris was taken aback by the news. What does hundreds of millions of berries mean in this era? It's enough to support a family for a lifetime without worrying about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. It's the funding needed to establish a small naval branch or to build several fully equipped naval vessels. Are you tempted? The Justice Navy? Exudes. What are your conditions? Boris continued to ask, genuinely moved by the huge sum. If he could obtain it, the civilians in his island branch would enjoy a much wealthier life. Whether it's expanding the military, increasing weaponry, or improving island security, everything could be significantly enhanced. The naval lieutenant was intrigued, and Alsace continued. "The conditions are simple. You coming alone?" "No problem." The naval major agreed directly. Then, with determination, he walked into the mansion. He met with Alsace on the 4th floor, and the two exchanged smiles. It seems that even the justice-filled Navy can't resist the temptation of money. Alsace shook his weapon on his shoulder, grinning as he continued to tease him. "Where's the money, kid? Go check the room. It's not too late to discuss after you've seen it." The major walked past Alsace and entered the room. With so many bandages wrapped up, it seems my knife is still quite fast." Boris, who entered the room, was immediately stunned. The entire wall was piled high with belly banknotes. "Let me go, and all of this is yours. I just need a small boat to go to sea." Buying a life with money? The moment this phrase was uttered, Arthas appeared before him, exuding a chilling aura. "Think carefully, I'm not currently wanted by the Navy. Letting me go won't bring you any harm." Arthas's gaze signaled to the Navy major, pointing at Bailey embedded in the wall beside them. Such a large sum of money could definitely drive a person to madness. "This is the only way to avoid a brutal battle. Trust me, you won't regret it. If I call for artillery to level this house, how will you escape? How will you leave this house?" Arthas's words awakened the major, who awkwardly smirked and said, "All right, I agree." Considering his own safety, the Navy major had no choice but to compromise. After all, who would go against money? Smart. "Now have your soldiers clear path." Boris immediately contacted his soldiers via his snail phone, canceling the siege and gathering them in the spacious area outside the residence. Walking to the window, he observed the situation outside. The Navy indeed canceled the siege. Arthas stood at the window, glancing back at the major inside. In this moment, do you truly feel righteous? You're just living for your own interests. He wasn't afraid to fight the Navy major. He had just exhausted his last bit of strength during the previous exchange, and fighting now would only lead to capture. "Boris." The Navy major remained silent, turning to see that Arthas had already vanished. Thunder rumbled in the storm at that moment, illuminating the dark residence. He was played, The so-called justice of the Navy has long been trampled by the celestial dragons, devoid of dignity and glory. It's merely a tool for sacrificing for the celestial dragons, maintaining the balance of world order. Teacher Zephyr, you were right. Once a person becomes greedy, they forget their roots. Xiao AI, how many days of sailing is it to the nearest country from this island? The Troya Federation has gathered many human traffickers and mercenary groups. It takes about 7 days by ship to reach. Another lawless area? In the forest. Arthas smirked as he approached a village near the northern town. It seems this world is particularly chaotic nowadays. As expected, there must have been a major military operation to suppress pirates completely before the official history began. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many low-level pirates running rampant on the seas of the official history. Summoning the virtual phone in his hand, Arthas looked at his information. Host, Arthas. Cultivation path, swordsmanship, second-rate swordsman, stage 1. Weapon, Yiksha, minor good knife, stage 1. Life skills, thief level 4, rogue level 3, medical skills level 1, culinary skills level 5. Sword techniques, draw slash, flash buff technique, polarization. It seems I still need to learn forging and shipbuilding. Everything that could be helpful for the future must be learned. From my initial learning of medical skills, I found that my learning ability is exceptionally fast. It seems the god of crossing hasn't abandoned me. Arthas felt a sharp pain as a sea otter's claws dug into his shoulder. Don't grip my shoulder so hard. The little sea otter, due to Arthas's high speed, nearly clawed into his shoulder flesh. Don't call out. I don't understand what you're saying. Are you sure you want to follow me? He looked at the little otter on his shoulder that had saved his life and didn't want to let it go. The otter smiled happily and nodded, indicating that it was very willing to follow Arthas. Hee, all right, but the days ahead will be very dangerous for you. Upon hearing this, the otter showed a determined and serious expression, indicating that it was not afraid. Then I'll call you little ball, round and cute. Hearing Arthas naming himself, the otter was very happy and directly hugged his neck. They wove through the storm, running for about 3 hours before reaching a village near the northern town. After observing the bushes for a moment, Arthas, seeing no trace of a navy, immediately ran into the village. He was already ravenous, soaked to the skin, and the bloodstains had been washed away by the storm. Arriving at an inn in the village, his drenched long hair covered his wanted face. Wow, looking for accommodation? The receptionist was startled at the sight of Arthas for a moment. He was completely soaked like a drenched chicken, and the floor was wet. Give me the best room. How much? The best room? That'll be 500 burley, sir. I'll give you 1,000 burley. Bring me a lot of food to the room. After placing the burley on the front desk, the receptionist's lazy expression instantly changed, adopting a new demeanor. All right. Room 4 on the second floor. Definitely the best setup in the village. Food will be here right away. I'll go notify the kitchen. After taking the key, Arthas continued to ask one more thing. Is there a master shipbuilder in this village? Yes, right next to the dock bar. Let's take a break today and go to him tomorrow to order the ship. After arriving in a reserved room, he went straight into the bathroom to take a shower. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Sir, the sumptuous food is ready. Little ball, go bring in. The sea otter, leaping to open the door, found itself pinned down by a platter much larger than its body. Seeing this, Alsace's face darkened. So weak, just wait until I train you to death. Little ball. After personally bringing the food into the room, Alsace began to eat with his newly acquired pet. It was all seafood. Young master, enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just ring the bell. The waiter closed the door and left the room. In a few days, I'll be wanted by the Navy. If you want to follow me, you need to be somewhat useful. The sea otter kept stuffing food into its mouth, listening attentively to Alsace's words. Building the ship might take several days, so this would be a good time to train it as well. After the meal, Alsace lay on the comfortable big bed, listening to the sound of raindrops outside, and quickly fell asleep. Morning. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the island that had been washed by the storm all night. Get up. In an instant, Alsace shouted loudly at the little otter's ear, scaring it so much that it rolled and crawled timidly under the bed. Listen, little ball. After reacting, the little ball stood on the bed, seriously facing Alsace. You have to follow my instructions. I must make you stronger. Let's go. Special training by the sea. Around 8 o'clock, after training for half an hour and spending 500 berries on breakfast, Alsace brought the exhausted little ball to the shipyard by the dock. What? You want to build a small boat for 5 million? In a shipyard, Alsace negotiated with the boss while holding the little ball, who was foaming at the mouth. Well, it needs to have a bedroom, living room, sturdy mast and sail, kitchen, warehouse, and other living facilities. These don't even cost 5 million, kid. Even better if it doesn't tea. We can save some for later. Fully equipped with that kind of sturdy wood that can withstand bullets. If it's fully equipped, it won't be much different, kid. Listening to Alsace's demands, the shipwrights looked at each other in astonishment and agreed. In the following days, after completing his training, Alsace followed the shipwrights to learn shipbuilding techniques, with no navy or guards coming to chase them. The reason was all in the eastern town. Hundreds of Navy personnel gathered outside the security office, responding to the summons of a Navy major, cooperating with the kingdom's lord to hunt down Leftwith. During these days, Many Navy personnel were hypnotized and killed by Leftwith, turning the entire security office into his playground. Many civilians and all the guards became pawns in his game, like walking corpses resisting the Navy and soldiers sent by the state with weapons. Their cruel actions far exceeded those of the mafia that troubled the town. Days later, on the northern seaside of the island, Alsace stood on a boat measuring 1,000 centimeters in length and 750 centimeters in height. It had 2 decks, with a warehouse on the middle deck. The kitchen and living room were in a cabin. The luxurious bedroom had a large soft bed for Alsace to rest, and the entire interior of the boat was beautifully decorated. It cost a total of $5 million to build, and the remaining $500,000 was used by Alsace to purchase many essential supplies. Kid, don't you need a navigator to set sail like this? Huh? Arthas sneered contemptuously. A navigator? With a golden finger, he didn't need any navigator or even navigation skills. No need, I'm the strongest navigator in the world. The shipbuilders sighed and left the seaside. Not believing a word Arthas said. Sigh, these people are so narrow-minded. Arthas shook his head and approached the helm, summoning the golden finger and placing on top. Let us set sail, Trojan non-allied nation. There's nothing left to miss here. The food is enough for Arthas to last 2 months on his own, mostly long-lasting provisions. Fresh water is only enough for a month, which is completely sufficient for him to splurge. After setting sail, he trained with the small ball from morning until noon. The small ball lay motionless on the deck with a look of indifference. Its body was no match for Arthas at all. Like this, on the deck of the small boat, Alsace, holding some dried beef to replenish energy, said to the small ball beside him, "We are training for swimming in the sea. Little ball, to avoid being accused of bullying you." Really? Hearing this, it immediately turned over and got up from the deck, looking at Arthas and nodding frantically. Swimming was its strong suit. Rather than basking in the sun with Arthas, it preferred to swim freely in the water. Hey. Seeing the little ball agree, Arthas revealed a sinister smile. Well then, regular swimming is too boring. Let's tie the ropes of the ship to our bodies and swim with weights. The little ball. At that moment, it seemed to regret following Arthas out to sea, instinctively taking a few steps back to lean against the ship's railing. The look of bewilderment on its face made it fear Arthas. With such a large ship, it was just the 2 of them pulling it through the water? Just thinking about it seemed impossible. Don't be afraid, little guy. If you can beat me, I'll catch you a female sea otter for some fun. Upon hearing about the female sea otter, the little ball immediately perked up, breathing rapidly, recalling the scenes of being bitten by other creatures and fleeing in the sea. No longer afraid of such training. Clenching its little paws, it thought, at worst, I might die. This human in front of it treated it well, and perhaps following him would lead to a different life. From morning until now, Arthas had done a total of 6,000 push-ups, 5,000 squats, and swung the sword 100,000 times without breaking the blade. After training, Arthas began to inspect the blade, relieved to find no excessive cracks or extensions. It was all to prevent it from breaking again. It seemed that the quality of the little good sword was indeed much stronger than the quick sword. He squinted, looking at the 3 lines on the blade, thinking that it must be the strong toughness provided by those 3 lines. Sheathing the sword, he gazed out at the vast blue sea ahead. 7 days? 7 days to see civilization. What awaits me ahead? Sitting on the ship's railing, Arthas enjoyed the warm sea breeze, watching the small boat sail on its own. Soon, the evening glow appeared, just as the comfortable Arthas was squinting his eyes to rest. The little ball noticed many large ships gathering on the sea ahead. It hurried over to wake him up, blinking awake. The dazzling glow of the sunset flooded Arthas's vision. What's going on? Has the sun already set? The sea otter pointed at the gathering ships ahead, continuously calling out to Arthas. Arthas turned to look and immediately recognized that the ships were a group of passenger boats. There were no pirate flags. It seemed to be an event hosted by wealthy people for a sea banquet. Many floating platforms were gathered together, forming a massive banquet venue on the sea, with bridges connecting the passenger boats for easy passage. Let's go have some fun. The golden finger followed Arthas's will, interrupting the course to Troy and heading towards the sea banquet. The small boat quickly docked beneath the large ships, and Arthas threw down the anchor and jumped onto the floating platform. The little ball lay on his left shoulder, carefully observing the crowd. A banquet guard approached them and said, "Hey, outsiders need to pay to join the banquet." "How much?" After sizing up Alsace's attire, which seemed somewhat peculiar in the eyes of the guard and didn't look like that of a wealthy person who could casually set a price. 500 belly for you. 200 belly for the pet. Alsace took out 700 belly and handed it to him. then walked towards the banquet on the ship. At the banquet, the noble gentlemen danced together, supporting each other's waists and shoulders, creating a scene that was quite lavish and spectacular. He then joined this maritime feast, indulging in food and enjoying the various enchanting dance moves. Hey, that's not a place you can go, and you definitely can't bring weapons. The guard wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Turning to look at the floating platform where the anchored ships were, he noticed an additional tattered and dirty single bamboo raft. Huh, whose is this? A frail, small figure with slightly dark skin, dressed in a simple dress, a long-haired little girl slipped past the guard's line of sight. She climbed up the side of the ship with bare hands and quietly mingled with the crowd to steal food, while serving dishes and passing food at a table. A waiter spotted her hungry figure under a table. With a gentle smile, he crouched down and asked, "Little girl, which noble child are you? You can't be so uncivilized." The little girl, hiding under the table, felt the warmth of the waiter's smile and, with a sense of gambling, revealed her face from under the table. The originally kind-looking waiter immediately showed fear, as if he had seen a ghost, dropping the tray and food he was holding on the ground. "Nico Robin, why are you here? What?" The commotion drew the attention of others. Seeing this, Robin had no choice but to quickly crawl under the table, trying to avoid the situation. No matter where she went, any island town would be filled with countless people's disdain and fear. "What did you just say?" "Nico Robin at our banquet," a heavily made-up noble inquired with a waiter. "That's right, it's definitely Nico Robin, the devil's child with a bounty of 790 million. This news caused an uproar among all the attendees of the banquet, creating panic in this sea gathering. "Quick, contact the Navy. That guy actually sneaked into our dining area." "What are the guards doing?" "Nico Robin?" Alsace, with his legs resting on the dining table, frowning while eating a giant meat leg with sauce in hand. "Is the situation this strange? After a day at sea, I encounter one of the most important figures in history here. Quick, catch her. She's stealing food under the table." The panicked crowd gathered together, all fearing the curse and disaster brought by Nico Robin. Guards armed with weapons immediately rushed to each passenger ship. "Don't block the way." A guard collided with Arthas and was struck on the helmet by the bone in his hand, falling into the sea. "You're the one blocking my way." After saying that, Arthas crouched down and quickly scanned the crowd and under the tables, soon spotting a weak figure struggling to eat the food in her hands. At the same time, the guard also noticed her and grabbed her arm, dragging her out from under the table. "Found her. It's really Nico Robin. Damn. Why is the son of the devil here?" Arthas placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, walking towards her with an excited smile. "Let go of me. I'm just a drifter hungry at sea." Robin struggled fiercely but couldn't break free from the guard's grip. "There's no food for someone like you who brings disaster to everyone in this world." You, upon hearing this, made Robin's heart chill suddenly. For these years of fleeing after the destruction of O'Hara, no matter where she appeared, it was always met with cold words and rumors, and she no longer felt the warmth and trust between people. Anger surged within her, and she bit down on the guard's hand. "Ah, damn little brat." The guard, feeling attacked, tightened his grip on her arm, causing Robin to grimace in pain. Immediately, the guard's other hand clenched into a fist and swung toward her face. A knife instantly severed from his wrist, and he watched in horror as his arm fell into the air. "Oh, my hand." The guard released Robin's hand and fell to the deck, clutching his arm and crying out in pain. "Who are you? Are you trying to help the son of the devil?" "Well, that's right." Nico Robin also sat on the deck, her eyes wide as she looked at the blade, less than a meter away from her, and at Arthas's peculiar outfit and unparalleled profile. At the same time, a small ball appeared beside Nico Robin and gently patted her arm. Robin noticed and saw Arthas's sea otter waving at her. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Robin instinctively asked Arthas. At that moment, she was only 11 years old, standing just as tall as Arthas's waist. More than a dozen guards approached, surrounding Arthas. Those who have experienced what you have are all the sole survivors of a certain island. Arthas first tried to make Robin lower her guard towards him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her, who had suffered for so many years, to believe in him. Experience the same, the guard questioned Arthas. "Bastard, do you know what it means to protect her?" "What?" Arthas asked knowingly, a bit angry and disdainful as he stabbed the knife into the head of the guard who was blocking him. He killed him instantly. This scene shocked Robin, even though she had seen many corpses before. She didn't understand why Arthas wanted to save her. "Ah, he killed someone." The wealthy and noble crowd huddled together, terrified and screaming. This was supposed to be a grand banquet. Who would have thought it would lead to a death? "Get rid of him, guards." "Get rid of me?" He. Arthas's lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he launched the first attack on them. He broke through several guards in front of him and charged toward the noblewoman who had ordered them to kill him. With his current strength and speed, he reached the crowded front in the blink of an eye and swung his knife down at the woman. Let's see who dies first, you or me. With a swift motion, he showed no mercy and struck down at the noblewoman's chest, shocking the others into quickly climbing over the railing and jumping into the sea. The noblewoman was left with a deep wound on her body, kneeling in fear and falling to the ground. The guard behind reacted immediately and reached for Nico Robin. But the small ball fiercely stabbed at their hands with a fork. It had almost no fighting power now. Damn little beast. The guards were enraged and swung their weapons at the small ball. In an instant, DragonsTreating stepped on the wooden board beneath him with force, shattering it. And with an incredibly swift strike, he sent the guard flying into the sea. He stood back in front of Robin, lowered his body, steadied his stance, and swung his knife at the oncoming guards. Polarization. The guards' weapons felt the immense power of DragonsTreating, and they all showed expressions of incredible surprise. The guard who attacked him was instantly knocked back and crashed into the nearby ship's wall. Strong Robin widened her eyes and murmured, "Robin, right? My name is Alsace." He turned around and reached out his hand to pull Robin up from the deck, his face filled with an incredibly gentle and sunny smile. "Nice to meet you." "Oh, nice to meet you," Robin responded to the boy in front of her for some reason. "Do you want to believe me, Robin? You saved me," Robin unconsciously said to DragonsTreating, not believing anyone in her heart. Indeed, she was still very innocent. At her age, she probably hadn't experienced much darkness in human nature. After all, she was only 11. DragonsTreating speculated, unaware that he was mistaken. In fact, Robin had already suffered greatly from the hardships of the world and the complexities of human nature. Glancing around, DragonsTreating noticed a warship rapidly approaching from the sea. He immediately extended his hand to Robin and invited, "Come with me. I'll take you away from here." Robin also saw the Navy ship. If she got caught, it would be over. She could only trust DragonsTreating in front of her for now. As she reached out and squeezed DragonsTreating's hand, he swiftly lifted her by the wrist and held her up. Then, the little ball climbed onto DragonsTreating's shoulder, leaped onto the ship's railing, and quickly jumped back to its own small boat. Once back on his ship, DragonsTreating immediately set her down and instructed, "Get inside the cabin, Robin. It might not be safe outside with shells and bullets. How about you?" "I'm fine, don't worry. We must take away such a small Nico Robin." At this moment, Alsace was bursting with happiness. She is a member of the future main character's pirate crew, a character capable of influencing the world. Letting little AI control the ship to quickly leave the platform and head towards the sea, Alsace took a knife to the stern, watching the warship approaching in the distance. "It's really you, Major Boris. That evil little brat actually built a ship and fled to the sea while I was dealing with Leftwith. Fire the cannons and sink him." Bang, bang, bang. The cannons on the warship fired towards Alsace's small boat to test the power of his golden finger. Alsace fixed his gaze on the distant cannonballs, and the ship swayed quickly from side to side, showcasing unparalleled driving skills. Automatically and accurately dodging all the cannonballs, his serious expression broke into a smile again. "You should think carefully about how much bounty to place on my head. Remember to be gentle. I've given you a great gift." If it weren't for Alsace being unable to carry that much bounty before, he wouldn't give him a single cent. After all, surrounded by hundreds of armed Navy soldiers, with his current strength, he had no ability to break through. Watching the small boat getting farther away, along with Alsace's figure, the Major was extremely shocked. The warship actually couldn't catch up with the small boat. He could only let the warship approach several large ships at the sea banquet, and understood the situation from there. Alsace had killed one noblewoman, one guard, and seriously injured 8 guards. His behavior was extremely heinous. On the tranquil night at sea, Alsace opened the cabin door and walked into the living room to see Robin's figure, saying, "We've is shaken off the Navy. We're safe now." But Robin told Alsace about herself. "I'm the son of the devil. Protecting me means being against the whole world." What does being against the whole world mean? It means that under the heavens, there's nowhere to rest, no one to trust, no ships sailing in the same direction, and no place to breathe. Alsace certainly understood the meaning behind this, and Robin had been fleeing this way for 3 years. One can imagine how bitter her life had been after O'Hara's destruction. Looking at Robin's expression of disbelief, as if someone could help her in such a situation, Alsace simply walked to the cooking station and asked, "Are you hungry? I have various ingredients here. Are you even listening to me? The Navy will kill you, and then take me to the government." Hearing Robin continue to question these consequences, Alsace directly interrupted her. "I don't care. I only care that I saved you, and I must take responsibility for you." Robin was momentarily stunned, watching Alsace cook delicious dishes at the cooking station. In that touching moment, Robin's expression returned to her usual vigilance. After all, she had a bounty of 79 million, a number that was astronomical to anyone in contemporary times. Why would someone be nice to her for no reason? In her eyes, Alsace seemed to want to open her closed heart with warmth and care. Having suffered countless betrayals over the past 3 years, she no longer trusted anyone. This gave her an absolutely self-serving mindset, believing that she could betray anyone at any time for her own safety, even Alsace, who saved her right now. Lost in thought, Robin suddenly asked Alsace, "Were you planning to go, Alsace?" "Me?" Alsace, who was cooking, turned to look at her with a frying pan. "I want to go on an adventure in the Troya, a non-affiliated country." Upon hearing the word Troya, Robin suddenly showed an extremely disgusted expression. Isn't that island a stronghold for human traffickers? Plus, there are Navy and government personnel trading there every day. This guy really wants to go. Why risk going to such a dangerous place? Robin's tone suddenly intensified, her emotions evident. "Because I have nowhere to go. Drifting wherever the wind takes me," Alsace casually replied to Robin, not caring about the location as long as it wasn't a Navy base. After making 5 dried beef salad sandwiches for 11-year-old Robin, Alsace brought them to the table. "Take your time eating. My little boat isn't very big, but it's enough for me to live on." Alsace's heart was filled with greed and excitement, wanting to protect and raise Robin, who was only 11 years old. However, this look was mistakenly interpreted by Robin as that of a human trafficker wanting to sell her. Surely, as he reached the door of the living room, Alsace said to her, "In 2 days, the Navy will put a bounty on me, right?" When Robin wanted to ask for a reason, she remembered the scene of Alsace killing without blinking and paused. Isn't it natural for someone like him to be under a bounty? "Enjoy your meal, rest after eating, and feel free to tell me anything." With a creak, Alsace closed the living room door, leaving Robin and the little ball in the room. Hee. Clearly she could escape. Even if Alsace didn't save Robin, she could successfully flee using her flower fruit. Outside the ship, Alsace climbed up the mast to the lookout and lay down, gazing at the starry sea. After killing, he felt nothing, and the fear of killing had disappeared. Indeed, one becomes the kind of person that their environment shapes them into. Alsace was not pure. His mind was currently thinking about how to make Robin believe in him. After all, she was one of his favorite characters. He only wanted to be Robin's brother and had no ulterior motives toward her. His experiences were very similar to Robin's. Their thoughts were completely different. Robin was thinking about betraying Alsace after using him, because in her 3 years of fleeing, she had never been sincerely taken in by anyone. It was all for her bounty of 79 million. On the battleship, Major Boris was communicating with the Navy headquarters through a phone bug. "Major Boris, have you personally verified the photos and information you uploaded?" "That's right, Alsace. This man is extremely dangerous. He has protected the devil fruit user, Nico Robin, at sea." "Understood." Immediately convene a meeting of the headquarters officers. The news quickly spread to every officer of the Navy headquarters in Marineford. In the vast square of Marineford, a Navy colonel in brown clothes was following a woman closely while holding flowers. "Gun, I've confessed to you so many times. You should feel something this time." The woman walking in front was Gun, the sister of the Navy Admiral and Chief of Staff, Crane. The summoned officers included future famous vice admirals, and Gun was publicly confessed to by Kaji in front of everyone. With a look of embarrassment, she didn't even turn her head. She felt awkward just looking at Kaji. "You two still have such a good relationship, Gun and Kaji." "Ha ha, you burned the mountain. Look at what you said. They were the geniuses of headquarters back then." Of course, this gathering was due to an incident involving a little brat from the West Sea, so we officers are holding a meeting to decide on a bounty. All majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels residing in the Navy headquarters at this time gathered in the conference hall to discuss Alsace's misdeeds. A noble from a certain kingdom in the West Sea was killed, and the Duke of the kingdom was threatened, including most of the wealthy and merchants who were all frightened by Alsace at that maritime banquet. The Navy also lost several men to Alsace, who possessed the swordsmanship and strength to easily defeat a Navy major. Coupled with Boris's slander against Alsace, his bounty was ultimately set at 20 million berries. After the meeting, Gun grabbed Kaji by the collar and pulled him in front of her, pointing at Alsace's photo and saying, "Kaji, if only you were half as handsome as him." "What? A man as domineering as me actually lost to a pretty boy? I'm a proper soldier, Gun. Sigh. It seems you really don't understand a girl's heart." "Kaji, but Gun, you shouldn't be a girl anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, Kaji felt a death threat and cold sweat poured down his face, followed by Gun's powerful fist landing on him. One punch sent Kaji flying, crashing through the wall of the conference hall and soaring dozens of meters into the air. "Who are you calling not a girl?" "Ah," sighed Hiwashishin. "How many times is this, Gomir?" The bald lieutenant colonel, who was still young, asked while smoking a cigar. "Who knows? That bastard Jaji will never learn. Even though he's strong, his eloquence is really something else. The headquarters will have to spend more money repairing the walls again. I never thought that even with the government's promotion, there are still people daring to protect that Nico Robin." Dual-wielding swordsman, Navy Lieutenant Colonel Gomir. One-sword swordsman, Navy Lieutenant Colonel Hiwashishin. These future, famous vice admirals are still in their growth phase. After the bounty meeting, a large number of naval officers were sent to the West Sea, all disciples trained by Zifa. Moreover, a lieutenant colonel with a Zoan-type ability was the first to be dispatched to hunt down Alsace. West Sea. The sky gradually brightened, and Xiaoqiu and Alsace had already taken down the sails, tying their waists with ropes and leaping into the cold sea water. They trained from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Robin slowly opened the living cabin door, groggily walked out, and found no one in the various rooms, so she headed to the bow of the ship. She saw Xiaoqiu, the sea otter, lying on the water's surface, exhausted with spinning eyes, and Alsace swimming forward, panting heavily. "What are you doing? Are you awake?" Alsace turned back to look at Robin and replied, "Training." "Are you hungry?" "No wonder they're so strong. It turns out they usually use the ship for weight training. There are still 3 sandwiches on the table that haven't been finished. Heat them up and eat." Stopping his swimming motion, Alsace untied the rope from Xiaoqiu and carried him up to the deck. His blood-filled muscles quickly recovered a bit under his ability. "Actually, I don't mind, as long as I can get enough to eat," Robin said, not having high demands for food. Next to her, Robin was shocked, watching the aura and heat waves emanating from Alsace's body. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Training in one project absorbs the effects of another, which makes a difference." "Do you have special abilities?" "Special abilities. Should I tell her it's a talent given by my golden finger?" "No." He absolutely cannot tell anyone about the golden finger or the time travel. Alsace stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before responding. "How should I explain this to you?" "You can think of it as a special constitution. This constitution should also be the compensation from the golden finger over the years for Alsace. After all, he didn't have any goals before, just to survive." "What will you do when you get to that island?" Robin was worried about her safety, afraid of being sold to human traffickers. "Well, I'll learn weapon forging, shipbuilding, and so on. It shouldn't be too difficult." Alsace still doesn't know that his learning ability is now several times stronger than that of ordinary people. "All right," Alsace said with a meaningful glance at the sea, then smiled and walked into the living room to prepare breakfast for himself. Seafood with beef, paired with some fruit to replenish his body's nutrients. Robin sat across from him and began to eat. Noticing Alsace's gaze, Robin curiously looked up at him and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Those eyes, as if seeing through everything, made Robin a bit uneasy. It felt like her innermost thoughts were completely exposed, leaving no secrets. "It's nothing. I'm going to train after I finish eating. You can do whatever you like." The sympathetic look in Alsace's eyes prevented him from saying more to Robin. After the meal, Alsace took his sword and left the living room cabin, starting his training for the day. Swinging the sword, he knew that physical fitness was just as important. This was the arduous path of practicing the way of the sword. The sound of 101 piqued Robin's curiosity, prompting her to open the cabin door and sit on the balcony, watching Arthas swing his sword repeatedly on the deck. "Is this why you're so powerful, Arthas?" Robin asked him. "This level is still too weak. I don't feel strong at all," Arthas replied. His goal is to stand shoulder to shoulder with the future 4 emperors, even stronger than them, so he finds the current level of a second-rate swordsman completely insufficient. "Do you have family?" "Family? I've never had one." He answered directly without hesitation in response to Robin's question. "But I suppose I should consider having a family now." "Who?" Little Ball walked out of the living room, holding a fork with pieces of meat in both hands. "It was him, the little guy next to you." "Is a sea otter his family?" Robin looked down at the sea otter in disbelief, and suddenly her cheeks flushed. "It really is cute, just like you, right?" Alsace's words made Robin's heart tremble, but she quickly suppressed it. "I'm not cute. No one can believe that," was her principle of survival now. Sitting on the balcony watching Alsace train, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. During this time, Alsace kept looking at Robin's worn-out outfit, a shabby one-piece dress. After finishing his sword training, he came to Robin. "I'll buy you a new set of clothes when we get to the island. This brown dress is too dirty. But no one will sell anything to me." Robin remembered how she had gone to the shop to buy food, and those people treated her like a monster. Only by associating with evil forces could she have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. or use her flower fruit abilities to steal. Don't worry with me around. Everyone will sell things to you. Winning people over with virtue is my specialty. The virtue he mentioned was not just talk, but the yasha in his hand. Training continued until noon. And after meeting the training standards, Alsace plopped down on the lounge chair under the balcony umbrella. If you're hungry, just let me know, and if you're thirsty, there's fresh water in the living room, Robin. Got it. After saying this, he fell into a shallow sleep, feeling the sea breeze. Thinking about Robin's words, Alsace felt somewhat like a person lacking love. However, it was precisely the absence of familial love that gave him a solitary, yet strong adaptability. He closed his eyes to let his weary body rest after training, and he remained like this until evening. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous premonition. As his strength increased, his senses also heightened. After prolonged contact with corpses, he could easily smell blood. Bang, bang, bang. Was that the sound of cannon fire? Alsace suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. A pirate ship was approaching within 100 meters of their small boat and fired a cannonball at Alsace's ship. That was the pirate ship, and Robin's eyes widened in fear. She wanted to jump into the sea to escape, but as a devil fruit user, she would drown. Go inside. In an instant, Arthas appeared in front of her, drawing his knife to slash at the cannonball that the golden finger couldn't dodge. There was no time to worry about the cannonball exploding in front of him. With one stroke, he split the cannonball that was about to hit the small boat in half, sending it falling into the sea. Even before the pirate ship got close. Arthas's expression had already darkened. The loud cheers grew louder, indicating that there were many opponents. Good driving skills, managing to dodge so many cannonballs. Host, the ship has been intercepted by a pirate ship and cannot continue towards the destination. The golden finger's voice echoed in Arthas's mind. Xiaoi, aren't you supposed to be omnipotent in navigation? Can't you forcibly open a dungeon for me? After complaining, he no longer heard the golden finger's voice. Once the notification sound ended, his small boat was intercepted by the pirate ship. Looking at the large group of pirates with wild expressions on the side of the pirate ship, Arthas became extremely vigilant, quickly scanning their weapons at their waists and in their hands. The pirates held various blades and iron rods, but there were no firearms. Boss, that guy behind him is Nico Robin. It wasn't until a man wearing a pirate captain's hat and coat, with a face full of scars, appeared in Arthas's view that he saw the troublesome handgun. Should we open fire? Blow this small boat to pieces? Wait, that little brat seems to have the will to resist despite seeing so many of us. There were about 200 people on the entire ship, which heightened Arthas's vigilance. His back teeth clenched tightly as he stared at them. Turning his back to Robin, he continued, "Go to the cabin, Robin." Robin hesitated for a moment, then said nothing more and ran into the lounge, locking the door tightly. It really is that Nico Robin. Looks like we hit the jackpot this time. Hearing Arthas's words, the pirate captain laughed out loud. There are actually people daring enough to be with someone like her, who has a bounty of 79 million. Hey, brat. On the pirate ship, he drew the short flintlock from his waist and aimed it at Arthas below. Who are you to Nico Robin? Don't you know he's a wanted criminal all over the world? What kind of person? After thinking for a few seconds, Alsace forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, raised the corners of his mouth, and replied, "I am her brother. Anyone who tries to take her away will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." This answer shocked everyone on the pirate ship, and their faces turned extremely grim. There are other survivors from O'Hara. The government didn't report that in the newspapers. She has a brother or something. Inside the cabin, Robin leaned against the window and heard the conversation outside, once again stunned by Alsace's words. Brother? I can't trust anyone anymore. No matter what, I can't trust anyone again. Robin leaned against the porthole, looking at Alsace outside on the deck. She lowered her head silently. Nowadays, she could no longer trust anyone. At most, she would pray for the pirates to spare his life. She was willing to do anything for them. With the sudden attack of the pirates, Robin had already thought of the worst outcome. On the deck outside the porthole. As a member of the demon race. How much bounty are you worth now? Sorry, I have no blood relation with her. Hearing this, the pirate captain's forehead bulged with veins. It turned out to be a clueless kid who thought there would be some hope. He pulled the trigger directly, wanting to kill Alsace and bring Robin to the government for the bounty. With a bang, the upper deck of the small boat almost shattered at Alsace's leg in an instant. He instantly used polarization to double his physical abilities, leaping onto the pirate ship's railing and knocking the pirate captain down in one blow. He fell onto the deck, swiftly grabbing the two guns from the captain's hands and waist. The crowd above made Alsace adopt an extremely serious expression. Quick, kill him. Hundreds of burly men surrounded him in an instant. They formed a circle in the center of the upper deck of the pirate ship. Pretty boy, you don't really think you could defeat all of us, do you? Captain, this guy's face makes me very jealous. Yeah, let's capture him alive and torture him to death. In the crowd, Alsace held a gun in each hand. Have you ever seen a holy gun ranger? Huh, what's that? He used a step technique with both guns drawn, instantly flashing in front of a pirate. Bang! Alsace pulled the trigger, blowing the pirate's brains out. 1. Arthas said after taking down a pirate. Faced with so many people, he planned to fight to the death. Moving at a speed beyond the reaction of ordinary people, the pirates immediately sensed danger. The front row rushed forward to bind him. The pirates surged toward Arthas. He continuously flickered among the crowd, pulling the trigger to shoot heads, until he ran out of bullets. He had only taken down 13 people with perfect accuracy. Looking at his fair complexion, how could he be so cruel? Cruel? I'm just defending myself. If they hadn't attacked, Arthas wouldn't have resorted to killing. However, at this moment, he felt that this was normal. If he didn't kill the pirates, they would kill him, even torture him to death. Come at me together, surround him. Seeing that Arthas had run out of bullets, about 30 pirates in the front row stepped over the bodies of their comrades and surrounded Arthas. It was time to use that move, though it would consume a lot of energy. With so many people surrounding him, Arthas's right hand slowly grasped the hilt of a knife at his left waist. The muscles in his wrist began to swell, reaching the critical point of his current body. Then he drew the knife and made a 360-degree slash on the spot. path.His drawing technique. With a thunderous boom, the pirates rushing toward him were instantly knocked back. He fell onto his companions' bodies, knocking down all the people in the front row of the pirate ship. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Damn it. With all his might, he executed a draw and strike technique, causing Arthas's chest to rise and fall. His waist was disconnecting from his legs. Oh no, I don't want to die. Captain, please save us. I beg you. With this move, he instantly bisected 30 pirates who approached him. This scene left the other pirates trembling in fear, no longer daring to be careless. They all drew their weapons. What a cruel bastard. Alsace began to slash fiercely, shouting while chopping down pirates. I will not die in this era. Coming to this world was no different from starting in hell for him. Starving and struggling, he had finally reached this point with great difficulty. How could he willingly be buried by an unnamed pirate crew, even as he swung his knife on the pirate ship until exhausted? His fighting spirit did not diminish at all. Dodging and evading, he continuously blocked and slashed for half an hour. Nearly 100 corpses lay before Alsace, their blood staining his clothes and skin. The constant clashing and friction of weapons had even dulled the blade of his knife fork. Alsace leaned against the railing of the pirate ship, calmly adjusting his breath to regain his strength. Who are you, kid, to have killed so many of my crew? The pirate captain hid behind the remaining 37 pirates. Their morale was severely shaken, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. I am Alsace, a warrior awakened by the brutality of the celestial dragons. His voice of fury was like thunder, vibrating the hearts of the pirates and making them instinctively take a step back. Retreat, the pirate captain shouted loudly upon seeing the situation. He was already out of strength, unable to stand steady. You're still far from it, Arthas responded to them. He had never imagined that he would fight to the point of complete exhaustion without taking down the enemy. Today's training had pushed his body to its limits. He was fighting purely on willpower. The red light of the setting sun illuminated the pirate ship's deck. The pirates charged at Arthas with their weapons drawn. You monster brat. The first pirate to reach him swung a regular blade down at Arthas from above. I will never die, Arthas roared in response. Aiming for the pirate's neck, his right arm moved swiftly. Before the pirate's weapon could land, he had already slit the pirate's throat. With a thud, another pirate fell before him. 136. He has already killed 136 pirates, with 35 remaining and a pirate captain over 2 meters tall whose strength is still unknown. He has been hiding behind his subordinates, afraid to confront Arthas. The total number of the pirate crew is 172. With this, I can also be considered as having achieved 100 kills. Combat is completely different from training. The physical and mental stamina consumed in battle far exceeds that of training. He is now pushing his body to the limit, and each battle allows him to grow rapidly. Arthas can feel it. The captain doesn't seem to be exhausted. Should we negotiate with him? After killing so many of our brothers, negotiate? How will we explain the souls that died at his feet? After hearing the captain's words, a pirate gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let's go all out." Seeing this, Arthas picked up another knife from the ground with his left hand. Do you think I am? After killing so many people, the pirates still have the determination to kill him. He no longer harbors any illusions and decides to fight to the death, charging into the last group of pirates with a knife in each hand. The limit of my body is just the beginning. Charging to the front of the remaining pirates, Arthas quickly dodged an attack from the first person. Then he swung the knife in his left hand into the pirate's left kidney, pushing it in and taking down several people behind him as well. If I get taken down by you nameless minions, what is the point of all the training I've done since I crossed over? My goal is to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule. How can I willingly die at the hands of these unknown little pirates? Battling the last few dozen with his body at its limit, Arthas's expression grew more excited and thrilled. He could feel the growth that battle brought. He felt stronger with each fight in this state of extremity. The noises outside the porthole grew quieter, and Robin, who was in the cabin of Arthas's small ship, opened the cabin door. Listening to the roars of Arthas's battle, she climbed up along the railing of the pirate ship. The small ball followed her. The moment she climbed over the ship's railing, Robin's curious pupils gradually widened. The scene before her made her heart race. Limbs, blood, corpses, and Arthas, who was fighting fiercely, continuously wielding his blades toward the bow of the pirate ship. With each step forward, a pirate's corpse fell at his feet. What is this? What's wrong? Am I making you sweat and unable to cope? Pirates? Don't come over. Don't come over. When the nearly 200 pirate crew was reduced to just the burning man by Arthas's blade, he collapsed to his knees in front of Arthas. With his palms together, showing despair, he bowed his head on the deck, pleading, "Don't kill me." The last ray of the evening glow completely fell below the horizon. A sea breeze swept across the pirate ship's deck, causing Arthas's long hair to flutter in the wind. He held a knife in each hand, his eyes sweating as he stared at the pirate captain. "You think you can kill me with someone like you? Leaving you with a scar is a disgrace." As soon as he finished speaking, Arthas swung his right hand sharply towards the pirate captain's neck. The pirate captain's head fell onto the deck, and then he noticed a figure behind the railing, finding Robin staring wide-eyed at everything in front of her. At that moment, Arthas was at a loss for words. He didn't know what impression Robin had of him at that moment. Anyway, it certainly wasn't he good. The little sea otter ignored the corpses and ran from Robin's shoulder to Arthas's shoulder, lying down without showing any signs of fear. "I had no choice but to kill them, Robin." Arthas dropped the blade from his left hand and slowly sheathed the already damaged knight blade as he walked towards the ship's railing. Coming in front of Robin, he said in a deep voice, "If I don't kill them, they will kill me. I'm sorry for making you witness this extremely bloody scene." After finishing off the pirates, he jumped onto his small boat's deck, and, in a moment, he began to relax his body. A buzzing in his ears combined with a spinning vision caused his exhausted body to collapse onto the deck. Arthas Robin activated her ability to summon her hand from the ship's railing, forming a staircase leading to the small boat. After struggling to say this, Arthas fell limply onto the deck. He had single-handedly fought off 100 strong pirates, killing them all because they wanted to kill him. His muscles were completely torn from countless clashes of blades. "Arthas, what's wrong?" Robin came to his side and supported his body. "I'm a bit tired. Can I be your brother?" Robin didn't answer. She hadn't fully trusted him yet, but she gently nodded to comfort Arthas. "I'll lie down for a bit. There's food on the middeck, and there's also some in the fridge." Saying this, Arthas closed his eyes. "If you're hungry, just go eat." An unprecedented wave of drowsiness swept over his brain, causing him to fall asleep. Morning. After leaving the pirate's ship for a night, Arthas's small boat was approached by a brand new Navy warship in the West Sea. The leader was a Navy lieutenant colonel with a chin several times larger than normal, sporting a fierce and ugly face. "Big Chin Colonel, we VE spotted a pirate ship ahead. Let us go over and investigate the situation." He had been personally dispatched from headquarters to capture Arthas to prevent evil from spreading. He was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. The warship slowly approached the pirate ship, and a strong smell of blood filled everyone's nostrils. Soldiers who boarded the ship were so shocked by the scene that they vomited their breakfast. "Big Chin Colonel, there are only the severed limbs and bodies of pirates up there." Ugh. Upon hearing this, the Big Chin Colonel jumped directly onto the pirate ship, shocked by the bloody scene. "This is all from blades and stabbings. It doesn't look like a large-scale conflict between pirates. Is it that boy named Arthas?" The route he followed was provided by Major Boris. He could analyze that besides Arthas, there was no one else nearby. A simple investigation revealed that Arthas's destination was the non-affiliated country of Troya. The Big Chin Colonel returned to the warship and issued a sailing order. "Sail at full speed toward the route to the kingdom of Troya." "That boy is right in front of us. What a cruel guy, tearing so many people into pieces. Colonel Nico Robin is likely beside that boy. We must catch up to him quickly." "Don't worry, With me here, he won't stir up any big waves. The Big Chin Colonel was a master of the 6 powers. Currently, he was only proficient in Moonwalk and Iron Body, with the enhancement of his Zoan-type Devil Fruit abilities. His strength was comparable to that of a Commodore, and the naval officers at the rank of Rear Admiral all possessed hockey. One can imagine how powerful he was. He had been specifically dispatched to pursue Arthas during his mission in the West Sea. If even he couldn't capture him, then headquarters would take it very seriously and send many powerful forces to apprehend Arthas. Immediately contact the Kingdom of Troya and send them Arthas's bounty notice to make it public. Understood, Colonel. With you leading the way, we will surely capture him. In this era, it wasn't only pirates who were rapidly rising. The powerful vice admirals of the Navy in the future were also quietly awakening. All were disciples taught by Zepha, most of whom had been instilled with the correct values. On Arthas's small boat, the glaring sunlight shone through the porthole as Robin slowly opened the door and stood by it, looking at the still unconscious Arthas with a flat expression. He was too exhausted from that battle, unprecedentedly so. He had slept the entire night without any movement. It's no use sitting on him, little ball. He wants you wake up for now, Robin said to the little ball on Arthas. The small sea otter was actually holding a medical kit, practicing the medical skills learned in the northern part of the Yaburu kingdom, changing Arthas's sticky bandages. Waking up from deep sleep, Arthas still felt great pain. Despite having good recovery abilities, he still felt very tired. As soon as he opened his eyes, Robin's voice reached his ears. Aren't you afraid of killing so many people? He had intended to ask Robin if she was scared right away, but being questioned like this by Robin caught Arthas off guard. Not afraid. I want to step on their corpses and rise higher. He didn't care about justice or evil. As long as he could grow stronger and win battles, nothing else mattered. After being betrayed by Becky once, he realized that losing again would mean a bottomless abyss for him. No matter how powerful or intimidating his opponents were, he would kill everyone standing in his way. This answer left Robin somewhat stunned, feeling that Arthas was an incredibly cold-blooded person. She turned and walked towards the deck. Alas, with a light sigh, he felt that gaining Robin's trust was still difficult. He spoke to himself. I will protect you in any situation, Robin. It's just sympathy born from growing up in loneliness. However, as a traveler who had experienced it once, he felt it was nothing. And in the era he arrived in, Robin's suffering was just beginning. This was a resonance and empathy born from similar experiences that made him want to protect Robin. Hearing this, Robin turned to look at Alsace and forced herself to ask calmly, Why? Why are you being so kind to me for no reason? The waves of emotion in her heart were about to overwhelm her, urging her to cry out. 3 years of experiences had once again pried open her originally sealed heart. Because we are the same kind of people. Upon learning the answer, Robin returned to the deck, forcibly holding back her tears, before she fully understood Alsace's true intentions. She absolutely could not be moved. After all, the island they were approaching was a gathering place for various evil forces and human traffickers. What if she was sold at the next moment? On the deck, there were the treasures Robin had collected from the pirate ship, about 100,000 berries, plus the money on him, totaling 148,300 berries. After several days of sailing, the small boat reached the waters near the non-member country of Troy. Many fishermen were setting out to sea on bamboo rafts to fish, and the bustling market ahead made Robin feel a bit of anticipation and excitement. However, thinking about her background brought her mood down again. Standing at the bow of the ship, she turned to look at Alsace and asked, Al, you wouldn't sell me to human traffickers, would you? The days spent together had also changed how Robin referred to him. I was a nickname for Alsace. Back in the Piltovian kingdom, neighbors and friends called him that. Alsace, who was checking his swordsman level, turned off his golden finger and responded to Robin, What? Are you afraid I'll sell you? After the last battle with the pirates, his level had risen to a second-rate swordsman, level 2, and the growth brought by extreme fighting was something he had personally experienced. After further training and growth over these days, he had already advanced to level 3. If he continued to train, he would become a first-rate swordsman. However, he found that the improvement became significantly more difficult as he progressed. Seeing that Arthas's response was different from his usual straightforwardness, Robin became a bit worried. Surely they're going to sell me to traffickers for a bounty. After changing into his clothes in the cabin, Arthas helplessly came to Robin's side, looking at the land they were about to reach. Didn't I say it before? What are you thinking? Gently stroking Robin's head, he smiled warmly. I promised to change your outfit once we boarded. I also need to find a blacksmith to repair my blade. The indecisive response left Robin feeling uneasy. The small boat slowly approached the shore. Arthas dropped the anchor and then jumped onto the dock to tie the boat securely. The docking fee is 100 belly. Here you go, leading Robin into the town. The road was filled with black mud footprints and disorder. The streets were crowded with slaves tied with ropes, displayed as commodities for people to view. Is this a slave state? Upon entering the town, Robin, hiding behind Alsace, caught the attention of many. Soon, he found a blacksmith shop and took out the scabbard from his waist, handing it to the blacksmith. Master Blacksmith, could you help me fix this knife? The blacksmith pulled out the blade and noticed that the front half was quite severely bent. The quality is good, it can be repaired, but it will be expensive. How much? Just tell me directly. The boss held up 5 fingers and quoted a price. 5,000 belly. Okay, cheerful little brother. Pay the boss. He continued to ask, when can I get the knife? I need it urgently. I'll definitely fix it for you perfectly by tomorrow morning. All right, thank you. After completing the maintenance work for the Yasha, he led Robin into the bustling town. They arrived at a clothing store. Go pick something out, Robin. Alsace was unreserved with the name, saying it publicly, which surprised the clothing store owner. The owner smiled and approached, and upon seeing Robin, confirmed what he was thinking. It really is Nico Robin. The owner, feeling awkward, looked at Alsace and politely said, we can't sell her anything in our store. It's illegal. Hearing this, Robin was already used to it. She looked at Alsace. He, running a clothing store but not selling clothes? They'll just take them. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Don't you know that child is wanted by the whole world? The owner stared into Alsace's cold, sharp eyes, and suddenly his expression changed. After inquiring about the clothing, he confirmed, isn't he the guy newly wanted by the Navy? Daring to kill a Navy fugitive. Yeah, the clothing store owner exclaimed in fright, backing away repeatedly. Who are you? Continue choosing, Robin, don't mind what others think. Seeing the owner's scared expression, Alsace guessed that his bounty had been announced, especially since his wanted poster had been posted in public bulletin boards all over the streets of the Kingdom of Troya. He fixed a fierce gaze on the clothing store owner, who was too terrified to make a sound. Robin selected a few outfits she liked and said, are you dressing me up to sell me for a good price? Even though they were familiar with each other, her sense of security was particularly low. Such words made Alsace's expression darken. He couldn't understand why, after spending so many days together, she still regarded him as a human trafficker. Someone else would have already shot back at her. I've said this many times, Robin. He handed 5,000 belly to the store owner, who then led Robin away. Walking openly on the street, they saw a public bulletin board in the town. Alsace approached it. When he saw his own image, photo, posture, and hairstyle all made public, and the bounty reaching a staggering 20 million belly, he was somewhat surprised. A first bounty of 20 million belly? What a joke. They really want to kill me. Haha. You too. Robin was taken aback when she discovered that Alsace was also wanted, believing that his self-talk was true, seeing his own bounty firsthand. Alsace didn't know whether to feel happy or sad for a moment, because just based on this, he represented absolute evil in the eyes of the Navy in this world. Noticing that he was already being watched by those around him, he stood in the street and provocatively said, what's wrong? Do you want to take my head? Alsace. Bounty of 20 million berries, dead or alive. A ragged thug attacked him, shouting angrily, the 20 million bounty is mine. Robin, little ball, you guys go play somewhere else in the town. He casually took out some money and handed it to Robin, asking her to leave his side for now to avoid getting involved in the fight. After they left, a group of people surrounded the unarmed Alsace in the center of the seaside town. Haha, I can't believe a pretty boy like you is worth 20 million berries. With ulterior motives, they mocked Alsace, thinking that someone with his looks didn't deserve such a large amount. Kid, what exactly do you have? Why don't you obediently surrender and offer your head to fill our wallets? Seeing the pale faces covered in sores and exuding hostility, Alsace stood coldly in place. He had been a bit scared of killing before. That was because as a modern person, in this world where if you don't kill, you will be killed, he never thought about becoming someone else's victim. Even with empty hands, he could confront these ordinary people safely. Alsace laughed disdainfully and pointed to his own head. The head is right here. If you have the ability, come take it yourself. Such provocative words immediately drew a response from those surrounding him. Go! With a command from the leading man. More than a dozen knife-wielding men all launched an attack on Arthas. Instantly, the small town was filled with the sounds of punches landing. Those attacking Arthas were all beaten to the brink of death by him within a minute, lying in a black mud pit in immense pain. He then walked towards the man who had given the orders, his clenched fists covered in blood. One could only imagine how hard he had hit them. If not treated in time, all the men he had knocked down would die. As he approached the man, he threw a punch directly into his chest, causing him to spit blood, and said, "It seems you won't be able to remove this head after all." This display of dominance completely shocked the island citizens. However, Arthas didn't care at all. anyone who dared to stand in his way. Even civilians he would dare to kill. To him, at that moment, the civilians became obstacles and enemies on his path to growth. Surely, within half a day or a day, the Navy would arrive on this island. But Arthas was not concerned at all. He needed to fight to grow stronger quickly. His previous experience taught him that even at his limits, he could not fall. The improvement brought by pushing his limits was far greater than training. So why not enjoy the battle? After all, Arthas was already 37 years old. He no longer had the mindset of a child playing around. Once he adapted to everything in this world, he would have no reservations. Killing? He would no longer tremble, fear, or feel guilt about it. Forget the world oppressed by capitalism. Forget the youth named Gu Qingtian who worked desperately for life and death. Isn't it great to live boldly in this new world? Pushing open the door of a tavern, he walked directly to the wash basin to clean the blood off his hands. Then, in high spirits, he sat down at the front desk and ordered a drink. "Whiskey, please." The tavern was lively, filled with unsavory-looking characters sizing him up, comparing him to the bounty on the wall. Just as he took a sip of whiskey, a man sat down next to him and said, 20 million? Just you? Is that for real? Another voice of doubt sparked anger in Arthas, and he placed his left hand directly on the man's forehead, slamming him down to the ground. The front desk was crushed under his strength, and the questioning man instantly bled from all 4 orifices, fainting beside him. After dealing with the doubting man, Arthas took another sip of whiskey and coldly said, "If you dare to act tough in front of me again, be careful, I might just kill you." Causing trouble comes with a price, kid. The tavern owner was unimpressed and demanded compensation. How much? 1,000 berries, of course. That makes sense. He would naturally pay for the compensation. But the companions of the man behind him became increasingly unruly. "That's our partner. You can't just refuse to pay some medical fees." A group of tall, muscular men approached him from behind. "With you bugs causing a ruckus, the drink has lost its taste." Alsace turned around, arms open, leaning against his seat to face them. "Whose dogs are you? Dare to bark in front of me?" As soon as Alsace said this, he offended them again, and the muscular men gritted their teeth in anger, glaring at him. "All right, young and reckless, you won't leave this tavern today. Go call for help. This guy is skilled. Tonight, he will be publicly executed in front of the entire town at the slave auction." Upon hearing this, Alsace burst into laughter, covering his face. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he peered through the gaps between his fingers at those who dared to provoke him. "So eager to reincarnate, huh? Perfect. Let us see how I fight without a knife." Soon, a large group of slave owners who had provoked Alsace crowded outside the tavern. There were actually over 100 of them, all burly men. "They've arrived, boss. Bind him up and let him pay the price for his arrogance with his life." Surrounded by enemies, he remained unfazed. Suddenly, Alsace stomped his foot, stood up from the front desk, and threw a punch directly at the muscular man in front of him, whose height was about half of his own. The force was so great that it generated a shockwave around his fist. Polarization. He secretly activated his technique again, doubling his power. With a powerful punch, several big men weighing hundreds of pounds were sent flying out of the tavern, crashing into the group of slave owners. Arthas straightened his body and stepped out of the tavern, surveying the pack of hyenas. 20 million? I think the Navy has greatly underestimated me. You don't think that just this few people can exhaust me to the point of being taken down by you, do you? After saying that, he charged into the crowd of muscular men, showcasing his astonishing boxing and kicking skills. His fierce punches could knock down a man twice his size in one blow, truly dominating the scene. As the evening breeze blew, the small town finally welcomed tranquility, and the black mire beneath Arthas's feet turned dark red. Hundreds of people lay stiff around him, resembling corpses. The last time he faced 100 people, they were pirates, this time with his strength having increased again. These ordinary people could no longer withstand his blows. "A group of ants. You should be grateful I'm not holding a knife." After saying this, he turned and returned to the tavern counter, slowly sitting down. His black robe was soaked with congealed blood and fresh red blood. Not a drop of it was his. All from those who sought trouble with him. Back in the tavern, he looked at the owner with a calm expression. "Where's my whiskey, boss?" "Coming right up." The tavern owner did not dare to delay, immediately opening another bottle of fine whiskey to serve Arthas, until 2 small figures carrying a large bag of books crossed over the unconscious crowd and entered the tavern. Robin approached Arthas's table, looking up at him covered in bloodstains. "Did you get into a fight again?" Just worked up a sweat." He raised a whiskey glass to his throat, summarizing the experiences and encounters of these years. To live freely in this world, one must be ruthless. Do what I do, think what I think, without any restrictions or constraints, killing when I want, carefree and unburdened. Robin climbed onto the chair beside him, holding the book she bought, and slowly spoke. Al, based on what you told me about the Navy, I analyzed that they should arrive here tomorrow. What should we do? This time, the pursuit is definitely not just Major Boris. Once the bounty is issued, a more powerful Navy will come suppress us. Arthas poured whiskey into his stomach, celebrating after the fight. Just in case, tonight we should hide the ship in a secret place to prevent the Navy from sinking it. Non-member countries have no Navy protection, and killing here will not violate any world government laws, but it will violate the laws of the country. I'll listen to you. She did not distance herself from Arthas due to the fight. Instead, she felt a slight reliance on him. The sea otter climbed onto Arthas's shoulder, looking at the bar and whining for more alcohol. No, Alsace, noticing, refused and gestured to the bartender for another glass of sea urchin juice and orange juice. The bartender immediately started preparing it. Having witnessed Alsace's bravery in a fight, he dared not delay. Late at night, at the seaside dock, Alsace touched the gunwale of his small boat, feeling a bit tipsy. Should I give you a name too? His dazed eyes focused on the small boat as he began to think. My weapon is called Yacha, so should my boat be called Yacha too? After being wanted, Alsace felt that he was inextricably linked to Yacha. Yacha. Once he finished naming it, Alsace stumbled backward and fell onto the dock's floor. Seeing this, Robin hurried over to help him up, her tone flat. You've had too much to drink, Al. Looking at Alsace's clear and clean face and his recent behavior, she couldn't imagine that this boy would harm her. My previous experiences were really tough. Alsace covered his forehead, recalling the various things he had done in this world. Stealing, rummaging through trash cans, relying on all kinds of cleverness to survive until now, and finally starting to see some improvement. Al, you're drunk. Get up and sail. I still have to deal with the Navy tomorrow. Alsace didn't want to evade any Navy pursuing him, but his current strength demanded that he remain rational. Actually, we could leave this island directly. Why are you so intent on fighting the Navy? Robin was quite confused. I want to become stronger. Arthas said clearly to her, extreme battles are the only shortcut for my physique. What a special physique. Is the change in aura after training also related? Robin analyzed his physique in her mind. She let Xia AI drive the Yasha along the island's coastline into the island's river, entering the interior of the island. Arthas brought out a box of rum from the mid-deck, lying at the bow of the ship, enjoying the beautiful night scene while continuing to drink, his face occasionally showing various smiles. Inside the cabin, Robin's persuasion was ineffective. She quietly read a book and gradually fell asleep. The banks of the river he was on were lined with forests and paths, lush with shrubs. In this hazy drunkenness, with the sound of cicadas, the night, and the pleasant sea breeze, how intoxicating it is. After drinking, he felt something strange in his limbs. Their strength was much greater than usual, and his senses were clearer than in a normal state. Is this another form of innate power? Arthas held the rum bottle in his left hand, stretching his right hand in front of him. He couldn't help but want to dance with a sword in this state. The stimulation from the high alcohol content did not make him uncomfortable. Xia AI's growth talent for the host allows for continuous refinement of the body in any environment and any state, making it the best talent choice for the sword path, right? But how do you explain drinking? Arthas began to ask Xia AI. Alcohol can also be absorbed by the host, no matter how drunk. It won't harm the host body. Alcohol can nourish the host's organs, serving as a unique training method. Wow. Alsace was taken aback, feeling it was unbelievable. Drinking too much alcohol is generally bad for the body, and it's usually best to drink in moderation. Now he was immune to the harm alcohol brought, and instead, it could strengthen his body. Does that mean if I drink alcohol all the time, I'm exercising all the time? It could be understood that the host is stronger in a drunken state than in a normal state. I misunderstood you, Xiao AI. You are not useless after all. He had previously thought his golden finger was just junk, but after the main quest was activated, it turned out to be quite good. It seems he needs to carry a bottle of high-proof liquor with him every day. Under the night sky, Alsace sat at the bow of the ship, gazing at the starry sky and the moon, contemplating the naval strength that would soon come here to hunt him down. He listened to the cicadas and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, at 5 a.m., the Navy arrived at the Troyan non-affiliated country's dock, with the warships docking at the same pier where the Yasha had previously anchored. A large number of soldiers raised their guns and began searching the small town. They went from house to house, asking if anyone had seen Alsace, whose face was depicted on the yellowing wanted poster. Colonel Big Jaw was patrolling the streets, carrying a massive hammer-shaped weapon on his back, inquiring with the surrounding soldiers. Have you found any trace of him in this small town? Colonel, The civilian naval officer quickly the town resident's information and rushed to him. We have found his trace. Oh, where? Colonel Big Chin's expression immediately became serious. With his arms crossed over his chest, he was about 4 meters tall, very robust in build, and had a thick beard. A music headset was attached to his naval duckbill hat. According to the information provided by the residents, the civilian soldier looked at the documents in his hand. He took out over 100 slave owner subordinates at the dock bar yesterday. Colonel Big Chin was slightly surprised. Over 100? Alone? It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to fight against 100. So he concluded that Alsace's strength should not be weak. Well, drinking heavily here late at night, steering his own ship with Nico Robin heading towards the eastern coastline doesn't seem like he's leaving this island. This information was indeed useful, prompting Colonel Big Chin to head towards the dock bar and order, deploy some soldiers to search along the eastern coastal forest. Yes, no wonder the headquarters dispatched me here. This criminal boy seems very strong. Arriving at the bar where Alsace had caused trouble before, he found that it was still operating in the early morning, filled with customers. Colonel Big Chin walked in, reaching into his pocket to take out a bag of berries and a wanted poster to place on the bar. I want to inquire about something. How much alcohol has this boy consumed here? The arrival of the Navy quieted the hung-over patrons in the bar. The bartender, seeing the wanted poster on the bar, immediately recognized Alsace, who had drunk a lot of whiskey here before. He reported honestly to the imposing Navy colonel in front of him. I've seen him. He was here just a few hours ago, drinking with Nico Robin. Are you really sure it was Nico Robin? Colonel Big Chin doubted. After all, she was a child specially wanted by the world government, one they needed to capture alive, and a survivor from O'Hara who could unlock the mysteries of the world. Absolutely certain, sir. The bartender dared not lie. That little girl is indeed Nico Robin. The middle-aged colonel with a prominent chin stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and then said, as soon as anyone discovers his whereabouts, report it to the Navy immediately. First, give me a bottle of whiskey. About 2 hours later, near the forest river in the small town, Alsace's heart suddenly raced as he lay at the bow of the nightshade, causing him to quickly open his eyes. Checking the time on his virtual phone, he realized it was only 7 a.m. Taking a deep breath of the cool air, he quickly woke up and jumped on the mud by the river. Watching the birds in the forest startled awake, Alsace narrowed his eyes in alert. This was an ominous premonition. Had the Navy arrived early? Hey, there seems to be a ship ahead. Soldiers crawled out from the bushes, searching the riverbank and discovering the nightshade. Alsace glanced at the group of Navy soldiers dressed in blue trousers, white shirts, and wearing duckbill hats. They were almost fully armed, holding long guns and wearing sabers. There were about 10 Navy soldiers searching the area, and as they focused their gaze, they found Alsace, who looked exactly like the one on the wanted poster. They immediately raised their long guns, aimed at him, and shouted, "Don't move. Quickly contact Colonel Big Jaw. We found the target of this manhunt. Hurry up and contact him." Just as a soldier reached for the phone bug on his body, Alsace dashed towards them with incredible speed. This guy is so fast. Fire. The gunshots broke the silence, waking Robin, who was sleeping inside the ship. She carefully opened the hatch, holding a small ball, and discovered that Alsace was not lying at the bow. She immediately shouted, "Alsace!" After a series of gunshots, the sound of bones cracking and screams followed. Hearing Robin's voice, Alsace, who was fighting the Navy, responded, "Stay inside the cabin. Don't come out, Robin. The Navy is here." Is this guy a monster? He can't even aim properly. A soldier was about to shoot as Alsace quickly approached him. But before he could fire, his body was forcibly controlled by Alsace's strength. "Colonel Big Jaw?" Alsace whispered in the soldier's ear. "Is he the zone-type ability user with a shell weapon?" Alsace knew the plot of One Piece and all its characters. There was no one he didn't recognize except for passers-by. What he didn't expect was that the one coming to capture him was a vice admiral of the Navy 17 years later. "Let him go, boy. Accept your arrest by the Navy obediently. Perhaps you can still turn things around." Ignoring the Navy's warning, Alsace directly twisted the neck of the soldier in front of him, then quickly grabbed the ammunition from his waist pouch and the long gun in his hand. He hid behind a massive rock. The short gun had 7 rounds. The long gun had 12 rounds, and he had about 30 spare rounds left in his possession. That was enough to deal with the current situation. But the gunfire had already attracted Colonel Big Jaw from the town. Alsace had to resolve this quickly. Leaning against the boulder, he waited for a moment when the Navy's gunfire ceased, then raised the long gun and quickly poked his head out, instantly aiming at a soldier. Pulling the trigger, bang. It was a perfect shot, blowing the soldier's head off. "Colonel, we've encountered that 20 million bounty boy. Requesting support. Requesting," bang, as the communicator nervously called out. He was again shot in the head by Alsace. There were still 7 panicked soldiers left. How can he shoot so accurately? Damn it, we are all rigorously trained. That is not the point, okay? Our bullets can't hit him. We will definitely be wiped out. With his enhanced abilities, Alsace found it quite easy to dodge bullets head-on. However, every time he dodged a bullet, he would use polar quick movement for a moment, just in case he got hit. Correct. Alsace replied to the Navy soldier. You will all be wiped out here. His sword was still being repaired at the blacksmith shop in the town, and the Navy had not investigated the shop, so they were unaware of this. Before each shot, Alsace's focus and concentration would spike instantly. The boost from polarization allowed him to easily crush the entire investigation team. The gun might be good. After shooting the last Navy soldier, he dropped the weapon in his hand, but in real combat, this kind of thing is only useful against ordinary people. He ran towards a small boat and leaped onto the deck to reach the helm. Oh no, the sword is still at the blacksmith shop. I can't go out to sea. After hesitating for a moment, he felt that as a swordsman, he could never abandon his sword, even if it meant death. At the same time, he underestimated the Navy's search capabilities and ended up hiding in vain. Robin, are you coming with me to the town or staying here alone? He asked Robin in the cabin. But there are Navy outside. They'll catch me. Robin responded, her tone a bit fearful. Hearing the reply, Alsace returned to the shore, gripping the wooden planks of the boat tightly with both hands. With a fierce shout, he suddenly lifted the Yasha and pulled it directly onto the shore, then pushed it into the dense forest not far away. You stay on the boat and wait for me to come back. Returning to the riverbank, he picked up 2 sabers and tucked them into his waist as backup weapons. Hearing that Arthas was leaving, Robin rushed out of the cabin, hugging a small ball. No, I want to go with you. I'm scared alone. Robin's timeline had already been altered by Arthas, and he was also worried that she would be caught by the Navy if she stayed on the boat. Anyway, the Navy wouldn't dare harm or kill her, so Arthas decisively agreed to let her follow. After hiding the small boat, he started running through the forest with Robin, though Arthas was unsure in his heart. Was there a possibility of defeating the future Rear Admiral? This was 17 years ago, and even though the future Navy Rear Admiral was strong, he should still be a new seedling growing within the Navy at this time. But the thought of him being a Zoan fruit user made him somewhat uncertain. In close combat, the Zoan type was the most formidable among the 3 types of devil fruit users. The Lafitte he had encountered before now seemed like trash in his mind. The Navy had institutionalized training, and their strength was definitely formidable. In a dense forest, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped the running Arthas. You're Arthas, right? Upon hearing the voice, Arthas stopped moving, standing still in the shadow, his left thumb already on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it for battle at any moment. Robin, who was following him, turned to look at the trunk behind them, her eyes wide as she shouted, "Watch out behind you, Arthas!" The big-chinned figure gripped a shell hammer weapon with both hands and jumped into the air, swinging directly at Arthas from behind. Indeed, it's Nico Robin, no doubt about it. This is truly effortless. He noticed Robin's presence and felt a strange happiness in his heart. Sans signe danger. Arthas instantly drew his sword and swiftly turned to slash at the incoming weapon. Bang! The moment their weapons clashed, a weak shockwave spread around them. Are you a swordsman? In a confrontation of strength, Colonel Big Jaw grinned widely, casually asking, how rare. The heavy shell hammer came crashing down, and the blade in Arthas's hand bent. The immense force instantly shattered the bandages wrapped around his wrist, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that the blow had pushed him to his limits. This is the Colonel. Arthas felt an overwhelming shock. After training for so long, he had barely managed to withstand a single strike from the future Major General. Seeing that the military knife's resilience couldn't endure such force and was about to break, he activated his polarized power, filling his entire body. Where did he get that strength? Colonel Big Jaw couldn't believe that Arthas's frail body could unleash such astonishing power in an instant. Is this the explosive power of a swordsman? The tremendous force deflected Big Jaw's attack directly, sending it crashing to the ground several meters in front of Arthas. Colonel Big Jaw hoisted the massive shell hammer onto his shoulder, revealing a look of disdain. True swordsmen are indeed rare, you little evil spirit. What happened to my subordinates? That scream just now was your doing, wasn't it? After the exchange, Arthas's breathing became rapid. The Big Jaw colonel in front of him was not comparable to the previous Major Boris, who had spouted righteous words. He felt an immense pressure. Hey, speak up. Kid, just the fact that you were with Nico Robin is enough for you to be publicly executed. After a few seconds of panting, adjusting his state, Arthas's gaze once again steeled as he held his knife in confrontation. Sweat dripped from his forehead involuntarily. The military knife in his hand could not support a prolonged battle against the colonel before him, and there were no other weapons available. Robin, behind Al, was holding a small ball, her eyes wide and momentarily dazed. From the previous exchange, she could see how great the gap was between the Navy and Alsace. Victory was impossible. Stay aside, Robin. I'll handle him. Alsace steadied Robin's heart, his gaze focused on the burly figure of Colonel Big Jaw. In that brief moment, the strength difference was evident. Could he really deal with me? Colonel Big Jaw said, glancing at Nico Robin. If he could take him back, it would be a monumental achievement. The government would not only promote him, but also pay great attention to him. It seems you have nothing to say. I have nothing to discuss with the Navy. The colonel no longer hesitated, swinging his weapon directly at Alsace. The massive hammer struck again, but Alsace was already prepared. As it approached him, the power of polarization surged throughout his body, and he swung his saber to slash at the shell hammer. Clang! The hammer was deflected in an instant, and Colonel Big Jaw's hands couldn't withstand Alsace's suddenly increased strength and speed, causing his arms to lose balance and rise high. He could actually enhance his strength and speed in an instant, achieving an unexpected effect. Colonel Big Jaw was astonished, utterly shocked. Little did he know that Alsace could only exceed his power after activating polarization, and not by much. Seeing the exploitable opening, Alsace wasted no time in accelerating and slashing at his chest. Faced with the rapidly approaching saber, Colonel Big Jaw had nowhere to hide. He instantly braced himself, shouting, "Iron block!" The blade struck him in an instant, shattering before Alsace's eyes, making him hesitate for a second, staring at the broken saber. Just as he prepared to draw another saber, Colonel Big Jaw's iron-like fist had already hit his chest. The most fatal flaw for a swordsman is that their combat power plummets the moment they lose their sword. Colonel Big Jaw shouted. A wave of punching force erupted from Alsace's chest, propelling him backward. In midair, Alsace coughed up blood, experiencing this sensation for the first time in his life. His body felt as if it had been stripped of power, crashing into a large tree and landing among the tree stumps. Fresh blood flowed from his lips onto his chest clothing. Tried to lift his hands with all his might. Arthas found it difficult to summon any strength at that moment. A painful wail escaped from his lips, his bloodshot eyes staring at the advancing major with the prominent chin. Al Robin hurried over to check on the situation. 3 years after O'Hara's destruction, he once again showed an expression of immense worry towards outsiders. At this moment, all that remained in Arthas's heart was shock and confusion. In the original work, weren't school-level officers just cannon fodder? Or is the old era almost devoid of particularly weak navies? If this had happened a few weeks ago, he would have definitely been killed by Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw. Seeing Robin's worried expression, Arthas forced a bitter smile and got up. Cough, cough. I'm fine, Robin. If I say I'll take responsibility for you, I will definitely keep my promise. Just as he spoke, he saw Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw's body begin to swell, quickly growing thick fur, and his human limbs transforming into those of an animal. It seems your strength isn't enough, kid. Hand over Nico Robin, and I'll let you live a few more days. Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw's tone shifted to a beastly one. Unlike Lafitte, whom Arthas had encountered before, who only had a pair of wings, Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw could completely transform into an animal. Suppressing the pain in his chest, Arthas sheathed his sword, his sharp gaze locking onto Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw's body. I've never done anything major in my life. How could I easily hand over the person I promised to protect for the first time? Looking at the orc-like figure that was several times larger than him, he felt an inexplicable fear. If only he had the Yasha in hand, he wouldn't be this helpless, Arthas thought. At this moment, he truly understood the importance of a good sword to a swordsman in actual combat. Hearing Arthas's words, Robin clenched her fists, feeling somewhat hesitant. Although they had only been together for 7 days, Arthas had made her feel the warmth of human kindness once again. Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw, now transformed into the animal type C otter form, had a very imposing physique. As he approached Arthas, who was sheathing his sword and looking at him, he noticed a tremendous change in the aura surrounding him. The surrounding trees and grass were stirred by Arthas's surging momentum, causing the colonel to halt his advance and say, "Do you want to be enemies with the world government? Do you know what it means to protect this girl? I'm simply the first to catch up to you, and there are many Navy colonels, majors, and even CP intelligence agents on their way to the non-affiliated country of Troya. Do you know why the Navy is deploying such a large force?" How could Arthas not understand? The world government wanted to capture Nico Robin alive to decode the historical texts and the secrets of ancient weapons. This would facilitate the suppression of this turbulent era with those weapons, making it more stable. He did not give Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw a direct answer. During their conversation, his moves had already built up power. His limbs were filled with terrifying explosive strength aimed at Lieutenant Colonel Big Jaw. Flash. Boom. The air was instantly shattered by Arthas. Disappeared, as Major Big Chin was shocked to see Arthas vanish in place. A sharp pain surged through his chest. An explosion of air burst behind him, and Arthas had already appeared behind him, quickly turning around with his injured body to sheath his sword and gather power again. When did this guy hit me? He couldn't believe it. He had already used his devil fruit to intimidate Arthas, yet he still had such fighting spirit. Indeed, one cannot underestimate a swordsman. Major Big Chin ignored the slash on his chest and leaped into the air, wielding his back-mounted weapon, the Sea Otter Heavy Hammer. After transforming, Major Big Chin's strength and speed were greatly enhanced, and the wound on his chest made him no longer hold back against Arthas. As the giant hammer swung down, about to hit Arthas' head, he felt a sense of unease from Arthas' eyes in that instant. In this situation, Arthas had no time to care about his own body and was ready to draw his sword again. Activating polarization doubled the power and speed of his sword-drawing technique, Flash. The moment polarization was activated, his muscles instantly swelled, and as he stepped out, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider web and suddenly sank, as if the earth was trembling. Flash. With a second explosive collision with the air, the muscle tearing caused his speed to drop significantly without the relief of bandages. He once again used the sword-drawing technique to slash at Colonel Big Jaw in midair. The Sea Otter Heavy Hammer move collided with Arthas' sword-drawing Flash, and in that instant, Colonel Big Jaw's giant hammer was knocked out of his hand by Arthas' terrifying explosive power. When the blade struck his body, Colonel Big Jaw used an iron block for defense once more. The blade hit the Colonel's body, and the second strike also couldn't escape the fate of breaking. Colonel Big Jaw's animalistic use of the iron block was even harder. The blade shattered again, even though the first strike of the sword-drawing technique made him suffer. The second could only leave a scratch on his body. After Arthas' body penetrated Colonel Big Jaw's form, he hovered in the air, his eyes wide with despair as he looked at the broken blade in his hand. Behind him came the mocking laughter of Colonel Big Jaw. It seems your military knife can't bear the power of your moves, nor can it break my iron block. After being injured, Colonel Big Jaw used the Navy 6 Styles moonwalk to quickly appear behind Arthas and delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the ground. The ground immediately caved in, creating a pit, and Arthas' body instantly lost consciousness, lying in the center of the pit. He gathered all his strength to stand up from the hole, his legs bleeding and trembling as he stood in place. His hair was disheveled, his body soaked in blood, and his eyes were vacant. Blood poured out from the torn wounds on his body, and in no time, a large pool of blood accumulated beneath his feet. He could no longer see any chance of winning the battle before him. Colonel Big Jaw stood at the edge of the pit, bleeding from his chest as he looked down at him, when suddenly a sharp pain made him crouch down, clutching his chest. "It hurts, you bastard." The power of the sword-drawing technique didn't spare him. Arthas' expression was calm, his gaze distant, and he suddenly closed his eyes without moving. He found it strange. When facing death, people don't typically have this kind of expression. Bearing his broken body, Arthas held the broken blade, filled with unwillingness. If he had the Yasha in hand, he could definitely reverse the situation, but reality has no what-ifs. It was bad enough that he found himself in this dire strait. But he also altered the timeline of the person he liked, Nico Robin, forcing her to face the fate of being captured and killed alongside him. The Sea Otter little ball slipped from Robin's embrace, climbed onto Arthas' body, and held his head, trying to stop Colonel Big Jaw from picking up his weapon and delivering a fatal blow. As the giant hammer descended toward Arthas' head, Robin made an astonishing move. She opened her arms and stood in front of the battered Arthas. "Stop!" With a loud crash, Colonel Big Jaw was startled and hurriedly stopped swinging the giant hammer. Afraid of hurting Nico Robin, he asked, "Nico Robin, are you going to protect him? Let Arthas go, and I will willingly go with you." At that moment, Robin decided to abandon her freedom and life on the run to protect the boy in the pit behind her. She also knew that the world government no longer dared to do anything to her. Hearing Robin's words, Arthas opened his ashen eyes. His heart trembled with extreme self-reproach, and he remained silent. "What is it about this boy that makes you willing to give up your own protection, Nico Robin?" Even Colonel Big Jaw found it unbelievable. The girl who would do anything to survive and escape from the Navy was willing to give it all up for Arthas. She recalled what Saul had said to her, took another look at the bloodied Arthas, and remembered all the unconditional care he had given her in the past few days. No one expected things to develop to this point, just because Arthas wanted to retrieve his weapon and set sail again. In truth, Arthas wanted to retrieve his weapon to fight against the Navy, to break through the pursuit, and he hadn't even considered the current situation. I voluntarily go with you, and I absolutely will not resist or escape along the way. I only ask you to spare Arthas's life. Colonel. A large number of naval soldiers rushed in with guns, only to find that the battle had already ended. Da Xiaoba was pondering over Nico Robin's deal and deliberately asked, "If I kill him and then take you away, isn't that the same?" "Nico Robin, are you stupid? I will commit suicide. Even if you use sea stone to lock my limbs and block my mouth, I can still commit suicide. I am very useful to the government, right? I don't know what you want to capture me for, but if you lose me, it won't be easy for you to report back." Robin's words made Alsace's heart ache at this moment. At just 11 years old, she was so mature, which shows how brutal her experiences have been over the years. How to commit suicide? The big chin man asked curiously again, not wanting to let go of Arthas. Caught in a dilemma, Robin replied with his extensive knowledge. Holding your breath might lead to a decrease in the oxygen levels in your body, causing hypoxia. It could even lead to brain hypoxia, resulting in consciousness disorders, coma, and other symptoms that could endanger life. Even if I don't die, my brain would be damaged, and knowledge would be lost. Colonel Big Chin sighed to the sky. I really can't outsmart you, Nico Robin. You're too clever. Seeing that Big Chin was inclined to let go of Arthas, a soldier hurriedly stepped forward. Colonel, but our mission this time is to take this kid back. The value of bringing back Nico Robin is much higher than his. Let's go. The soldiers dared not disobey Colonel Big Chin's orders and left the forest with Nico Robin. At that moment, Arthas suddenly spoke up. Don't think this is over. If you don't kill me, I will make you self-righteous guys regret it. Kid, you really should thank Nico Robin. Although I don't know why she wants to save you, I can't let her be harmed in any way. The Navy left, leaving the severely injured Arthas standing alone in the pit, feeling guilty. The sky over the island was dense with dark clouds, and a light rain began to fall, gradually turning into a heavy downpour, dripping down on Arthas. He gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, and even some tears welled up in his eyes. His mouth trembled, his teeth chattered, and the anger in his eyes surged to an unprecedented critical point. It wasn't anger towards others, but anger towards his own weakness. He suddenly shouted angrily to the sky, his weak knees kneeling in the damp soil as he roared. You're truly hopelessly weak, Arthas. What are you? What are you? He pounded his fists into the ground, not complaining about his own weakness, until his body could no longer support him. He fainted, lying in the heavy rain. Strong emotions surged through his brain. His first defeat after crossing over made him lose his protection over Robin. It was nothing short of a disgrace for him. The morning rain continued to pour, washing through the forest along with Arthas. For hours had passed since he lost consciousness. At the dock of a town where a Navy warship was anchored, the Navy was talking on the phone with the CP intelligence agency. An 11-year-old Robin was handcuffed by them. Her expression showed no emotion as she looked out at the heavy rain on the deck. Hey, Sorrow, I guess I've met a companion, right? She still didn't understand why Arthas was innocently good to her. That kindness allowed her to forget her experiences over the past 3 years, albeit briefly, and made her truly see the person Sorrow spoke of, while also feeling that Arthas was quite naive. On the deck outside the cabin, a naval soldier reported to the Chin commander, Colonel, this rain will last about 1 to 2 days, and if the warship sets sail now, it may encounter severe storms and tsunamis. That's not good. I can't fall into the sea. The Chin commander was already wrapped in medical bandages, the injury on his chest causing him unbearable pain. It was not an ordinary cut, but one that had injured his muscles and bones. However, he possessed the extraordinary healing ability of a Zoan-type fruit and would soon recover. Then let us rest temporarily at the dock. The soldiers can take turns to rest and go to the town to have fun and drink, but they must not neglect discipline. The investigation team soldiers had all been killed, with none surviving. Their bodies had already been transported back to the warship. Understood, go ahead. Yes, Colonel. The heavy rain that had started early in the morning made the Chin commander feel a bit strange. Why was it raining so heavily at this time? He thought, his gaze turning to Nico Robin inside the porthole. Such a huge achievement could only be attributed to him. In the forest near the town, at the place where the battle had taken place, Arthas had half of his head submerged in rainwater, and unable to breathe through his nose, he immediately woke up. The intense pain in his body was unbearable, making it difficult for him to sit up and utilize the training results from today. This absorption could only be used once a day, regardless of whether he trained or not. After absorbing half of the results from the battle, his body felt somewhat relieved from the torn muscles and cold fatigue. That feeling was akin to starting to work out for the first time, causing muscle fatigue and tearing after doing a large number of exercises, wanting to exert force but being unable to use his own strength. But the world was different, and so was his physique. They could not be compared. At 11 o'clock, he stood up, glanced at the time on his virtual phone, and walked through the rain towards where the Yasha was located. After bringing a bit of Bailey's back to the town, he first dragged his battered body to the outside of the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, who had already repaired the Yasha, looked at Arthas in confusion. "Hey, kid, are you okay?" After the commotion he caused in the town yesterday, everyone knew about his bounty from the Navy, including the blacksmith shop owner. However, he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary and highly risky conflicts, so he walked towards Arthas with the sheath of the Yasha. "Is it fixed? This knife of yours is of good quality and took a lot of my effort, but it's already repaired." Arthas's expression has changed dramatically from before. He unsheathes the knife and inspects it, finding no issues. "Thank you." Coldly saying this, he took the knife and left the blacksmith shop, stepping through the rainwater on the street. Was it the Navy's doing? Seeing Alsace leave, the blacksmith shop owner muttered, no longer caring about these struggles. Along the way, Alsace looked at the street full of slaves, their necks shackled, lying on the ground for sale. "What's going on? Weren't you being arrogant yesterday, kid? Who injured you so badly? Could be the Navy?" "Ha ha." Some slave owners and their subordinates, seeing the battered Alsace, immediately stood up to mock him. But why didn't the Navy catch him? The sailors in the bar said that Nico Robin voluntarily went with the Navy to protect this guy, on the condition that they spare his life. Hearing this, Alsace stopped in the heavy rain. He had been too cautious in the previous battle, always thinking about completing it without injury. Now it seemed how foolish that mindset was. In a world like this, especially at his current level of power, how could he possibly clear things without taking damage? Holding on to a fear of death and not daring to fight desperately. The only thing waiting for him was another defeat. His eyes firmed up, and in the rain, he tied his long hair into a single ponytail and then drew the Yasha, walking toward the slave traders who had just mocked him. "Huh? What are you going to do? Hey, are you really going to cause trouble in that state?" The slave traders laughed, as if they had just received a huge bounty, completely unafraid. Little did they know that their earlier taunts had already placed them half a foot in the grave. Alsace had made a significant decision in his heart. If he was afraid to fight fiercely and worried about himself, he wouldn't be able to protect anything. From the slave trader's words, he learned that the warship hadn't left, which meant Robin hadn't been taken away yet. He needed to use his life to atone for his mistakes and fulfill his promise to Robin. Holding the knife with one hand, he looked at everyone. "Say that again." This action made the other slave traders feel very displeased, and they all gathered their weapons and rushed toward Alsace. Last time, they didn't dare to provoke him because he was so strong. But now, he looked like a beaten dog who was still afraid of him. "Let's take him down together, and then we'll split the bounty." Alsace no longer hid his emotions and immediately attacked them. Blood splattered on the street where slaves were sold, and he hacked through the slave traders, who screamed in agony. He cast aside any concerns about his injuries and threw himself wholeheartedly into the fight, no longer thinking about getting away unscathed. As the battle began, the slave traders realized something was wrong. Alsace with a knife was a completely different person from Alsace without one. Not a single strong man could withstand a blow from him. The raindrops on the ground quickly turned red, dripping from the tip of the Yasha into the falling rain. "Navy? Where's the Navy? Who will take this guy down? Damn it, why is he still so strong even in that condition?" After the battle, what lay before him were corpses and the desperate cries of slave traders clutching their severed arms. Alsace walked past them with his knife, having lost interest in them. "Warning, anyone who stands in my way will be cut down." Saying this, he picked up a bottle of undrunk murky liquor, 56 degrees, 750 milliliters, and poured it all into his mouth, then walked into a medical clinic to buy a roll of bandages. He wrapped his wrist, waist, calves, thighs, and even ankles with bandages tighter than before. "Wait for me, Robin. How could I leave you behind?" Always worrying about his own condition and safety. He couldn't think of any way to defeat someone like Lieutenant Big Jaw. Based on the last battle with Lieutenant Big Jaw, he deduced that the lieutenant's iron block would definitely not withstand the sharpness of the Yasha. He decided to drag his injured body to find the Navy and fight. Walking alone toward the Navy station at the dock, Alsace drank heavily in the pouring rain. The drunkenness surged, filling him with a strong smell of alcohol, and his eyes became resolute and unyielding. Fearlessly approaching the Navy soldiers in his sight, he was filled with an unshakable determination. The soldiers, discovering Alsace coming in by the campfire, were filled with astonishment. What was that guy doing here? The lieutenant had spared his life. What strange steps? What's wrong with him? Quickly notify the lieutenant. Holding the yasha, it seemed as if the blade and he were one. The strong alcohol and intense drunkenness occupied Alsace's mind. With each step, he drew arcs in the rain. The light from the yasha reflected in the rain, appearing exceptionally cold and sharp. The Navy felt a sense of authority and determination, even a hint of killing intent. Alsace's arrival caused a large number of Navy personnel to gather at the dock. Lieutenant Big Jaw stood behind the soldiers, watching Alsace's lonely yet determined figure in the rain, his aura sharp like a beast ready to fight to the death. It seemed he was already prepared for death, which surprised Lieutenant Big Jaw and even instilled a sense of fear. What a strong smell of alcohol. How much has he drunk? Where's Robin? He asked the Navy, slightly crazed from the drunkenness. Stand down. This guy seems off, Lieutenant Big Jaw said, taking off his justice cloak and crossing through the crowd of soldiers to confront Alsace. I spared you once, kid. Do you dare to come here and seek death with that body? Saying this, he took down the huge hammer from his back, planning to secretly kill Alsace in Robin's absence. Alsace's body had become stronger under the tempering of alcohol. Seeing Big Jaw prepare for battle, he immediately charged toward the Navy crowd with his knife. Cough, annoying guy. Lieutenant Big Jaw was completely unafraid, even looking down on the injured Alsace at that moment. Even if you change your weapon, so what? If you want to walk with someone like Nico Robin, you will never escape the fate of failure and losing your life. Kill you. Arthas lunged forward, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The two engaged in a fierce clash once again at the town dock. With a thunderous sound, their weapons collided. This guy's strength had increased again. No, the blade was not bent compared to before. The untransformed colonel with the large jaw felt the pressure. The giant hammer and blade swung rapidly, and he could no longer gain the upper hand in his normal form. His speed gradually fell behind Arthas, completely at a disadvantage. You've angered me. This is the beginning of the end of your naval career. Arthas grew more and more courageous, his expression extremely excited and frenzied. Like a demon, his physical skills instantly doubled. Boom! The giant hammer was sliced open by his blade, and the explosive force nearly destabilized the large-jawed colonel, causing him to lean back and almost fall. Navy. Arthas quickly retracted his blade, positioning himself for a thrust, and suddenly stabbed towards the colonel's massive body. At that moment, nearby soldiers, sensing danger, immediately pulled the triggers, forcing Arthas to dodge the bullets. His target was instantly locked onto the soldier who had fired, and with a swift arc, he reached the soldier's side, striking down from the center line of his body. Here, any Navy soldier was his enemy, not just the large-jawed colonel. Arthas began to slash wildly through the crowd of Navy soldiers, and they fell one after another. Unable to touch Arthas in his current state, the large-jawed colonel, stabilizing his body, watched as Arthas staggered to dodge bullets and the attacks from the soldiers amidst the hail of gunfire. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible, could you? He wasn't sure if it was observation hockey and dared not conclude. Seeing his soldiers being killed drove him to use his abilities to confront Arthas. One strike to eliminate you. Arthas powerfully swept his blade, sending nearby Navy soldiers flying. He jumped back to the front of the crowd, aiming at everyone, and instantly retracted his blade to gather power. You won't succeed. The large-jawed colonel, having transformed into his animal form, exploded through the air, giant shell hammer in hand, and appeared in front of Arthas in an instant. Arthas sneered, his aura suddenly surging as the floor beneath him sank. As he felt his muscles swell, ready to draw his blade to strike down his subordinates, Colonel Big Jaw raised his giant hammer defensively. Firmly planting his feet, he shouted, "Iron block." Unable to react to the speed of Arthas's attack, he had no choice but to use iron block again. Let your blade break once more, you damn man. Draw blade technique. Flash. At the same time, empowered by polarization, Arthas drew the blade at his waist, his body moving like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through all the Navy soldiers on the dock. A powerful force was suddenly unleashed, creating a shockwave that stalled the raindrops in the air for several seconds. The blade aura generated by Arthas pierced through the bodies of everyone behind Colonel Big Jaw. The giant hammer was also cleaved in two by Arthas's draw blade technique, rendered unusable. The powerful jaw bled profusely, his face filled with disbelief. The iron block had actually been broken, something he couldn't do before. The hissing sound of the blade sheathing echoed around as Yasha was drawn into the sheath by Arthas, the blade closing in an instant. The dozens of Navy soldiers behind him fell to the ground, their faces filled with anger and shock. Arthas swiftly turned around, taking a deep breath as he aimed again at Colonel Big Jaw. Just a moment ago, he had exerted too much force, inadvertently realizing that the blade aura he unleashed could also harm ordinary people. Sword energy? Once one reaches a certain level of power, they can unleash slashing attacks, more terrifying than cannon fire. Arthas was well aware of this. Cough, you damn guy, what the hell is going on? Colonel Big Jaw gritted his teeth as he knelt on the cracked ground. A pungent smell of blood wafted into his nostrils. Undoubtedly, as a Zoan-type sea otter fruit user, even without turning around, he knew what had happened. His soldiers had been instantaneously killed by Arthas. The sense of smell of a sea otter is extremely keen, and he happened to be in his sea otter form. Holding his chest where blood continuously dripped from a wound, Colonel Big Jaw looked at the blood in his palm. The shock in his heart was beyond words. The swordsman's draw technique is usually used to finish off enemies, but this kid in front of him used it for direct combat, and he could release it continuously. This is too perverse. However, noticing Arthas's physical condition, he also speculated that using this technique had put a significant burden on his body. Curiously, he asked, "What is your relationship with Nico Robin, kid?" Arthas did not answer him directly, seriously gathering his strength, intending to take down this historical figure in one strike, which would also allow him to obtain the reward for hunting historical figures. As for their relationship, Arthas just wanted to protect her. He had previously been acknowledged by Robin as her brother. "I told you, if you don't kill me, this matter isn't over. I was aiming for this weapon. How could you possibly defeat me?" The alcohol on Arthas's body evaporated rapidly due to his intense movements, and his drunkenness slowly faded, along with the onset of pain in his body. But he didn't care at all at the moment. "You a small pirate. What is your purpose in getting close to Nico Robin?" On the drawbridge, Colonel Big Jaw turned around and looked at Arthas in the wind and rain, asking. He was a Zoan-type otter fruit user, not someone who could be easily killed. Purpose? Does a brother need a purpose or reason to protect his sister? Upon hearing Arthas's response, Colonel Big Jaw's pupils suddenly constricted into pinpricks. "Brother. Ha ha ha, you ignorant madman. Do you even know what you're saying?" "Ignorant is you." Undoubtedly, this was a life-and-death duel. Even if he wanted to retreat, the now unafraid and confused Arthas would not give him the chance. The indirect answer directly let Colonel Big Jaw understand one thing. The long-haired boy in front of him was not afraid of power or the world government, and held great hostility towards the Navy. The reason was unknown. He observed Arthas, whose aura was continuously rising, preparing to react the moment he drew his sword. Having already suffered 2 heavy wounds and 1 light wound, he dared not let his guard down any longer. Just as Colonel Big Jaw was pondering, in an instant, Arthas vanished from his spot and appeared in a flash. In that moment, he saw with his own eyes Arthas draw his sword and slash towards his waist muscles. He stomped the ground hard, attempting to evade using moonwalk, but he realized that under the speed of Arthas's sword draw, his own movements had become extremely slow. The blade tore through the iliopsoas of his left waist. Bang! After Arthas's second sword draw technique ended, the air exploded as Colonel Big Jaw's legs hit the ground, and he heavily fell onto the wooden planks of the drawbridge. The wounded Arthas also knelt not far behind him, gasping in pain. The bandages on his thigh and wrist burst again in that moment, and the pain returned to his limbs. Blood loss made his face somewhat pale, yet he immediately got up, gripping his sword, and quickly walked towards Colonel Big Jaw. In immense pain, Colonel Big Jaw struggled to rise, realizing he could no longer stand straight. After a short while, his body tilted to the left. The powerful vitality of his Zoan-type ability allowed him to still fight. In contrast, Arthas, having used the sword draw technique 4 times in one day, was fine before, but now, forced to use it while heavily injured. His body had nearly reached its limit, yet he had only one purpose and did not care about his own body. Arthas and Colonel Big Jaw engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat again, severely injured, but it did not change his steadfast determination to save Robin. He would not waver, even if it meant death. Taking advantage of his speed, he quickly inflicted wounds all over Colonel Big Jaw's limbs. Until an hour later, both were exhausted, standing in the rain to rest. The ground was covered in blood, with nearly dying Navy soldiers scattered all over the dock. Even so, Arthas maintained a sharp gaze, staring at the heavily injured colonel with the prominent chin in front of him. If this keeps up, the soldiers around you won't receive timely treatment and will all meet their doom. This statement struck a chord with the colonel, who was also very concerned about the safety of his subordinates. He never expected to be pushed to this point by Arthas. Arthas understood that dragging his heavily injured body would not allow him to kill the guy in front of him. He felt a bit frustrated, but his mind remained clear. Not ending the battle would also be very disadvantageous for him. His arms, holding the knife, could no longer stop trembling, not out of fear, but because he had reached his limit. You say you're a brother? The colonel, unable to fight any longer, replied, Then your full name should be Nicole Arthis, right? No, I have no blood relation to her. Arthis's answer surprised the colonel greatly, even making him a bit angry. Then why are you fighting so hard to protect her? Don't you understand? She is a target of bounty for the world government and for people all around the world. The girl regarded as the son of a demon. Hearing this, Arthis smiled, genuinely mocking these justice-spouting Navy officers. That's why you are ignorant. You are merely a tool executing orders under the celestial dragons. He couldn't be bothered to explain. As the world government created the Navy, an organization supposedly representing justice, to maintain world order and keep the world under the control of the celestial dragons. The Navy naturally had no idea how twisted this world truly was. In their eyes, there was only the relationship of positions, forever indoctrinated with a distorted sense of justice. The colonel also felt the intense pain in his body, observing Arthis, whose aura and momentum had not weakened in the slightest. Like a malevolent spirit, he seemed intent on fighting to the death. If not for maintaining his transformation, he would have probably fainted by now. A mere child dares to talk about world affairs. You are not qualified. With a furious shout, the colonel defiantly charged at Arthis, finally exerting all his strength to swing his sharp claws. Arthis paused to catch his breath, using his last ounce of strength to grip the hilt of his knife, waiting for the moment the colonel approached, then finding the right opportunity to stab it into his chest. He pierced through the colonel's massive body and then withdrew the knife, sheathing it at his waist as he walked towards the warship, coldly stating, without a determination to die, "What are you holding on for?" Ugg, the mid-ranking officer with a big jaw, vomited a large amount of fresh blood, unable to maintain his beast form and return to his original body, kneeling beside Arthis. He slammed his head against the drawbridge ground and lost all movement. The system detected the host's hunting history of a historical figure, Navy Midshipman Big Jaw, and awarded Blade Spirit Yasha Enhancement Stone. In the heavy rain, the pungent smell of blood engulfed Arthis's nostrils, and a strange rune stone inexplicably appeared in his hand. Can this thing enhance weapons? It can allow the evil spirit Yasha to become the host blade spirit, refining the quality of the blade through continuous absorption of essence blood. Isn't that the same as Alsace walked towards the warship with the enhancement stone? Isn't that like the Yama? Possessing the knife spirit from hell, allowing the knife to have its own consciousness. It can be understood this way. Once used, the Yasha knife spirit binds to the host, and the host will gain ghostly energy. Doesn't that mean there's no need to spend effort learning forging techniques? As long as the blade gets stronger through battle, that's all that matters. Moreover, isn't this ghostly energy the conqueror's haki? It's like rewarding oneself with conqueror's haki. It can be understood this way, but the host needs to train to truly awaken the ghostly energy. However, there's a concern that makes Alsace a bit worried. He continued to ask Xiao AI, if the Yasha attaches to the knife, it won't absorb my blood, right? It won't. It can only absorb blood after defeating an enemy, and it cannot absorb any blood in its normal state. Cough, cough. After hearing this news, Arthis wore an expectant smile and dragged his already exhausted and severely injured body to the cabin where the small ball had been waiting for a long time. It had been called by Arthis to look for Robin on the warship, but hadn't appeared yet. Xiao AI, you have led my weapon's evolution direction towards the demon sword, but that suits me well. Saying this, he used the enhancement stone on the blade at his waist. A demonic aura spread around him and then disappeared. To verify its authenticity, he gripped the hilt of the knife at his left waist. Immediately, he saw a fierce, hellish demon materialize in his mind for a few seconds before vanishing. You have now truly become a yaksha. Drawing his sword, he hacked open the lock on the cabin door where Robin was imprisoned and walked inside. He saw Robin squatting on the bed with her arms wrapped around her knees. A table filled with sumptuous food that had gone cold. After being captured, she had no appetite. She suddenly looked at the battered Arthis entering. Surprised, Darl? Why are you here? The sound of heavy rain outside drowned out the sounds of battle, so she was unaware of what had happened at the dock. Noticing that Robin's neck was bound by an iron chain to the side of the bed and her hands were shackled with sea prism stone cuffs, Arthis took a moment to catch his breath and found the key on the warship to unlock her. After freeing her, Robin hurriedly asked, "The Navy? Where's the Navy?" Exhausted and unwilling to speak much, he simply replied, "Didn't I tell you I would be responsible for you?" He directly lifted Robin onto his shoulder and walked out of the cabin. Robin looked at the unconscious Navy personnel scattered on the dock. And the previously overwhelming lieutenant who had crushed Arthas was also silent, beginning to understand what had happened. You killed them all. No, there should be survivors. The previous kill on Becky was marked as a prompt kill. This time, it only indicated a hunt. The Big Chin lieutenant should still be alive. This also confirmed one thing. It was not necessary to completely kill a target. Defeating them could also yield rewards. Your body is trembling. I'm Fine. I'll be better in a day. He felt that his condition was terrible, worse than ever before. Robin touched Arthas's back, sticky and with muscles twitching. His clothes were completely soaked in blood and rainwater. Arl, put me down, I can walk by myself. She was very worried about Arthas at this moment. He seemed capable of action, but was shaking continuously from exhaustion. Arthas stopped and set Robin down, his tone still firm. Robin, stay behind me and hold on to the small ball. After saying this, he crouched down and picked up a spear from beside the Navy bodies. At the entrance of the bridge leading to the town on the opposite side, many tattered slaves were waiting for him to pass. Arthas's vision was blurred, making it hard to distinguish whether they were slave traders or slaves, so he remained cautious. I heard them say. Robin recalled the intel she had heard on the warship. Many Navy ships were heading towards this country. Did the Navy say that? Arthas asked as he walked towards the town with the spear in hand. It must be the secret intelligence agency under the world government. After all, they really want Nico Robin. Just as Robin was telling Alsace about the intelligence, a blub sound came from the nearby, unconscious Navy personnel. It was the sound made by a phone bug, which meant someone was trying to contact the unit led by Colonel Big Chin. Don't worry. After checking his gun, Alsace patted Robin's head with his left hand. As long as I'm alive, no one can take you away. Unless it's a last resort, and we are forced to part ways. Otherwise, Alsace will never let Robin fall into the hands of the Navy. Leaving the drawbridge, they entered the small town. At this moment, he was holding on despite his condition, unable to clearly see the appearance of the slaves in front of him, and asked with his gun drawn, Do you still want to fight? I swear, this time I will definitely blow your brains out. No. A freed slave stepped forward. You misunderstood. We are here to thank you. After hearing this, Arthas tilted his neck slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. We are the group of slaves you just freed from the hands of those slave masters, not your enemies. Everyone looked at Arthas, and at the numerous unconscious and unaccounted for Navy soldiers behind him. Even a fool would know not to oppose him. Slaves, huh? Arthas lowered his weapon and, protecting Robin, said to them, If you want to thank me, then give me some medicine to treat my wounds. Some slaves, hearing Alsace's request, immediately gathered money and rushed to the medical clinic. We're going right away. Please be sure to accept our token of gratitude. Otherwise, we will feel guilty. It was terrifying to almost be shipped to the Shabuti Islands. The slaves sincerely thanked Alsace with tears in their eyes. There is a secret on this island. It is that there is a slave trade of the Don Quixote family here, and Alsace has discovered that smiling tattoo pattern several times. It seems that Doflamingo is not yet a Shichibukai and is doing business all over the seas. He thought to himself, and soon several slaves bought a package of medicine that is particularly effective for external injuries from the clinic and personally delivered it to him. Alsace took the medicine package, feeling an unprecedented drowsiness, his eyelids incredibly heavy. With such a serious injury, is it really okay not to go to the clinic in person? No. He received the slave's intentions and smiled lightly as he walked into the forest. The other Navy personnel did not know when they would arrive. He had to hurry back to the ship to set sail, leaving here to find a suitable place to rest for a while. Just a major with a big chin made him feel how valuable the contemporary Navy was. It was not comparable to the official history 17 years later. It was normal to suddenly think of this. After all, it was now the over 50-year-old Zephyr leading the troops, which was naturally different. He really gave me a hellish difficulty. Traversing through the jungle, he returned to the bushes where the hidden small boat was. Alsace looked at the Yasha, which was more than 10 meters away from the river, with a bitter smile. Little ball, Robin, come help me push. At the limit of his strength, he had no choice but to seek their assistance. The few of them began to push the small boat, but it was mostly Alsace doing the work. Robin pushed hard against the side of the boat, lowering her eyes to gaze at the slippery, muddy ground. I never understood why you were so unconditionally good to me. You even risked your life for me. At this moment, Alsace really wanted to tell her that it was because she was one of the characters he liked before he crossed over. Unlike the other members of the Straw Hat crew, who either had unbeatable backgrounds or were royal sons, Robin's experiences truly reflected the reality of this world, which instilled in him a sense of protectiveness and a desire to change her tragic past. It seemed that in order to keep Robin by his side, he had to improve his strength even more. He needed to work harder than ever before. There was no room for rest. He had to give it his all. After pushing the small boat into the river, Alsace immediately collapsed against the side of the boat, clutching his chest in excruciating pain, lowering his head and closing his eyes, planning to rest for a moment. This brief rest almost made him faint. Al? Robin saw that Alsace didn't answer her and was weakly lying in front of her. A sense of inexplicable fear grew in her heart. Don't scare me, Al. She approached Alsace and kept shaking his body in the rain. Beside them, the little ball stood straight on its legs, making whimpering sounds to Alsace. Al! Al! Robin shouted desperately, but at that moment, her voice sounded very weak in Alsace's ears. I just haven't been treated normally for a long time. After being wanted by the world government, I wandered for a long time, suffering greatly, until I met you at that banquet on the sea. Robin whispered into Alsace's ear about the inhumane treatment she had endured over the past 3 years. While speaking, she continuously shook Alsace. You made me feel warm, just like Saul said before, that I would meet someone who would protect me in the future. Ah, woo-woo. As she spoke, she noticed that Alsace still showed no signs of movement, and tears filled her eyes, overflowing with intense emotion. That person must be you. Right, oh brother. I'm begging you, don't make me remember the scenes of losing friends and family. Wake up. I was cold to you before because I didn't trust you. I'm sorry. It's my fault, don't die. Below where Alsace was sitting, his blood covered the ground. Until he heard Robin's calls, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, instantly awakening his dazed mind. His eyes opened, and all his senses returned as he saw Robin crying while holding him. I was just tired from pushing the boat and resting for a while. What nonsense are you saying? Alsace reached out and flicked her forehead. Standing up again, let's get on the boat quickly. Woo-woo-woo, Al, you idiot. Idiot brother. Seeing Alsace wake up, Robin's face turned red as she cried. It's important to know that she was still just an 11-year-old child, while Alsace was already over 30. What did you call me? Alsace was a bit dazed. If it weren't for the pain in his body, he would really think he was dreaming. Brother, hearing her call him like that for the first time face to face. Alsace felt quite satisfied. He picked up the small ball and walked towards the ship, saying, hurry aboard, the Navy might arrive soon, and I can't fight like this. Treating someone sincerely and receiving emotional rewards in that moment is truly exhilarating. Xiao AI, help me locate a remote island far from the non-allied countries of Troy, preferably hidden. I need to recuperate. Location successful, situated on the safest island near the kingdom of Troy, Ret Village. Estimated arrival time is 7 days. Shall we set sail? Start. Arthas placed the virtual phone on the ship's helm. The small boat automatically raised its sails and sailed down the river towards the sea. Robin, I'm going to rest in the bedroom for a while. If you're hungry, make something for yourself. Without waiting for her to agree, Arthas entered the bedroom and instantly took off his shirt. His mind felt disconnected, and he collapsed onto the bedroom floor, his eyelids heavy to the extreme as he stared blankly at the foot of the bed and lost consciousness. That boy was a reckless madman. Ah, it hurts so much. His waist was cut open. Outside the non-allied countries of Troya, a ship flew the flag of the world government, which featured a cross with circles at each end and in the center. What? The CP informant on the line, with messy pink curly hair and a pair of devil horns on his head, looked somewhat youthful. A man named Fuzz Fu had a grim expression as he clutched the phone bug microphone. What happened to Nico Robin? Didn't you say you caught her in person? He was deeply concerned about this mission, showing no worry for the cries of pain from the Navy side. Nico Robin had been rescued by him, and they needed support, medical support. Colonel Big Jaw was on the brink of death, his body pierced by that boy. Wasn't that split-jawed guy an animal-type devil fruit user? How could he be defeated? Fuzz Fu was once again shocked. Nico Robin was lost, and there was no good news. This would surely lead to him being severely scolded by the celestial dragons. Damn it! Angrily, he slammed the microphone down. What the hell is going on? Just hours ago, there were good news pouring in. The ship from Alsace left the town of Troy Non-Alliance just a day ago. At the town's dock, 6 naval warships and 1 world government warship gathered on the sea, arriving in a grand manner. However, they found that the heavily injured and fallen Major Big Jaw was mourned by the surviving soldiers. This shocking news stunned the entire army. No one expected Big Jaw, a key officer trained in the Navy with a devil fruit ability, to sacrifice himself on this mission. Outside the headquarters building on the Grand Line, officers maintaining order in the seas gathered again. The hall was filled with a chilling and severe atmosphere, and even the 2 previously mischievous geniuses from the headquarters were no longer playful. Suddenly, Fire Mountain, thinking about the death of his comrade, slammed his fist on the conference table. Big Jaw was a good man. Who the hell is this kid named Alsace? Kaji's expression couldn't hide his anger as he clenched his fists on the conference table. While the officers are fighting fiercely against the 4 emperors in the New World, we lost an important comrade in the seas. Big Jaw was an animal-type devil fruit user. How could he die? Just as everyone was heavy-hearted, a young man from the Mediterranean entered with documents in hand. The information had come out. This person was named Branu, 39 years old, a civilian academic elite in the modern Navy, possessing an exceptionally high IQ for analyzing events, but he was weak in combat. The curtains were drawn, plunging the room into darkness. The screen in the conference room lit up, prominently displaying a huge photo of Alsace for every officer to see. Most of the Navy attending this meeting were future vice admirals known for their prowess at sea, including 17-year-old Smoker and 15-year-old Tina. Both had already consumed devil fruits and were looking seriously at the large screen showing Alsace. Before the meeting began, Branu stood in front of the screen and said, "Please temporarily set aside your anger. This young man is not an ordinary pirate who indiscriminately kills innocents. A few weeks ago, the non-allied nation of Piltif was forcibly exterminated due to some kind of mistake." Hearing this incident, everyone furrowed their brows more seriously. Most of the Navy headquarters personnel did not know that it was the Celestial Dragons behind this. The officers in the Navy base, cultivated by the Celestial Dragons in the West Sea, assisted in the destruction of Piltif. According to intelligence provided by an officer from the West Sea branch, this boy named Alsace was someone who fortuitously survived from that kingdom. Even the civilian soldiers who initially summoned the citizens did not expect that the little brat they casually drove away would become a pirate weeks later. That soldier was naturally assassinated by the CP intelligence agency. What? That's indiscriminate bombing at the level of a demon-slaying order. How did he survive? Listening to Branu's introduction, everyone was shocked. Branu looked at the prepared manuscript in his hand. According to the information provided by the soldiers under Major Big Jaw, this boy did not kill all the soldiers before leaving that town. Instead, he let them go. Then why did Big Jaw die? He was an animal-type user. His vitality should not be underestimated. Fire Mountain couldn't suppress his anger. His internal organs were pierced by this boy's blade, and by the time he was found, it was too late to save him. Branu pointed at the image of Alsace on the screen. He then took out combat footage captured by the soldiers. In the photo, Alsace's sword-drawing technique was as fast as lightning, creating a light point that pierced through Major Big Jaw's body. Blood splattered from Big Jaw's chest, and his expression was one of immense pain, undoubtedly hit by the technique. Soldiers present at the time described the flickering light point as the boy on the screen. As a swordsmanship genius in the Navy, Guillaume Momo narrowed her eyes upon seeing it. Is this Aido? This meeting had only one purpose: to announce his crimes to the world and to categorize him as a high-priority pirate for capture. The boy protected Nico Robin under the name of his brother. Undoubtedly, this was a serious crime against the world government. The government even specifically requested that he be completely exterminated, leaving no survivors. The second meeting regarding Alsace lasted a long time, redefining the bounty and preparing the news department. After the meeting concluded, Guillaume Momo and Fire Mountain volunteered to pursue Alsace. The two brought along the rookie Smoker and the black-haired Tina as their subjects for this practical exercise. One was a natural-type user, and the other a superhuman-type user. Fire Mountain was driven by the anger of losing a comrade, while Guillaume Momo was curious about Alsace's lightning-fast sword techniques. She and Kaji were both geniuses of the headquarters, promoted to colonel by special exception, surpassing many rear admirals within the Navy headquarters. A shocking world news article was published, making Alsace famous. On the Grand Line, on an island filled with swirling snowflakes and a joyful atmosphere, a red-horned ship with 3 sails docked at the coast. It belonged to the original Roger Pirates, who had just gained worldwide fame 3 years after setting sail. The 21-year-old Shanks and his pirate crew were holding a banquet on this winter island. In the tavern, Shanks, with his red hair and youthful appearance, was holding a red and white-haired little girl about a year old. Standing on the round table in the center of the tavern, he sang Bing Sake to liven up the atmosphere. Outside the village, on the icy streets, villagers stood in place, gazing up at the seagulls delivering newspapers flying above. Free newspapers fell from the sky onto the island, and a member of the red-haired pirate crew casually caught one. This is it. Shocked, he stared at the newspaper, which featured a bounty of 100 million berries. He hurriedly ran to the tavern with the newspaper. Upon arriving outside the tavern where Shanks was, he shouted at a man about 2 meters tall with an imposing presence. "Mr. Beckman, there's incredible news from the West Sea." The man, dressed in a black V-neck t-shirt, military green cargo pants, and black combat boots, had a flintlock rifle secured to his waist with a yellow belt. He was Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Beckman, who was about to light a cigarette, paused upon hearing the voice and looked at the newcomer rushing towards him. So many news hawks, who's gotten into big trouble now. No, Mr. Beckman, the newcomer from the red-haired pirates, said as he leaned on his knee, panting heavily. Look at what's in the newspaper. Beckman lit his cigarette, took it in his mouth, and reached for the newspaper in the newcomer's hand. Someone really dares to protect that Nico Robin. After seeing the content, he was somewhat surprised and told the newcomer, already know, you can go back in and continue drinking. Inside the tavern, Shanks, who was happily singing, glanced towards the door and noticed Beckman's expression. He jumped down from a round table and walked over to a chubby man holding a skewer of meat. Lou, keep an eye on Yuta. She's a musical genius. After giving the order, Shanks himself grabbed 2 bottles of liquor and walked outside the tavern to lean against the door on either side of Beckman. What's going on, Beck? He asked, taking a swig from the bottle and noticing the newspaper in Beckman's hand. This boy might catch your interest. Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks and took a drink himself. A Navy midshipman who sacrificed himself for justice against pirates in the West Seas Troya Federation, claims to be Nico Robin's brother, provoking the world government and openly trampling on Navy justice. The evil boy, Alsace. The newspaper also reported that the Navy had issued a bounty for hunters worldwide to hunt down Alsace. What do you think? Beckman asked, taking a sip of his drink and raising an eyebrow at Shanks. At 21 years old, Shanks looked at the bounty of 100 million berries in his hands. 15 years old, 100 million berries. Shanks smiled. When I was 15, I was still an intern crew member of the Roger Pirates. Do you want to recruit him? Beckman continued to ask. Beck, I think that's a bit inappropriate. Shanks replied without hesitation. At this stage, getting involved with Nico Robin would be extremely disadvantageous for our future. That's true. I was actually thinking of having him join us. Beckman understood that it was indeed too early to get involved with Nico Robin. But what an amazing piece of news. This boy dares to openly claim to be her brother. He won't live long, right? The CP secret agency under the government won't let him go. Ha ha ha, Beck. Shanks put away the newspaper, laughed loudly, and walked towards Beckman, wrapping his arm around his neck. Beck, don't worry about expanding the crew. Yuta will be singing today. We need to celebrate her. I really can't stand you. Because of Robin, he gave up on recruiting Alsace. Back inside the tavern, he still paid attention to the contents of the newspaper. In his heart, he thought that Alsace was just a hot-headed youth who hadn't seen reality. How dare he get involved with someone like Nico Robin? At the beginning of this great pirate era, aside from people like Shanks, very few knew the true purpose of Nico Robin. The path to the secret of Raftel requires gathering all 4 red poneglyphs. He had no intention of giving up on adventure to seek the great treasure. The world government also turned a blind eye to Nico Robin. Their main goal in capturing her now was to awaken the ancient weapons. As long as Robin didn't decipher the poneglyphs, she posed no threat. Days later, on the West Sea, the Yasha was sailing smoothly. At noon, bright sunlight poured into the clear waters. Through the porthole, Alsace's face sparkled. His neck suddenly moved, instinctively blocking the light with his hand, and he opened his eyes. I'm so hungry was the first feeling that hit Arthas when he woke up, his stomach already feeling empty. He raised his head to look at the bright room and his large bed, finally relaxing. How long have I been asleep? After a moment of relief, he got up and walked toward the hatch, reaching out to open the door and step outside. A vast expanse of blue ocean appeared before him, and the sea breeze blew through his long hair. The little ball was curled up and sleeping outside the hatch. As soon as it caught a whiff of Arthas's scent, it let out a cute yelp. Go get me something to eat, little ball, I'm so hungry. Upon hearing Arthas's words, the little ball quickly ran toward the stairs to the middle deck. It brought back his favorite drink and some dried meat, placing them on the railing. Arthas stood on the platform and picked up the food to put into his mouth. He noticed Robin sitting at the bow, reading a book, staring at him with a dazed expression. Ow! The dazed and adorable appearance lasted for about a minute before she finally reacted and rushed to Al's side, tightly hugging his waist. I thought you wouldn't wake up until you started snoring. Arthas recalled the moment when Robin sacrificed herself to protect him, and a very gentle smile emerged from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for her, that blow from Colonel Underbite would have likely left me regretting in the Northwest. He also showed mercy to that Underbite guy and didn't deliver a finishing blow, thinking to himself that it was evened out. I should be the one thanking you. Suddenly, Robin remembered something and took out a newspaper, handing it to Arthas. You must take a look at this, Al. Newspaper? He took the newspaper and carefully looked at its contents. His relaxed nerves suddenly tensed up. The 100 million bounty surprised him, likely due to Robin's influence, which had skyrocketed by a full 5 times. Colonel Big Jaw couldn't handle it himself. Did he provoke the world government? Alsace scoffed with a laugh. It is necessary. He looked at the familiar names of the two Navy ships. Such a powerful Navy is being deployed. GUN Momoko, Fire Mountain, and Smoker and Tina are here too. The newspaper listed all the officers coming to arrest him, including the interns. This made him feel very tricky. One is a natural type ability user, and even if he is not strong, he is not someone that he can easily handle. The other is a superhuman type fruit user. Alsace still does not possess the ability to cut through steel. How many days until we reach our destination? Xiao AI. 2 days to reach Ret Village, where the residents are easygoing and life is peaceful with no threats. Just right, Alsace found that after eating, his body felt surprisingly refreshed. After experiencing such intense battles and 5 days of deep sleep, he felt no pain at all. No, his body is even stronger than before. This made Alsace immediately call up his virtual phone to check, and he found that his swordsman level had been promoted to first-class swordsman first rank. His body felt very wonderful, as if he had entered a new level of power. Drawing the yasha from his waist, he noticed that there was a long blade mark on the sword disc, extending to the blade tip on both sides. What is the quality level of my weapon now? Xiao AI. Good sword first rank, contains the yasha, sword spirit bound to the host, not easy to break, rolled edge, chip tip. It directly advanced by a large rank. Has it become a craft of one of the 50 excellent swords? Alsace felt a bit happy after receiving the news. Robin, after we reach the next island, I need to calmly practice for a while. He put away his golden finger and looked at Robin, saying, otherwise, if I encounter a powerful navy again, I might not be able to protect you. I will also protect Alsace. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. Alsace shook his head at her, thinking she was very naive. With the past experience as a lesson, the Navy would definitely not make the same mistake of letting him go. This means that Robin's protective charm is no longer effective. If he is not strong enough, he will be killed by the Navy or arrested and imprisoned. And Robin will also be forcibly taken by the world government. Alsace's bounty has increased, and he is seen as a threat by the government. Besides getting stronger, he has no other options. 2 days later, under the afternoon sun, after 7 days of wind and waves, the Yasha arrived at a tranquil island. The scenery on the island is picturesque, with lush vegetation covering small hills, cliffs, waterfalls, and babbling brooks, against the backdrop of a blue sea and sky, breathtakingly beautiful. How long are we going to stay here, Al? Robin's eyes sparkled with light as she stood at the bow of the Yasha, captivated by the beautiful scenery. There is no industrial pollution, no bustle like in small towns and big cities. Just a quiet village and simple villagers. Fishermen at sea, holding their hats, watched as the Yasha slowly approached the shore. After finishing his training, Alsace realized that the previous training had not significantly improved his body. He came to stand behind Robin and looked at the island ahead. I don't know. That depends on when the Navy comes. It seems like a suitable island to live on. Perhaps he could enjoy a period of peace without worries here. His gaze turned to the dense forest beneath the mountains and cliffs, which could become a place for him to practice his strength. The small boat docked to the jetty, and Alsace dropped the anchor, put away his golden finger, and tied the Yasha's rope to the dock. Immediately, some villagers came up to greet them. Are you from another island? A merchant? Or something else? Facing the villagers' questions, Alsace directly replied, No, we are travelers. The place where the village is docked is relatively prosperous, with many buildings and living entertainment areas on both sides. Like the buildings on other islands, it has markets, taverns, bakeries, and other shops, improving the villagers' living standards. As travelers, there isn't much fun in Ret Village. There's just this small village under construction. That's enough. Having a tavern is fine. I don't seek any other entertainment. Alsace took the remaining 120,000 belly with him. Soon, a sheriff in uniform arrived at the dock. He was a middle-aged man, about 2 meters tall, with a fierce appearance. He sized up Alsace and was startled when he saw Robin. You come with me. To avoid causing panic among the villagers. It seems no one in the West Sea does not recognize Robin. Indeed, she is portrayed by the government as someone who brings misfortune and disaster. Alsace subconsciously tightened his grip on the sword disc with his left thumb. He noticed that the sheriff had no hostility and stopped his actions. The sheriff brought Alsace to the village's security office. My name is Walter. Do you know how much trouble it causes us when people like you, who are wanted by the government, come to the village? In the security office, the sheriff introduced himself to Alsace and looked seriously at Robin behind him. I see. Alsace didn't want to explain anything, taking out his purse and placing it on his desk. However, I need to stay in this village for a while. Stay for a while? Walter was somewhat worried that Robin would bring misfortune to his village. That's right, a place to settle. This village has no place for Nico Robin. Just as Walter was about to say this, Alsace grabbed his collar. I'm a pirate. I don't need your consent. If you are unwilling, I can resort to a killing spree to intimidate you. Faced with such words, the sheriff showed no doubt, his face turning pale with fear. He knew the contents of a newspaper and understood that as long as they didn't spread rumors, there would be no trouble. I understand. No matter how long he could stay, if a powerful navy or the CP intelligence agency from the newspaper came, they would just run away if they couldn't fight him. A life on the run without any worries. If bounty hunters came, they could only die by his blade. During the day, Alsace practiced in the forest, and at night he drank freely in the tavern, while Robin, under his protection, enjoyed a peaceful time in the village. Occasionally, the villagers would see a terrifying aura like a crescent moon drifting from the forest, causing large trees to collapse one after another. Weeks later, on the sea of the West Sea, the warships of Fire Mountain and Guillaume Peach Rabbit docked together, holding a small meeting on the deck. A map of the nearby islands that had not joined the Troya Federation was laid out on the table. Most of them were marked with red crosses, indicating that they had been searched without finding any trace of Alsace. After a month of searching, there was still no news of the boy. Fire Mountain, with a cigar in his mouth, sat on a wooden barrel with a frown, holding a knife. The surrounding waters should be blocked by the branch's warships. He can't be too far from the Troya Federation. Why is such a hot-blooded man getting bored with chasing enemies? Fire Mountain. Guillaume approached the table with the map, holding a bowl of snacks. He put the snack in his mouth and analyzed the remaining islands on the map. There were still 7 islands left to explore, and the other 6 had trade resources with the kingdom. Guillaume Peach Rabbit licked the taste of food off her slender fingers with her sexy lips, then pointed to a sea island named Rhett Village. Except for this island, which has little contact with the outside world, Rhett Village. Smoke less, smoker. You're almost choking me to death. If you can't stand it, keep your distance from me and stop pointing fingers. Tina, nearby, Smoker and Tina, who had come out to sea for training, were arguing forehead to forehead on the sunlit deck. Huh. Huashishin, hearing Ziyuan's analysis, immediately got up from the wooden barrel and approached the conference table. Are you saying that he might have taken Nico Robin and hidden on an uninhabited island? This is common sense among pirates, you know? Ziyuan deliberately showed a disdainful expression, looking down on Huashishin. You really don't look like a fool. But you must be a fool inside, Huashishin. Huashishin remained unconcerned, glancing at Ziyuan before continuing to stare at the sea chart. I'm a martial artist, unlike you. I have a cultural guidance and advice of Granny Crane. Granny? It's supposed to be Big Sister. Be careful she hears you and cleans you up. What does it matter? I call her that in front of her, and Granny Crane hasn't blamed me. While chatting with Ziyuan, Huashishin called over the commander of his warship and immediately issued sailing orders. Smoker. He didn't forget to remind the intern who was playfully wrestling with Tina. You should leave. Smoker. Tina hates you. It seems they have already set the route to the next island. If we meet at the next island, my threshold will definitely catch him before your smoke does. That is not certain, Tina. I'm a Logia user. Watching such playful banter, Guillaume shook his head in exasperation, thinking of the persistent Shibuda who had been confessing to her. With a grin, he leaned closer to the two and said, Don't worry. My blade will make a move before either of you. The two were taken aback and looked at Guillaume Momotaro at the same time. Wasn't it said that we should go first? I can handle that kind of guy by myself. Smoker immediately retorted, his face full of complaints about Guillaume. Maybe. Guillaume looked out at the sea and recalled the headquarters meeting about Alsace. During the meeting, Brand New analyzed how hard Alsace was training to improve his strength. A month had passed since then. Alsace's strength must have increased by now, right? In the evening glow, deep in the mountains of Rhett Village, Alsace covered his eyes and let the small ball continuously hit him. Using memories from his past life, Alsace had to help him train his senses. This was the observation hockey, allowing him to dodge attacks even when he couldn't see his enemies. After a month of training, the small ball had become much stronger than an average strongman. Its soft body now developed with coordinated muscles. Compared to the still, slender Alsace, it resembled a walking cannon. And ordinary people dared not provoke it. However, when it threw punches at Alsace, it was anything but gentle, even seeming a bit angry. It had been with Alsace for so long and still hadn't seen the sea otter he often mentioned. The fluctuation of attacking aura was truly fascinating. With his eyes covered, Alsace smiled, feeling the predictions in his mind were quite remarkable. Even with his eyes covered, he could clearly sense a flow of power moving across his skin, perceiving everything outside. Over the past month, Alsace's training volume had increased hundreds of times compared to before. But it wasn't about quantity, it was about weight. The only shortcut on the path of a swordsman was to continuously strengthen physical intensity. Yet, even after running several laps around the island with hundreds of pounds of weights every day and performing various physical training exercises, his body had not become more robust, as if it had been frozen in place, continually condensing within his small frame. The only change was his height, which had increased by 3 centimeters, making him exactly 1.8 meters tall. Little ball, don't be so fierce. Your role in my heart isn't to fight, but to save me when I fall into the sea and find myself in trouble. Mother Otter. It raised its voice and struggled to roar out the pronunciation of these 2 words to Arthas. This startled Arthas, who quickly reached out to catch its fist and asked, "Have you changed your temperament these days because I didn't find you a female sea otter?" The little ball nodded, panting with a proud and angry expression towards Arthas. "Well, after all, you're a male. How about I let you go back to the ocean for a few days to find one yourself?" It suddenly shook its head, crossing its arms in a haughty manner. "Come on." Alsace lifted it up. "I can't breathe underwater, it's hard to find." The small ball slipped from Alsace's palm, jumped to the ground, immediately assumed a fighting stance, and waved its fist at him to indicate a fight. "You mean when he saw the little ball challenge him?" His face turned dark. "After beating you, will you agree to my request?" The little ball nodded and let out a cute cry. "Hee fly." Arthas showed no mercy and immediately swung a punch at him. The little ball, unwilling to back down, jumped up and swung his fist at Arthas. The moment their fists collided, the little ball let out a defiant scream and flew off towards the horizon. "How dare you?" He tore off the bandage over his eyes, and at that moment, when he opened them, the world became much clearer. He wasn't sure if this counted as observation hockey, but he could sense his opponent's attack and react instantly even with his eyes closed. Now his strength was that of a top-tier swordsman, level 3, and his abilities could double his physical capabilities in an instant. When activated, he could easily cut through steel, and in his normal state, he could unleash crescent-shaped slashes. He could fly about 100 meters, and the explosive power he generated was comparable to that of a bullet hitting a human body. With a loud shout, he began to absorb the results of today's training, the change in his aura creating a shockwave around him. It even caused the trees to bend, nearly breaking from the impact. After absorbing everything, he glanced at his level, which showed no changes, leaving him puzzled. He had been at the peak of a first-class swordsman for a week. His training had become more rigorous than before, yet his strength wouldn't increase, and he couldn't reach the realm of cutting steel. Returning to the village, he saw Robin fighting and arguing with other children from a distance on the street. Since arriving on this island, Robin had been looking for playmates, but no child dared to play with her, which naturally bred dissatisfaction in her heart, leading her to frequently fight with others. "You're a monster. We don't want to play with you." On the street, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Robin noticed Arthas returning from the forest, sitting nearby with a smile on his face, holding a bottle of wine. Using the powers of the Hana no Mi, he defeated the other children with ease and ran towards Arthas, throwing herself into his arms. Ow! With countless emotions unable to be vented, she didn't understand why. After a month, others were still unwilling to play with her. Loneliness was the norm, Robin. People like them couldn't enjoy solitude. If you're unhappy, just beat them up, and I'll take the consequences. But I also want to live like an ordinary person. You will in the future. You'll meet a great group of partners and live a normal life. Arthas lifted Robin up with one hand and stood her beside him. "Let's go back to the ship. What about you? Are you leaving me?" Hearing this, Robin was somewhat surprised. Arthas, however, lowered his head, smiled at him, and did not answer. He wasn't sure if he could protect her against countless naval assaults, and now he was also being targeted by the assassination organization CP. Arthas was somewhat accustomed to this phenomenon, but he always felt incapable of fully protecting Robin. Parting might be inevitable. Isn't it beautiful to enjoy the present? Upon returning to the dock at Rhett Village, Arthas noticed several unfamiliar ships anchored. There were passenger ships and a huge ship made of white alum. He also noticed some cleanly dressed, Gothic-looking men examining him with wanted posters in their hands. They leaned on canes and wore top hats, giving Arthas a bad premonition. Some of them seemed to be specially trained. They weren't naval officers, but more like bounty hunters. After training in observation hockey, his hearing, vision, and other senses had greatly improved, making it easy for him to notice such things. It was only when he heard one person mumble that he confirmed these individuals had hostile intentions. After yawning, Alsace returned to the nightshade, spending an hour having a meal with Shasha and Robin. He changed into his simple gray-black robe and walked with Robin to the tavern. Pushing the door open as usual, and walking inside. He glanced at the unfamiliar people in the tavern and walked towards the bar. The old patrons had all been replaced by sturdy young men. It seemed that many tourists had come to the village today. He sat down at the bar, and the bartender gave a professional smile as he poured a strong drink for Alsace. Occasionally, there would be passenger ships arriving, boosting our village's economic development and bringing in specialties from outside the island. I want black tea. Robin, sitting next to Alsace, also ordered a cup. The bartender poured it for her. So what's this time's specialty? Alsace's eyes sharpened. It can't be that yellowed wanted poster in their hands, right? After being noticed by the bounty hunters, they didn't bother to explain or avoid the topic, responding directly. The bounty is 100 million berries. We didn't expect everyone to look for you in the West Sea for so long, finally finding your trail. What's next? Alsace asked, holding his glass and leaning against the bar, calmly watching them drink their whiskey. Now that you found me, what can you guys do? An hour ago, the bounty hunters had confirmed that it was indeed Alsace, and they began planning how to take his head. They were gathering intelligence all around the village. The people on this passenger ship were naturally distributed spies from CP around the world. The CP Secret Intelligence Agency first passed the information to the Navy, then disguised themselves as villagers to blend into the tavern and continue gathering intelligence. What can I do? A bounty hunter, unable to withstand Alsace's provocation, was about to draw his weapon to strike at him when he was stopped by his companion. Wait, why? The target is clearly right in front. Let me go negotiate with him first. The man stepped forward, unarmed, and approached Arthas with a confident expression, evaluating him. Arthas, how about a deal? Noticing the man's gaze glancing at Robin beside him, Arthas's eyes sharpened. Robin, close your eyes. No need, Al. I've seen worse. Robin replied calmly. He seemed to have grown accustomed to corpses and such. Hearing this, Arthas smiled. How long had he been at sea? Why was he starting to worry about Robin's mental state? Thinking that Robin had experienced more than he had, he said nothing more. Hey, the man felt insulted when Alsace ignored him and became somewhat angry. I'm talking to you. I'm listening. What deal? Alsace replied perfunctorily. Hee, you're perceptive, the man said, pointing at the girl Nico Robin beside him. As long as you hand over this little girl, my friends, and I won't take your head. Just as he finished speaking, Alsace pushed the knife disc with his left thumb, swiftly drew his sword, and chopped off the man's arm in one motion, causing it to fall to the ground. The crowd was shocked. The man was still in a daze until blood started gushing from his arm. Then he screamed in agony. This was not a deal. It was more like a threat. Alsace downed the wine from the bottle, stood up from his chair, and stepped on the man's head, pressing his face against the tavern floor. Besides, how could I possibly give my sister to a guy like you? The speed of his sword draw was astonishing, causing the CP staff disguised as villagers to break out in cold sweat, already in shock. They pretended to be villagers, and upon seeing the severed arm, they screamed and fled the tavern. Damn it, I told you to just kill him. Alsace showed no mercy and coldly glanced at them. Unrelated personnel, get out immediately, or I can't guarantee you won't get hurt. The moment he entered battle mode, his aura changed, sending a deadly threat to everyone else. On my arm. The man cried out in pain against the ground. Stop screaming, your head will be next. Robin, standing nearby, remained silent. She had been trying hard to integrate into the peaceful life of children her age this past month, but she found that this world no longer accepted her. All the dark forces she had encountered before had been wiped out by government personnel, and their deaths were quite gruesome. Instead of the Navy, was it bounty hunters that had come? After Alsace's warning, he turned to the others who hadn't escaped the tavern. If I hadn't seen the crimes of the world government with my own eyes, perhaps I would also be a bounty hunter now. I assume that everyone here has thoughts about this gentleman's head, right? He looked at the fierce crowd, his gaze sharp and cold. After all, it's a bounty of 100 million berries. How would you know if you don't try? This is a shortcut to leave the lower tier life and enter the life of the wealthy. Everyone who stayed in the tavern stood up and drew their weapons, charging at Alsace. Really, kind words are wasted on the damned, and mercy is wasted on the self-destructive. In less than a minute, the overwhelming fight in the tavern disappeared, and he walked out with Robin. His actions of killing caused a complete reversal in the villagers' previous good impression of him. Now, in the villagers' eyes, Alsace was a pirate who killed without blinking, having forgotten the fact that bounty hunters wanted to kill him. It was as if someone were to hit you, you must not retaliate. Only then would they consider that person a good person in their hearts. I still think, Robin, it's better for you to watch less of these things. I've seen just as much as you, Al. The two chatted as they walked back to the street. And Alsace did not refute Robin, as it was indeed true. He had seen fewer corpses than Robin. Sigh, Our whereabouts have been exposed, and we've caused trouble. There's nothing to be done. He led Robin towards the nightshade, feeling quite helpless. It seems we need to leave this peaceful island. There are many places to go in the West Sea, and he wouldn't be too attached to any one place. Hey Al, I want to see the flower country. I heard it's very beautiful. The flower country, Alsace remembered, was the only country in the world of one piece with Chinese elements and one of the member states of the world government. He rubbed his chin in recollection. I remember that country seems to have a great pirate, right? This conversation was naturally overheard by the hidden CP personnel, but now Alsace was unable to detect them. The leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, yes, he is now the commander of the Navy of the Flower Country. Let's replenish some fresh water and wait for Little Ball to come back before we set off. Where did Little Ball go? Robin asked. Went to find the mother otter. All right, there was enough food on the ship, but fresh water was scarce and needed to be replenished. This month in the village cost Alsace 90,000 berries for living expenses, including various favorite classes for Robin to enroll in, allowing her to learn things she liked as much as possible. For example, dancing, village school, and so on. But Robin spent most of her time reading and trying to make friends. At night, by the dock by the sea, after replenishing fresh water, Alsace sat on the roof of the nightshade, holding wine and gazing at the bright moon in the sky. A CP intelligence officer quietly approached under the ship, but he noticed and discovered them. Wandering and homeless, he said, his gaze fixed on the CP intelligence officer below the ship. You people are still watching me. Speak. We want. Just a chat. No hostility, the CP officer replied. Want to chat? Arthas didn't understand what there was to talk about. That little girl beside you will become the disaster that will eventually kill you. It's Robin again. What's wrong with these people? Why is the world so abandoned a little girl? Arthas drank his wine, feeling the stimulation in his organs, and listened carefully to the man's words from below the ship. I advise you to leave her as soon as possible. Otherwise, all kinds of disasters will befall you. Haha. Alsace suddenly burst into laughter, laughing maniacally with his chest heaving. Disaster? Only through disasters can I be tempered. No matter who you are, what is the significance of saying these words? I will do everything in my power to protect her. Nowadays, no one on this sea knows what kind of person Robin is or what terrifying experiences await her in the future. Only Alsace, this traveler, knows clearly. He's been in this world for over 10 years. What is there to fear? Can you understand? Is this your heartfelt plea to protect her? The CP staff seemed to issue a warning. If I were to sacrifice myself in this disaster of protecting her, it would only mean that I'm nothing more than this. The reason we haven't set sail is that Alsace is waiting for the little ball to return. Understood. Have a pleasant night. Who are you? As the man under the ship left, Alsace immediately questioned him. His calm demeanor was not like that of an ordinary person, nor like that of a bounty hunter. He seemed like someone who had undergone special training, and moreover, he had also detected some hidden presences around him. The man turned back and replied without trying to hide his identity. Government spread dogs around the world. He thought to himself that he already knew his whereabouts had been exposed. The man took out a snail phone from his pocket and said, "There is no room for negotiation. The boy's determination to protect Nico Robin is unshakable. Please give your orders. Kill him and complete your mission." The moment the command came through the snail phone, the man immediately raised his hand and waved it at the nearby dark eaves, alleys, and streets. All the hidden people appeared. All CP agents disguised as villagers during the day to gather intelligence. None of them familiar faces. Alsace sensed something was wrong and immediately drew his knife, jumping down from the rooftop, smashing the ground, and charging with a slash at the man. "I'll fucking kill you first." With swift steps, he pierced through the man's body with one strike, causing him to spit out bright red blood, dying on the spot. Like a pawn, a tool, risking his life to execute the mission. Gunshots rang out nearby, with over a dozen bullets flying towards Alsace. He moved lightly, effortlessly dodging wave after wave of bullets. Until the gunfire stopped, CP intelligence personnel appeared beside him, sweating profusely but forced to draw their weapons to fight. 14 dogs. Alsace counted and then sheathed his sword, preparing to try out his newly developed technique. "What is your purpose in contacting Nicole Robin? What does it have to do with you?" Alsace's muscles bulged as he fiercely slashed the surrounding air in a 360-degree motion. The sword energy was visible to the naked eye, forming a disc that rapidly spread around his body, instantly slicing through the nearby CP personnel, leaving them writhing in pain on the ground. The entire process took no more than a second, leaving them no time to react. I named this move Draw and Slash, drawing the sword in place to kill invisibly, compensating for the flaw of having to charge at the enemy to test the technique. However, He recalled that no one had been able to react to the sword-drawing technique yet. Now, the polarized power had increased to twice its original strength. With the sword-drawing technique enhanced again at his current level, it would be difficult for anyone of the same level to withstand it. After decisively eliminating the CP personnel, he sheathed his sword, and upon picking up the wine flask at his waist again, Alsace discovered that it was empty. Not wanting to cause panic in the village again, he planned to drink from his own stock, leaving the CP personnel on the ground to await their fate. The little ball seeks pleasure and doesn't return at night. He wasn't sure if he was passing his carefree attitude to the little ball, but he found it quite amusing to paint a bright future for that little guy. Alsace laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected by the gradually dying CP personnel outside. Returning to the nightshade, he picked up a bottle of unopened wine and opened the hatch, finding Robin reading under the light in the room. "Al, you've killed again." Forced to do so, Robin certainly understood such matters. She had seen with her own eyes the dark forces that took her in, one by one disappearing as they tried to use her. "You smell terrible." A strong and pungent smell of alcohol. Robin pinched her nose in disgust. "Of course, I've been drinking all day." Drinking could refine the internal organs and slowly enhance physical strength. So he had a drink. After checking that Robin was fine, he left the cabin. Back on deck, he felt this strange power flowing through his body after awakening his observation hockey. This mysterious flow of energy in his newly emerged body. Could it be hockey? He wasn't sure if it was armament hockey, and soon sat cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes to meditate. He calmly sensed his mental state and the flow of hockey within him. If it was observation hockey, Arthas had roughly mastered its usage by now, able to predict the enemy's next attack while closing his eyes. However, there was another force within him that he couldn't control, flowing freely in his body. The breath was observation hockey, and when the momentum reached a certain level, it could manifest as armament hockey. The intimidation was conqueror's hockey. Arthas already possessed two of these, breath and momentum. But now he could only capture the breath and could not turn the momentum into his own attacks or armor. Damn it, he couldn't control the momentum within him at all. After trying for a while, Arthas realized it was completely ineffective, stood up to complain, and walked into his bedroom to sleep. On the sea, about half a day's journey from Rhett village, two warships were quietly approaching at full speed. The next morning, after receiving intelligence from CP, the warships were busy and bustling. Fire Mountain and Peach Rabbit stood on their respective warships' bow cannons, with Smoker standing behind Fire Mountain and Tina behind Peach Rabbit. The morning sea breeze made their justice cloaks rustle behind them. Guillaume glanced at Fire Mountain in the distance and shouted, "Hey, Fire Mountain, you seem impatient. I hope the guy who killed Big Jaw hasn't escaped. If I encounter him here, I'll burn him to ashes." Fire Mountain tightly gripped his weapon, his expression serious as he looked towards the distant dock. The morning dock was crowded with many tourists and residents, all observing the bodies of the CP personnel that Arthas had taken down last night. The incident would undoubtedly cause panic. "A Navy warship has arrived. This is bad, really bad." The arrival of the warship caused villagers and tourists to start dispersing. All the tourists returned to the large passenger ship, and all the villagers went back to their homes in the village. The sleeping Arthas was woken up by the noise. Opened his cabin door, stretched, and looked out at the sea. What the hell? Two warships sailing side by side came into view, about 200 meters away from him, startling Arthas and dispelling all his sleepiness. Peach Rabbit was the first to notice him, with his long hair and black robe. Could that guy be the person we're looking for? Why do handsome guys all turn to piracy? Upon seeing him in person, Guillaume was taken aback by Alsace's appearance. Did you see that? Tina was also stunned by Arthas's appearance, immediately mocking Smoker on the nearby warship. "Smoker, you big flathead. It would be great if you had long hair and that kind of aura. I'm not that kind of sissy. Bastard, you're trying to provoke me on purpose, right, Tina?" Smoker angrily retorted. He had never seen someone dressed in a robe, with long hair, exuding such a powerful presence and dominance. What they didn't know was that this had nothing to do with being effeminate. It was just Arthas wearing the ancient style he liked, something the people of this world had never seen before. Enough arguing, that man is the enemy, a kill-on-sight enemy, Peach Rabbit said, somewhat speechless, her expression becoming serious. The thought of Arthas's killing actions made her set aside her intentions to seduce him. After all, her previous missions relied on using her beauty to lure pirates. Even so, she could not deny the strength of the genius from the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, the nearby Fire Mountain was gathering strength in his legs, preparing to charge at Arthas. "Hey, what you in such a hurry for, you silly Fire Mountain?" Seeing the fight being taken away from her, Peach Rabbit pouted, somewhat annoyed. While complaining, she did not forget to order the warship to quickly approach the shore. Xiao AI, it would be great if you had the ability to predict enemies. Arthas, who had just woken up, quickly drew his sword on his ship, gathering strength to slash at Fire Mountain from a distance. The tip of the sword burst forth with a cold light, and the sword's aura broke through the air like an irregular, spiraling dragon, charging towards him. Fire Mountain's lieutenant was startled, his eyes widening. This is the flying slash. The report didn't mention he could use the flying slash. He immediately raised his weapon to block in front of him. The flying slash collided with his blade. The powerful force of a slash knocked Fire Mountain down from the air into the sea without causing any harm. A huge horn on the warship began to sound. Drop your weapons. The pirate Arthas, with a bounty of 100 million berries. You are surrounded by the Navy and have nowhere to escape. Arthas's gaze was resolute and cold as he faced the two warships approaching from the sea, tightly gripping the long knife in his hand. Who wants to escape? Hurry, Captain, set sail from this island. Our safety must be guaranteed. The crew on the passenger ship quickly started the vessel to leave the shore, fearing that the warship would bombard the pier. Unexpectedly, the small boat at the bow, with a knife threatening the Navy, turned out to be the boy who publicly protected Nico Robin a month ago and had a bounty of 100 million berries. Something's not right. Alsace watched warily as the fiery mountain crashed into the sea, the water seemingly boiling and bubbling. Upon observing the rabbit on the warship, he noticed there was no sign of concern. Instead, it seemed quite relaxed. The temperature of the seawater beneath the pier gradually increased, and in an instant, he saw the figure of the fiery mountain in the water, wielding a burning blade that leaped out of the sea like a dragon, swinging a strike toward him. Give it to me. Facing the high-temperature strike, Arthas remained unflinching, his sharper gaze reacting in an instant. Gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, he swung with all his strength from right to left against the fiery weapon charging at him from the Yasha. Bang! As the blade collided, Huashishin felt a sense of disbelief at Arthas's power, his body being thrown through the air like a baseball, crashing into the town. Don't bring your burning blade onto my ship. Huashishin's body smashed into the villagers' houses, the immense force causing him to crash through 2 buildings before finally standing up from the rubble. The shock on his face was hard to conceal as he recalled the terrifying power of Arthas, which had instantly doubled just moments ago. Naval. The villagers embraced each other, watching as the fire burned on the mountain and the figure with a sword approached the dock. There stood Arthas, facing the warship, warning, "Dare to fire and destroy my ship. I swear I will show no mercy to any of you." Clearly, such warnings were futile, as the cannons at the front of the warship immediately aimed at the Yasha. Just as the commander of the warship was about to give the order for a broadside, it was stopped by Peach Bunny. "You go disperse the villagers. We'll handle that guy." The warship was about to dock, and Peach Bunny prevented it from firing its cannons. Like Kaki, she was an officer who loved the common people, a genius from the naval headquarters. Little did they know how twisted the justice they believed in was. "Don't come out, Robin. Don't show yourself." Noticing Robin peeking out from the cabin window, her eyes wide open, Arthas spoke to her before the Navy could spot him. Meanwhile, Robin felt a sense of guilt, fearing that if this continued, the only person who had been good to her, Arthas, would also fall to the Navy. Over the past 3 years, none of the forces she had been with survived the continuous assaults from the Navy and CP organizations. A sense of fear grew within her, dreading the scene of Arthas being killed by the Navy. This was Robin's mindset, always thinking of the most pessimistic and worst outcomes, which was related to her experiences. "Hey, Al, have I brought you misfortune?" Her eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at the female Navy officer on the warship. As someone who often read books and newspapers, how could she not recognize the famous Peach Bunny, a swordsmanship genius at the naval headquarters? She could compare her sword skills to those of the current 3 great natural vice admirals. "What are you saying? Stay quiet in the cabin. I will defeat them all to protect you." After giving the order, seeing that the warship did not fire, he jumped a few steps onto the dock. A large number of Navy soldiers rushed from the warship towards the village, surrounding him. "Disperse, soldiers. Don't surround him. Go evacuate the villagers." Peach Bunny ordered again, having learned from the CP spies about Arthas's deadly swordsmanship. "Understood." The soldiers broke into a cold sweat, worried about their lives before the battle even began. Let alone a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. "It's you, isn't it? Let that guy Tina scold me." Smoker moved his fists and squeezed through the crowd to get close to Arthas. "You're such a sissy." Tina, seeing that her words successfully provoked Smoker, covered her face and chuckled to herself. However, looking closely at Arthas, he was anything but effeminate. On the contrary, the cold expression on his face exuded an intimidating aura that instilled fear without the need for a fight. Damn it! Huashao Mountain walked out of the house where he had just smashed a big hole, holding his head as he approached the dock. Be careful, you too. This guy's a bit strange. All my fault. In the stern compartment of the Yasha, Robin watched as Alsace was surrounded by the Navy, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-blame. If it weren't for me, Alsace would never have ended up in this situation. The Navy had not made a move until all the villagers on the dock were evacuated, and then Smoker finally spoke up. Is it time? I can't wait to punch that infuriating face. Colonel Gun nodded in agreement. Quick, use your smoke to choke him to death, Smoker, Tina said from the side, unsure if she was encouraging or mocking. Alsace, seeing so many historical figures and surrounded by numerous Navy soldiers, didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. This reward would be hard to obtain. He suddenly chuckled with some excitement. Perhaps this is the situation facing the protection of Robin. What are you laughing at? You evil little brat. Arthas sheathed the night blade, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked open. You don't need to know, bring it on. Whether you come all together or one by one, I'll crush you all. How ignorant. Hearing this, Peach Rabbit said coldly from the side. She reached out to stop the furious fire-burning mountain and let Tina and Smog go test Alphas first. After all, internships also need some real combat experience. Stop being so arrogant. Smoker shouted angrily upon hearing that, his forehead veins bulging as he swung his fists wildly at Arthas. Don't think that battles are won with just words. Smoker rapidly moved his arms towards Arthas, trying to showcase the fastest punching speed he could muster. However, he found that each punch was effortlessly dodged by Arthas, and the continuous misses made him a bit anxious. While accumulating energy and dodging attacks, Arthas began to shift his stance. Bang! The ground where his foot landed cracked again, causing Smoker to break into a cold sweat. What are you doing in that stance? Aren't you going to fight back? To confirm his thoughts, Arthas planned to strike quickly with his sword while Smoker wasn't paying attention. After all, without hockey, it was impossible to hit a Logia user. Standing behind me, Tina and Peach Rabbit sensed something unusual and positioned themselves protectively. That guy is so small and frail. Fire Mountain observed Arthas's build-up. Where does such powerful strength come from? No wonder he took down the big chin. If you only keep dodging, you'll eventually be caught by me, you pretty boy with women-s hair. Just after Smoker finished his taunt, a dangerous signal flooded his mind as Arthas's aura pushed against his fists. Taking advantage of Smoker's momentary distraction, Arthas drew his sword, and a terrifying blade aura spread out, striking Smoker's body. Seeing this, the Peach Rabbit quickly drew the famous knife from his waist and blocked it in front of him, deflecting Arthas's blade strike. The cold, rumbling blade energy spread widely, shattering the buildings in the village, and everyone within Arthas's attack range broke into a cold sweat. As Smoker's body was hit, he instantly sent a danger signal to his brain. Letting out a painful cry, he transformed into white mist, quickly enveloping Arthas. Did it hit? Arthas was unsure, but he did see Smoker's expression of pain in that moment. The battle was about to commence at dawn, and even Arthas did not expect the Navy to arrive so quickly. Looking at the billowing white smoke around him, he merely observed and tried to capture Smoker's true form. Skillfully channeling the uncontrollable momentum within him, he gathered it in his left palm. Useless. I am a Logia-type user of the smoke fruit. Your attacks cannot harm me. After activating his ability, Smoker did not attack immediately, but instead waited for Tina to join the fight. Tina left the vicinity of Gion and extended her arms outside the smoke circle created by Smoker. Akatsukihain, countless iron branches extended from her arms and then began to quickly contract towards the center of the smoke ring created by Smoker. White Fist combo. At the same time, Smoker coordinated with Tina's ability to launch a frenzied attack on him from within. Seeing the smoke transform into fists continuously coming at him, Arthas swung his sword to directly slash at the fists, shattering one after another in midair. The black bars that tore apart the ground around him also came into view. Arthas attempted to leap out of Smoker's ability range, but was stopped. A great combination move. He stood still in the center with his sword raised, waiting for the iron bars, harder than steel, to approach him. In an instant, Arthas activated polarization and struck at Tina's iron bars. With his swift and fluid sword movements, all the iron branches that aimed to bind him were instantly severed. Drink! Alsace shouted loudly, forcing himself to summon the uncontrollable momentum within him, gathering it in his left palm and charging towards Smoker's position in the smoke. Smoker was startled, not understanding how his position was exposed. After all, He was from the West Sea, so it was normal not to understand the powers of the devil fruit. Before he could say anything about not being able to touch him, Smoker felt his mouth being violently grabbed by Arthas. He could no longer say a word, and then his brain was lifted high and smashed violently into the ground. Cough. The tremendous force caused Smoker to cough up a mouthful of blood, which splattered out from Arthas's palm. Why did you block your mouth? Arthas quickly adjusted the position of his sword with his right hand, the blade's tip locking onto Smoker's unyielding head, and decisively stabbed down. In an instant concern for Smoker, Tina quickly kicked from the side, forcing Arthas to defend and shift the blade's angle towards her leg. Clang! The sound of steel clashing echoed as Tina's leg collided with Arthas's sword. I told you not to be careless. Tina struggled to resist, shouting at the fallen Smoker beneath her feet. If you fall, don't even think about getting up and being a nuisance. Feeling the breath in his left arm about to vanish, Arthas couldn't gather his strength again. He immediately reacted, pressing down hard on Smoker's brain, causing the dock surface beneath him to suddenly sink and form a large pit, knocking Smoker unconscious, rendering him motionless. Arthas, not wanting a nature type to interfere with his battle, especially one with almost no offensive capabilities, after knocking out Smoker, swung his sword again to push Tina back, causing her to lose her balance and slide on the ground. Taking advantage of her instability, Arthas decisively stepped forward, swinging his sword towards her body, using double the polarization power to enhance his physical abilities. Boom! The explosive force erupted around him, seemingly creating an invisible shockwave, triggered only at the moment the blade swung down. That's right, Arthas intended to take her down without mercy simply because she was a woman. In a hostile stance, she was an enemy, and enemies obstruct his path. It would be more enjoyable to eliminate them early and reap the rewards, right? This guy is so strong. Tina felt Arthas's killing intent. A wave of fear washed over her, and her expression turned utterly terrified. The power surged at the moment he swung his sword. Tao Tu observed it with her own eyes and was shocked, while the nearby Hua Xiaoshan had already disappeared from the spot. That's enough. Hua Xiaoshan's massive body burst through the air, appearing in front of Tina in less than a second, his palm tightly gripping the sword handle as he swung it at Arthas. All his anger towards Arthas transformed into fiercely burning flames, wrapping around his weapon. A fierce clash occurred as they collided with Arthas's strike. Your training is over. This guy is not an enemy you can contend with. Tina collapsed to the ground, staring at the Hua Xiaoshan who protected her, hurriedly retreating from their battlefield towards Smoker. But can you? Arthas gritted his teeth, resisting, his arms exerting force to push Hua Xiaoshan back. The island's high temperatures made his skin sting, while Hua Xiaoshan seemed unaffected, causing the flames on the island to burn even fiercer. A naturally evil and arrogant little demon, Hua Xiaoshan was furiously enraged, the flames on his sword becoming even more intense. No longer holding back any power, he struck Arthas back with one blow, then launched a fiery, hellish onslaught at him. Arthas breathed steadily, stabilizing his stance, and quickly swung his sword to face it calmly. Daring to kill Major Daxia, that man like me, was a disciple who graduated under teacher Zhe Fa. Hua Xiaoshan's eyes glinted with madness, seemingly ignited by the blood of battle. His movements grew faster and fiercer, as if he intended to shred Arthas into pieces, the high-temperature flames on the sword threatening to incinerate his bones. The results of a month of training were proving effective, but Arthas was still somewhat shocked. The people of this era were incredibly strong. Then, in the brief moment of a gap in Hua Xiaoshan's attack, he swiftly gathered strength for a counterattack. The dazzling swordplay on the dock left the soldiers in awe. Battles between swordsmen were extremely rare. It was hard to witness such a sight even once in several years, yet it was happening right before their eyes. He didn't accept the truce proposal, charged at me, and got pierced. I had given him a chance to survive. I will burn your bones and avenge the sacrifice of Major Daxia. Seeing Hua Xiaoshan consumed by anger, Arthas didn't want to say anything more. In the ultra-fast exchange of blade clashes, he unleashed a strike of sword energy, sending Hua Xiaoshan flying back over 10 meters. Ha! Alsace panted to catch his breath, noticing that the burning mountain looked even more exhausted than he did. He found it strange that after defeating Smoker, he didn't receive a reward from little AI. Did he have to wait for the battle to end? He put aside his suspicions and focused intently on everything around him. Soldiers might be lurking with hidden weapons. He couldn't afford to let his guard down, especially since he was facing 2 Navy members alone. Behind him, Tina had retreated nearby, holding the unconscious Smoker to watch the battle. She and Smoker were no match for Alsace now. Are you okay, Burning Mountain? Do you want to switch out? Peach Rabbit shouted. That guy likely has control over hockey, so be careful. Jiwon, wait for me a moment. I must take down this little brat. Burning Mountain deflected Alsace's flying slash with a blade and moved past Jiwon to approach Alsace again. Did you just cut me? Upon hearing this, Arthas sheathed his sword again, his body slowly lowering as he aimed directly at the Burning Mountain. Let's see who really cut who. With a thunderous roar, his leg muscles exerted force, causing the ground beneath him to crack widely. Compared to a month ago, his sword-drawing technique was even more terrifying. If it was just a battle, he could face it calmly. But upon hearing someone wanting to kill him, Arthas would undoubtedly be speechless with rage, showing no mercy. The movement is different. Could that be the stance for a direct sword charge? Shizuo Yamamoto felt the power in Arthas's body beginning to gather. Taking another look at the Burning Mountain beside him, he unleashed his unique sword technique, igniting the blade fiercely. The flames on the island roared like a fierce tiger, and in an instant, a slash of fire flew through the air. The ground near the dock shook violently. Stones were sent flying by the terrifying force, instantly stirring up a storm of dust and sand. The flaming slash soaring through the air was cut in half in an instant. A fierce and sharp wave of wind appearing before the Burning Mountain like a scythe of death. Time seemed to freeze at the moment Arthas drew his sword beneath the Burning Mountain. He didn't even shout the name of his sword-drawing technique. In that moment, Shizuo's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a needle. And at the same time, he gritted his teeth and took action. This guy wants to kill the Burning Mountain directly. In an instant, Shizuo Yamamoto swung his famous blade, moving as fast as a fleeting shadow. A loud bang echoed. The force of the blade's collision unleashed a shockwave that swept everything away. The immense power caused a nearby sea to surge. The suddenly appearing blade startled Arthas, and he glanced at the woman in a pink top and shorts that exposed her thighs, the zipper on her chest even revealing an alluring cleavage. After he fully unleashed his sword-drawing technique, he never expected someone could instantly counter it. And it was a woman. He knew Shizuo Yamamoto was a future candidate for a high-ranking general, but he didn't expect her to be this strong at just 17 years old. Time seemed to return to normal for the Burning Mountain as he noticed Shizuo Yamamoto had suddenly appeared beside him, using her sword to block his lethal blow. He was pushed back by the impact, finding it hard to believe that he had almost been taken out just now. Truly a decisive person, Shizuo Yamamoto blocked Arthas's sword-drawing technique, and her right hand exerted tremendous force. The gap in strength was instantly visible to the naked eye. The terrifying strength of Shizuo Yamamoto's arms made Arthas feel an unprecedented pressure. Originally, he had the upper hand against the Burning Mountain, but now he was using all his strength just to resist Shizuo's grappling. He gritted his teeth, his right arm's muscles swelling under the immense power. He even let out an unbearable scream. Fly! With a swift strike, Guillaume felt the strength in his arms depleted as he sent Arthas soaring from the dock into the village. The sound of explosions echoed, and Arthas, like an unstrung bow, crashed into the buildings while holding his head. With a single swing of her sword, she displayed her valiant posture and sent Arthas flying with overwhelming force. The female soldiers cheered, deeply impressed by Taodu's strength and beauty. What happened, Guillaume? What has happened? Hashiyama hurriedly asked. That guy's draw was aimed directly at you in that moment. You almost got taken out, Hashiyama. Guillaume had managed to block Arthas's unpolarized sword technique. Her right hand trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Thank you, your observation hockey is indeed remarkable, Taodu. Fire burns the mountain. Guillaume pointed to the porthole of the Yasha docked at the Alsace. Nico Robin is inside. You take people to arrest her, and I will deal with the troubles of this mission. It's been a month sailing in the West Sea, and she has witnessed the swordsmanship she wanted to see, leaving her greatly shocked. It is vastly different from the rumored samurai's Aido, more like a terrifying sword technique that pierces through a person with a flash of light. Cloaked in justice, Peach Rabbit walked towards the house that collided with the Alsace. Medical officer, come quickly. Smoker has fallen into a deep coma. Seeing Alsace being repelled, Tina shouted to the nearby soldiers while guarding Smoker. In the village, due to the terrifying power of Guillaume Peach Rabbit, the walls of more than a dozen houses were pierced in succession by Alsace's body. He was trapped in a broken wall, spitting blood and almost unable to move. Surround him and repent under the power of Colonel Guillaume Peach Rabbit, pirate. The soldiers quickly surrounded Alsace. Instead of being angry, Alsace laughed. The corner of his mouth stained with sticky blood. There are truly countless strong people in this era. Are there no weaklings among the officer ranks of the Navy? He did not complain. His expression was quite excited. They have all become top-tier swordsmen, yet they cannot shake the future candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit. He observed the mixed crowd of male and female Navy personnel around him, and when they saw Guillaume Peach Rabbit approaching, they instinctively cleared a path. Can you still move? What an amazing guy. Peach Rabbit looked down at Allsauce, who was stuck in a wall. We will take Nico Robin away. Do you have any last words? He was curious about what Allsauce had experienced to harbor such hatred for the Navy. Currently, Guillaume Peach Rabbit, whose thoughts have not touched on the ugly side of the government, is still a young beauty, devoid of any charm. Upon hearing Robin's name, Allsauce suddenly pulled his arm from the gap and stood on the ground to face Peach Rabbit. Last words? Are you so confident that you want me to say last words? Saying this, Allsauce took out a bottle of strong liquor and gulped it down, his emotions suddenly becoming very wild. He began to laugh loudly. Even if you can use a bit of observation hockey and have yet to master armament hockey, you cannot escape death. Guillaume Peach Rabbit could see the aura inside the human body with her observation hockey, so she clearly understood what Allsauce had used in the recent fight. It must be said that he is a rare genius, but unfortunately, he is a pirate. Would protecting Robin cause such great trouble? Attracting an almost unbeatable enemy. Without waiting to adjust, Peach Rabbit launched an attack. Allsauce had no choice but to block with his sword, wildly swinging to defend. Each strike was incredibly heavy, making his body feel weighed down. The quality of the weapon in Guillaume's hand is worlds apart from the current Yasha. Useless. Allsauce laughed maniacally, as if he had gone mad. You won't kill me. You absolutely won't take her away. Why protect Nicole Robin? What does she have to do with you? Cheyenne continued to swing her sword at Allsauce, feeling a bit confused. Under the immense authority of the world government, almost no one dared to protect the son of the devil like this. Why was this boy in front of her willing to risk everything to protect her? She sensed something unusual from the clashes of their blades. It seemed that Allsauce was struggling to defend, but each time their blades collided, her arms were pushed back by a tremendous force. Before she could get an answer, she suddenly noticed that Allsauce's power had doubled. Your strength is just like this, Mamatatsu. Although it's far beyond that of the Burning Mountain crew, you absolutely cannot crush me easily. He seized the opportunity during the block. With a force that surpassed Cheyenne's current strength, he unleashed a blade aura during the clash of their swords, causing the aura to explode between their weapons. The blade aura, sharper than that used against the Burning Mountain, shot out, forcefully pushing Mamatatsu back. An unparalleled aura spread from Allsauce, and the ground beneath him shattered again as he lowered his body and charged at Cheyenne Mamatatsu. Transitioning from defense to offense, he used double polarized power, raising his blade towards Cheyenne Mamatatsu with all his might and shouted the name of his self-developed technique, Soaring Dragon Slash. Faced with Cheyenne Mamatatsu's overwhelming strength, he could easily neutralize her sword techniques with a single strike and then slash her away. There was no doubt that Cheyenne Mamatatsu's strength far exceeded Allsauce's current abilities. However, during the battle, if he could withstand her attacks with polarized power, it meant he had the strength to fight back. Mamatatsu braced herself against the blade aura Allsauce unleashed. Just as she was about to deflect it, she found him lowering his body and appearing directly in front of her. The overlapping blade and aura lifted her into the air, causing Cheyenne Mamatatsu to briefly lose her balance. In that moment of suspension, Allsauce swung out a powerful flying slash that seemed to carry the head of a dragon, attacking Mamatatsu. At that moment, Mamatatsu was deeply shocked by Allsauce's combat intelligence. In less than a second, she immediately lost her overwhelming advantage and instead found herself counterattacked by him. The Peach Rabbit, slightly blushing with anger, held the knife in front of her to block the powerful flying slash, but her calm expression immediately showed signs of unease. The slash struck her weapon's blade, pushing her towards the sea. As Arthas's body slowly descended, he used the flying slash to propel himself into the sky, then rapidly withdrew his knife, aiming at the distant airborne Shizuka Momoto. He gave her no time to react, not even to catch her breath. His strength surged instantly, doubling in an instant, and the terrifying explosive power quickly gathered. He seemed to transform into a meteor, flashing 100 meters, and in an instant, he drew his knife to slash at Shizuka Momoto. The blade light burst above Ret Village, piercing through Shikigami Momotaro's body and leaving a wound on her. Blood spilled from the wound, causing Momotaro to grit her teeth and tremble in pain, completely losing her balance. After the dragon strike was unleashed, Arthas had no intention of letting her go, although this move consumed a lot of stamina and placed a tremendous burden on his body. Wait, what are you going to do? Momotaro endured the pain, listening to Arthas laughing maniacally in the air. Below is the sea. Have you gone mad? If you dive down with such immense power, you'll be crushed by the water pressure. Who cares? Yu Shigyuan was speechless in response to Alsace's crazy behavior. Even if you're strong enough to defeat me, you still need to breathe in the ocean. Moreover, having just been injured, your body must be suffering under the pressure of the water, right? Ha ha ha. He didn't stop there. He fell from the sky, crashing into Shigyuan's body, pulling her down into the sea with him. Shigyuan's injured body hadn't yet recovered, and after a burst of explosive splashes, she completely lost the ability to struggle. Bubbles kept rising from her mouth. Her arms were tightly gripped by Alsace as they sank deeper, and she could only keep ramming her head against Alsace in the deep sea. What does it matter if you're strong? As long as you can be defeated. Any means is a way to defeat. Alsace's gaze was resolute as he felt the increasingly dark and cold water below, the pressure mounting ever higher. The immense water pressure was squeezing her body. Before Guillaume Momotaro could feel any discomfort, she was already experiencing it. The blood from her wounds was continuously flowing out into the sea. Just as she was about to regain her senses, a malicious idea flashed through Alsace's mind. It could make Momotaro lose her breath instantly and lose consciousness in the sea. He leaned his face close to Momotaro's cheek, causing her to widen her eyes in confusion. Then, he forcefully blew all the oxygen into her nostrils. Ugh, caused Tao Rabbit to struggle and convulse on the spot, completely drowning in the depths of the sea. Releasing the drowning Tao Rabbit, Arthas relied on the last bit of his strength and the oxygen in his body to kick hard against the sea water, propelling himself towards the surface hundreds of meters above. During this time, he nearly lost consciousness, and in a daze, he broke through the surface, gasping for air. He continuously coughed up seawater. Cough, cough, you think you can fight me? Who do you think you are? I'll drown you. After eliminating the biggest threat, Tao Rabbit, he quickly swam towards the shore. Upon returning to the dock in Ret Village, he found Robin had been restrained by several Navy officers. Where is Guillaume Momotaro? The soldiers were shocked to see the drenched Arthas. Who knew? He should be dead. Arthas spat out another mouthful of blood. The water pressure had caused him significant injury. As soon as he spoke, all the Navy raised their guns and aimed at him, and the soldiers on the warship immediately set sail to the place where the two had fallen into the sea. You must have used despicable means, you bastard. Despicable? Alsace chuckled upon hearing this. I'm a pirate. Isn't it normal to be despicable? Hand over Robin, or I will fight to the death and cut you all down. Just as Alsace was boasting, a slash emerged from the sea behind him. Without any warning, the strike pierced through his back, leaving a terrifying wound. Alsace collapsed onto the uneven ground of the dock as if all his strength had been drained. Peach Rabbit stepped out of the sea, clutching her buzzing head, continuously vomiting seawater. She is the genius woman of the headquarters, the sister of Vice Admiral Crane. Seeing Alsace defeated, Fire Mountain approached him with a knife. Staring at the disheveled Alsace, how could someone like you possibly defeat me? You damn man. How dare you blow into my nostrils? Jiuan Peach Rabbit adjusted herself, furiously shouting from a distance, then used Moonwalk to run towards the dock. Robin watched as the blade of the burning mountain was about to strike down. Arthas, heavily wounded from the flying slash, quickly got up, bloodied. With one strike, he knocked the burning mountain off balance, sending it into the air. Dragging his body, which was in excruciating pain, he used his polarized power to quickly sheath his sword, aiming at the body of the burning mountain in the sky and unsheathing his sword to strike. You won't get my chance. The incredibly sharp sword energy hit the burning mountain's body directly, exploding on his chest right in front of the naval officers. The piercing scream of Colonel Burning Mountain echoed through the sky, and then he fell to the ground motionless, leaving everyone in shock. Colonel, don't touch me. Robin was held by the soldier, and before the handcuffs made of sea stone could be put on her, she saw Alsace returning to the battlefield, fighting fiercely to protect her. She no longer hesitated, nor was she caught up in guilt and self-blame. She immediately used the ability of the Hana Hana no Mi, causing countless arms to bloom from the bodies of the surrounding soldiers. Then, with a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and the soldiers fell to the ground. Unable to get up, she ran to Alsace's side, using her flower fruit ability to pick up the gun on the ground and aimed it at the nearby Navy soldiers. Good job, Robin. This was Alsace's first time seeing her fight with her abilities, and he realized that even without him, she could have escaped from that sea banquet a month ago. When he saw Robin running over, He didn't pull her in his arms, but instead shielded her behind him, watching the furious Gion Mamotaru returning to the dock. I seem to have pissed her off. Ha ha ha. You damn man. How dare you blow air into my nostrils in that kind of water pressure environment? Mamotaru was furious, undoubtedly so angry that she wanted to kill Alsace. But seeing the motionless fire mountain, which had been slashed to the ground beside her, she hesitated. To be honest, Alsace didn't care about his injuries, but instead gave her a charming smile. I wanted to spit into your mouth at that time, but I didn't have the hands to pry your lips open. You bastard. After a series of teasing, Arthas pointed his knife at her. His eyes sharp again. You also counterattacked, didn't you? As he spoke, a terrifying aura inexplicably emanated from his body, startling Tao Rabbit and the surrounding soldiers. It was a chilling, eerie presence that instantly made the air around them cold. His aura had changed from before, becoming frightening, as if a malevolent spirit stood among the naval crowd. Colonel, I think we must join the fight and take him down. That's right, Colonel. We need to eliminate this creepy guy immediately. The Navy soldiers trembled slightly, aiming their guns firmly at Arthas, waiting for Tao Rabbit's command. Ow, your back is bleeding. Robin wanted to use something to stop his bleeding, staring at the wound with great pain. How could I be injured? Unfolding his black cloak, his upper body slowly revealed a lean and slender figure in front of everyone. Hey, Navy. In this situation, he didn't care about Robin's reminder. Still smiling at the Navy. I have a child with me. Is it really okay to shoot like this? The battle between men and the Navy shouldn't involve children, right? Up ahead, Tao Rabbit clutched the wound on her abdomen inflicted by the sword technique, having lost a lot of blood in the sea just now. Her face was somewhat pale, and she no longer held back. Answer me. Clearly you could avoid trouble by not protecting Robin. Why are you so stubborn? Tao Rabbit tore off a piece of her cloak and tied it around her abdomen to stop the bleeding. Sensing something strange from Arthas, she discovered that the aura within him was continuously spreading outward. The reason for the cold air around them was probably due to that aura. Faced with Tao Rabbit's words, Arthas naturally understood that keeping Robin by his side would bring endless trouble. He glanced at Robin and smiled gently. But how could he give up on a promise he had made? If he abandoned her, it would violate Arthas's principles. Once the principles were gone, he felt he would no longer deserve to be a person. I said, a brother protects his sister, without needing any reason. Robin felt touched by this. But she already knew that she would eventually become a burden to Al. Or rather, she had already become a burden. With the answer known, Tao Rabbit no longer hesitated, launching a relentless attack on Arthas with her knife, no longer playing around, her gaze becoming firm and sharp. I came from the Grand Line to the West Sea to ask you one thing. Tao Rabbit swung her golden sword with terrifying strength, her voice becoming smaller. She wanted to know what had happened in that kingdom. The injury did not seem to affect her combat power. On the contrary, Arthas's blade was struck each time, bending significantly. What could someone like you, with a background, possibly say to me? Arthas was quite surprised. He knew all about Tao Rabbit, but this was the first time they had met after crossing over. What happened in the country where you survived? What did the celestial dragons do? When the officers' meeting discussed your background, it was forcibly interrupted by the higher-ups. The meeting that put a bounty of 100 million berries on Arthas a month ago did not end normally. The soldiers who provided them with information were also suddenly assassinated. What happened in the Piltover non-member country? Why was it destroyed by war? Va? Although life there is poor, there has never been a war. Arthas let out a snort, and upon hearing Tao Rabbit's words, he seemed to understand everything in an instant. The celestial dragon's methods to conceal information from the Navy were somewhat ridiculous, weren't they? Facing Tao Rabbit's full-on assault, after a brief exchange, Arthas was knocked aside by her knife, crashing into a nearby wall. The impact on his back caused his arms to go numb, and he knelt down with one hand holding the knife on the ground. Ha, he gasped, struggling to breathe. It's hard to believe you're only in your 20s and possess such immense power, he said to Shurjen. It seemed he had already sensed his limits. The results of a month's training were not without manifestation. He could easily handle the burning mountains, activate his full potential in peak condition, and even hold his own against the current genius, Shurjen Momotaro. Now, with both internal and external injuries combined, he began to doubt his path. Touching the painfully swollen wound on his back, Alsace stared at his palm. Is the path I've chosen already the end? Then, you are the only survivor of that nation. Shurjen pointed the tip of her golden pillar knife at Alsace, sensing that his fighting spirit had completely vanished moments ago. At this moment, kneeling before her like a useless person with the knife handle gripped tightly, she was puzzled. Can you tell me what happened? My sister has always told me little, urging me to focus on diligently training my strength. I really want to know the answers about the world, the mysteriously vanished nations over the years, and their sudden appearance in the war. The government is now mining platinum lead in a prosperous town called White Town in the North Sea, reaping substantial profits and promoting it globally. As she spoke, she paused, fully aware of the harm that platinum lead mining could cause to the human body. Hurry up and take him down, Lord Momotaro. No, Arthas doubted the path he had chosen for about a minute, then clenched his fists as his fighting spirit reignited. This was just right, constantly refining his body and will, relying on his talent to become the strongest version of himself. No matter how many injuries he sustained in this battle, victory could only belong to him. His fighting spirit was restored. What a strange guy. Hey, I'll give you 10 more seconds to tell me. Guion started the countdown, not believing for a moment that Arthas could defeat himself. I can only tell you. Arthas's eyes were no longer confused. He no longer felt that genius was invincible, nor did he see protecting Robin as a burden. Everything was a path he chose himself. So let the suffering and disasters temper him. The justice you believe in is merely a fabricated lie to conceal the truth. What do you mean? What does this have to do with justice? When one day you realize the truth, you'll understand how deceitful the two big characters behind your cloak are, and how much innocent blood they have stained. Moreover, someone like you must be the pampered daughter of some officer, right? According to the views of this world, you were born to receive a certain fixed education, yet you treat this education as honor. Now that you find that on the path of pursuing this honor, some things are different from what you seek in your heart, and then you want to strive to find answers and truths? How ridiculous. Get lost. I won't tell you. Arthas could observe from the previous emotions of Guion that when she was angry, she would vent it out, clearly a favored child of a great family. Furthermore, someone like Crane, a core figure in the Navy, even regarded her as a sister. One can imagine. However, her appearance was indeed stunningly beautiful, and her figure was also of the highest level, truly unmatched. Guion brandished his knife, angrily striking down at Alsace. The blade of Jimbaira contained heavy power, and just as it was about to strike Alsace's head, he swiftly dodged by sidestepping. Guion was momentarily stunned, but quickly rotated his wrist and exerted force again to chop at Alsace. Bang! The blade of Jimbaira was stomped down by Alsace, firmly pinned to the ground. Genius! Have you ever been defeated? How could I ever be defeated? I have never lost a mission to this day. Guion, with nearly all his strength, managed to flick Alsace off him and pulled his Jimbaira out of the ground. Looking at Alsace again, she found that he had already sheathed his knife and was gathering power. The speed from dodging to charging was terrifyingly fast. I won't pursue some so-called justice like you, only to fall into confusion about it. I am who I am, living freely in the moment, doing as I please. Anyone who hinders my growth or threatens those I want to protect will be completely cut down by me. Let this strike destroy your genius confidence along with you. A chilling aura, accompanied by Alsace's determination to fight to the death and intense emotions, surged from within the blade and then released outward. Just by the overwhelming momentum, Guion saw a fierce demon appear behind him. The demon's form was fierce, savage, and terrifying. It was an illusion created by Alsace's momentum, not real. The cold aura gradually enveloped Guion, and the other soldiers in the village were paralyzed on the ground, unable to lift their weapons due to the chilling presence. What was that abnormal phenomenon? At that moment, Guion found Alsace's aura imposing, his strength seemingly able to match hers, filling her with confusion. She had clearly held the upper hand in the earlier battle. Why did this guy suddenly become stronger? What happened to him during the loss of fighting spirit and the recovery period? During this time, Alsace realized something. He felt free, unbound, able to do whatever he wanted. As long as he did not go against his own heart, nothing in this world could restrain him. His mindset underwent a tremendous change. The explosive enhancement brought by polarization instantly doubled Alsace's physical capabilities. Risking a potential explosion, he forcefully maximized the power of polarization. The strength evenly spread throughout his body in an instant, and Alsace launched an attack on Guion. The moment the blade was drawn, accompanied by the darkness enveloping Guion, it pierced through her body like a flash of light. The ground did not sink, nor did it collapse like before when charging power. The sword technique seemed to enter a whole new realm. He anticipated the timing of his attack, but failed to catch his speed. Guion Momoto, with the knife held in front of her, suddenly felt a chill on her body, and her body involuntarily straightened and arched backward. She glanced sideways behind her and heard the sound of blood splattering from within. Unable to move, it's not my blood. Momoto checked her body and found that aside from being unable to move, it seemed that there were no major injuries. It is mine. Alsace stood straight behind her, letting the blood in his body spray out, slowly sheathing the knife in his right hand. The moment the blade entered the sheath, Gion Momotatsu felt a heart-wrenching pain spreading within her. The blood from the chest gushed out like a fountain, spraying into the air and forming a light rain of blood that blossomed at the dock of Ret Village. Shizuo Mamotu fell to the ground pale, leaving the soldiers who were shocked and admired her in awe. Is the colonel joking? In contrast, a pool of fresh blood had also accumulated at Alsace's feet, his arms aching with sharp pain. He was amazed by Mamotu's strength in the previous battle. Even a top-tier swordsman couldn't compare to a genius in the Navy. However, he was able to easily defeat an officer of future rear admiral level like Huanshin. He also realized how incredible the talent bestowed upon him by the Golden Finger was. Stabilizing his breath, Alsace absorbed half of the results of the entire battle, allowing his nearly explosive body to gain some respite. During the absorption, a slight shock wave emanated around his body. He walked slowly to Shizuan, who was still clutching her knife, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Alsace crouched beside her and smiled. Still trying to hold on? Genius. Ishizuku had never felt such humiliation, but her injuries had rendered her unable to rise, leaving her to struggle for survival. Ultimately exhausted, she gave up and lay on the ground. Kill me. You've won. She thought of the commander of this navy, the strongest existence, and now her downfall had sapped the will of the other soldiers. Alsace hesitated. He would need to overthrow the world government in the future, and relying solely on one person's strength might not be enough to fight back. He needed people, needed strength, needed powerful combat capability. And someone like Shizuku Momotaro, who was now lost in her pursuit of justice and seeking the truth, could be a great ally, right? All right then, I'll kill you now. And then announce that the brilliant naval genius Momotaro, sister of Vice Admiral Crane, is nothing special. He stood up, a mocking expression on his face, drawing his sword and placing it against Shizuku Momotaro's forehead. But he didn't really intend to kill her. Instead, he aimed to scare her, to provoke her. Killing Shizuku Momotaro now would only lead to being hunted down by Crane with her current strength. Wasn't that tantamount to seeking death? There were many reasons. You turned pale like pig liver, then lay on the ground and suddenly shook your face, gritting your teeth and no longer looking at Arthas. The feeling of failure after the first attempt was still from a newcomer of the West Sea. Shizuan Mamotu closed her eyes, feeling very unwilling. Suddenly, there was a ding sound, and the tip of the Yiksha knife fell into the blood flowing from her wound onto the ground. It seemed as if the Yiksha sensed Shizuan's blood. The blood was being absorbed along the grooves of the knife until it filled and soaked into the blade. So that's how it is. This is how it is tempered. Just as it finished absorbing, Tina, who had not taken any damage, activated her fruit ability for a sneak attack. The iron bar struck Arthas right in the abdomen, knocking him back more than 20 meters from Mamotu. I'm not defeated yet, you crazy guy. Because of this strike, the seemingly composed Arthas clutched his body, and a surge of heat instantly erupted from his throat, turning crimson. Cough, cough. He quickly covered his mouth with his palm, blood oozing through the gaps in his hand and dripping onto the ground. What's going on? Arthas was somewhat confused. He should have felt relief from fatigue after absorbing the results. Of course, when he realized what was happening, a wave of dizziness almost made Arthas fall to the ground. Excessive blood loss was too focused on the battle, thinking about defeating the Navy. He didn't care about his own wounds at all, and he suddenly reached behind his back, where the flesh had been slashed open and blood was dripping to the ground drop by drop. You look like you're at your limit too, right? Tina said to Arthas, waving her hand to summon the nearby medics to quickly come to her side and treat Shizuan Momotaro's wounds. Limit? Me? Arthas's voice became aged, making him unable to believe it himself. Who is limited? In an instant, he forced himself to endure the discomfort and once again displayed a spirited demeanor. Seeing Arthas regain his composure, Tina furrowed her brows, feeling uneasy. There are still hundreds of soldiers here. If you dare to act recklessly, it could be a matter of life and death. Moreover, your whereabouts have already been exposed, and the CP combat personnel will arrive soon. Can you withstand them? Who are proficient in the 6 styles of the Navy? To ensure her own safety and the safe evacuation of others, Tina had to think carefully for them. Having watched the entire battle, she didn't know how much combat power Arthas still had. With concerns in her heart, she made a suggestion. Let's leave this island. A temporary ceasefire would benefit both sides. As long as we wait for the next wave of naval support, we can take him down directly. Okay. Arthas seemed to be waiting for her to say this, and he agreed without hesitation. Damn it. Bang! A soldier, unable to bear the humiliation, immediately aimed at Arthas's head and fired a shot. Alert! He quickly turned his head to dodge and glared at the Navy soldier in anger. Stop it! Do you want us all to be killed by this guy? However, with him so heavily injured and bleeding, we could definitely take him down together. Ha ha ha, you could try. Arthas struggled to lift his blade, forming a throwing grip aimed at the Navy soldier. Hey, we've reached an agreement. Stop attacking. In the midst of their conversation, Arthas suddenly noticed that the Yasha, docked at the pier, had inexplicably disappeared and was sailing alone into the sea. Robin. Looking at Robin standing at the stern of the ship, he shouted, "What are you doing? I don't want to harm you, Al. You are the best and gentlest brother I've seen in 3 years, and I will always remember you. You are also the first person to treat me so well for no reason after O'Hara's destruction. I feel that if I continue to stay by your side, you will die in front of me." Robin, who had been paying attention to the conversation, realized the seriousness of the situation. She held a pair of earrings made in the likeness of Al, then turned and drove the first ship of Al away. "You underestimate my determination to protect you, Robin." Robin was determined to leave, lowering her head as she left the bow of the ship. The small boat gradually drifted away, disappearing on the horizon. Nico Robin, who had been wanted for 3 years, had always lived in betrayal. You protected her, but in her heart, she was just using you. 2 wounds on her body had been bandaged by soldiers, and Peach Rabbit looked weakly at the blue sky. And you are just one of those who were used by her and then discarded. The Navy began to recall soldiers on the island, all boarding the 2 warships they came on, taking away the unconscious Burning Mountain and the headquarters interns. Peach Rabbit, over 2 meters tall, was supported by Tina as she passed by Al. "Next time we meet, I will definitely not let you go. I remember your name, Al. Just get lost, little pink rabbit. Don't forget, I spared your life." She suddenly didn't want to leave, standing beside Al with her head down, looking at the little guy in front of her. "You, Colonel, hurry and leave," Tina advised. "Oof, just you wait." The emotions displayed by Peach Rabbit were completely that of a spoiled little princess. But in terms of swordsmanship, she was indeed much stronger than Al. Without the explosive enhancement technique of polarization, he would definitely be defeated and captured. The warships withdrew from the dock, and the dock of the damaged village was left with only the lonely figure of Al. Forget it, just treat the first ship as a farewell gift. Al felt frustrated all of a sudden. Having Robin by his side was indeed a burden, but he still had to wait for the little ball to come back, relying on its sense of smell to find her. Leaving should be face to face, no ambush. That ship was regarded by Al as a treasure for sailing. Now, besides a torn black cloak, a knife, and a wine flask hanging at his waist, everything else, including Bailey and other items, was on the Yasha. My ship, the villagers of Ret Village, returned and sighed upon seeing the pierced buildings. Perhaps this is the fate of us common people, but at least it's over. Hey, that boy who was with Navy Tarda is sitting at the entrance of the clinic. His injuries seem too severe. The entrance is stained red. The doctor of Ret Village recalled that in the past month, Alsace had not harmed any villagers and was quite friendly and helpful, so he hurried over. With the return of the villagers, the village slowly resumed its operations. They repaired houses, rebuilt the docks, and the local customs were relatively simple compared to other regions. Although you are a pirate, after a month of interaction, you don't seem bad. Alsace, I'm losing a lot of blood. I can barely hold on, Alsace said weakly, his eyes unfocused, clutching his sword in response. The doctor took him back to the clinic for treatment. But the scar from a surprise attack of the Shizuka Peach Rabbit would never heal completely. It would scab over and leave a scar. Nearby Ret Village. After the warship left, the soldiers hurriedly contacted the Navy headquarters. No, such news that would tarnish the Navy's reputation cannot be published. On the deck of the warship, Peach Rabbit used the transponder snail in the mast to communicate with the headquarters. To everyone's surprise, Colonel Shizuka, you actually lost to that kid. I will inform Admiral Kong about this. I don't care who you inform. The fact is the fact. I don't need to cover up my defeat. The transponder snail was silent for a long time, with no response. Thank you for your efforts on this mission. Return to base. We will leave the rest to the CP Secret Intelligence Agency. Damn it, you didn't even listen to what I said. Peach Rabbit was furious but quickly calmed down, looking towards the direction of the departing Ret Village. Those guys are so ruthless for the mission that they won't spare civilians. This referred to the cold-bloodedness of the CP agency, disregarding the common people and even the kings of non-member countries, all excluded from their mission agreements. Anyone who obstructs the mission would be eliminated. The news of Peach Rabbit's defeat was suppressed but reached the ears of the officers at headquarters. A day later, the West Sea Military Daily, Seagull, brought news to the world. It was all praise for Shizuka Peach Rabbit and the army she led. with various reports of severely injuring and subduing Alsace spreading throughout the West Sea. There was no mention of any Navy disgrace. In the evening after the battle, on a busy street in Rhett village, Alsace sat with his sword bare-chested. He looked distressed, with no money, no ship, and no place to stay, feeling extremely embarrassed. He sighed heavily and stood up. The ground is my bed, the sky is my blanket, and I didn't even get a reward. I really wasted my trip. And Robin is gone. What do you mean by that, little AI? Hunting must ensure that the target's life is entirely under the host's control, rather than winning through negotiation. Hence Nuttyworth. You're my head, right? I'll kill you. Alsace shouted, banging his head on the street during dusk. Not for any other reason. Just to vent his frustration. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? It wasn't made clear in advance. But, host, you didn't ask little AI either, responded little AI. I told you if I die, you die too. Now I'm broke and seriously injured. Hurry up and give me some berries to live on. After some soft persuasion from Alsace, the Golden Finger could no longer resist giving a consolation prize. Feeling the host's dissatisfaction, it rewarded him with a battle consolation prize, a black robe of eternal durability. Is this useful? I want to improve, enhance my abilities. Even if you give me 100 million berries, that would be fine. This robe could resist all cold and heat and withstand one attack. Once triggered, it would lose its cold and heat resistance. Quick, give it to me. Hearing that it could resist any attack and withstand cold and heat, Alsace thought. If I encounter someone like Akiji or Akainu, what do I have to fear? Immediately, a set of brand new robes appeared on him, replacing the damaged clothes from the battle. After feeling cold all day, he immediately felt a warmth. Is this mechanism triggered whenever I'm attacked? That's right. Even a child surprise attack counts. Little AI, you piece of junk, doesn't that mean I can't get attacked at all? You can understand it this way. The robe will turn into ordinary clothes once it loses its function. Sigh. I'm hungry. I finally understand you. Alsace, armed with his sword, headed into the woods, intending to hunt an animal to fill his stomach. A day had passed since the battle, but CP had not appeared at all. Now, he just wanted to wait for Little Ball to return so they could head to the land of flowers together. He now had the ability to survive on his own and no longer wanted to resort to petty theft. Sigh, how pitiful. The villagers shook their heads at Alsace's self-harming actions. The Navy really messed up his head. Just as the villager was about to turn and leave, he felt a chill behind him. What did you say? Arthas suddenly appeared behind him. I was just making small talk. Don't take it seriously, Arthas. Robbery. Hand over your money. Robin was no longer by his side. He was back to being alone. There was no need to adhere to those laws and regulations. There was no need to consider whether it would affect Robin's mentality. You can't rob. You have an agreement with the sheriff. Bullshit agreement. I'm a pirate. Why have I ever followed agreements? I don't have any money. Are you going to give it or not? Don't make me resort to persuasion. Arthas pressed the knife against the villager's neck, scaring him into quickly pulling out his money. It's only 500 berry. Enough. The man who was robbed had a wife and children, and life was not very affluent. He was somewhat familiar with the appearance of the entire village. At dusk, he had a meal in the village with 500 berries, his body wrapped in medical bandages, and he staggered into the forest. He must hunt to earn a reward. He now somewhat regretted that characters like Smoker, Tina, and Peach Rabbit would have some dissatisfaction with the world government in the future. Not killing was within reason. He didn't slay Fire Fist Ace, who came with anger. In the forest, Arthas sought the scent of fierce beasts, staring at his golden finger screen. No upgrades, why? Staring at the first-class swordsman level 3 on the screen, he fell into confusion. The battle with Guillaume Peach Rabbit was not easy. How could he not upgrade to Steel Cutter? However, after absorbing Peach Rabbit's blood, the Yiksha had advanced to Good Blade level 2. The blade was sturdier than before. Looking at the golden finger, Arthas momentarily lost his focus. As he walked, his head suddenly bumped into a soft yet hard massive object. Is that a bear? Alsace took 2 steps back, looking up at the giant brown bear in front of him, as if its territory had been invaded. It stood on its hind legs and roared angrily at Alsace. If he had seen it before, he would have been scared and run away. But now he felt no fear at all. The flowing strands of his hair were blown by the bear's roar, and in an instant, Alsace clenched his fists and threw a punch at its throat. He was already filled with anger. With increased force, Alsace lifted its more than 2-ton body with his right arm. The brown bear, the suspended bear, was momentarily stunned, unable to close its mouth, unable to believe that what was before was a human. I'll take you as a return gift then. The value of a brown bear is definitely not comparable to 500 belly. However, he didn't like being in someone's debt. Well, it seems more like robbery, so it doesn't count as borrowing, whatever. After taking down the more than 2-ton brown bear, Alsace grabbed one of its legs with one hand and walked towards the village. By the time he returned to the village, it was already night. Under the moonlight, there was a loud thud. The villagers who had just been robbed by Alsace heard a commotion in their home, opened the door, and saw Alsace sitting on the bear's body, waving at them. "Oh, do you still have belly? I've already given you today's wages. Are you even human? And now you're robbing me." The man gritted his teeth, somewhat angry and unwilling. "This bear is a gift for you." Alsace noticed that a woman inside the house was tightly holding a child. She was a man's wife. "Give it to me." The man was suddenly shocked and a bit afraid as he touched the bear, which remained motionless. "Really? Conditional. You said. What conditions? As long as it doesn't exceed the capabilities of a commoner like me. I can agree. A brown bear is worth enough to keep this family fed and clothed for a month or two. So how could I not agree?" Just then, under the night sky, a ship flying the flag of the world government quietly approached the dock. Alsace's gaze fixed intently on the lights of the ship above the dark sea, his eyes sharpening instantly as he moved his still recovering body. He originally wanted the man to get him a small boat, but now it seemed unnecessary. "Get me." Immediately gather the villagers in the village, and everyone run up the mountain to take shelter. "Huh, why?" The man felt confused, but Alsace had already dashed towards the dock from the brown bear. On the street, Alsace quickly ran onto the dark dock ramp. He was worried about not having a boat to go to sea. The world government warship was getting closer, and unlike the Navy, they showed no hesitation. The triple cannons at the bow immediately aimed at the entire REIT village. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shells were fired simultaneously, and Alsace immediately drew his sword, executing a flying slash. The crescent-shaped slash flew towards the sea, cutting through the 3 shells in midair and causing them to explode on the spot. On the bow, Fuzz Fu noticed something unusual and leaped into the air, rushing towards Alsace by the dock. "What is going on with the Navy? The news in the newspaper seems inconsistent." "You are." Arthas's eyes widened immediately upon seeing his appearance. Not out of shock, but as if he had seen a reward delivered to his doorstep, his eyes turned red, unleashing the killing intent of a hunter. "I am CP9, a genius proficient in the 6 styles." Without any hesitation, Fuzz Fu crossed hundreds of meters of sea in less than a few seconds, hardening his fist like iron and directly swinging it at Arthas. With a loud boom, Arthas blocked with his sword in front of him, his body shaken by the immense force, sinking down. The dock's ramp, which had already been through a battle, cracked extensively on the spot. "He actually blocked my attack. Hee." Alsace smiled wickedly at him, and the terrifying strength erupted in an instant, causing the two to stagger back a large step as their powers canceled each other out. He had become stronger than before in a normal state. But why was he still a top-tier swordsman? Alsace couldn't understand why. What was certain was that the higher one climbed, the harder it became to advance. "You're really heavily injured, as can be seen from the bandages on your hands," Fuzzfur said seriously. "But why doesn't the Navy arrest you? You don't need to know about people like you." Alsace bared his teeth, his gaze fixed on him like that of a predator. "Just remember, you won't survive tonight." Bang, bang, bang. The cannonballs struck again, causing Alsace's brow to furrow as the villagers began to notice something was wrong and started to evacuate. The cannonballs landed in the ruins of the dock, bursting forth with sparks of death. A wave of heat immediately spread through the village, with flames shooting into the sky. Could it be that these lowly peasants are protecting you? Then they must die together. What is wrong with this guy, making one feel a chill? Fuzzfur's gaze did not dare to leave Alsace, watching him sheath his sword. That cold, somewhat crazed smile made him feel a bit frightened. Slash! Arthas swiftly drew his sword and slashed down, creating a blade of energy about 2 meters long that tore through the air, rushing towards Fuzzfur at a speed difficult for ordinary people to react to. Fuzzfur was taken aback, and in an instant, he raised his leg and swung it to counter the attack. Raging Foot. Is this the Raging Foot? You can unleash slashes without a knife. Arthas knew how powerful the 6 styles were, but seeing it in person was truly shocking. The moment of explosion from Fuzzfu's legs caused ripples in the air, and a fierce slash followed. However, its power was not as great as Arthas's blade aura. At the moment of collision, it was easily shattered, which also greatly weakened the attack power of Arthas's blade aura. Metal block. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Fuzzfu steadied himself and braced against the blade's aura. He chuckled. "The only thing I can confirm is that I am now much stronger than most of you." Many historical figures today are still in their growth stages, and it's normal for their strength to be lacking. In contrast, Arthas, with the talent granted by the Golden Finger, is in a completely different league compared to when he was sneaking around. It's only been 2 months, and he can already compete with the contemporary naval geniuses. Is this arrogance? Or confidence? It hasn't harmed me in the slightest. Fuzz Fu patted his suit, and the world government's warship docked alongside. Azaz kneeled, unaware if observation hockey could detect the gap in strength between himself and the opponent. He sensed no threat from this government warship, including Fuzz Fu. He almost went mad. I really want to know what kind of reward I'll get after killing you. To ensure that the reward would exceed the limits of this world, he even personally asked the Golden Finger. The reward is random, with no restrictions based on any world. Useful items would be distributed according to what Alsace needed. Don't move. Raise your hands and surrender. A large number of soldiers armed with guns disembarked from the warship. They fired while issuing warnings to Alsace. Alsace's movements were agile. He twisted his body, following the trajectory of the bullets, easily dodging the bullets in the air. In the past, he would have found this novel. Now that he had become stronger, he realized that the bullets in this world seemed to be slowed down, making them easy to avoid. There was only one thing that worried him, whether Fuzz Fu had eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit. If he had, it would be tricky for Alsace, who was proficient in the 6 styles. His body was still in the recovery stage, and he didn't want to use polarization to increase the damage to his body. Damn it, why can't the bullets hit him? I'm so annoyed. Alsace swung his right arm fiercely towards the crowd of government officials, and a flying slash burst forth from his sword, charging toward them. It swept across a large area, instantly killing them on the spot. If only he had the Conqueror's Haki, he could fight with peace of mind. Conqueror's Haki? Fuzz Fu was greatly shocked, unable to believe that this guy from the West knew so much. Don't get in my way. Arthas's pupils dilated with anger as he quickly sheathed his sword and executed a powerful draw-cut technique, causing the sword energy to expand in a 360-degree arc around him. The force was so immense that ordinary CP agents couldn't withstand it, clearing all the soldiers surrounding him in an instant. What technique are you using? At this moment, Fuzz Fu couldn't hide his astonishment, realizing he couldn't even see the speed at which Arthas swung his sword. He only noticed the sword energy appearing out of nowhere. Rushing toward them, he raised his hands to block in front of him, using an iron block to forcibly defend. But he still felt the pain from the slicing of the sword energy. It's just a draw cut. Haven't you seen it before? Arthas said casually. Draw cut? That should be a swordsman's finishing move, right? Who uses it continuously in battle? Maybe, after clearing the minions. Arthas stomped the ground and charged towards Fuzz Fu. I guess I'm a bit special. There were no more people on the warship. The number of government ships was much less than that of the Navy, Arthas thought. The dock under the moonlight was filled with ordinary CP staff in black suits. Lying on the ground, pointing the gun draw, a small shock wave shot out from Fuzz's fingertips, instantly grazing past Arthas's face, almost slicing the skin. Coffee was shocked for a moment, unable to react. The shock wave could be shot out from his fingers. The speed was several times faster than the flying slash. Continuous strike. Seeing his tactic work, Fuzz first sneered and continuously launched his finger gun attack at Arthas. After being hit once, Arthas focused his mind, predicted and dodged the trajectory of the small shockwave, and in an instant he closed in on Fuzz Fur, using all his strength to thrust upwards towards his body. He attempted to launch him into the air, planning to use the Dragon Flash to end the battle. But the next moment, the scene before Arthas made his eyes widen in shock. Fuzz Fur's body kept growing larger, sprouting animal fur similar to that of the previously large-shinned lieutenant, and his pink hair rapidly grew as well, his height of 3 meters expanding even further. He transformed into a huge monster with devil horns, towering in front of him. Iron Block Homu. This is the Zoan-type cat fruit, ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form. He has already eaten the devil fruit. The moment Yasha encountered his suddenly bulging chest muscles, the immense rebound force made Arthas's arm ache painfully. His body lost balance in the low air instantly. Arrogance comes with a price, little brat. Fuzz Fur bared his fangs and suddenly bit down on Arthas's shoulder in midair. Poochie! The sharp teeth tore through the skin, penetrating into Arthas's left shoulder, with blood gradually soaking the white bandage. This made him feel very strange, whether it's drawing the sword or a Iato slash. Don't ever compare me to the Navy. Fuzz Fur noticed that Arthas, who had been bitten, immediately counterattacked. The knife in his right hand remained tightly gripped, stabbing towards Fuzz Fur's neck. Huh. Arthas chuckled darkly. Doesn't it hurt your teeth? Using 0.5 times the power of polarization, Arthas increased the speed of his blade. The biting sensation on the black robe made Fuzz Fu feel uneasy, as if he had bitten into some repulsive force, causing a metallic taste of blood to fill his mouth. It felt as if it wasn't Arthas's blood. This deadly stab forced him to release Arthas, quickly twisting his neck to dodge, then delivering a punch that sent Arthas crashing into the village. The impact broke the right hand of the black robe, feeling exactly the same as when he bit Arthas. "You bastard! Ouch, my teeth! My hand!" Boom! Arthas's body crashed into a wall and immediately fell to the ground. "Beast, are your teeth and hand all right?" The unaffected Arthas calmly walked towards him. At that moment, when his body was hit, it triggered the only life-saving chance, equivalent to consuming the special reward given by the Golden Finger. After the trigger, it seemed like a rule-like power forced Fuzz Foo's attack to bounce back at him exponentially. "What did you do? Why is my hand broken?" "Ha ha, I did nothing, just hit you." Arthas mocked him, the beast of ancient species. This made Fuzz Foo feel as if the short swordsman in front of him was toying with him, leading him to mistakenly believe that he and Arthas were not in the same dimension of power. One by one, his teeth fell from Fuzz Foo's mouth to the ground, and his right arm, unable to lift due to the fracture, left him with only his legs and left arm usable, significantly reducing his strength. "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" Alsace twisted the handle of the knife, directing the blade of the Yasha upwards as he charged straight at Fuzz Foo, giving him no chance to catch his breath. "I'm a hunter, the one who specializes in hunting guys like you." Iron block. Seeing Arthas's speed surge and approach him in an instant, Fuzzfur once again used the iron block for defense. Dragon. Flash. Immediately, he unleashed the power of polarization, slicing through the air with his iron-like body and sending his opponent flying into the sky with a single strike. "Where did you get that power from?" Fuzzfur screamed in agony as his body was torn apart. Arthas quickly sheathed his sword, tilted his neck to show off, and locked onto the injured and unbalanced Fuzzfur in midair. "I'm not arrogant, nor am I lacking in confidence. I simply have a winning mindset and perseverance." CP9. Gathering all his strength into his right hand, Arthas executed a dazzling dragon head flying slash with the power of polarization. Even at the brink of death, he struggled, hardening his body with iron blocks, trying to see if he could withstand the attack. After Robin left, I had no concerns. The wounds and bandages on Arthas' body instantly ripped open as he exerted his strength. He performed the draw technique, transforming into a flash of blade light that soared into the air, the blade completely piercing through Fuzz Fur's hybrid form. Subsequently, both of them fell to the ground from the moonlit sky. However, Fuzz Fur became a corpse, while Arthas became the one who killed him. The moment he landed, his legs gave way, kneeling on the shore in extreme discomfort. His body felt like it was about to explode, the injuries from the battle 2 days ago reopening. "My body is about to explode." Detection of host hunting historical figure. CP9 Secret Intelligence Operative Fuzzfur, Ancient Zoan-type Devil Fruit User, Reward Technique, Highland Bloodline. "What did you say? Master Yi's ultimate move?" Before Arthas could be shocked, a surge of electricity instantly paralyzed and trembled through his entire body, rushing into his brain. This is truly the Highland Bloodline. The technique memories transmitted to his mind left a deep impression on Arthas. He understood well the tremendous enhancement after activating the Highland Bloodline. Even more surprising was that this technique, aside from consuming stamina, did not carry the explosive risks and side effects like polarization. "We're finished." Just as Arthas was recovering his strength and contemplating whether to activate his Highland Bloodline, a large group of villagers from Rhett Village, noticing the absence of fighting sounds, gathered at the dock. Women held their children, while men stood in front, watching the scene before them, including Arthas, whose wounds from battle had not yet healed. "You killed so many world government personnel. We will be destroyed." The fear of the world government was buried deep within the hearts of every civilian in this world. "Sure enough, you are a bringer of disaster, Arthas. We truly cannot harbor pirates, but it's too late. We will be eliminated by the people the government sends in the name of justice." Seeing the villagers so terrified, Arthas first climbed aboard the warship to take a look around. He discovered bamboo rafts and small boats, which he directly picked up and dropped into the sea, splashing water high into the air. "You need to replace the canvas on this warship, make some minor modifications, and remove the positioning signals and cables. It should be able to take you to the next island." The villagers exchanged glances, and finally, the sheriff stepped forward to ask, "What will we do if the government comes after us?" "I will take the responsibility," Arthas replied. "They won't know where you went. Find a new island to settle on." Arthas crossed through the crowd by the sea, walking alone back into the village. "Leave that small boat for me. I need to wait for Little Ball to return." How could Arthas possibly abandon an otter that dared to follow him and share life and death? Moreover, He needed its keen sense of smell. In the original world, otters could smell human traces from 8 kilometers away. Surely, in this world, it would be several times or even dozens of times more effective. Also, Little Ball was an amphibious creature. I have something to ask you, Arthas. The sheriff looked down at the ground, not turning to face Arthas, and asked heavily. Huh? Alsace glanced back at him. What? You've killed so many people these past few days. Aren't you even a little scared that their souls will come to settle the score with you? They're also human, with families, with beliefs, dying in broad daylight, and leaving their bodies to rot on this island. Can their souls find peace? Hee. Such words made Arthas laugh. But he did not deny the existence of souls in this world. First of all, I am a pirate, with no so-called justice or mercy. If no one provokes me, I won't provoke anyone. If someone dares to offend me, I would feel it's not enough to kill them 1,000 times. As for what you mentioned, their souls coming to settle accounts with me? The so-called vengeful spirits? I'm not afraid at all. Upon hearing Arthas's words, everyone suddenly knelt down with the sheriff, clasping their hands together and sincerely praying to the sea. Nico will surely liberate this world. Please forgive us for having come into contact with such a deeply sinful person. Nika? Luffy? Arthas's eyes sharpened. This was the first time in his 2-month journey across the sea that he saw someone pray to a liberator. Fuzzfu had already been killed by him, and in 6 years, the person transporting the gum-gum fruit would also change. He didn't know if the timeline would be disrupted or automatically repaired. Anyway, since he came to this world, Luffy would not be the main character. This is inevitable. And besides, even if Arthas liked Luffy, he wouldn't deliberately sabotage his journey. However, his grandfather Garp might not feel the same. Witnessing the destruction of God Valley with his own eyes and being hailed as a hero by the government, helping and saving the celestial dragons, who slaughter their own country every 3 years. Sengoku, Garp, these people are not good in his eyes. The entire Navy is mostly filled with deception. The justice of the Navy in this world is just a hypocritical devil in his view. Of course, not all Navy personnel lack justice. At least those who don't know the truth still execute what they believe to be true justice, like the truth-seeking Peach Rabbit from the Gion. The villagers lit bonfires and danced the Nika dance, performing their final prayer ritual. The legends of the world? It seems all of you know about the existence of this god Nika. Will he truly bring you liberation as you pray? Arthas questioned. The government prohibits any discussion of Nika. Once anyone is found discussing it, they will be erased. Get lost. We were living well on this island before you arrived. Now the sheriff is furious and scolding Arthas instantly. Arthas stepped forward quickly, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. I don't care about you at all. I'm a pirate. There's no justice to speak of. With a powerful toss, Arthas's strong wrist threw him into the sea 100 meters away. If prayers were useful, this world wouldn't have suffering. If praying to gods were useful, this world wouldn't have wars or be destroyed. The person who created this legend just wants you to carry on living with this belief. Do you believe that one day someone will liberate this world, be praised, celebrated, and learned from by the people? Ha ha ha, such a person will never appear. Seeing Arthas so disparage the faith in the Nika legend, no one dared to refute. They all feared Arthas would draw his blade and start a massacre, but he wouldn't. Believing in an ethereal and illusory legend is not as good as living freely in the present. The gods you pray to will not protect you. To overthrow the world government, he must ally with the Revolutionary Army. So he will definitely deal with Luffy and the others. Currently, his strength is not enough to do much. The government warships have gone missing, and the geniuses have all been defeated. Arthas's name has caused a stir within the Navy headquarters. Noon, at the vast square dock of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Akiji's ship slowly docked as he returned from the New World. He wore an eye patch on his forehead and yawned as he got off his warship while holding a deck chair. I need to go to the abandoned warship. You all settled down properly, Kazan instructed his subordinates. Back at headquarters, he wanted to confirm one thing, the shocking event reported in the news, which was that someone dared to publicly protect Nico Robin. At the abandoned warship area of the Navy headquarters, Kazan had his left hand tucked into his justice coat, while holding the latest seen newspaper in his right hand as he arrived. Oh dear, Mr. Garp, are you still hitting the warship day after day? In front of a massive abandoned warship, a very strong man with graying hair at his temples, over 60 years old, was constantly punching the front of the warship. Kuzan, little ghost, how are you doing? Mr. Karp. Akiji greeted the old man a short distance away with a respectful tone. I'm doing well. I didn't expect this incident would bring you back, little Kuzan. Of course, I want to personally investigate Nico Robin's matter in the West Sea. Karp stopped his punching, wiped the sweat off his body with a cloth, and walked up to Akiji to ask, did Sengoku agree? Not yet, but I've already learned about the situation. Once Peach Rabbit returns, I'll personally go arrest that guy in the West Sea. Hearing that Peach Rabbit was defeated, it seems that Kaji was quite angry. Haha. Carp suddenly laughed. I'm eager to head to the West Sea with the other school-level officers. The genius Peach Rabbit has fallen, and the Navy headquarters is once again dispatching the Navy to the West Sea. Well, anyway, I'm taking a break at headquarters for a while. Back at headquarters, Akiji briefly understood the situation, feeling anxious about Robin's matter. Back then, when he let Robin go at O'Hara, he wanted to see if anyone would dare challenge the government's authority to protect her in the future. After more than 3 years, has someone finally appeared? Mr. Carp, I just came to check on you. You can continue training. Akiji hurriedly left, afraid that Carp would start complaining about his family. Nowadays, Carp is gradually aging over 60 and has more and more trivial matters on his mind. I still have many things I want to talk to you about. Hey, Kuzan. I'm a bit tired. Let's talk next time, Mr. Carp. Akiji thought, without a doubt, that Carp would complain about the Revolutionary Army. That organization was established by his son, Dragon, operating worldwide, recruiting soldiers and specifically targeting corrupt kingdoms. Dam Kuzan. Now you don't even want to listen to my complaints? What a waste of the years I've taught you. All the well-known vice admirals are heading to the West Sea to eliminate him before Alsace's reputation rises. This time, the leader is none other than one of the two great geniuses, T-Pig Kaji, a user of a natural-type devil fruit. His physical skills are even stronger than Peach Rabbit's, heading out in anger to avenge Peach Rabbit. West Sea, Rhett Village. In the sunny depths of a near sea, the sea otter, Little Ball, was happily returning from overseas, but before reaching the dock, he smelled a strong stench of blood and corpses. He was puzzled about what was happening. Just as he was about to approach Rhett Village, he suddenly turned back in the water and saw a familiar figure, with red eyes and a devilish smile rushing toward him. Little Ball was scared stiff in the water and quickly tried to speed away, but could not escape his fate of being caught. Splash! The person was none other than the murderous Alsace, who grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and leaped out of the water. Long time no see, Little Ball. The small ball discovered it was Arthas, but did not let down its guard. The expression on Arthas's face, which looked fierce, was terrifying, as if he wanted to roast and eat it. In the next moment, Arthas, who had almost said nothing, clenched his fist and directly struck it on the head. It's been 4 days, you bastard. Arthas scolded angrily while hitting. Do you know how many people I have to take down because you came back a day late? The otter, the small ball, hugged its head with its hands, looking innocent, until Arthas calmed down and threw the small ball onto the bamboo raft. This is the last time. I will never give you such a long vacation again, little guy. The little ball innocently replied, tears of innocence welling up in its eyes. After coming back to its senses from a brief moment of reminiscing, it climbed up the bamboo raft and discovered a large pile of CP's corpses at the dock. It also noticed the white bandages on Arthas, but there was no sign of Robin, shaking its head continuously. Stop looking, Little Ball. Robin has quietly taken our ship away. Little Ball heard Alsace's words, scratched its head, and sniffed towards the sea with its nose. It immediately detected the direction of the scent left by Robin. It walked up behind Alsace, who was moving supply barrels, and communicated the path to him. Shout AI, can you navigate according to its instructions? Yes, but needs to guide from the bow of the ship. Upon hearing this, Alsace immediately picked up Little Ball and placed it at the bow to guide. All right, let's set off immediately. Shortly after the bamboo raft left Rhett Village, Alsace noticed a massive bear paw shockwave sweeping overhead in the sky. That's it. Alsace, sitting on the boat, instantly recognized this power. It was Bartholomew Kuma's paw fruit ability. On the island, Bartholomew Kuma, who had just arrived at the village, was holding a transponder snail. That man has already set sail, Drago. Go try to recruit him, Kuma. Our organization needs someone who dares to stand against the government. Understood. Bartholomew Bear put away the phone bug, locked onto the bamboo raft of Alsace on the sea, and suddenly slapped himself with his paw. He transformed into a shockwave and disappeared from his original spot. On the bamboo raft, Alsace frowned seriously, raising his left hand to form a sword finger to activate his Highland bloodline, while his right hand rested on the hilt of the Yasha knife. In an instant, he predicted where the bear would land and swiftly drew his knife, slashing towards the stern of his bamboo raft. Boom! A strong wind swept in, and Bartholomew Bear's enormous body seemed to teleport, emerging from the air that blocked the sunlight and standing on the edge of the bamboo raft. Alsace, right? His tone was gentle as he stood straight and motionless on the edge of the raft. His massive body and weight did not tilt the bamboo raft, as if he were very light. Explaining intentions, Xiong discovered that Alsace was extremely alert and calmly spoke. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, specifically sent me to recruit you. Are you interested in joining the Revolutionary Army? Not interested for now, Alsace replied, seeing no hostility from the other party and rejecting the offer. Why? Aren't you also doing anti-government activities? The Revolutionary Army will definitely overthrow the government in the future. Joining the Revolutionary Army would benefit you in many ways, wouldn't it? It's like asking a person who is used to being alone to suddenly integrate into a big family. They would feel very uncomfortable. I've seen the number of bodies at the docks. If this continues, the government will keep hunting you down. How long can you hold out? Isolated and helpless? Joining the Revolutionary Army not only provides protection from the crowd, but Xiong's questioning would be fatal if placed on an ordinary person. Facing waves of assassination attempts from the government, an ordinary person absolutely could not withstand it. But Alsace rudely interrupted him. Perhaps in the future we will stand together against a common goal, but right now I have things to do. Gaining Robin's trust is the first step. I need her to understand how determined I am to protect her. Even if I have to leave, I must say to her face, I can't just run away or betray her. Will you be able to survive until then? Xiong noticed the injuries on Alsace. Do you need me to drive away the pain you're feeling? Thanks for your kindness. But I don't need anyone else to bear my pain. Alsace thought to himself that this guy could be recruited in the future, but he needed to do something unforgettable for him first. Xiong was surprised to find that Alsace understood his abilities very well. Yet he could not see through what kind of person he was. The only thing he knew was that he was reclusive. Goodbye, Alsace. The Revolutionary Army will always welcome you to join. As Xiong left, Alsace relaxed and released his left finger. The Revolutionary Army has set its sights on me. If the Navy is the enemy, then the Revolutionary Army is undoubtedly the ally. Perhaps by joining the Revolutionary Army, I could cultivate in an excellent environment and grow bit by bit. But I don't like the idea of being constrained, living as a rebel or a mercenary all over the world. Once there are restrictions, I will no longer be myself. The bamboo raft drifted in the Western Sea for 2 weeks. Guided by the little ball's sense of smell and his invincible driving skills, he quickly found Robin. It was the Yasha ship. The weather was fine, with fluffy white clouds. Near an island, Alsace, exhausted from the weather's torment for several days, extended his tongue in distress. Wind and rain battered him as he pursued Robin's sailing route under hunger and cold. At that moment, under the sun, he had a fish caught from the deep sea in his mouth. If I can't catch up, I'm going to have to live like a wild person, little ball. At that time, he truly regretted letting the little ball go out to sea to find its mother otter. Having reached the Western Sea, Plaga Island, which was a town filled with dark forces, Alsace thought, we arrived at civilization, who would still eat raw food, when the bamboo raft, which had endured the storm for more than 10 days, finally reached the shore. The dragon spine in the center of the raft broke in half and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Alsace jumped onto the town's coastline, patting himself down on the stone-paved road. My ship, my ship. He immediately ran toward his Yasha ship. Wait for me, master. The little ball kicked hard with its hind legs, swinging its arms under the gaze of the crowd. The sea otter was running on land, like two lively treasures. They left the townsfolk by the harbor in a daze. After sailing for 2 weeks on a dilapidated bamboo raft, Alsace was greeted by various storms and harsh weather, making him understand the importance of a good ship. Upon boarding his own vessel, Alsace conducted a brief inspection, finding that everything on it was almost intact. The little ball, following in Alsace's footsteps, was panting behind him. Sniff out where Robin is. Let's go find her. The little ball sniffed and quickly located Robin's scent in the town. Hey, you bastard, don't run onto other people's boats. At that moment, someone on the harbor shore shouted at Alsace, holding a bottle of liquor. Your ship? Huh, of course, this is our ship. The drunken man showed a wild expression, disdainful of admitting in front of Alsace that the Yasha was his ship. Your ship? Arthas took a quick step forward, his expression turning cold. Who gave you permission? A gust of wind brushed against the man's face, seemingly driving away his drunkenness. He stared at the suddenly appearing Arthas in shock. What does this have to do with you? Get off the ship quickly, or I'll kill you. This sparked a murderous intent in the cold Arthas's eyes as he reached out and tightened his grip on the man's collar. Then, like throwing a javelin, he hurled him violently towards the sea. Bang! The air exploded as he threw, and the man disappeared into the horizon like a cannonball. Little ball, the next time you see someone so arrogant, just punch him right in the forehead. Well, are we going to find Robin? Let's first observe her from the shadows to see what she's up to. Arthas is very curious about how Robin's life on the run has been. the people she's interacted with, and the places she's been, all of which are under the control of the criminal forces in this lawless area. After cleaning off some dirt from his clothes, Arthas heads into town and treats the little ball to a lavish meal. Having no money, he points a knife at the neck of the restaurant owner and pays with virtue. He also conveniently steals a case of high-proof whiskey from the restaurant as a spicy throat drink to pass the time. Late at night, at a powerful noble's mansion on the island, the socialites who had attended a grand banquet begin to disperse. Several nobles who control the island's economy, drunk out of their minds, are shoulder to shoulder, ready to return to the mansion to rest like brothers. Suddenly, they notice Robin, who hasn't left the banquet, standing before them in a waitress outfit, looking innocent and pure. With her arms crossed over her chest, she stares intently at the four men in front of her. Huh, the banquet is over, little girl, what are you still doing here? Second round of flowers. Accompanied by what Robin said. 2 arms grew out from each of the 4 men's shoulders, scaring them so much that they immediately fell to the ground. What is this? Arm. The arm hugged their head and suddenly twisted in one direction. It wasn't until their neck was twisted and the cervical bones snapped that Robin let go. Is this the life you wanted? As she was preparing to leave, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Turning around, she saw a small ball climbing towards the eaves of the mansion, holding a bottle of wine. Under the full moon, on the eaves, Arthas sat in a black robe and took the wine bottle from the small ball's hands and started drinking. It was then that Robin realized it was Arthas himself, helping the dark forces assassinate the island's nobles, allowing them to take control of the town, and then profiting from it while watching them be wiped out by government personnel. Robin lowered his head in guilt, and with a blink, he realized that Alsace was already standing in front of him. You're not worried about them being taken out by the government, but worried about me? Why is that? Because I treat you innocently, have no bad intentions, and never use you for anything? Brother, I'm just afraid that one day you'll die in front of me. All right. Alsace walked around Robin. So while I was fighting against the powerful navy, you quietly took the Yasha and left me behind. No. Robin immediately denied the fact of abandoning Alsace. I'm fighting desperately, and you just leave without a word. Do you know how many government ships are coming behind Ret Village? Suddenly, a group of pale-faced, fierce-looking individuals wielding large knives entered from outside the mansion. Robin, is the mission completed? Time is up. Alsace looked at them, then turned to Robin. Do you enjoy this life? Working for them? Assassinating? Answer me, my foolish sister. A tall pirate walked over, surrounding Robin and Alsace in the center. His mocking expression did not concern Alsace. I am afraid of losing you. That's why. This is not an excuse. I told you that you underestimate my determination to protect you. Do you think I have any ill intentions towards you? Like getting closer to you and then betraying you? But Robin's emotions were somewhat unstable when asked. In this world, where can you find someone who is willing to give their life to fight against fate for me after just one meeting? The previous life felt like a dream to me, completely unreal. Arthas naturally understood Robin's words. After all, in this world apart from family, one cannot find anyone who would selflessly give to them. Do you like this kind of life now? I have found you again, and all I need is your answer. If you say you like it, I will leave immediately and will not disturb you at all. Robin couldn't understand why Arthas stayed with her simply because he liked her before crossing over. After 3 years of hellish experiences, a sudden ray of light pulled her back from it, giving her hope for a better direction. For a moment, Robin couldn't accept it at all. Ha, brother. Could it be? Are you the one mentioned in the West Sea newspaper who openly provoked the government to protect Nicole Robin's child? That's really funny. A girl like this can only be used. Do you understand? The pirate wearing a captain's hat suddenly raised his large sword towards Robin, intending to kill her without mercy. At the moment the massive blade came crashing down, a sharp pain pierced the captain's abdomen. Arthas delivered a punch to his stomach, the force penetrating the pirate's flesh and killing him instantly. Then, he grabbed the captain's clothing and tossed him towards the horizon. The scene unfolded in an instant, leaving the other crew members in shock. A living person was just thrown away. Their captain? Xiao Qiu, take care of them all. Don't let them disturb me, Arthas commanded. Xiao Qiu appeared from the side and delivered a flying kick that knocked one pirate down. Then he pressed the pirate's face down, flexing his arm muscles and pounding his face, rendering him unconscious. Even a sea otter can be this strong. What a joke. Although the pirates were unwilling, they had no advantage against the small Xiao Qiu, who was only about 3 meters tall. They would soon be dealt with by his steel cannon fists. After finishing off the pirates, Xiao Qiu celebrated by patting his paws on them. However, Robin, who was bowing her head in front of Arthas, had already begun to tremble. My fate will drag you down to hell with me. Robin's words made Arthas sigh as he squatted in front of her. That's just an excuse, not an answer. Under Arthas's relentless questioning, Robin couldn't hold back her tears any longer and shouted, "How could someone like you exist in my world? Just like when you first met me. You should have sworn to take responsibility the moment you laid eyes on me. People like you only exist in beautiful fantasy stories, okay? How could someone like that exist in the harsh reality of hell?" Her outburst let out all the suppressed feelings she had been holding back, revealing everything in front of Arthas. Arthas listened coldly, then said, "But the person you speak of in your fantasy story is right here waiting for your answer." Robin, feeling incredulous, had her heart stop, her eyes wide, and her inner turmoil was stronger than when Arthas had protected her before. Looking up at Arthas in the moonlight, tears welled up in her eyes, and she could no longer hold back. Arthas hadn't expected it would take so long for Robin to respond. He glanced at the full moon in the sky. "Hurry up, Robin. Why is it so hard for you to give me an answer?" Huh? When Arthas looked back at her due to her crying, he found that Robin's face was flushed, looking at him like a teary worm. "You are definitely an idiot. Brother Arthas." That was an insult, not an answer. Why was she insulting him? Was she going to give him an answer or not? Arthas watched as Robin pondered for a moment before she ran up and hugged him tightly. Was this the answer? Or just another act of affection? "You need to say it out loud for me to feel at ease, Robin. What if you betray me again at a critical moment? I wouldn't know how to escape, and the enemies we encounter will only get stronger." Before Robin could answer, Arthas heard her heart-wrenching cries erupt in his arms. She cried while calling him an idiot. "You can actually think of me as an angel sent to take care of you. Yes, that's right." The more he said such things, the louder Robin cried, her tears soaking Arthas's black robe. "I will really die. I will really lose you, boo-hoo. Even if you aren't by my side, I've already been dragged into your fate. I will be endlessly hunted too. Take me out to sea, brother Arthas." Robin, like a teary worm, opened her heart and expressed her feelings to Arthas. After waiting for a long time, Arthas finally heard those words. He flicked her forehead with his finger, pushed her away, and walked outside. "Let's go, my foolish sister. Don't think too pessimistically about everything." Although that was the most real appearance of this world. Hell, perhaps only hell can temper me. It should be me who proposes the separation. Arthas thought to himself, "I'm hungry. I haven't had a good meal in many days." Robin activated her ability, pulling out a suitcase filled with berries from the noble house. She followed closely behind Arthas. This time, she completely opened her heart and entrusted herself to Arthas. Under this moonlight, she found her light and belonging, completely entrusting her whole self to him. The noisy and chaotic streets of the town were filled with vulgar and depraved desires being unleashed. It's hard to imagine that this was the environment where Robin grew up. No decent person would accept her. The town felt like a den of sin, with no navy, no order, and no security personnel. The streets were filled with troublemakers. Arthas led Robin, dodging various street fights, into a bar called Bond. Huh, isn't that the little brat who threatened the restaurant owner with a knife before? "Don't cause trouble in our Bond bar. Your way of winning people over doesn't work here." Faced with the warning, Arthas simply found a corner to sit down. "What do you want to eat?" The bartender, smoking a cigarette, came over with a menu. However, the thugs had their eyes on the suitcase Robin was holding. "The best food, bring it all out." "No problem. Do you have berries?" Robin patted the suitcase. "I do." "All right." The sumptuous late-night snacks were quickly served on the table, while the people at the other tables, for some unknown reason, became increasingly angry as they ate, unable to endure it any longer. One of them slammed the table and stood up, shouting loudly, "Damn it. Why do I have to eat in the same bar as that brat? This is ruining my drinking mood. Let's go teach him a lesson. I'm not going to that kid's table. And there's that damn animal with him. It's really ruining the vibe for drinking." Little ball. Arthas gave the little ball lying on the table a look. He immediately understood and rushed out to deal with the provocateur. As a result, due to the exhaustion from the previous battle, he was beaten up by the thugs. Crying, he came back to Arthas to complain. "Arthas, calling a beast to fight? Are you even human?" The next moment, a blade of energy sliced through the entire bar's eaves. The provocative scream of the thug echoed like thunder. The blade energy exploded in the bar, raising a cloud of gray smoke. As the smoke dispersed, Alsace lowered Robin's head and slowly sheathed his knife. That embarrassing little guy should avoid the mother otter from now on to avoid getting hurt. But thinking back, it was quite nice to have taken Robin in when she was young. Now, she was only 11 years old and very cute. When she grew up, she would definitely be a perfect mature woman. Having such a younger sister made Alsace feel satisfied. The ease of the bar in town collapsed from Alsace's strike, affecting the surrounding buildings. "Are you a monster?" one man exclaimed. "It was just a drink and a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously?" The next moment, he found Alsace cutting through the smoke, directly stabbing at his neck, and then quickly withdrawing the blade. Maybe practice your language skills in your next life before you come out to cause trouble, okay? Even if you were drunk and feeling bold. Did you really think you could insult someone to their face and still live? Right now, I'm not a messenger of justice, and I absolutely won't forgive such lowly thugs. Seeing several men taken down by Alsace on the spot, the crowd dared not speak out in anger. After the meal, Alsace returned to his ship, the Nightshade, reuniting with Robin and Little Ball. On the deck, he looked seriously at Robin and Little Ball and said, "Robin, I have thought about what to do if we encounter an unbeatable existence. At that time, it will be nearly impossible to protect you. The only thing I can think of is to stay behind while you leave alone. Do you understand? Rather than leaving me behind without a word to face the dark life on this island." No matter what, Alsace felt that this was a necessary path in the process of protecting Robin. Even so, at the last moment, he had to be responsible for Robin's safety. No matter what happened, I only bring darkness to those around me. I'm afraid of losing you. I've been through too much, brother. The way she called brother became increasingly affectionate, filled with emotion, and the previous coldness had long disappeared. Now, Alsace gazed into Robin's dark eyes, wanting to tell her that he understood her even better than she understood herself. Alsace walked in front of Robin and flicked her forehead. "Ouch! The darkness cannot swallow me. Robin, my existence will the darkness." Saying this, I squatted down with a wicked smile, staring at the otter and the Little Ball. The Little Ball tilted its head in confusion, not avoiding Alsace's gaze. "You also need to train to the point where ordinary people cannot defeat you, little guy." The Little Ball stretched its muscular arms and confidently replied to Alsace. In summary, Alsace said simply, turning his back to the two of them, "As long as I stand in front of the enemy, your safety is guaranteed. Once I issue the order to separate, if you fall into an irretrievable situation, you'll have to find your own hope for survival." So far, the battles have been very difficult for him. Fuzz's death was due to the special reward granted by the Golden Finger, which was the clothing he wore. With no more chances to save his life, once triggered, he can no longer feel capable of withstanding the cold. However, the quality was still very good. "All right, I need to check if the Yasha has any issues. You all can go about your business." In the South Sea, the warships led by Tau Rabbit and T-Pig drew closer. Guillaume, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Dressed in brown attire and wearing a righteous cloak, he hurriedly jumped onto the deck of Guillaume's warship to greet her. His tone was urgent and filled with concern. She, already injured by Alsace's sword technique weeks ago, had fallen into doubt about her swordsmanship and talent. The blow to her confidence left her somewhat dejected. That guy's swordsmanship was simply beyond her reaction, and his perseverance and winning mindset were unbeatable. Guillaume sat upright on the deck of her warship, relaxing under a sunshade where a table and chairs were set up. Her gaze was somewhat vacant as she stared out at the sea, filled with self-doubt. Her abdomen and chest were wrapped in medical bandages, permanent scars left by Alsace. He was the only pirate who could leave a mark on her. "Tina, what's wrong with her?" Gaki asked Tina, who stood behind Guillaume. "Colonel Guillaume, her confidence has been shaken." Suddenly, the more Guillaume thought about it, the angrier she became. Turning to Gaki and the Navy personnel, "No. Who pushes someone into the sea during a fight and then blows oxygen into their nostrils? Bastard, how dare you touch my Guillaume? Leave that evil little brat to me to teach a lesson." Guillaume was taken aback, his mouth slightly open in surprise as he stared at Kaki. "When did I become yours?" Kadget had a moment of embarrassment and shifted the topic. "I heard Smoker and Fire Mountain are seriously injured. Have they improved these days?" Smoker has also suffered a strong psychological blow. Tina pointed to another warship sailing alongside the Cheyenne Momotaro. The awakened Smoker was crazily training his body on the deck day after day, his eyes filled with self-examination of his weakness. "What about Fire Mountain? Is he okay?" "His injuries are serious. He has 2 deep cuts on his chest, and the scars are beyond healing. But he's just a 15-year-old kid from the West Sea." "Is he really that formidable?" Kadget showed a hint of interest in Alsace. Like Cheyenne Momotaro, he was a genius valued by the newspaper. To this day, he had no defeats at sea and had not harmed any civilians during missions. It was rumored that he cared deeply for civilians, even risking his own injury to protect their safety, and his abilities had a direct connection to the Earth. Following Kadget were several colonels skilled in the 6 styles, with this deployment reaching an astonishing several thousand troops. They could be considered the elite among the headquarters soldiers. There were about 7 warships, all officers trained by Zephyr. "Sigh, we're ruthless, guy." Cheyenne Momotaro touched the chilling scar on her chest under the bandage. She bit her lip in anger. recalling the humiliation she faced at the dock in Ret Village. Such a disgrace. She still couldn't forget the shame of Alsace not killing her. I promise, Cheyenne. Kadjit suddenly knelt in front of Cheyenne, promising, I will use the bounty of 100 million berries for the head of the kid to exchange for your true feelings. You're a good person, Kadjit. Cheyenne Momotaro's lips twitched. But it's been almost 20 days since the last time. He might have gotten stronger again. Kadjit looked at Smoker on the nearby warship, a fellow user of a natural type ability who had suffered such a blow. He quietly asked Cheyenne, could it be that guy has mastered the Busashoka haki that can touch devil fruit users? When Smoker fought him, I sensed that aura within him. It was brief, but he made the right choice to knock Smoker out on the spot. I will definitely avenge you, Cheyenne. Kadjit looked seriously at his comrades behind him. This time he has nowhere to escape. The news of killing CP9's Fuzz Fur has even stirred the government. What? Fuzz Fur is dead? Cheyenne Momotaro was shocked to hear this news. Yeah, CP5 has been taken over by Spandam's son, and they've dispatched many combat and intelligence personnel to the West Sea. Does Alsace have any intel? Where is he? Yes, you know CP's intelligence capabilities. Once dispatched, there's no news they can't uncover. He is currently in the area of Plaga Island, a lawless zone where pirates from the West Sea gather. I won't return. I can still fight. Fire Mountain needs to recover. Let's go together. Hearing such words, Ji Jiang felt a bit moved, finally willing to undertake a mission with me. Chiyuan. No, I want revenge. At the port of Prague Island, under the clear sky, Alsace on the Yasha found many people on the shore occasionally looking at him. The last time this happened was a month after the incident in Leet Village. Now, just a few days after arriving on the island, he was being targeted again. A storm is about to come. Please prepare the host for defense. While feeling suspicious, the voice of the golden finger in his mind also made Alsace feel that something bad was about to happen. It's better to set sail early. Staying on this island is no longer safe. Dark clouds are coming this way. Robin also pointed to the black clouds beyond the sea. The originally clear weather began to wind up, growing from small to large, causing the signposts on the shore of the port to rattle. Every storm is an ominous sign. Could this black cloud cover the nearby sea? Set sail. Alsace had no hesitation in wanting to stay any longer, immediately coming to the helm and summoning a virtual phone to place on it. The supplies had long been replenished, and there was no need to worry about Bailey. The crowd at the port made him very uncomfortable, and he was on high alert, ultimately focusing his gaze on a red-haired young man at a restaurant. That guy looked very familiar. The ship gradually left the port, quickly departing from the island with the wind. Not long after, a storm arrived, and 8 massive warships immediately descended near the coast. The pirates on the island had no time to react and were caught in a frenzy of bombardment. A fierce battle commenced due to the Navy's sudden arrival. The ground on the island seemed to be manipulated, as if waves of brown rainbows continuously struck the town, forming countless tall soil cliffs. What is going on? Could the intelligence from the espionage agency be wrong? After clearing the evil forces on the island, Gaki met with the CP intelligence personnel. He also recognized several familiar faces. No, the guy named Alsace had already set sail before the storm arrived. Why didn't you stop him? The Navy was very puzzled, watching a pirate who provoked the government flee right in front of them. This was something that would never happen before. Due to Alsace's decisive actions on the island over the past few days, they did not intervene to protect themselves. After all, there was also a Navy vice admiral who had been lurking on the island for a long time, and they didn't need to take risks, waiting for arrangements. Don't be angry, Gaki. A man sitting outside a port restaurant suddenly spoke, pouring coffee into his cup. Gaki recognized the man sitting outside the restaurant at a glance and approached in shock, saying, "You are Vice Admiral Tenju, Director of the Investigation Department." Shai Mamatatsu was also taken aback. "Jo." Tianzheng greeted the Navy personnel. His expression was serious and calm, with short red hair, wearing sunglasses, and dressed in civilian attire to blend in with the crowd. If you were to take action, wouldn't that mean that the facts of that guy's crime have been uncovered? Yes, that's right. Tianzheng took a sip of coffee and continued. The investigation has revealed all the results, but you don't need to know the truth just yet. The incident occurred during the hunting game of the Celestial Dragons, and it's not good to make that event public. But why not just capture him here? Because my mission is only to investigate all his criminal experiences. Tianzheng was recounting how Arthas triggered the power of the Highlander bloodline. What? Jiaji immediately retorted, showing some anger. How could a vice admiral not catch pirates and only talk about being responsible for his own area? Thinking that he was from a civil investigation bureau, whose combat power was not as strong as other vice admirals, Jiaji felt relieved. Your abilities clashing with him is the best scenario, Jiaji. That guy has been meditating and training at the dock these days, seemingly mastering hockey. Speaking of this, Tianjing's forehead inexplicably broke out in cold sweat from shock. He had never seen someone train so quickly, able to control their inner momentum and convert it into the offensive means of hockey in such a short time. It was truly terrifying. In short, Jiaji, you and Mamatu need to be careful. His next destination is the Flower Country. Watch out for the 8 Treasure Navy and don't provoke them. Seeing the experienced Tianjing, who had been through countless major events, breaking out in cold sweat at the mention of Alsace, Jiaji had to take this mission seriously. Understood, Vice Admiral Tianjing. Without waiting for the storm to subside, Jiaji set sail with the warship. The route was to the Flower Country, and it would take about 5 days for the warship to arrive there. From Major Polis to Lieutenant Colonel Daxaba, and then to you and me, that boy's incidents seem to have become uncontrollable. He corresponds to the common signs of the rise of great pirates. Don't you feel it's somewhat similar? The Navy and the government cannot control their growth. Now, the only tricky thing is the Navy of the Flower Country. The 8 Treasure Navy, led by Qingjiao, cannot recklessly kill innocents under the Navy's command in the Allied countries. The army they lead will undoubtedly be restricted. By the way, Tianjing Jian suddenly reminded as Jiaji was leaving, you must pay attention to the green energy reactions around that guy. Whenever he points with his sword, it will expand into a green energy reaction. Don't scare me. One moment he's like a demon, the next there's strange energy, and then he's imposing. How can we know if we can catch him without battling it out first? Practice will yield results. What's the point of fantasizing so much? 8 warships set sail through the storm, leaving Haima Tianjing and CP-5 staff discussing on the Silent Island. This kind of thing should be the government's fault. Such a bloody game shouldn't be held continuously. He sternly rebuked the CP-5 civilian leader. It's hard to believe that amidst such a slaughter game, a boy posing a threat to the government slipped through. At that time, the island had already been bombed to ruins. Who could have thought anyone would survive? The position of CP is much higher than that of the Navy, and Haima Tianjing no longer dared to retort. An event of mass slaughter concealed from the world for too long is bound to leave hidden dangers. On the stormy sea, dark clouds loomed, and the ocean roiled. On the Acha, Robin was staring at Alsace, who was meditating in the storm outside the cabin. What kind of person is he? I really want to delve deeper into AL's heart. In the cabin, the little ball was training its body with the dumbbells that Alsace specifically bought for it, responding to Robin's words with a whimper. A human who can be liked by small, weak animals can't be too bad. By staying close to him, I no longer had to engage in work like dissecting humans, performing, or assassination. As long as I was by Alsace's side, it felt like I was saying goodbye to my past life. Knock, knock, knock. Robin tapped on the cabin door and asked, bro, what's your zodiac sign? Scorpio. He concentrated all his momentum into his right wrist. Arthas saw the invisible power of armor. His fist became harder than steel, and his attack power noticeably increased. Momentum can indeed transform into armed color. He thought, the meditation of these days was not in vain. Refining one's mindset is also part of enhancing strength. Why are you asking this, Robin? Are you planning to prepare a surprise for me? When becoming stronger, he also had to constantly care for Robin's emotions. Robin calculated Arthas's birthday based on the zodiac. It's probably in 2 to 3 months in November. It's nothing. I just want to know what day your birthday is. Robin's behavior was somewhat unusual compared to her previously indifferent self. Or perhaps it was her true self inside. Just ask directly. My birthday is November 21st. It's just a birthday. What's so great about it? Arthas had never experienced the blessings of a birthday and did not understand its significance. All right, I think I figured out the method to control my hockey. I just need to keep practicing. He dragged his water-soaked body back to the living room. Then I will give you a big gift on that day. Surprised? Alsace smiled at her face. Surprised. Ha ha ha. Having you is a surprise. No need for any other sense of ceremony. He didn't want any surprises. He just hoped there wouldn't be any scares. Looking at Robin's cute, dazed expression, Alsace understood. It's the same in this world. Only with strength and genuine feelings for someone can one win their heart. And this so-called strength only includes 2 things. One is personal power, and the other is money. Alsace quickly had a meal to replenish his energy and began to think about future plans. To overthrow the government, one must have strength and connections, and powerful subordinates, which he found a bit difficult to find among the common folk. He could only target known historical figures. The next country they would reach had a heavyweight figure he could hunt down. That would be Green Pepper, a man who can wield the 3-color hockey. Perhaps he could ask for his help in mastering hockey. Robin, the Flower Country, is a member state, and the Navy wouldn't dare to cause widespread destruction there. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Flower Country is the overlord of the West Sea, with strong military power, robust economic capabilities, and the title of a nation of etiquette. Its technological strength is also the strongest in the West Sea. What's wrong? Do you want to stay in that martial arts country? If possible, I could try to get on good terms with them, and I could even be hired by them for tasks or commissions. Even a pirate like Green Pepper is forcibly sheltered by the Flower Country, not disturbed by the world government. One can imagine how powerful the Flower Country is. If you want to be a pirate nation, then be a thief. If you want to be a member of the Allied countries, then be a member of the Allied countries. There must be something fishy about it. Besides the strength of the country, Alsace couldn't think of a second reason. The only thing to worry about is the government's assassination personnel. Commission? Assassination? Robin crossed her arms over her chest. Her expression suddenly shadowed. I'm best at that. The ability of the flower fruit blossomed on Alsace. He immediately flicked her forehead hard, scolding, "Idiot, don't use me as an experiment just because you're suddenly dark-hearted. It hurts, Alsace, you idiot." Little Robin was inexplicably kind of cute when she was younger. If spoiled, would she turn out to be a different person when she grew up? The excited heart of expectation quickly calmed down. He shook his head and suddenly felt that the adult world is really dirty. Cough, cough. No matter how foolish, you're still my brother. There are probably not many people in this world as clever as you. I'm hungry. I want to eat 10 sandwiches. I'll make them myself. I need to train. You sigh, fine. Love is indeed short-lived. Seeing that Alsace didn't agree, Robin could only read while using her ability to make food for herself. Love? You're so little. Do you even understand what love is? Alsace asked curiously. Robin let out a sigh, and her expression suddenly became terrifying. There are times when I assassinate wealthy, noble couples. Why do you always think I have so little experience, brother? Because I'm older than you. The competitive spirit drove Alsace to be stubborn. In some matters, Robin actually has more experience than him now. Robin stood the book up on the table, covered her face, and changed the subject. To be honest, brother, you're the most handsome person I've ever seen. Her tone softened, making Alsace sense something unusual. He approached the table and suddenly opened her book. He saw an unforgettable scene. Robin's cheeks were flushed, glowing, and she looked very cute. The two people stared at each other in silence for over 10 seconds. Brother, Robin snapped back to reality from the earlier gaze. Being with the boy in front of her seemed to make her forget her identity and situation. Robin, are you catching a cold? Alsace reached out his palm towards her, causing Robin's heart to race even more. He gently brushed her forehead, tilting his head in surprise. But you don't have a cold. Why is your face so red? Upon hearing the word cold, the small ball immediately ran to the nearby cabinet and brought the medical kit to the table. She turned off the cooking station and used her ability to bring a plate of sandwiches to the table, responding, No. Then she picked up a sandwich and started eating. The widow's clean and transparent black eyes held a hint of thin anger. By the way, Robin, your abilities can be trained to include other techniques like the Navy's 6 styles and hockey. You'll be very powerful in the future. After giving the instruction, Alsace left the cabin. Damn it, a real human trafficker. Have they taken her away? The earlier scene, as a traveler with extensive experience, he certainly knew what it was, but she is only 11 years old, leaning against the door outside the cabin. His eyes turned cold as he tilted his head to let the rain pour down on him. Then let's meditate and train. Alsace became agitated due to the earlier influence and could no longer concentrate on meditation. It was also the first time he had developed wicked thoughts about Robin. The meditation shifted to physical training. He was already over 30 years old. What was he thinking? Alsace swung his sword on the deck. But in this world, I'm only 4 years older than her, right? Thinking about raising a child bride for my future days. At this thought, Alsace slapped his own face hard. Damn it, stop the fluttering of my heart. Don't let it affect my sword drawing. A loud shout couldn't deny the wicked thoughts. Inside the cabin behind him, Robin and the small ball squeezed their heads together, looking at the agitated Alsace. What's wrong with brother? The small ball shook its head, responding that Robin was unclear. Robin also became a bit nervous and sat back down at the table in the living room. A smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her earlobes flushed, and her heart stirred with ripples. She touched the earring made in the likeness of Arthas on her left ear. Suddenly at a loss, she stood still for a long time and stiffly said, I shouldn't think about these things. I can't fantasize about them. These things can't happen to me. Her tragic experiences made Robin refute her own thoughts. In her mind, that bloody memory flickered a light amidst countless betrayals and darkness. Illuminating her was Arthas, but it seemed she saw darkness engulfing him. Haha, no way. Brother won't die. Absolutely not. Her heart resisted with all its might. Yet she remained afraid of the insurmountable mountain that was the government. She still feared that her fate would bring harm to Arthas. Enjoy the moment. Don't think about the future. When deeply afraid, Arthas's words sprang to her mind. After calming her emotions, she thought of an excellent birthday gift. For a swordsman, a sword and sheath are undoubtedly the best gifts. That's right. In the underground world, there's the precious Adam tree, using that to make a sheath for brother. Now it's early September, and Robin has already started preparing for Arthas's birthday gift. The Adam tree is quite valuable. Just a little bit could buy a village. However, in the suitcase she previously snatched, there were a full 200 million berries. Robin, I've thought it through. Just as Robin was contemplating, Arthas pushed open the door from outside the cabin. Once in the Flower Kingdom, go find a craftsman to make an earring, using your face. Robin was taken aback, her cheeks flushing red. From now on, as your older brother, I must also have a token on me. Okay. Robin seemed a bit nervous, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt as she watched Alsace pick up the small ball. The small ball too. Well, I hung up with Robin and you. Robin hung up with me and you. And the little ball you just hung up with both of us. This isn't just that token of love, right? Robin's voice was a bit awkward, even stuttering, and he looked up bewildered. A token of love? This is a token of responsibility to you. At least, it can make people remember the brief time we spent together. These days, the journey to the land of flowers and the leisurely life at sea once again strengthened the relationship among the three of them. Robin gradually became optimistic, influenced by Alsace. He embraced the belief in living in the moment, no matter what happens. The land of flowers. In the shipyard of the eastern port town, there were ships from all over the world everywhere. There were travelers, wanderers, and trade ships, showcasing the power of a land of flowers. Many soldiers from various countries guarded the port, each looking much stronger than the average person. However, they wielded close-range weapons without firearms. This docking space is quite valuable. Are you really going to buy it? At the port side, in front of a shipyard's roll-up door, Alsace was discussing with the port manager. How much? 50,000 Baileys in January, with national-level shipwrights providing maintenance for the ships. In March, Dr. March. No problem. After handing over 150,000 berries, he took Robin away from the dock. Alsace gave Robin a slight disguise, and no one recognized her. There were many people in the Flower Kingdom, brother. People from all over the world walked along the coast to the port town. The population was bustling, and the public order was good. It was not as vulgar and chaotic as on Praga Island before. According to his past life memories, Alsace knew that this was one of the countries with Chinese elements. There was also an Amazon daughter country in the Doldrums region. It seemed that he had finally found a place to catch his breath. This time, Alsace did not plan to leave in a short time. Even if the Navy came, they would have to search for him in this vast country for a long time. Although the life of fleeing on the sea was great, staying for too long would eventually become boring. He needed to absorb some human atmosphere. The noisy streets echoed with a tide of voices. Upon entering the town of Ganglu, Alsace immediately took Robin and the little ball to find a craftsman who made earrings. They made 5 earrings, symbolizing the 2 people he cared about the most. After finishing, Alsace pinched his ears. The right ear had an earring resembling Robin's appearance, while the left ear had one for the little ball. The little ball felt a lot of pain, covering its pierced ear to complain. I want to go to the historical library of the Flower Kingdom, brother. Just don't reveal your real name under my disguise. No one will recognize you. Parting ways with Robin, who was interested in history, Alsace walked down the street with the little ball. The little ball, now standing at 3 meters tall, attracted surprised looks from many people. A sea otter walking upright. The teaching is really good, little brother. The architecture in the port area was more westernized, but the interior of the island completely presented the appearance of ancient China. Even the clothing was an ancient style. This made Alsace more convinced that the elements here were indeed from ancient China. The guard were truly strict. Could this really be the West Sea? He began to doubt it. In a place like the West Sea, this might be the only place where no gang dared to cause trouble on the streets. Little guy, what do you want to eat? Alsace patted the little ball's shoulder and asked. The little ball gestured with its paw for the food it liked. Sea urchins, abalone, shellfish, and so on. Too troublesome. Let's just go eat a seafood feast. The sea otter little ball. After suppressing for months, he finally saw the big city he had been looking forward to. He and the little ball found a seafood restaurant in the eastern port area and indulged in a feast. With the growth of his strength, Alsace's appetite had increased significantly. I want to ask something, boss. He stuffed a huge piece of shellfish meat into his mouth. What? Young man, where's the 8 Treasure Water Army stationed? Their family is in the capital, Why are you asking this? Curious about their reputation. The leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army is a world-famous pirate, but also a hero who protects this country. It is no wonder that in a pirate country, they have such titles for pirates. Presumably, the 13th generation pillar, Old Kai, is still just an 8-year-old child. He has 2 grandsons, one of whom is 8 years old and a martial arts prodigy. It is said that whoever can defeat him will earn the recognition of Qingjiao. The people on this island mostly wear martial arts uniforms. Martial arts culture is very popular. Oh, just an 8-year-old kid. Can any adults defeat him? Alsace asked curiously. Every time someone challenges him, they get beaten up badly. The seafood restaurant owner noticed the sword at Alsace's waist and continued. However, you cannot use weapons to challenge him. It must be hand-to-hand. Was it because of the age difference? Hearing this, Alsace became interested. He had been on this island for a total of 3 days, which meant the Navy would arrive in 2 days. A new battle was quietly approaching Alsace. At noon, match. Start. In a beautifully decorated courtyard with scenic views, Alsace let the little ball challenge the grandson of the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army's violent group. It began to fight with a sausage-mouthed child dressed in martial arts clothing, holding a wooden stick. The challengers are getting stranger and stranger. Grandpa, why is a sea otter here? Ha ha. Kai-yi, there are even stranger things beyond the sea. Qingjiao, with a kind face, sat cross-legged with his hands together, not opening his eyes to look at Alsace under the eaves opposite, but focused on his grandson's match. The little ball and the 8-year-old Kai-yi fought evenly. Seeing that Qingjiao was ignoring him, the socially awkward Alsace took the initiative to approach him. After walking around the corridor, he was stopped by the guards. Let him through. Qingjiao ordered his subordinates to let him pass. Standing in front of Qingjiao, Alsace was still polite and prepared to ask him something. But Qingjiao spoke first. Little brat, you better hurry and take Nico Robin out of the Flower Kingdom, or will bring great disaster to the Flower Kingdom. Qingjiao opened his eyes and glanced at the expressionless Alsace, noticing that the friendly aura around him had completely disappeared, but he didn't pay much attention. Don't blame the world for being heartless. Protecting that little girl has already chosen a path of abyss. After you finish your match with my grandson, immediately take Nico Robin and leave the Flower Kingdom. Otherwise, I will personally capture you and hand you over to the world government. In a world filled with the sea, the leader of the Water Army could almost be regarded as a general with the greatest title. As the chief general of the Flower Kingdom, Qingjiao naturally had to safeguard the interests and peace of the country. Alsace's smile vanished, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, restoring his indifferent demeanor. The more he anticipated building relationships with others, the greater his disappointment became. Alsace took a deep breath. Watching the 8-year-old Kai-yi defeat the little ball, and comforted the little ball by personally stepping onto the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the entire green pepper family, he grinned at the child in front of him. It seems that the so-called land of etiquette is just a hollow reputation, built on a facade of hypocrisy. He ultimately overthought it, thinking that this country would be different from others. Bring it on. After this, Grandpa will reward me. Kai-yi held a stick in his right hand, positioning it behind him in a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Alsace's gaze was fixed on the green pepper in the chairman's seat, devoid of any respect. In the next second, he instantly reached Kai-yi's front and punched him in the abdomen, causing Kai-yi to spit blood and be sent flying out of the green pepper family's residence. This action left everyone stunned, pouring cold water. You picked the wrong person to mess with, Green Pepper. Alsace drew his sword, pointing it at Green Pepper. I came to seek your advice on your dominance. You want to hand me over to the government? So, Qingjiao was shocked and flew into the air, grabbing hold of Kai-yi, who had been knocked unconscious and severely injured by a punch from Arthas. The shattered impression was completely gone, and Arthas no longer had any expectations of them. Arthas reached out with his left hand from the weapon rack beside him and took out a second knife, gripping it in his hand. The subordinate of the leader family took over the severely injured Kai-yi, and under Qingjiao's orders, everyone retreated. You little brat, I think I've been very merciful to you, just letting you leave this country. Now it seems I have to twist your head off and present it to the government. Qingjiao was furious, his thick, almost completely gray breath rising up. Before he could make a move, Alsace maximized his strength, holding the knife with both hands and began swinging it in place. The air around him was obstructed by the blade's movements, gradually forming a sharp vortex. And a tornado generated by brute force exploded within the Qingjiao family of the Flower Country. Roof tiles soared into the air under the terrifying airflow, and buildings continuously split apart. Even the people within the family were swept into the massive tornado. This was his first time actively causing trouble, not out of spite, but because Qing Jiao's attitude shattered his expectations completely. The family mansion was heavily damaged under the powerful tornado, and the commotion in the capital quickly attracted the National Guard support. You're also a pirate, wanting to capture me to hand over to the government? Be careful, or I'll make your 8-treasure navy extinct. Faced with such arrogant words, Qing Jiao decisively attacked, swinging his fist at Alsace. The punch missed, and Alsace quickly dodged, the disparity in strength making him hesitant to confront Qing Jiao head-on. Having roamed the seas for many years, it was the first time he encountered someone like Alsace. However, in his attempts to persuade Alsace, he mentioned wanting to personally catch Alsace, which undoubtedly conveyed the greatest hostility towards the visiting Alsace. This little brat is so fast. Dodging to Qing Jiao's right side, Alsace turned his right wrist and lunged towards his abdomen. Ding! The tip of the knife hit precisely, but was blocked by a suddenly appearing black-skinned figure. The next second, Alsace was thrown out by Qing Jiao's wrist, but he was not seriously harmed. You little brat, who do you think you're messing with? Huh? The intimidating aura from Qing Jiao burst forth, a crimson lightning flashing before Alsace. The aura spread beyond the family estate, affecting the citizens outside. Conqueror's hockey? Alsace grinned at him, his body showing no signs of being affected. It seems useless against me. The enormous body of the green pepper leaped into the air, its brightly shining head aimed down at Alsace, hands clasped together as it dove down. 8-burst fist, martial arts head. Alsace concentrated his sword finger with his left hand, activating the Highland bloodline technique, and his speed instantly surged as he escaped the green pepper family's mansion. The green pepper itself fell like a meteor into the mansion courtyard, creating a massive shockwave that spread outward. What is that? Green pepper stood up from the ground, his face full of astonishment. Just now, he saw Alsace almost teleporting with the small ball, disappearing from the mansion. The National Guards arrived late, armed, and found only green pepper standing angrily in the courtyard. Ramen, tell Ramen, that brat protecting Nico Robin has invaded our country. Green pepper commanded the National Guards. What? The citywide hunt has begun. He has arrived, and Nico Robin should be here too. Ramen is the name of the king of the flower country. King Ramen of the flower country. Returning to the bustling city streets. Alsace looked disdainful. I think it's best for my current identity not to have too many expectations of anyone, not even to trust anyone, except for the Revolutionary Army. He understood one thing. That is, before having strength, the whole world could be his enemy. But he didn't care, because he would step on the corpses of those people and climb to the top step by step. The guards quickly searched the entire city, and Alsace ran into a black market with a little ball. This encounter made Alsace realize that his fate had already fallen into the abyss of Robin. On the street, he involuntarily laughed, laughing somewhat madly. Ha ha ha! His laughter frightened the people around him, causing them to distance themselves from him as if he were out of place in this world. Little ball. He squatted down and touched the little ball's fluffy head. You wait for me in the sea. Well, if I'm hungry, I'll go catch some fish to eat and survive in the sea by myself. As a creature saved by Arthas, I currently only obey the words of Arthas and Robin. Just now, I caused a ruckus in the Flower Kingdom's violent group, the 8-treasure water army family, using a move called Tornado, and even humiliated his grandson in front of Qing Jiao. Undoubtedly, I have committed a capital crime. With what is about to happen, keeping the little ball around will undoubtedly become a burden. I should let the little ball leave and slowly negotiate with the people of this country. No matter where I go, it feels like I'm grinding through a dungeon, becoming increasingly difficult. Is this the price of protecting Robin? Will I also become one of those who died trying to get close to her in the history of pirates? Now, I feel quite empathetic towards Robin's situation, finally understanding what it feels like to be disliked wherever I go. As a fellow pirate, there is no sympathy for him, as everyone fears the authority of the world government. After parting ways with the little ball, he entered the black market alone, with Arthas on guard against everyone around him. He isn't worried that Robin could be recognized under his disguise. After all, Robin's bounty was when she was 8 years old, and now she is an 11-year-old girl. 3 months seems impossible to stay. While pondering, a man dressed in white cloth and wearing a peculiar mask passed by Arthas. In an instant, he felt the man swiftly swing a whip-like kick at him from under his clothing. Storm foot. The sudden strike swept across Arthas's chin, slicing through the massive wall and street above. The power of the storm foot was immense. The man aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Arthas, gritting his teeth and meeting his gaze beneath the mask, drew his yasha and swung it at him with all his might. Polarization. As the blade struck his body, Arthas directly enhanced his overall physical abilities with double the power of polarization. Bang! The tremendous counterattack forced the man to raise his arms in front of him, but he was suppressed by Arthas's doubled strength, kneeling on the ground and unable to stand. Is it iron again? The purity seems a bit different from the previous lackeys. Arthas twisted the blade and swung it fiercely, directly slicing the skin on the man's arm, cutting through the mask along with it. The man's injured face quickly distanced itself from Arthas, blood dripping from his arm and face onto the ground. Besides the people from the CP's secret organization, no one else can use the raging foot-killing move. The one sent to assassinate Arthas is named Gismonda, a future member of CP0 with a name. Such people are usually well-versed in the Navy's 6 styles, which is why they are sent for assassination. Whereas Nico Robin, she should be by your side at all times. Why should I tell you? Arthas's left hand quickly formed seals, and green energy surged around his body. The plateau bloodline triggered, accelerating to its peak, and in an instant, he reached the man with the blade and struck down. The strange move left Gismonda in shock. Based on the intelligence analysis, the boy before him was completely different from what was described. His reaction, strength, and speed were not comparable to that of a combat expert CP intelligence agent. Claw gun, iron wall. Facing the swift strike, Gismonda hardened his right fingertip with iron, and, as the Yasha blade fell upon him, he clawed at the blade. The collision of the two forces created an impact that sent stalls and people around the black market flying. Monster! Run! My stall! Guards! The guards maintaining order are there. In the face of such a clash of power, the people of the black market momentarily forgot that they were all walking the path of crime and fled in panic. With a cough, Gismonda felt in an instant that Arthas's power far exceeded his own. The superhuman physique cultivated under the government's training could not withstand the terrifying pressure. Arthas's wrist tightened as he quickly changed position and thrust the knife directly at Gismonda's forehead. With the enhancement of his Highland bloodline, Arthas's speed in wielding the knife was nearly flawless, but the rate of stamina consumption should not be underestimated. Not being able to kill me in one strike. Do you know what that means to me? Arthas sheathed his knife in a state of Highland bloodline. His eyes, which harvested lives, fixed on Gismonda as his body slightly lowered, locking onto him. The mission did not allow for idle chatter. Gismonda swung his whip-like leg from a distance. The air was directly kicked apart, spraying out a massive vacuum slash that tore through the walls on both sides of the black market area. Stone walls shattered. Flying debris scattered throughout the black market. What a pity, the tool didn't even get a last word. Accompanied by charging energy, the ground beneath Arthas began to crack. In an instant, he drew his knife, unsheathed it, and executed a powerful and extremely fast flying slash, pushing the storm of CP's feet towards him. Raging Gale Slash. Gismonda unleashed a series of fierce gale slashes, stacking them on top of the intense collision of slashes in front of him. At the same time, he noticed the cracked ground spreading beneath his feet. In an instant, Arthas drew his sword and stepped forward, the green energy emanating from his Highland bloodline directly smashing the two stacked slashes into fragments that scattered in the air. Like lightning, he appeared in front of Gismonda, causing his cold expression to begin to twist. In less than a second, the blade of the Yasha cut diagonally through his body. Boom! The power of the Highland bloodline dispersed. Arthas held his sword with the back facing Gismonda. The outcome was already decided. You are just one of the souls on my path, a worthless tool. Gismonda, unable to move, felt his upper and lower body separate at an angle, spewing out large amounts of blood without even being able to scream. He could only uncontrollably collapse on the cracked black market ground and wait to die. After absorbing his essence with the tip of the sword and refining the Yasha blade, Arthas quickly left without looking back. Checking the host's hunting history. The assassination target from the CP intelligence agency, Gismonda, future CP0, reward, Demon Mask Yasha. Additional note, Yasha Demon Mask has the ability to liberate negative emotions to increase power, making the host extremely courageous and fierce in battle. Are you trying to make all the 6 paths of evil come onto me? Based on the host's current needs. The power is also limited to this world's scope, so there's no need to worry. What I need is Yasha. Little AI sensed that the host had fallen into a frenzy mode multiple times during battle, and the Yasha characteristic was very suitable for the host. In that situation, who cares about injuries? If I don't go crazy, am I just waiting for them to take me down? Just a reminder for the host, once you wear it. The more extreme your thoughts, the stronger you become. All negative emotions will transform into the host's power. Am I extreme? Left speechless by the golden finger. But it seems to be true. In the previous state of injury, Arthas wouldn't care about his own life or death at all. only wanting to crush the enemy in front of him. Being overly excited and enjoying that process would lead to maniacal laughter, letting go of all concerns in battle. The mask that appeared in his hand was a domineering, demon-like face with two short, crimson horns. It won't erode my will, right? Absolutely not. But it needs to replenish energy. When fully charged, it is red. Without energy, it is ash gray. That's good. As long as it doesn't touch my bottom line or trap me in a desperate situation, I don't think I'll wear it normally. No need for it now, Arthas said as he secured it at his waist and left. Gismondus' life card burned out. He was dead. We once thought that the boy was just a small whirlpool in the West Sea. It seems we underestimated his strength. The fighting on the capital side continued all day, only waiting for the Navy or that green pepper to take action personally. From day to night, the first proactive trouble Arthas caused on the island affected the entire Flower Country. The National Guards mobilized were dragged along by him for the whole day. It only ceased around 1 a.m. In the eastern port town, Robin returned from the Historical Museum of the Flower Country, filled with disappointment. She didn't gain any of the historical knowledge she wanted, only the glory of the Flower Country's continuous victories in wars and information about past kings. Hurry home, little girl. We are hunting the pirates who attacked the Green Pepper family. Oh, okay. The corpses and guards along the way did not recognize Robin at all. She moved through the town in the eyes of everyone. She discovered that there were wanted posters for Alsace plastered everywhere since the capital. Under the moonlight, Alsace held a jug of wine in his hand, having been pursued by guards all day. He sat alone, drinking on the rooftop of the central district in the eastern port town, waiting for Robin's return. The dim lights, the beautiful night scene of the bustling market. What does it have to do with me? Even in the deep of night, this prosperous country remained bright and full of life. In the past, Alsace would quietly sit in the bustling market, listening to the complaints about the trivialities of life. But now, he had to be cautious of suddenly appearing strange people or assassins. This was all due to his lack of strength. If he were powerful enough to make anyone wary, he could appear openly anywhere. Brother, Robin used the power of the flower fruit to scout out the location of Alsace. She whispered under the eaves where he was. I said, no one can recognize you. After all, my disguise can be called witchcraft. Weren't you going to visit Green Pepper? Why did you cause trouble? How can you stay here for 3 months now? He said you're a disaster, so I wrecked his big yard. This answer made Robin laugh. And she then asked, what about the little ball? In the sea. Alsace jumped down from the eaves and walked leisurely down the street with her. Robin noticed the bloodstains on Alsace, undoubtedly another murder. Her gaze fixed on the red mask at his left waist, and she curiously asked, what is that red mask at your waist? Shura. Shura? What's Shura? The Shura ghost, one of the 6 realms of hell. He directly tells Robin what it is, without any concealment. Robin was a bit surprised to hear this. Brother, your knife is already one of the 6 paths, the Yasha. How can there be another Azura? Do you really have the ability of an Azura? That is a very terrifying evil spirit, the king of hellish demons. Being an avid reader, Robin often read books about mythological stories to relax and pass the time when he was bored. Yes, there are, brother. You can't be a devil that crawled out of hell, right? Then I must eat you. He is extremely indifferent to outsiders. Yet on this dark street in the deep night, he is having a great time playing with Robin. They continue to play and mess around until they reach a hotel near the seaside in the eastern town. Let's go in and get a room to rest well. We can continue to wander and have fun in the city tomorrow. Hey, brother, I also want to open my heart to you. I want to uncover the truth of history, to make the deaths of the scholars of O'Hara and my mother meaningful. This is also my dream. Keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. After saying this, Alsace pushed her to the hotel front desk. Welcome, little girl. Do you need a room? Is there a vacancy? Yes. Facing the receptionist, Robin turned back to the door and found that Alsace had already disappeared outside the hotel, jumping onto the eaves. The reason Robin could see this side of Alsace was probably because he had changed her reality and experiences. After all, which girl didn't have an innocent side in her childhood? Huh. After taking a sip of the fiery liquor, he looked up at the starry sky and sighed deeply. What is the reason for his stagnation in strength? He summoned his golden finger and saw that he was still at the level of a first-rate swordsman, 3rd stage. He clearly felt that his power had surpassed this level by a lot, and he had already mastered the most basic observation hockey and could barely activate armament hockey. Yet, his level remained stagnant. Could it be that his normal strength was still insufficient to cut through steel? The quality of his sword was a good sword, 3rd stage, and today, Arthas had made it absorb a lot of blood and tempered it. Would it soon be able to upgrade to a great blade? To test whether he had the ability to cut through steel, Arthas left the seaside inn. He found an iron drill in a weapon shop, drew his sword, and struck down with all his might. Ding! A sound of iron ringing echoed, and the blade could only leave a deep mark on it, unable to cut through. This was strange. It could easily cut through when the polarization was activated. Logically speaking, having mastered the basics of armament hockey and being able to slightly manipulate its power should make cutting through iron quite easy, right? Was there a problem with his swordsmanship? Was his mindset not stable enough? Calming various doubts, he quietly stood in front of the anvil in the blacksmith's shop, closed his eyes, and raised the yasha with one hand. Even a piece of iron could be observed for flaws in front of swordsmen. As long as he found the right moment to exert force, he should be able to cleave through steel. He stood there for a long time, lost in his swordsmanship mindset, then raised the blade for another strike. The second attempt did not produce the sound of iron ringing. The anvil remained stationary without any movement. He then swung at a nearby leaf, and the blade slid right off the leaf, which made him smile. What a strange world. The yasha can cut through steel, yet cannot sever a leaf as thin as paper. He then picked up the wine jug, shook it, and found it empty, deciding to buy another bottle and grab some meat. He leaped into the air and left the blacksmith's courtyard. The blacksmith, awakened by the earlier commotion, came out to check and found that the anvil beside his forge had been split in half. My anvil. That little brat did this. Just wait until I catch you, or you'll be in for it. In the Flower Kingdom, at the royal treasure house. The reason for the destruction of the family mansion was that King Ramen had promised Qing Jiao to temporarily stay in the treasure house. Inside, Qing Jiao looked worried, guarding the bed of the 8-year-old Kai Yi. My dear grandson, how infuriating. Grandpa will definitely avenge you. So strong, Grandpa, that guy's incredibly strong. The weak Kai Yi's mind was filled with the image of being punched and spitting blood by Arthas. Instead of complaining, he began to acknowledge Arthas's strength. After all, the adult martial artist who challenged him had never won against him once, and now they were suddenly defeated by a not-yet-adult boy, feeling unwilling. Chief, the young master's injuries have stabilized. You don't need to stay here. After sending guards to hunt for Arthas, Qing Jiao spent the whole day by Kai Yi's side. Once things calmed down, he left Kai Yi's recovery room, opened the door, and jumped into the air, searching the town with observation hockey. Observation hockey cannot find those without hostility, unless they suddenly ambush from the dark, or if a strong aura is sensed in an instant. Otherwise, it is impossible to locate them. This was also why Arthas had escaped a disaster in the Pilt Kingdom. That aura, where is it? Qing Jiao's observation hockey spread throughout the country and suddenly sensed a surging aura in the eastern port town that quickly rose and then vanished. Dumb brat. I've already been hurt by that bastard carp once and retreated. You're pushing me. After leaving his grandson, anger consumed Qing Jiao's brain, making all his muscles tense up and itch to move. Locking onto the location, he leaped into the air, his imposing figure aiming at the distant eastern port blacksmith shop. 8 punches, martial head charge. Boom! He stomped the air, charging straight towards the port town. Forget it. I'll buy another one tomorrow. The blacksmith shop owner, preparing to go back to sleep, was suddenly attracted by the tearing sound of air from afar. He looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Qing Jiao's 5-meter-high, robust body fell into his backyard like a meteor. Boom! The ground of the courtyard instantly formed a massive crater, the shockwave shattering all the windows of nearby buildings. The owner was also knocked back. Although injured, he was not severely harmed. Cough, who are you? The water army leader. Where are you? That damn little brat's aura was just here. Qing Jiao scanned the surroundings, sensing no presence of Arthas. He began searching the port town. Not far away, Arthas was holding a box of roasted meat, standing in front of a street vendor, directing the vendor to keep piling meat into his box. The huge commotion in the distance caught his attention. Is it ready? Hurry up and put it in my box. Although he was on the wanted list in the Flower Kingdom, with a slight change to his long hair, he looked different enough that the locals seemed face-blind and could not recognize him. You're about to finish my stall, little brother. Eats so fast. The night market's roast meat vendor was busy grilling meat for Arthas, cooking faster than Arthas could eat. A murderous aura, somewhat familiar. Qing Jiao? Arthas glanced back at the place he had just passed. Not long after, Qing Jiao, in a fit of rage, found his way to the night market. Furious to the extreme, he sensed Arthas's aura among the crowd. You little brat, I know you're here. Come out and face your death. This time, Arthas did not run away in the face of Qing Jiao, who loomed like a mountain. Instead, he faced the current challenge with full strength. Since he wouldn't teach, then he would learn hockey through battle. Qing Jiao, Water Army leader, what are you doing here so late? Could it be that the rumors from the day were true? Someone really did destroy the Qing Jiao family's mansion. The townsfolk in the night market quickly evacuated, not wanting to come into contact with the enraged Qing Jiao. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, instilling awe and fear in everyone. The stall owner also hurriedly pushed his cart to escape. In the end, in the night market square of the port town, only Arthas and Qing Jiao remained, staring at each other from a distance. Hee. Arthas smiled at the angry green pepper while eating the roasted meat in his hand. You brat, you destroyed my mansion and almost killed my grandson. After confirming that it was indeed Arthas, the green pepper clasped his hands together, gathering energy, and glared at him. I originally wanted to visit you politely and seek your advice, but you threatened me? Well, I'm sorry, destroying your mansion is just the beginning. Should I say you're ignorant or overly arrogant? Your weak power is as insignificant as an ant in front of me, kid. I will crush every bone in your body. The aura released by the green pepper created waves in the surrounding area. An ordinary person in front of him would definitely be blown away by the waves generated by his explosive aura. The gust made Arthas's black cloak flutter. How do you know that I have no power to resist in front of you? Arthas cautiously gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. He wasn't ignorant or arrogant. He was acutely aware of the gap between him and the green pepper. Facing this old man who was in his 60s and suffering from a bit of dementia, he still decided to try a move, hoping to harness the conqueror's haki during their battle. That way, he wouldn't fear the invincible natural types anymore, just a newly risen rookie. Let me shatter your fantasy of galloping across the sea. The green pepper stretched his neck and charged fiercely at Arthas. In an instant, both sides predicted each other's next move using observation haki. A layer of black aura covered the brightly shining head, making the skin impervious. Arthas held his sword horizontally in front of him, immediately realizing that his power was still too weak in front of this old man. He could only release his strength. He couldn't go head-to-head. The blade scraped against his smooth scalp, sparking flames as Arthas sidestepped and used his strength to fling the green pepper into the surrounding buildings. The houses were smashed apart, and the green pepper launched another attack, unaffected by the previous clash. His speed was several times faster than a bullet, bursting out of the blind spot in an instant. You're gathering haki to your head, right? Arthas tightened his grip on the hilt with his right hand, while his left hand positioned the blade tip in front. Bang! The moment the green pepper's head struck the blade, the sword bent significantly, as if it were about to break, sending Arthas flying into the air. I've lost count of how many ignorant brats like you I've taken down. What a pity. I thought I could befriend you and even do something for your flower country, but after just visiting you, a renowned figure was expelled and threatened with death. The force of the green pepper's head was so great that Arthas could not withstand it all. His body was directly slammed into the walls of the houses, suffering damage from the impact. He gritted his teeth and endured, even gathering his internal energy to focus on his back, forcibly reducing the pain. Then, he exerted force in an attempt to resist. The 8 trigrams fist power radiating around the green pepper could actually disrupt his strength. It could even spread the shock wave to the surroundings. Green pepper suddenly roared in anger, lifting his neck sharply. He was thrust into the air, continuously flying upwards. Then, standing on the ground of the town, he clasped his hands together and glared at Arthas in the sky. 8 punches, bone-shattering fist. Cough! Alsace felt a bit uncomfortable from the pressure above his head. In the moment of hovering and sliding down, he flipped over, sheathed his blade, and aimed at the green pepper charging up from below. Flash! In an instant, he transformed into a blade of light descending from the sky. While Qing Jiao was gathering his strength for an attack, he used the Yasha blade to strike directly on top of his head. The terrifying impact of the sword-drawing technique descending from air was met with Qing Jiao's haki, which he had forcefully covered over his head, successfully defending against the blow. It was hard to believe that he had already advanced to the Steel Sword Master first rank, yet couldn't break through the haki in a normal state. Alsace knew how powerful haki was, but only after personally experiencing such combat did he realize how significant the role of armament haki was in real battle. He unleashed the explosive power of the sword-drawing technique once again. The ground suddenly sank, and a large area was torn apart. Ugh! The immense impact made Qing Jiao feel a jolt in his mind, somewhat acknowledging Arthas's move. Don't think you can resist this old man's head cone power. Aren't you bald? Where did you get a head cone? This taunt directly enraged Qing Jiao, causing his body to bounce and send Arthas flying into the air again. It's all Carp's fault. He buried my treasure in the glaciers, damn it. How dare you make me recall these bad memories? In the air, Arthas lost his balance and stared wide-eyed at Qing Jiao charging up from below. He swung his sword fiercely forward. using the flying slash to propel his unbalanced body and dodge Qing Jiao's headbutt. He felt an unprecedented pressure, many times greater than that brought by Jiwen Tao Tuesday. To him, Qing Jiao seemed like an insurmountable mountain. But the next second, Qing Jiao also lost his balance in the air, and both fell from 100 meters up. Arthas used the power of the flying slash as a buffer. Qing Jiao, on the other hand, fell headfirst, creating a huge pit in the ground. He landed on a house, covering his face. Using your head to fight, no wonder you ended up with severe dementia in your old age. Let me challenge you. Someone from the same era as Marine Carp. Perhaps, awakening my plateau bloodline will allow me to contend with him. It's been nearly a month since Arthas obtained the plateau bloodline, and he hadn't seriously used Master Yi's ultimate move once. Now he felt it was time. Even if it didn't work, Arthas had a trump card. He jumped down from the eaves, no longer approaching Qing Jiao with a playful mindset. His eyes emitted sharpness, and his right hand tightly gripped the hilt, the aura around him changing. My current situation, facing anyone I can't defeat, only leads to destruction. You are just another mountain I must overcome. In this world, the only joy is battle. The only thing that can help Arthas grow quickly is battle. Even if defeated, ambushed, or assassinated, he would never make excuses for his weakness. Nor was it out of arrogance that he dared to clash with Qing Jiao, who possessed 3-color haki. It was merely to test the gap between him and these monsters. Qing Jiao crawled out of the pit, rubbed his head, and looked at Arthas. The surrounding atmosphere, accompanied by Arthas's aura, turned cold. The aura suddenly shifted from playful to so cold. He couldn't feel the emotions from their earlier fight. What happened to this guy? As a pirate from the earlier era, marking the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, Qing Jiao naturally sensed something was off with Arthas. Are you preparing to go all out? Kid. His entire focus was on Qing Jiao. He didn't respond or initiate an attack. Now, attacking this master of haki would undoubtedly be courting death. He had to wait for the moment Qing Jiao attacked to dodge and find an opportunity to hurt him. Don't think you can just pretend everything's fine after what happened during the day. After Qing Jiao finished speaking, he separated his clasped hands and clenched them tightly, angrily punching towards Arthas. The speed was extremely fast, reaching Arthas in an instant, but he dodged. Arthas swiftly sidestepped, slashing at Qing Jiao's much larger wrist. However, Qing Jiao had long anticipated the same trick as during the day. His right arm, wrapped in haki, swung fiercely. The force was so great that the Yasha sword struck his wrist and bent significantly. Arthas was knocked back by Qing Jiao. During the retreat, he quickly formed seals with his left hand to activate the plateau bloodline. A green energy wave emanated from him, causing the strength, density, and resilience of his muscles to multiply. The most frightening aspect of the plateau bloodline was not just this. The green energy swirling around Arthas could be controlled. That energy transformed into a humanoid form, attacking Qing Jiao. That energy actually transformed into your humanoid form. Qing Jiao frowned, watching the plateau bloodline phantom rush towards him. Utterly shocked. A devil fruit user. I named this move Phantom Slash. Arthas stood firm, consuming stamina to continuously channel energy to collide with Qing Jiao. This way, he could let the clones derived from the plateau bloodline's abilities clash with him directly without risking harm to his main body. However, the stamina consumption was enormous. Even at his current level of Steel Sword Master first stage, he felt very tired. When the Phantom Slash collided head-on with Qing Jiao's fist, a sharp impact radiated outward from the point of collision. Within a few seconds, the Phantom was shattered by Qing Jiao's haki-infused punch, dissipating into the air. Kid, I really underestimated you just now. I didn't expect you to be a devil fruit user as well. No wonder you're so arrogant. A user? What are you talking about? As expected, any power that exceeds perception is considered a devil fruit ability. Arthas smiled at him confidently, controlling the surrounding green energy to float behind him, forming a humanoid figure identical to him. They both assumed a sword-drawing posture. Just then, a large armed National Guard force arrived, surrounding their area tightly. You all, don't come any closer. Qing Jiao raised his hand to signal, preventing the guards from approaching the energy range of the plateau bloodline. Qing Jiao, it's indeed you stopping the wanted criminal. As Qing Jiao was momentarily distracted, Arthas gave a strange smile and instantly vanished from his spot with a flash of his blade. Bang! Qing Jiao, who was greeting the guards, was pierced through by both the phantom clone rushing through the air and Arthas' real body at the same time. 2 deep gashes were cut across his plump belly. Ah, damn little brat. This scene reminded me of a master's words. Arthas did not stop, He charged straight into the encirclement of the Flower Kingdom's guards with his sword drawn. He activated his Highland bloodline, moving like a phantom among the enemy with movements beyond ordinary comprehension, weaving through the ranks of the enemy. The hundreds of guards were almost instantly shattered by his swordsmanship, unable to fight back at all. The crowd, including Qingjiao, was left speechless and shocked. In just a brief moment, the ground was littered with the corpses of the Flower Kingdom's guards, falling in unison without any warning. The more Arthas fought, the more exhilarated he became, and he shouted his famous line, "Though the enemies are many, I can slay them all with a single strike." The guards blocking his path were all deemed enemies by him. The guards didn't even get a glimpse of Arthas' figure before they fell one after another into pools of blood. "What happened to you? Hey, where are the people? Why did they all suddenly fall down?" The commander's face was puzzled and extremely shocked. He had no idea what had just happened. He only felt a wave of green sword energy pass by, and the guards fell down one by one. By the time Qingjiao snapped out of his shock, he quickly locked onto Arthas' position and approached him rapidly, decisively throwing a punch. Arthas, panting, laughed and said, "You should pay attention to your wounds, you senile old fool. I came to visit you, but now it seems entirely unnecessary." Swiftly dodging Qingjiao's punch and utilizing the speed of his Highland bloodline, he vanished from Qingjiao's area in an instant. Having gained the upper hand, he naturally retreated, concealing his presence and re-entering the throngs of people in the Flower Kingdom. The surviving commander stood frozen among the piles of corpses, drenched in sweat and filled with panic. Qingjiao stood there in fury. That rookie who just debuted, who does he think I am? Since coming to the sea, this was the first time Arthas had proactively caused trouble in a country, killing so many people. The reason was simple. He was disappointed by the true nature of this country. Moreover, Qingjiao had the audacity to say in front of him that Robin was a disaster. Respect turned to hostility, and he showed no mercy, instantly turning against him. But Arthas realized that fighting to the death with Qingjiao would only lead to his own defeat. The gap in strength was too great. After leaving the battle, he spent the entire night blending into the crowd of people, drinking away their sorrows, gaining some understanding of the customs of the Flower Kingdom. The farmers at the bottom of the social ladder toiled daily, paying their dues to the country in the form of food instead of gold. Under the constraints of the world government and the laws of the Flower Kingdom, most laborers lived barely scraping by. They worked like oxen during the day, and only the wine and joyful atmosphere at night truly belonged to them. The divisions of 369 were everywhere. Even beneath the surface of the prosperous Flower Kingdom, there were hidden scenes. Choosing to become a pirate allowed one to escape the constraints of this larger framework. But the cost was being hunted by the Navy and wanted by the government. In the early morning, near the inn where Robin was staying, Arthas returned from drinking. Wasn't it the same? Everyone was choosing their life paths within the framework set by the strong, with very few standing out to become wealthy. It seemed I had chosen a very correct path. He arrived at the inn and leaped into the window of the third floor where Robin was, pushing the window open and entering. He looked at the sleeping Robin on the bed and gently stroked her cheek. "Your existence is not a disaster, nor is it a sin." After that, Arthas leaned against the bed with his sword and fell asleep. The awake Robin widened her eyes, speechless. A stream of hot tears soaked the blanket. "Brother, I've done analysis," Robin thought, moved to tears. She didn't understand why Arthas was so good to her. But now, after 2 desperate acts of protection, a bond of kinship had already formed. "You haven't fallen asleep?" Alsace said a bit awkwardly. Years of experience had made Robin always alert. She noticed as soon as Alsace entered through the window. Robin got out of bed and said seriously in Alsace's ear, "If we haven't caused any trouble, we could stay in this country for a long time, but right now, I feel like we have to leave." Alsace hesitated, thinking that if they hadn't caused any trouble, perhaps they could negotiate with the Navy. It seemed impossible now to enhance their life skills in this prosperous country. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would become. But we had barely been in this country for a day. This is the life of fugitives. Decisions made first can be changed immediately. Robin's words were not without reason. And this time, Alsace decided to listen. "It's my fault, then let's go. One day is one day. Let's go back to the ship and sleep." In the Flower Country, just as dawn broke, the two immediately set off for the port. Upon arrival, they found that it had already been blocked off by the country's elite soldiers and high-level forces. The Green Pepper, who had been tricked by Alsace, personally commanded the Navy to seal off all the ports in the country and confiscated all the ships. Under the eaves near the eastern port, Alsace leaned against his waist, looking towards the heavily guarded port in the distance. Impulsiveness is the devil. This saying can only be understood through personal experience. he thought to himself. But he had no regrets. Robin, sensing something was wrong, said, "So many soldiers, we're going to be trapped here." After observing from a distance for a long time, the sky had completely brightened. The port townsfolk, at the call of the kingdom's soldiers, hurried to the docks near the port. "That's my ship," they exclaimed. "The son of the devil arrived in this country on this ship, bringing disaster to our entire nation." A general clad in dazzling silver armor, holding a torch, stood at the gathering of the crowd and spoke loudly. Soldiers began pouring oil on the Yasha ship. "We will destroy this ship that has carried the son of the devil, driving misfortune from our country. Oh, burn it. Destroy everything related to that demon child. No wonder I've been so unlucky lately. It turns out it's the misfortune brought by that Nico Robin. Life has been terrible recently, and it's because of her." The townspeople shouted loudly, venting all their recent misfortunes onto the Yasha. They cursed and accused Nico Robin continuously. The Yasha was forcibly pulled out of the dock by soldiers from the Flower Country and set ablaze right in front of the townspeople at the port. This scene made Alsace want to draw his sword and fight, but the presence of Qingjiao left him feeling somewhat powerless. "I'm tired, brother," Robin said, lowering her head, feeling like a sinner despite having done nothing wrong. She fell into despair. "Remember, that's their misfortune. It has nothing to do with you. But wherever you go, disaster or calamity seems to follow. That's all the world government's fault. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much about it." Alsace confortait de Robin, suddenly worried about the little ball, looking towards the surface of the harbor for it. Just as the Yasha was engulfed in flames at the port, the little ball surfaced from the water, its eyes wide and teary, staring at the burning Yasha. It didn't understand what was happening. Only one signal echoed in its mind: to protect at all costs, to guard the only ship that had carried humans, which held fleeting beauty. It rushed into the crowd, starting to punch and kick the soldiers, but it couldn't stop the fact that the Yasha was being burned by the flames. Where did this beast come from? Quickly get rid of it. The emotions of animals are pure, unlike humans who are entangled with complex interests. The impulse to protect the ship soon led it to be surrounded by soldiers from the Flower Country. Reluctantly, it clutched a soldier it had knocked out and faced the Yasha, letting out a whimper. "It is the otter that challenged my grandson. It is that little brat's pet." Qingjiao, with his stomach wrapped in bandages, walked out of the crowd of soldiers and approached the burning Yasha, his hostile gaze fixed on the little ball. In the distance, Alsace covered his face, surprised by this sudden turn of events. He hadn't expected the little ball to fight for the ship and the soldiers. "Robin, you go back to the town first. So what about you?" "I want to rescue that little guy." He knew it was time to pay for his emotions. Jumping off the eaves, he quickly moved his limbs and ran towards the port by the sea. His speed increased, and his Highland bloodline created resistance in front of him, forming a shock wave like a wall of wind around him. "Huh!" Qingjiao immediately sensed something unusual and turned his head to take a look. The soldiers' screams suddenly erupted. The soldiers who were knocked into the air startled the crowd. Some people let out terrifying shrieks and hurriedly fled the scene. However, many remained in place, waiting for Qingjiao to step forward and punish Alsace. "It's him, that guy who called himself Nico Robin. Quickly stop him, You can't stop him." The terrifying power enhanced by the Highland bloodline is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Even the elite of the Flower Kingdom, standing in front of him, cannot escape being blown away. In the blink of an eye, Arthas reached the side of the small ball, extending his left hand to scoop it up and hold it in his grasp. At the same moment, the heavy fist of Qingjiao also arrived, appearing to Arthas's left side. With a roar, Arthas gathered all his momentum in his right arm. He struck fiercely, no longer retreating. The two attacks collided instantly, creating shockwaves that sent nearby soldiers flying. Even the raging fire on the burning Yasha was almost extinguished. "Is this dominance? I haven't seen you have it even in the early morning." Qingjiao watched as Arthas's entire right wrist was enveloped in black material. But it was still not perfect, making him realize that Arthas had not fully mastered the dominance. Qingjiao immediately devoted himself to the battle, secretly vowing that he absolutely could not let the one in front of him escape this time. Eight-burst fist. As soon as Qingjiao shouted these three words, a power far exceeding that of Arthas instantly engulfed him, completely putting him at a disadvantage. The impact from the collision did not balance in the center of the fist, but tilted towards Arthas's back. In less than a few seconds, he was blasted into the ground by Qingjiao, suffering the shockwave of the eight-burst fist spreading and crashing within him. Blood gushed out from his clenched teeth. Arthas's expression turned extremely painful, awakening the Highland bloodline to conjure a green energy phantom, which swiftly flashed towards Qingjiao according to his intention. The tremendous crash immediately knocked Qing Jiao back from above Arthas's body. Run! Run to the sea, you foolish boy! Arthas, gritting through the pain, quickly got up and threw the small ball into the sea. Don't come out for any situation without my command or call. The small ball, thrown into the sea, felt a bit reluctant, but could only comply. It suddenly understood that Arthas was trying to save him. Qing Jiao swung a punch to send the phantom flying, stabilizing his form in the air. The general of Wano immediately came over to check the situation. Qing Jiao, commander, are you all right? I'm fine. I want the crowd to see with their own eyes that I will kill him and eliminate the threat. He stabilized his body, and the green phantom generated by the Highland bloodline was sent flying. After being injured, Arthas stood straight, wiped the blood from his mouth, and smiled at Qing Jiao. Before gaining his growth talent, such a punch would have probably killed him long ago. But now, not only was Arthas's exterior resilient, but his internal organs had also become very strong through the refinement of alcohol. Otherwise, the spreading impact of the 8-burst fist just now would have long shattered the bones within him. What are you laughing at? Qing Jiao swung his fist out fiercely again. Arthas drew his dagger, bursting through the air to dodge to the side for a moment, slashing at his thick arm. I laugh, what are you? A pirate with a bounty of 500 million, acting as a righteous leader here. What do you understand, you little brat? Ding! The blade sparked as it scraped against Qing Jiao's domineering hand. It followed along his fist, cutting into the ground. The sharp blade sliced through the surface, embedding itself in the ground. Seeing this, Qing Jiao suddenly swung his powerful arm and attacked Arthas with his knee. All right, no more talking. I know you can't refute this. Let's have a big fight. If we take this guy down, the greatest threat to the Flower Kingdom will be eliminated. Arthas quickly crouched down, dodging Qing Jiao's thick arm. Then he pulled the dagger from the ground and thrust it towards his chin. Cough! Qing Jiao was startled, faced with the sudden surge of combat awareness from Arthas. He immediately reacted. He tightened his jaw and charged forward with his bald head, deflecting Arthas's thrust. Bang! 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 The air exploded 3 times, and Arthas's movements were like a ghost, flashing out from in front of Qing Jiao, creating distance between them. Enemies everywhere, yet only one blade can break through. The morning wind blew, causing Arthas's long hair to flutter. He reached out and grasped the Azura mask, his eyes fixed intensely on Qing Jiao. No matter how powerful you are, victory in battle depends on one's decisions, not just a contest of strength. Qing Jiao laughed heartily, finally showing some semblance. But strength is strength. The gap cannot be bridged by a mere mask. Just as Qing Jiao spoke, an incredibly bloodthirsty aura spread out, as if a terrifying creature had enveloped the surroundings. It felt as if something had suddenly descended, causing everyone to panic, their bodies trembling in the cold air. What happened? Qing Jiao stammered. Because the aura just now was the terrifying pressure generated when Arthas combined the Azura mask with his face. Damn. Arthas felt power surging through his entire body. He trembled with excitement, roaring with his blade in hand. His voice became deep and powerful. His gaze was not only sharp but also fierce, filled with a terrifying aura of violence and slaughter. He was so excited that he lost his voice and laughed madly. This performance left Qing Jiao astonished. Feeling the terrifying increase in Arthas's strength, there was an intense, almost uncontrollable fighting spirit. Little ghost, who are you really? Why did your strength skyrocket to such terrifying levels the moment you put on that mask? In response to Qing Jiao's questioning, Arthas covered his mask and laughed madly. He had underestimated the negative emotions within himself. At the moment he donned the mask, time seemed to rewind to the days after his crossing. All the negative emotions and thoughts from his past lives were all unleashed. Now, wearing the Azura mask, he definitely had the power to fight Qing Jiao. Damn it, I still underestimated the extremes and darkness within me. After putting on the mask, he realized he was not someone who possessed justice. His consciousness became clearer than before. Enduring suffering without weariness was the path of the Azura. But now, Arthas resembled the true Azura even more. The mask allowed him to drop his disguise and obey the darkness within. Like a demon god standing opposite Qing Jiao, the surrounding crowd and soldiers had long been intimidated by the demonic aura, their faces full of fear. With a bounty of 100 million belly, it seems the Navy really doesn't team Ms. Price. Qing Jiao, who had been dominant, became vigilant. The elderly dementia methods had all been cured, and he was extremely serious. Arthas pointed his blade at him. Before your stamina runs out, let's see if you can withstand my strikes, or if I will fall first. Arrogant. 8-charge fist. Wu Tudu. Spin. Qing Jiao brought his hands together and stood on his head, spinning rapidly like a top. Ha ha ha. The battle-hungry Arthas was exceptionally excited, directly swinging his blade towards him. Wild Dance. Green Pepper launched a skill attack as well. Spinning at high speed, he crazily charged towards Arthas. In the fierce collision with Green Pepper, he displayed incredible bravery, showing no fear. The powerful impact spread throughout the entire town area. A magnificent death match unfolded before the townsfolk and the kingdom soldiers. How is this possible? Why is that man evenly matched with Green Pepper? Is 61-year-old Green Pepper really getting old? Boom! An explosion echoed across the eastern port town by the sea. Green Pepper's spinning body was sent flying into the air by Arthas's polarized power with a single slash. The resulting waves of wind tore apart numerous houses near the seaside port. The power was completely different from before, as if entering a whole new realm. The time had come. He instantly sheathed his sword, his eyes under the demon mask already locked onto the airborne Green Pepper. Forget it. I'll take you down with one hit. It doesn't matter if this port gets destroyed. Before Green Pepper could charge his skill, Arthas quickly drew his sword and unleashed a flying slash that was several times larger than before. It was big enough to engulf Green Pepper. Rushing into the air at high speed, Green Pepper's slender legs wrapped around the powerful attack, kicking it away into the town. With a thunderous roar, the slash severed several houses, causing turmoil. There was already a gap in strength. Who would let you charge your killing move? After saying that, Arthas slashed several more times, with powerful flying slashes rushing into the sky, crazily attacking Green Pepper. The super-fast sword swings gradually strained his right arm, draining much of his stamina. Where exactly did you get your power from? Using the powerful defensive mechanism of the 8-burst fist, Green Pepper blocked all the flying slashes. He was pushed to the brink of fury, and a fierce aura surged to the surface of his skin, completely covering his head. He descended from the sky like a meteor piercing through the atmosphere, charging towards the port by the sea. Conical Dragon. Polarization. Arthas gritted his teeth, fighting beyond the limits of his body, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The power of double polarization instantly filled his entire being. Like a fierce dragon soaring into the sky, he charged explosively towards a Green Pepper. Blood technique. Slash. He closed in on the entangled aura of his opponent, drawing his sword for a full force strike. Boom! The entire sky above the Flower Kingdom seemed to erupt with a shockwave of vibrating space. But it lasted only a moment. The Green Pepper, having crashed into the ground and created a large pit, quickly crawled out. Touching his bleeding head, he was immensely worried. This is blood. A shocking scar was visible on his bald head, exposed to everyone. But it seemed he was not seriously harmed. In the air, Arthas, wearing a ghost mask, breathed heavily, releasing his Highland bloodline. A phantom rushed down from the sky towards the Green Pepper. The phantom punched the Green Pepper on his bleeding head, sending him flying and hovering in low air. During the flight, Arthas's main body quickly appeared beside him. He thrust a knife towards the Green Pepper's heart, shouting, "Die for me." The forceful tip of the knife rapidly stabbed forward but was caught by the Green Pepper's powerful fist, blocking it. Cough. Alsace immediately kicked him to the ground. With his left hand free, he swung at his head, delivering a punch that knocked the dazed Green Pepper into the ground, stopping its flight. The force of the punch penetrated his steel-like head, leaving Qing Jiao momentarily stunned. Alsace tightly gripped the knife handle, unable to pull it out no matter how hard he tried. With a fierce roar of rage, the ghostly energy within him burst forth from the blade, swirling around it. "Burning my beloved ship, slandering my sister, I will make you pay with your lives." The darkness within him was something he couldn't even believe himself. The moment he donned the Azura demon mask, it felt like all negative emotions were being amplified. Yet, he remained cold, rational, and clear-headed inside. He was not blinded by the brief surge of power. However, he intended to create chaos in the Flower Country, leaving it in unrest and silence. The ghostly energy spread around him. The green energy phantoms created by his Highland bloodline slaughtered the soldiers who had just slandered Robin. No matter how many of these guys he killed, he felt nothing. On the ground, Qing Jiao, crushed by Alsace, stared wide-eyed in shock and confusion. A demon? What happened to this guy? Blood was gushing from Qing Jiao's head as he continuously defended against Alsace's relentless assault with his domineering armor, his state falling into a daze under the influence of the ghostly energy. "Ha! Ah!" Alsace, swinging his left fist wildly at Qing Jiao, grew increasingly excited. But no one could see the joyful face hidden beneath the Azura demon mask. "Devil! The evil spirit! Who will save us? That boy is a monster. Run. Don't let that green shadow with a knife touch you, or you'll die. The energy phantom emitted by the Highland bloodline weaves through the crowd for a moment, and the crowd collapses to the ground. Seeing this from the eaves in the distance, Robin immediately intervenes, crossing her arms in front of her chest to activate her flower fruit ability. Flowers bloom, wrapping around Alsace's shoulders. Brother, don't kill the civilians. You can't kill civilians. Hearing Robin's advice, the phantom weaving through the crowd stops moving and slowly dissipates into the air. They are, for no reason, blaming all the troubles in their lives on you. Retreat, brother, the little ball has already been rescued. Alsace halts for a few seconds, then concentrates all his strength into his left fingertip and suddenly thrusts it down towards the green pepper. The 61-year-old green pepper let out a terrified scream, instantly releasing the Yasha knife he had gripped tightly, and was then pulled by Alsace and thrown into the sea. Old dang, you can harden every part of your body, but you never expected that I would sneak attack your vital point, right? With the enhancement of armament hockey to inflict damage on green pepper, one must exhaust all their strength in a strike to be able to hurt him. And using all one's strength also means that the body will suffer backlash. The earlier strike that severed his head had already consumed a lot of stamina. A damaging move is still a move, as long as it can gain an advantage. Alsace won't care. Seeing this scene, Robin's heart skipped a beat. Brother, you're really ruthless. I haven't lost my sanity. My desire to fight was just amplified infinitely. In fact, it's more than that. When he put on the Azura demon mask, the negative emotions also influenced his strength, allowing him to reach a level where he could fight against the current green pepper. But unexpectedly, the suddenly surging power left green pepper in a state of confusion and passivity. Now, with an additional underhanded move, even a seasoned veteran like green pepper would have to break defense. Alsace stood up and looked straight at the Yasha. Sorry. He withdrew from the eastern port town of the Flower Kingdom. In front of Robin, Alsace took off the demon mask and hung it at his waist. The mask had already turned a dead gray, as if it had lost its usability and needed to cool down. The briefly surging power also returned to normal. The demonic aura was even more intense than before. At the entrance of the forest leading to other regions, Alsace knelt on one knee in the dirt, panting heavily. Reflecting on the sudden explosion of demonic energy when he put on the Azura demon mask, it was even more terrifying than before. Is it because of Azura? It is well known that Azura is a fierce and combative demon god, with a very heavy aura of slaughter. If it weren't for Robin's persuasion just now, he probably would have slaughtered everyone in the entire port town. That kind of uncontrollable impulse is a feeling of the dark side of human nature being infinitely amplified. It's too terrifying. I can even feel my power getting stronger and my emotions becoming more agitated. Alsace's tone was somewhat excited. If he hadn't taken off the mask, he might have fought to the death out of sheer aggression. His mind had indeed not been consumed, and he could still control himself. It seems that little AI is indeed reliable. Brother, are you okay? Robin squatted down in front of Alsace, looking at his sweat-drenched, handsome face after the battle. She wanted to reach out to touch him, hesitatingly extending and retracting her hand repeatedly. So handsome, right? Brother, where are we going? Such small actions were naturally noticed by Alsace. He directly grabbed Robin's hand and placed it on his face. No, brother, I just want to touch you. I'm your brother. It's only right to spoil you. Her eyes contained shyness, and a few shades of red appeared on her fair cheeks as she asked, where are we going next? Feeling a bit nervous, her eyes didn't know where to look. What are you thinking, little girl? After a moment's pause, Alsace stood up and walked toward the vast plain beneath the towering peaks. Seeing Alsace walk into the forest, Robin shook her flushed face and hurriedly chased after him. Wait, brother, where are we really going? The Navy is about to arrive. Wherever we want to go, live in the moment, don't think about the future. But still, I'll listen to you. Let's go buy a ship and head out to sea first. You are stubborn. The phantom seemed to be about 20 meters away from me, and it would automatically dissipate once I crossed that distance. Bro, you are so handsome. I'm your brother. How can I not be handsome? I still have over 190 million berries in my hand. Let's find a village and buy a boat. All right, I'll follow your lead. Robin, who was closely following Arthas, kept bickering with him as they leisurely walked towards the next area of the flower country. This experience made Arthas realize that boats cannot dock at any affiliated country's dock. He had given 150,000 as docking fees, and the boat was burned by the national soldiers. Before coming here, Arthas had wanted to negotiate with this country and offer his services, but now it all seemed to have gone to waste. Impulsiveness is the devil. He finally understood this saying. Shao AI, locate a safe seaside village for me. I want to buy a boat. Location successful. It is located in the southern area of the Flower Country, in Kalu Fishing Village. Bro, your abilities are really strange. But you're not a devil fruit user. Why do you have so many weird abilities? Hearing Robin's words, Arthas suddenly stopped, turned around sharply to scare Robin. Because I am a messenger sent from hell. Robin looked at him speechlessly, not feeling scared at all, just staring at Arthas. You are so childish, Al. Arthas twitched his mouth, suddenly speechless. You know, I only act like this in front of you. I'm very indifferent to others. If you don't like me, I won't tease you anymore. I'm not like that. Of course I like you, but it just feels a bit strange. Is it because of what we've been through? Arthas continued walking, fully aware that Robin's psychological age was far greater than her actual age. In this world, sometimes age doesn't represent everything. It is common for children under 10 to kill, which shows the cruelty of it all. Crossing through the forest. Listening to the morning birds and flowers until the sun rose at noon, Arthas and Robin arrived at a remote seaside area in the southern part of the Flower Country. With no guards or patrols, Robin stood under a big tree at a small hill near the entrance of the southern forest, using her abilities to gather information about the village. There are no guards in that village, bro. We can go by a boat. He stood behind Robin, feeling the warm sea breeze, gazing at the vast ocean before him. It seemed as if he was brewing something in his heart. Is this hunting supposed to make me kill all the people I should kill, starting with those within my capabilities? He thought. Then he glanced at Robin in front of him, incredulous that she had experienced countless horrific events of cannibalism and murder, yet still maintained her original kindness. Perhaps it was Robin's 20 years of suffering, only lasting 3 years before being robbed by this time traveler. Let us go. Just buy a boat and escape this country to the next. He didn't think much anymore. Isn't that what a life on the run is like? Plans will always fall short of changes. Robin walked down the mountain path, leading in front of Arthas. Being kind is not wrong, Robin. But being kind to those who insult you will only make them more arrogant. So what should we do? Killing civilians would attract the Navy's attention, and the journey would become difficult. Wouldn't that make it harder for you, bro? Arthas, wanting to convey his own views, smiled after hearing Robin's words. Suddenly, a surge of pain hit his chest. It was the internal injury left by the green pepper punch. If it weren't for the talent given by his golden finger, he couldn't imagine how he would fight against these monsters. 11-year-old Robin understood everything, and her words included being sensible, mature thinking, and even concern for Arthas. Robin turned back to see Arthas with his head down, clenching his teeth in discomfort, and asked, "Are you okay, bro? What's wrong?" Just a sign of getting stronger. It's nothing. When absorbing the results of the battle, he found that the growth was even less than after extreme battles in the past. He glanced at the Azura ghost mask at his waist. He immediately understood that the improvement from fighting with the power of the Azura ghost mask was minimal. Upon entering the seaside village at the foot of the mountain, the first thing the two did was find a craftsman who built boats by the sea. "Do you have boats for sale, boss?" Arthas shouted as he walked into the boatmaker's shop. The old man lying behind various saw and wood tools, looking at the national newspaper, glanced at Arthas with a pipe in his mouth. "Yes, which type do you want?" "One with a cabin. It just needs to be seaworthy." "Do you have money?" Upon hearing this, Robin directly placed a handbag filled with nearly 200 million berries on the counter and opened it. The bills inside sparkled like golden legends, dazzling the boss's eyes. "Yes, of course. We just finished a travel boat, but it only has one room." The boss's attitude changed dramatically. Why are people everywhere the same? They only see money? Arthas thought. Soon, they were personally taken by the boss to a simple seaside dock. "This is it. Take a look at the details." Walking to a boat with a cabin, Arthas took the boat's information from the boss's hand. Oak, length 600 centimeters, height 400 centimeters. That's right, it's very sturdy and can withstand considerable storms. "How much?" "A fixed price of 2 million berries. I won't charge you more, young man. When Iyasha was built, it only cost 5 million berries, and that was using the best materials with top configurations. There's nothing we can do now. Alsace doesn't want to delay either." "Deal, I'll give you 5 million, and prepare all the sailing supplies, food, fresh water, bedding, etc. "No problem. It will take about half a day to prepare. You can play in the village first." Buying a ship is like throwing money away. A bad ship can cost millions and end up being worthless after one voyage. After giving instructions, the two left the shipwright's shop. Walking to the shore, Alsace squatted by the water and reached his hand into the sea, calling out the name of the little ball. "Robin, I used to think about recruiting many people to form a huge organization, but now it seems unnecessary. Is it because of me?" Robin replied. Alsace flicked her forehead and teased, It's because I pamper you that I don't plan to establish a power. In fact, it is indeed closely related to Robin. Building a power requires a stable place to slowly develop. Protecting Robin is undoubtedly a dead end for establishing an organization, unless they join the Revolutionary Army together. Joining the Revolutionary Army would mean having to operate worldwide every day, participating in various uprisings and wars. Robin covered her head, but wasn't angry. Instead, she asked a question that made it difficult for Alsace to answer. Brother, do you think we'll be separated? I really like this traveling life. Alsace thought silently for a while and replied, if that time really comes, don't be confused. As long as you live hard, we will meet again. If Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, or any of the powerful navy monsters of this era come, he only knows how to run with his current strength. Just thinking about Akainu, who is merciless against pirates, makes his scalp tingle. If Aokiji comes, the chances of survival are undoubtedly the highest. It was he who let Robin go, so if they come and chase him, they can't completely wipe them out. However, how could a powerful marine vice admiral with the ability to destroy nations come to the West Sea to catch him? A shadow surfaced in the sea, and the little ball's furry head popped out of the water, happily paddling towards Alsace, making a whimpering sound. All right, we're all set. Let's go play in the village for half a day. At the Navy headquarters located in the Grand Line, the only current admiral, Admiral Sengoku, was in his office. Aokiji received Sengoku's orders and personally arrived outside the admiral's office in the Navy building. Under the blue sky and white clouds, several seagulls flew over the Navy headquarters building. Inside the huge office sat a stocky middle-aged man with a black afro and glasses. He had a robust physique, stood tall, wore a black suit, and was adorned with numerous honor badges. The only admiral of the current era, the wise Sengoku. He was with a Navy hero, Carp. Wow, haha, you bastard. You, the Navy's ambassador, the hero of justice. Every day after training, you come here to drink tea. Don't mind it, Sengoku. A voice filled with a joyful atmosphere came forth, immediately met with a severe reprimand from another. We're all old bones now. You bastard. Making me bear the security of the entire sea alone. The 4 seas, the 7 warlords, countless riots. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me either. You wanted to become a general back then? Huh? Sengoku, who was dealing with a mountain of paperwork, clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead and the back of his hands bulging. The next moment, he casually grabbed an empty ink bottle from the table and hurled it at Garp. Get out of here. He never expected that among the great generals of the era of great pirates, he would be the only one. The title of strategist resonated throughout the world, and almost all the burdensome, trivial matters in the military fell on him. The pressure was immense. Just then, the door was pushed open by Aokiji. Garp easily caught the glass bottle, getting splashed with the remaining ink on his face. He was about to start an argument with Sengoku when he suddenly looked outside with a silly expression. Kuzan. Well, did I come a bad time? Aokiji lazily scratched the back of his head. No, don't mind this bastard. Let us talk about your application to investigate Nico Robin in the West Sea. Sengoku shot a fierce glance at Garp, instantly becoming serious. Should I step back? Sengoku? Garp wiped the ink off his face with cloth. No need. Don't you know? The Navy's Iron Triangle, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Sengoku. There's almost no concealment among the 3. They are as close as friends, and Sengoku had no one else to vent to, often meeting with Garp alone. It's easy to imagine whether there are any secrets between them. 3 years ago, O'Hara was destroyed by the demon-slaying order that you, Akainu, and Borsellino went to together. I know. Aokiji sat down on the chair in front of Sengoku's desk. At that time, I took all the responsibility in front of the government, and now you want to apply to go to the West Sea to carry out this task? The mistakes I made, I will solve myself, Admiral Sengoku. The atmosphere in the office instantly became heavy due to the conversation between the 2, except for Garp, who was eating popcorn, looking indifferent. No, Sengoku outright rejected Aokiji's request to take on the mission. I will reassign you to the front lines of the New World to confront more powerful pirates. As for capturing Nico Robin, we'll make a decision once Kizaru and Gion return. This cannot happen a second time. Sengoku knew back then that it was Aokiji who allowed Robin to escape. How could he let him make the same mistake again? But Aokiji wanted to argue, but under Sengoku's authority, he held back. Nobu-kuzan, anyone can go for this matter, but you cannot. The reason I called you here is to tell you this personally. Then who do you plan to send? As I said, we'll make a decision once Kazuki and Momotaro return. Sengoku was very firm in his decision, showing no signs of wanting to change it. Can he really capture that boy? Aokiji took out a confidential report sent by Spandam, and stood up to hand it to Sengoku. Picking up the report, Sengoku examined it carefully and was immediately shocked to break out in a cold sweat. What? He was defeated by Kizaru. How is that possible? He was so shocked that he shouted out loud. What? Carp was taken aback, stopping his tea drinking to look at Sengoku. The news was uncertain, but it came from CP5, so it had credibility. Even a wise strategist couldn't help but feel shocked at this moment. What on earth happened? The boy who had been almost beaten to death by Colonel Big Jaw. How long has it been? His strength has improved too terrifyingly fast, hasn't it? Little did they know, it was just Arthas using his full power to toy with Green Pepper. Defeating him was still a far-off goal. However, in CP5's eyes, Green Pepper's failure to defeat Arthas and being thrown into the sea meant he lost. To defeat Green Pepper meant he had already mastered hockey. It had only been about 3 months since his bounty was issued. His potential was outstanding, and his physical skills were very strong. But under a powerhouse like Green Pepper, he still seemed lacking. Since he could defeat Green Pepper, he would definitely return empty-handed against Akainu and Peach Rabbit. Kazan continued to explain to Sengoku, as if saying that apart from monsters like them in the Navy, no one could capture Arthas. Has he been hiding his strength? Sengoku pressed. I don't know. But right now the people in the Flower Country are in a state of panic, with several civilians killed in front of everyone, including many from the Royal Army. Sengoku suddenly felt a headache. He initially thought it was just a small matter. Now, this so-called small matter made him uneasy. He took out Arthas's bounty notice and stared at the photo. How could Green Pepper be defeated by such a guy? Kazan slammed his hands on the desk and said loudly to Sengoku, "Send me, Admiral. He can't escape my abilities." Sengoku didn't care about such an offensive statement and continued to stare at the photo, lost in his own analysis. But even if he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out how Arthas defeated Green Pepper. In terms of mission efficiency, Akainu and Kizaru are more efficient than you, Kazan. Damn it. Are you going to send that ruthless guy to the West Sea? Many innocent civilians will die. Kazan threw a tantrum. He was okay with Kizaru, but he got angry when he heard Sengoku intended to send Akainu. He was still young and still had a violent temper controlled by emotions. Calm down, Kazan. The others haven't returned yet, so your impatience is useless. That bastard is on a killing spree in a new world, and you haven't reported this to me, have you? Let me explain carefully. Admiral, there are innocent people everywhere whose bones are burned to nothing by magma. At that moment, Sengoku realized that the Kazan in front of him had changed significantly from before. You could say that since the end of the O'Hara massacre order, he had already changed. It just wasn't as obvious as it is now. The burning justice had turned into lazy justice. Step down, Kazan. With reluctance, Kazan left angrily after Sengoku's persuasion. After Kazan left, Carp immediately spoke. After the O'Hara incident, it's rare to see him so proactive and aggressive, that little brat Kazan. Get out of here, Carp. I need to work seriously. 8 warships in the West Sea were sailing at full speed. On the warship of Akainu, other colonels were all attacking Akainu together, but couldn't harm him in the slightest. After training, Peach Rabbit wiped her sword on her own warship, mumbling, "You're such a boring guy, Akainu. Isn't letting them fight you a dimensionality reduction attack? Haha, it would be the same if you came Shiwan, but I will let you win." Constantly dodging other officers' attacks, Akainu provoked her, trying to anger Peach Rabbit. "Alright, but you can't use your devil fruit abilities. I'll fight you." Forget it, I'm just stretching." When Akainu heard he couldn't use his devil fruit abilities, he immediately backed down. It would be fine in front of other colonels. He could win. But fighting Peach Rabbit without abilities would be seeking death, right? Suddenly, the phone bug on Akainu's warship rang, and a soldier went to the mast to answer it. "This is Colonel Akainu's fleet from the West Sea. Tell him to answer the phone." "Yes, Admiral." "Colonel Akainu. Admiral Sengoku is looking for you." Sengoku's voice came through, and the serious tone made the soldier stand at attention involuntarily. On the fighting warship's deck, the entire area suddenly fell silent. Akainu, bare-chested and sweating, approached the phone bug. "Admiral, what is the matter?" "Green Pepper from the Flower Country has been defeated by that boy. You must be extra careful on this pursuit." "What?" The shocked Kaki couldn't believe that Sengoku personally sent a transmission just to convey this news. This news struck a blow to Kaki's confidence as he headed to the Flower Country. "If you won't lead the warship back now, I will allow it, Kaki." Sengoku's voice sounded again. In Kaki's heart, this statement felt like a challenge, as if it was saying he couldn't do it. "I am a Navy, a general. If I turn back with so many soldiers without even seeing the mission target, it would surely tarnish my honor. Well then, good luck. I have already issued supply orders to several nearby branches. If the supplies are insufficient, you can go to the branch base for resupply." "Understood, General." The transponder snail hung up, and the officers on the warship fell silent. How is this possible? I had fought him before and clearly lacked the strength to defeat Green Pepper. What is going on? Gyo and Mamatatsu was the most shocked among everyone upon learning this news. In any case, the news from General Sengoku has escalated the difficulty of our mission to the highest level. The warship, led by Kaki, sailed for several hours, from noon until dusk. After learning that Green Pepper had been defeated, the officers and soldiers were anxious about this mission. The transponder snail rang again. Kaki went to answer. What now? This is CP-5, lurking in the Flower Country. The mission target is in the remote Koro fishing village in the southern part of the Flower Country, where a large number of our personnel have clashed. Huh? CP-5? Please. Navy, come quickly for support. The sounds of fighting, metal clashing, and various noises from the battle reached Kaki's ears. The warship had already arrived in the waters of the Flower Country and could reach the country in an hour. Please hurry. The target is about to escape our control. Lurking in the shadows, they pursued and investigated the spies disguised as Alsace. They launched a human wave attack as he tried to leave the Flower Country. At the coast of Koro fishing village, the small boats were ready to set sail. Robin crossed her arms, using her flower fruit to intercept a large number of CP-5 spies rushing from other regions. Nico Robin, we can't let you take her away. She must be brought back to the world government, and then we will squeeze out all her worth before executing her. Ding. Alsace stood at the village's entrance, fighting with a commander who appeared to be a CP spy. He was a master fully proficient in the 6 styles. His iron-like fist continuously clashed with the blade in Alsace's hand. Squeeze out? Why do you always think you can control her fate? Alsace, in a fit of rage, unleashed power from his wrist, instantly pushing the 6 styles master away. After being pushed back, he swiftly executed a powerful flying slash. The flying slash was incredibly fast, and the man fighting Alsace couldn't dodge in time. He raised his hands in front of him. Bang! The slash collided, cutting into his skin and pushing him back. No one dares to resist the world government. Alsace gripped the hilt of his blade with both hands, the blade pointing up, the tip pointing down, aiming at the man in front of him, his entire being focused on the blade's tip, exuding a terrifying aura, as if he and the blade were one. Then why not challenge Whitebeard in the New World and see if you can anger that old man? As the words fell, Alsace instantly vanished from his spot and charged towards the CP Master who was blocking the flying slash. The CP Master, unable to free his hands, couldn't react in time even after sensing the danger. He could only watch helplessly as the glint of the blade pierced through his body. The 1-meter-long blade of the Yasha completely pierced into the body of the CP expert, causing him to freeze in place. The shock wave spread within him, and his internal organs were directly burst by Arthas's immense force. Although I'm not a good person, Arthas pulled the blade out of his body and shook off the blood. I'm much better than you emotionless tools. Lord Spandam. Thud. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and before dying, he reached out to grab Arthas, but was dodged. He fell to the ground, motionless. This move is very similar to the sword drawing technique, except that there is no need to sheath a blade, but rather directly utilizes the wind-up of the sword drawing technique for a violent thrust. Commander, seeing the man being killed, the others immediately raised their guns and shot wildly at Arthas. Bang, bang, bang. Focused, Arthas predicted the trajectory of the bullets and dodged frantically, while approaching them with his knife. Little ball, get on the ship, let me handle them. I want them to know that they are not the only ones who can judge the fate of others. Arthas revealed a sinister smile, weaving through the CP intelligence agents with his strange movement and swordsmanship. Blood stained his black robe, and the knife fork in his hand continued to siphon blood to refine the blade. Each person was proficient in 1 or 2 of the Navy's 6 powers, and others simply could not compare. There were secret intelligence agents from the world government's allied nations everywhere, even in this small village he had come to. On this day, he had originally planned to have some fun with a beautiful barmaid he found at the dock tavern to pass the time. But upon discovering she was an undercover intelligence agent, this scene was created. Killing you 1,000 times isn't enough. The million people of the Pilt Kingdom are treated as points by scum like you, and I will treat you as points too. Continuing to kill. The Azura demon mask at his waist was charged up, because after using the Azura demon mask, energy must be obtained through battle and slaughter before it can be used again. The blade slashed down from his chest, flying strikes crazily sweeping away a crowd of enemies. Arthas felt no compassion for these people. One by one, he kept track of the number of people he killed in his mind. Do you want to be enemies with the government? Protecting Nico Robin brings you no benefits. Arthas wielded his knife, not responding to the group of murderous intent coming towards him. He danced with his knife amidst the hail of bullets, darting through the explosions and flames of cannonballs. Exceptionally brave, it was as if he was settling accounts, treating this organization under the world government in the same way. Tornado slash. During the swing of his knife, he quickly retracted it with one hand, the immense power causing the blade to split the air and create a swirling gust that surged into the crowd. More than a dozen intelligence agents were sent flying by his slash, heading towards the lush mountains. After eliminating the CP combatants who came to pursue him, about half an hour later, the paths on both sides of the forest outside the village were filled with their corpses. Arthas calmly sheathed his knife and walked out, removing his blood-soaked black robe to reveal his blood-engorged muscles. In his hand, he held a din mushy to contact the Navy and dialed in. "This is the Navy fleet near the Flower Country's coast. Do you have any intelligence?" A fleet? Arthas was somewhat surprised. The Navy that was sent to catch him was actually a fleet? "Nothing, the enemies have been dealt with. Come to Koro fishing village to collect the corpses." Arthas responded to the Navy soldier on the din mushy. "What, that boy was killed by you?" Hurry and come collect the corpses, or it will stink." After hanging up the din mushy, Arthas directly threw it away and walked towards the seaside to his newly bought boat. Boarding a much smaller boat than the Night Fork, he went to the helm and placed his golden finger. "Set sail, I need to rest well." The small boat quickly left the village, heading towards the sea beyond the glow of the sunset. "Brother, I thought about it. Since you want to establish an organization, you can't let me hold you back." "What's wrong, Robin?" Back on the boat, Arthas began to clean the blood from his body, while Robin had already planned an organization-building scheme within a few hours. "We can use this money to buy a huge ship and then go around the world recruiting people." "You mean, not to establish a base on land, but to establish one at sea?" "Exactly. This way, it will be very difficult for the Navy and the government to hunt us down. Plus, with your strange sailing ability, it will be absolutely unbeatable. This little girl is quite clever." After secretly praising her in his heart, Arthas patted Robin's head. "Okay, let's do as you say." He agreed directly. After all, this era has many strong people waiting for him to recruit. Positions, work assignments, etc. I can leave all of that to you. No, you completely misunderstood, Robin." Arthas cleaned off the stains on his body and flicked Robin, who had leaned against the side of the boat, closing her eyes to rest. "The organization I want to build is a powerful organization that can rival any strength." Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. "When I fought with Shine Mamatatsu before, I clearly felt that she was confused in her pursuit of justice, and she also had the temperament of a little princess. Robin saw through what Arthas was thinking and showed a look of disgust. "Absolutely impossible. She's the sister of a rear admiral in the Navy. She would never follow a pirate like you. First, capture her, then slowly increase her goodwill, gradually tell her how twisted the glory she seeks is, and persuade her to become a pirate and overthrow the world government. Absolutely feasible. I really want to wake up every day with a mature woman by my side, instead of having that habit of squeezing the blanket. Absolutely impossible." Robin continued to shake her head, rejecting Arthas's idea. "I'm her brother. If I say it's feasible, then it's feasible. But she's in the Navy. So what about the Navy? They're also human." Arthas opened his eyes and flipped his bangs, trying to look handsome. Moreover, at that time, she had a good impression of me. "What are you trying to look good for? She just wanted to catch you to earn merit." Robin tried to keep Arthas rational, completely unaware that he had already made up his mind. As the two argued, the small ball hurriedly pointed towards the distant sea, issuing a warning cry. "What's wrong?" On the small boat, they simultaneously looked towards the distant sea pointed out by the ball, where a huge warship was silently approaching. "That's her." Alsace was instantly wide awake, his pupils dilating as he looked at the woman standing at the bow of the naval ship. Shine Mamatatsu. She really came. When the Navy learned about the conflict between Alsace and CP, they immediately deployed 8 warships around the seas near the Flower Country. However, the situation in Karo village had already alerted Kaki. Here is Mamatatsu, having spotted the target ship, which is trying to flee the Flower Country. "Sink it, Cheyenne." She appeared majestic and valiant, and after hanging up the call with Kaki, she immediately began to command the warships to engage in battle. But this time, she was no longer careless and quickly ordered the bombardment of the small boat where Alsace was located. Boom! The cannons fired in unison, and the soldiers quickly loaded the ammunition. Stepping inside the cabin, Cheyenne Mamatatsu took a loudspeaker from a naval communication tower and shouted at Alsace's ship, "You better let me capture you personally." Alsace was at the stern, desperately defending against the incoming cannonballs with his flying slash. "Why would I let you capture me personally? Am I crazy?" Hearing Alsace's response, Mamatatsu was taken aback, realizing she had misspoken. No, I must capture you personally, you evil existence. Defeated, I spared your life. How could you capture me personally? Alsace's voice was loud enough for Mamatatsu, hundreds of meters away, to hear, infuriating her as she stomped her feet in anger. You're driving me crazy. You man who left scars on me. Enraged, Shy and Mamatatsu leaped off the warship using the 6 styles. Colonel, our plan, it's ruined. She's completely lost control of her emotions. Using Moonwalk, she rapidly approached above Alsace's new ship from hundreds of meters in the air, then drew her sword and unleashed a magnificent and enormous slash wave. She's a monster. Robin and the small ball widened their eyes, terrified by the slash that cut through the darkness of the sky. It aimed to split Arthas's new ship in half. Don't destroy my new ship, Arthas shouted, waving his arm at her in the sky. He deflected the slash into the sea, and the ship beneath him was impacted by the terrifying force, sinking slightly and splashing water everywhere. This is the sea. You crazy woman. How do you plan to fight? Crazy? Ha! You dare to call me crazy. Shizuyu and Momoto became even angrier upon hearing Arthas's words. She recalled the time in Ret Village when Arthas went mad and pushed her into the sea. Who is really crazy here? You. A naval officer going mad against a pirate like me. I will definitely kill you in the name of justice. Upon hearing the word justice, Arthas suddenly became serious. Justice? Do you even know how twisted the justice you speak of is? Don't talk nonsense. You've killed so many people in the Navy, and you're still trying to argue with me. Shizuyu Momoto used Moonwalk to propel herself, bending down with her sword and bursting through the air towards Arthas's small boat. A fierce slash came down decisively. So, am I the one who should die? To prevent the small boat from being damaged by the impact, Arthas swung with all his strength, unleashing a slashing wave towards Shizuyu and Momoto. The slashing wave, about 20 times the size of Momoto's human form, instantly engulfed her. The heavy slashing wave created sparks as it rubbed against Momoto's sword, which she forcefully pushed into the sea. Should I die then, little princess? Arthas suddenly appeared behind her. Shizuyu sensed it and turned to look, reflecting Arthas's figure in her eyes. When did he appear? Could he have used Soru from the 6 powers? No, he can't be green. This guy has a devil fruit ability. No, wait. How can a devil fruit user swim? Bang! The illusion created by his Highland bloodline delivered a heavy kick to her, knocking her down into the sea. Explosive splashes of water erupted. Oh no! Don't let another flying slash come out of the sea to ambush me. Arthas held his sword, keeping a vigilant eye on the sea. Sure enough, a crescent slash over 10 meters long surged out of the sea, aiming to sink the small boat. Drink! Alsace's arm suddenly exerted force, pushing her away again. Little ball. Let's go. I'll take her to the deep sea again and see whose physique is better now. Well, the small ball plunged into the water. What about me, brother? Robin immediately felt uneasy. Robin, you wait for me on the boat. I'll knock her out and take her away. With a knife plunged into the sea, he immediately saw the Shizuka Peach Bunny, who was holding its breath and swimming up frantically, breaking through the water pressure. Alsace smiled at her underwater. Like a water dragon, he charged straight at her and swung a knife fiercely. Gulielu. Guion also swung her knife to defend herself, as the oxygen in their mouths continuously floated towards the surface. Gulielu. She widened her eyes and looked at Arthas, forcibly using her strength to change positions to above. Then she unleashed double polarization power, pushing her down towards the deep sea. Second time's the charm. The first time was because she couldn't defeat him and risked her life to try. This time it was entirely because Arthas wanted to knock her out this way. The little ball, being an amphibian, immediately swam behind Gion Mamatu and pulled her justice cloak to accelerate down into the deep sea. Deeper and deeper. The water pressure became heavier, until Gion Mamatu could no longer bear it. She let go of the knife handle with her left hand and struck Arthas's head. Her eyes felt like they were about to burst from the water pressure. Is this woman made of steel? She could still move? Now, compared to his strength in Ret Village, Arthas had grown significantly. He focused on Gion Mamatu's jade lips, a thought arising in his mind. As he approached her cheek, Mamatu's eyes widened even more, instinctively wanting to dodge, but finding that she couldn't break free from Arthas's strength. She became powerless. The knife in her right hand couldn't push Arthas away, and her left hand was also controlled by Arthas's freed arm. In this situation where discouragement could lead to life-threatening danger at any moment, Alsace leaned close to her face and, in an instant, pulled apart her jade lips. As he held her lips, he suddenly realized a serious problem. He couldn't blow air into her mouth. Wouldn't that mean he was giving her oxygen? Was he being too generous? At this moment, Shigeyama Momoto was staring intently at Arthas, completely stunned. Is this person really a pirate? Clearly. In this situation where she was affected by water pressure and losing strength, he could easily use his knife to kill her and float up. But why was he kissing her underwater? No one had ever dared to treat Shigeyama Momoto like this. The next moment, she closed her eyes and felt Arthas suddenly blow into her nostrils, and her brain instantly felt as if it were drowning. Ugh, just now, all the fantasies in Peach Rabbit's mind turned into bubbles, and she instantly lost consciousness. After knocking out Peach Rabbit, Arthas waved his hand to signal the small ball to swim up quickly. He was also about to hold on no longer. The small ball pulled Arthas and swam vigorously to the surface. After an unknown amount of time, it found a small boat where Robin was located by relying on its sense of smell. With a splash, it emerged from the sea. Immediately grabbed the side of the boat with its claws, seeking help from Robin on the ship. The Navy's cannonballs exploded in the water, the sea boiled, and the small boat rocked unsteadily. Robin heard the sound of the small ball and poked its head over the side of the boat, seeing the small ball holding the unconscious Allsauce in its mouth, with its left hand clutching the fainted Momotaro. What on earth did you do in the water? Robin immediately pulled them onto the deck. What happened to you? Without having time to wake the already exhausted Allsauce, Robin quickly looked at Momotaro beside her. The two words hidden beneath that pure white cloak made her a little scared, casting a shadow over her. Quick! Rope, small ball rope, tie her up. The only rope available was the iron chain of the anchor. The small ball and Robin lifted the unconscious Momotaro to the stern of the boat, using the iron chain to bind her hands behind her back. They tightly bound her feet as well, finally feeling relieved. It's really happening. She's really been kidnapped. Robin was shocked, looking at the more than 2-meter tall, voluptuous beauty before her. Water was continuously spraying from her nostrils and mouth. The sight of her drowning was completely inconsistent with her appearance and figure, truly abstract. The small ball took Momotaro's golden sword sheath and blade from her waist and carried them into the cabin. Small ball, what exactly did you do underwater? After placing Momotaro's sword properly, the small ball also settled Allsauce onto the bed in the cabin before coming out to explain to Robin. It pouted and mimicked the two's actions at that time, resting its mouth on the wooden planks of the cabin, telling Robin what had happened. Sigh. What? Kiss? The little ball nodded in response to Robin. Unable to speak human language, it could only express itself through gestures. Brother Kiss has this quirk too. No wonder he often wakes up gripping the quilt tightly. The Navy's cannonballs were getting farther away, unable to hit the little boat at all. Return, Colonel Peach Bunny. You damn pirates. Under Allsauce's skilled navigation, the little boat quickly escaped the Navy's pursuit at night. No matter how much they shouted, they couldn't catch up to the little boat's silhouette. With the target lost, the warship had no choice but to return to the southern port town of the Flower Kingdom and regroup with the troops led by Khaki. The female soldiers on Colonel Peach Bunny's ship disembarked from the warship looking as if they had lost their souls. What happened? Where's Guion? T-Pig Khaki, hands on hips, was eagerly waiting for good news from Guion Peach Bunny. But upon seeing the dejected faces of the female soldiers, he felt something was wrong. Colonel Guion was captured by that boy. We really tried our best, Colonel Khaki. But the warship couldn't catch up to that little boat with only 2 sails. Guion was captured. This news felt like the sky had fallen in for T-Pig Khaki. Since the era of great pirates began, it has always been the Navy capturing pirates or pirates killing the Navy. When has there ever been an incident of pirates capturing the Navy? The female soldiers stood in a neat row on the empty ground of the port, feeling quite guilty like children who had done something wrong. It's not your fault. That guy's just too cunning. My Peach Rabbit, damn it, Kong Ming. He shouted at one of the 6 colonels. Yes, Colonel. A short naval officer holding a feather fan stepped out from behind him, analyzing the escape route of the pirate Allsauce. Where could his next target be? Damn it. T-Pig Khaki was very angry, rushing towards the crown. In less than 10 minutes, a makeshift conference table was set up at the port, where a naval lieutenant colonel named Kong Ming and others began to analyze the island Allsauce would reach next based on his escape route. Alapa Island, Canner Island. And then further ahead is the only core city near Reverse Mountain. Surely he wouldn't go to Reverse Mountain. In other words, he would definitely stop at those 2 islands? Exactly. Colonel Kong Ming rubbed his chin, analyzing with his own brain. As a pirate, he should go to the entertainment city of Kala. While Alapa is the trade center of the West Sea, with many government officials from the West Sea, so he probably wouldn't go there. 8 warships divided into 2 teams would resupply in the Flower Kingdom tonight and set off at dawn. While everyone was discussing the battle plan, The green pepper of the Flower Kingdom's violent group personally led the 8 Treasures Navy over. Warning. Thousands of soldiers were drenched in cold sweat at his arrival. Ho ho ho. It seems it's not carp. Qing Jiao smiled kindly, observing the naval group. Upon discovering that carp was not present, he teased. With a bounty of 500 million berries, Qing Jiao, what are you doing here? I am currently the leader of the water army hire by the Flower Country, and I have no great hostility towards you. Of course, if carp were here, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Wasn't he defeated? What's going on? Chibuta looked at the medical bandage on Qing Jiao's head. The strange way he walked with his legs crossed felt a bit odd. Hey, Qing Jiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking with your legs crossed? Chibuta curiously asked him. The justice you believe in is very twisted. The Navy's justice is nothing but a ridiculous lie. The sea breeze whipped against Guillaume Matoy's cheeks. Her numb body gradually regained feeling, and her brain regained consciousness. The whispers of Alsace echoed in her mind, slowly waking her up. Who? Who? Drowsily opening her eyes, she first heard the sound of Alsace training with his sword. Her arm moved slightly, and immediately she heard the clanging sound of iron chains. Guillaume Mamatatsu suddenly opened her eyes and found herself tightly shackled by iron chains. Panic began to rise in her heart as she scanned her surroundings and saw Alsace furiously swinging a knife at the stern of the ship, muttering to himself. My mind is so chaotic, what am I really adhering to? The morals of my past life? Suddenly, Alsace noticed that Guillaume Mamatatsu had woken up, glanced at her, and couldn't help but smirk. Oh, the righteous little princess, you're awake? Let me go. Either kill me, you evil pirate who slaughters the Navy indiscriminately. How could I be defeated by someone like you? Damn it. The moment Guillaume realized her situation, she tried to struggle against the chains and shouted at Alsace. You have your uses. I won't kill you. Alsace stopped swinging his knife and squatted down in front of Guillaume, looking into her eyes. I didn't expect such strength. Yet your mouth is so delicate. It's beautiful. I'll tell you, a soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Upon hearing this, Guillaume immediately pressed her lips in her mouth to hide them. Can you decide such things right now? I can do anything to you, and you won't be able to resist. Guillaume Mamatatsu maintained a disdainful expression, even defiantly replying, if capturing me is just for this vulgar and twisted pleasure, how could your little body withstand my torment? She stood over 2 meters tall, making Alsace look like a child in front of her. Naturally, Alsace wouldn't engage in such childish behavior, but Guillaume's provocation made him feel somewhat insulted as a man. I can jump higher than you. Speaking of torment, is there anyone in this world who understands it better than I do? After observing, it seemed that Guillaume was only in her 20s, with a tattoo on her leg. She also had a beauty mark on her face, which didn't look attractive, making Alsace want to forcibly cut it off. Vulgar, despicable. You pathetic person who blows air into my nostrils. Legs. Guillaume was very unwilling and spat at Alsace, who dodged it. I'm a pirate. You insulting me sounds more like a compliment. Saying this, Alsace curiously placed his hand on her thigh and found it indeed to be thick. Of course, it only looked thick from his height. From Guillaume Mamatatsu's height, it looked very perfect. Guillaume endured the humiliation, biting her lip and closing her eyes. But the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. Looking closely, it was indeed thick, with well-developed muscles beneath the fair, tender skin. You're saying that? There's no doubt it's an insult to Ji Yuan, this beautiful girl. She is often praised for her figure and looks. So why does it feel different in front of this boy? I'm only 15 years old. By the way, will I grow over 2 meters when I'm in my 20s? Would it be different if I look at you then? What exactly do you want to do? You don't kill, you don't insult. Are you just here to watch me make a fool of myself? Ji Yuan said impatiently. I want you to give up the Navy and follow me to become a pirate. Dream on. I'd rather die, jump down here to feed the fish, than follow you to be a pirate. Faced with Alsace's sincerity, Ji Yuan refused on the spot. This kind of answer didn't surprise Alsace. If she had agreed directly, he would have definitely suspected a trick. What's so good about justice? Or rather, what's so good about the Navy? To protect the people from invasions by pirates like you who bring panic to the world. Hearing Ji Yuan's righteous words, Alsace chuckled. So, that's justice in your eyes? Facing the young peach bunny, who looked like a peach, Alsace pretended to act naturally, like a gentleman. But his hand was still resting on the peach bunny's leg, pinching her. Otherwise, then why do you doubt the justice you believe in? Alsace asked again. What does it have to do with you? It's like you're interrogating me. At this moment, Shij Moment's feelings were quite complicated. Faced with the serious Alsace, she couldn't even sense a hint of malice. So she opened her mouth to respond to his question. If it were another pirate crew, she wouldn't have spoken even if it meant death. In the future, She would be very strong and a female swordsman. It would be a shame to kill her. Alsace thought to himself as he looked at Moment. My country has been slaughtered by the celestial dragons as a place of entertainment, with millions of lives ruthlessly taken by them. Huh? Guillaume Momoko was taken aback upon hearing this, unable to believe such a thing. Well, don't be surprised. What I'm about to say will fry your little brain. Yet the boy in front of her was the only survivor of the Piltover kingdom, which made his credibility very high. Now, the military's literary education mostly teaches how to protect the celestial dragons and obey them. They are the gods of creation in the world, and the Navy must spare no effort to serve the celestial dragons, ensuring the safety of these gods of creation. Without the celestial dragons, humanity, as we know it, wouldn't exist. Like a myth, even slightly intelligent soldiers wouldn't believe it. Clearly, Guillaume Momoko was one of those intelligent people. She had long noticed that many things in the Navy were amiss. Whenever she had doubts and asked Vice Admiral Tsuru, she received no answers. Now, she understood the truth behind the sudden destruction of the Piltover kingdom, feeling confused, perplexed, and lost. Do you think I would believe such brainwashing words? Have you heard of their triennial entertainment games? Even people like the Five Elders and the Knights of God participate in them. How do you know? I asked if you had heard of them. In an instant, her attitude changed. Guillaume Momoko stared intently into Arthas's eyes, as if looking into the gaze of an all-knowing prophet. It seemed she not only understood herself, but also had a clear understanding of everything in the world. A woman's intuition sent shivers down her spine. The name of the Five Elders was merely a rumor in the military. Neither she nor many high-ranking officials had seen them. She had heard of them, but it was just a performance staged by the celestial dragons. Guillaume Momoko realized something was wrong with her words. A few months ago, that event took place in the non-ally countries of Piltover. I curled up in the basement, listening for days to the sounds of screams and the explosions of cannon fire. The kingdom, which could still function, turned into a wasteland, with corpses littering the seaside. Guillaume Momoko felt her pupils constrict and her heart tremble. Her eyes were filled with denial of the facts. If it were you, how would you view the current world government? Just because the non-ally countries didn't provide them with benefits? Didn't pay their heavenly gold? Then, every 3 years, they can randomly choose a non-ally country from around the world to conduct a brutal hunting game? Arthas pushed Guillaume's forehead, but couldn't wake her from her shock. Poor thing. Lost within the framework constructed by the world government, now feeling incredulous upon learning the truth. Fortunately, you met me, Arthas, early on, who revealed the truth of the world to you during your youth, so you wouldn't have to accept reality when you grew old and your beauty faded, only to find out after being promoted to Vice Admiral. On the sunlit sea, the small boat sailed smoothly with the wind. At that moment, the dazed Guillaume did not understand the value of the justice she was upholding, as if caught in a scam, forced to serve the government. Wait. Guillaume Mamatu came to her senses, shook her head in shock, and said, "Shouldn't you be the one feeling sorry? Besides, what does my fading beauty have to do with you? Of course it has everything to do with me. If you were an old hag, I'd throw you into the sea to feed the fish right on the spot. I like beautiful women, or at least those that I raised myself." Robin, who was inside the cabin, suddenly trembled at these words. "Oh, so your purpose in protecting me is this, Al?" Her voice came from inside the cabin. "Nonsense. I am a righteous gentleman. Have I ever coveted beauty in the past few months?" Alsace was speechless, unsure how to explain to Robin. Previously, he lacked strength and could only work hard to improve. Now that he had the ability to protect himself thanks to his golden finger, what's wrong with enjoying a little? Guillaume, unable to absorb this information all at once, could only slowly analyze Alsace's words. She couldn't help but throw a remark at Alsace. "You scoundrel. So your purpose in protecting Nicole Robin is like this. Don't think I believe what you just said." Faced with the pressure from Robin and the captive, Alsace responded with only a smile. "Being a scoundrel is also part of strength. How could you possibly understand?" He truly regarded Robin as a sister and had no other thoughts at the moment. In this journey with a man and a woman, along with Alsace's whimsical thinking as a traveler, there was bound to be something off. "Hey, where are you going? You're just leaving me tied up like this?" Seeing Alsace leave, Guillaume struggled fiercely against the iron chains binding her. "Are you kidding me?" Alsace glanced at her. "It's different here than in the Navy. You're a captive? You know, you bastard, think carefully about what I just told you. Shurian doesn't know what to do. It's her first time being captured. Her first time being treated like this. Her first time realizing she doesn't know what's real or just the seductive words from a pirate. But at this moment, she feels that everything Alsace said matches up with the history. How can you trust the slander of a Navy officer? I'm really not what I just said, Robin. I understand, I know, I care. Huh, care about what? I really just see you as a sister. Shurion Mamatatsu, chained to the stern of the ship. Here's another round of argument inside the cabin and immediately adds fuel to the fire. Nico Robin, he's a pirate. You have to believe that the goals of pirates are malicious. I've seen pirates massacre islands. Even little ones like you suffer the same fate. Inside the room, Robin overcomes her shadows, her eyes filled with fear from the cabin to the stern. Facing Shurion Mamatatsu, she says with great agitation, "What about the Navy?" The Navy destroyed O'Hara. Wasn't that a massacre? The scene of O'Hara's destruction 3 years ago is still vivid in Robin's memory. The fear of the extermination order is ingrained in her bones. The government doesn't allow the study of history, and the scholars of that island violated the taboo. So, they were killed by the Navy's extermination order? We are also unarmed civilians. Have you ever shown mercy to the people? Faced with Robin's emotional questioning, Shiryu Mamoru didn't know how to explain anything. The little girl, known as the child of the devil, turned out to be someone so fragile that she was no different from an ordinary child. This made her even more suspicious of what hidden secrets the world government might possess. It's not just O'Hara that can interpret history. There's also Wano in the latter half of the Grand Line. Why doesn't the Navy go after them? The answer that Wano has unknown strong military power fell off even Shiryu Mamoru, who thought it seemed like the government specifically sought out weak countries to slaughter. Countries without military power and strong protection would face annihilation for violating the laws of the world government. Alsace, who had been in the cabin, stepped out and noticed that Robin was on the brink of emotional collapse, immediately grabbing her wrist. Hypocritical. The Navy, who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Do you even know what you're saying? He never expected that Shiryu Mamoru would get into an argument with Robin, nor did he expect the usually emotionless Robin to suddenly be on the verge of breaking down. Ajuen Taru lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Nicole Robin, who had always eluded the government and the Navy, was completely different from the rumors. She shifted her gaze from Robin to Alsace, not understanding what kind of magic the boy before her possessed. How could he transform a little girl who had betrayed countless organizations and could even sell her own nature into her current form? Enough talk. Let's go in and take a rest. Robin plunged into Alsace's embrace, crying uncontrollably. Do you understand what I just said? It's precisely because O'Hara lacked military power that the world government could destroy it so brazenly. They bully the weak and fear the strong. In this world ruled by force. How could Alsace not understand? He calmed Robin's emotions and returned to the cabin, settling her down with a small ball by her side. He stood alone at the ship's railing next to Shine Mamatatsu, gazing out at the sea. What? I don't know about those things, Shine whispered, appearing innocent. Alsace drew the yasha from his waist, the blue patterns on the blade now more vibrant than before. The reason I named this sword yasha is that I can wield it to wreak havoc on one side, and I can also wield it to judge all evil. This is the duality of the 6 realms of hell, yasha. Suddenly, she saw Alsace pointing the tip of the sword at her, and she began to panic. The sudden hostility shocked her. The blade's tip lifted Shine Mamatatsu's chin, tilting her head up. The flickering cold light in Alsace's eyes made Shine Mamatatsu shiver. Just kill me. She silently closed her eyes, calmly accepting the reality before her. This woman was truly stubborn. However, it seemed she had indeed been affected just now. In the future, she would be the only female swordsman on the sea. She should think about whether what I said to you is true, and then consider joining me to turn this world upside down. Arthas wanted to let Shiwan go. The longer the line, the bigger the fish. He understood this principle well. But he didn't, having captured her with great difficulty. How could he let her escape? The amount of information was overwhelming, and I couldn't accept it all at once. Shiwan Teruo did not refuse Arthas's proposal, nor did she feel lucky. Right now, her mind was in turmoil, lost in confusion about the justice she believed in. By the way, your jade lips are truly soft and delectable. Shiwan Taodawa's jade lips were the first naturally luminous lips Arthas had ever seen. It was incredibly magical. Her lips could shine under the reflection of sunlight. Xiao AI, help me locate an island. Location successful, West Sea Entertainment City, Camel Island. It was a chaotic place, home to the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons were good. Let's go to this island. Days later, Arthas's small boat arrived at West Sea Camla. It was a city full of corrupt vibes, an entertainment city. As the small boat docked, Arthas immediately saw many homeless people in suits outside various shops in the port area. Their faces were dirty and messy, looking extremely disheveled. Over these days, Shiwan Taoa watched as Arthas gradually learned to use hockey. The training in the army was somewhat inferior compared to Arthas's brutal training. Sean Tatawa's strength was at the top level of a steel-cutting swordsman, rank 3, but now Arthas had surpassed her. He had become a hockey swordsman, rank 1, and upon mastering the basics, he directly advanced in rank. Many casinos. On a clear day, as he just logged into the port, Alsace saw a group of human trafficker ships docked. Hurry, these 3 little girls are Amazons, with good potential. They can surely sell for a good price. Amazons? Daughter country? 3. This year happens to be the same year that the future Empress Boa Hancock was kidnapped by traffickers. No way. What a coincidence. He watched a group of traffickers quickly running towards the city center, carrying 3 sacks. There are celestial dragons on this island. Alsace glanced at the color of the ghost mask at his waist, which was fully charged. Now, he was in an emotional turmoil that couldn't be seen on the surface. To confirm his thoughts, he gripped the knife handle in his right hand and rushed towards one of the traffickers. He maneuvered through the crowd and cut open the sack in front of the traffickers. 3 unfamiliar faces adorned with snake-shaped earrings appeared before him, disappointing him greatly. They were not Hancock's 3 sisters from childhood. Little did he know, Hancock had already been sold to the Mary Geo slave prison months ago. Subsequently, he was surrounded at the city's entrance by traffickers and immediately ordered Robin behind him. Robin, drive the ship away from this island immediately. Brother, what are you going to do? I'm going to cut off the heads of those self-proclaimed gods. After Alsace finished speaking, he began adjusting his attire. He tightened the waist pouch around his waist and stopped the long sleeves from fluttering. He prepared himself for the upcoming battle. Killing celestial dragons is a major taboo in this world, but he was not afraid at all. It wasn't recklessness or impulse. It was a declaration to the world government that celestial dragons are not gods. They can die too, they will bleed, and they're even worse than ordinary people. This action would undoubtedly elevate his identity from a pirate to an even more terrifying threat than Robin. He had considered the consequences of killing a celestial dragon, but he didn't care at all. In this era, the world government and the Navy had not clearly stated that attacking a celestial dragon would mobilize an admiral. According to his calculations, that law seemed to have been enacted after Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru became admirals. Damn, Brat, what are you doing? If you're going to run, run quickly. This place is about to become a bloody world. Alsace ignored the traffickers and spoke to the 3 unfamiliar little girls. Thank you. Don't even think about letting them go. We risked our lives to get them from near the comm belt. One of the human traffickers attempted to chase after the fleeing Amazon girl and was immediately pierced through the body by a sharp flying slash. This was witnessed by the wealthy elite and various visitors in the entertainment city, instantly causing panic. Killing a celestial dragon? The starving Gion Mamatatsu was extremely weak. The target of this mission was originally Alsace. If she could catch him on this island and have him eliminate the celestial dragon, even with her sister backing her up, the government would never forgive her. Stop him. I will lose my job and be assassinated by the CP agency. Gion Mamatatsu wanted to shout, but fainted again from hunger. Her disheveled appearance no longer resembled her previous elegance and poise. The small ball heard the command and immediately waved to Robin from the ship, signaling her to come aboard and leave quickly. It was unclear how much time had passed when Toru suddenly woke up at the stern of the ship and looked around at the surroundings. She realized that the small boat had already left the port of Canra Island, and from the direction of the port city came the sounds of explosions and bright flames. The battle had begun, ignited by Alsace. Eat, brother said, he won't let you die. Robin handed a piece of bread to Toru, stuffing it into her mouth, and then gave her a sip of milk. As hunger was alleviated, Toru widened her eyes, gazing at the distant city. It's over, he's a madman. Nicole Robin, why don't you stop him? Don't you understand what harming the celestial dragons means? In response to Toru's words, Robin silently took away the plate that had been brought to her. What my brother wants to do, I cannot stop. It's all over, that city is doomed. Upon hearing the news that Alsace planned to kill the celestial dragons, all the families in Camera Entertainment City mobilized their family members and soldiers to stop him with all their might. They were plunged into a frenzied slaughter. Several nearby naval bases with heavy troops quickly dispatched soldiers for assistance. A battle that would make Alsace famous around the world was quietly unfolding. Night fell. The warships of the army appeared near Canra Island, watching the towering flames in the distant city. His face was astonished, utterly shocked. He could imagine that he was very crazy, but he never expected him to be this crazy. Is he really just an ordinary pirate? The 4 warships had removed the useless heavy cannons to increase their speed. The soldiers on the 4 warships were fully armed and ready for action. The moment the warships reached the shore, over 2,000 soldiers rushed into the most crowded areas of the city. A dirt wall rose into the sky as Kaji activated his ability and charged toward the battlefield. From high above, he observed the city where many residents and gamblers were madly running toward the seaside, desperately trying to escape by small boats. No one wanted to be caught in this deadly conflict. In the center of the city, on the only road leading to the celestial dragons' families, soldiers from the wealth-controlling families on the island fearlessly shot fiercely at Alsace. Countless bullets and cannonballs were all blocked by the blade in Alsace's hand. I only kill celestial dragons. Those who stand in my way will die. A horizontal flying slash was unleashed from Alsace's hand, quickly clearing the debris on the streets. The sounds of wretched howls were everywhere. He was like a demon from hell, resolute in his determination to slay the celestial dragons. Even though he was terrified, the consequences of killing the celestial dragons would lead to the city's destruction. So how could we let you kill him? Can't you think for us, you madman? Then you think for me first. Kill the celestial dragons, and I can take you under my command to fight against the celestial dragons together. This is insane. Let's all shoot him. At that moment, Alsace had no morals, swinging violently at nearby houses. His sharp slashes sliced through several giant buildings, eliminating all those hidden inside who tried to stop him. I say again, I only kill celestial dragons. All irrelevant people get out of my way. Otherwise, I will treat all of you as aides to the celestial dragons and slaughter you all. No one dared to take a step back. They even continued shooting at Alsace, risking certain death. What awaited them was, of course, Alsace's merciless blade. Compared to the immediate threat, they feared the gods on the Red Earth continent even more. The kind of fear had penetrated their bones, making resistance impossible. Wretched cries filled the air. Countless ants had died under Alsace's blade. Finally, he carved a path through the sea of people and walked toward the enormous castle ahead, like a demon descending upon the world. There was no reason, only because the celestial dragons existed on this island. Stop! Alsace turned to see a massive pillar of mud, as if being controlled, crashing directly towards him. He tightened his grip on the blade and swung it fiercely, but his flying slash collided violently with the figure standing at the front of the mud pillar. Within seconds, the flying slash was forcefully deflected by him. Boom! The mud pillar violently struck the ground, causing the surrounding area to tremble as if the sky was collapsing. The soil seemed to be manipulated by Shabutin Jiaji, covering the nearby houses where civilians lived with a thick wall of mud. Shabutin Jiaji emerged, blocking Alsace's path once again. Kid, your audacity is beyond limits. This was Shabutin Jiaji's first encounter with Alsace, and his first words were scolding. Sheathing his sword, Alsace stood straight, with his right hand tightly gripping the hilt and his eyes, resembling a demon, coldly staring at the suddenly appearing Shabutin Jiaji. He asked, Sky? Where's your sky? Celestial dragons? Stop spouting nonsense. Where's Shij Mamatatsu that you took? The houses around the block rapidly transformed under the influence of his power. Soft soil turned into granite harder than steel, creating a massive battlefield that isolated the common people. The reason he hadn't attacked yet was that he needed to ensure Shij Mamatatsu's safety. She looks delicious, very soft. Alsace said nothing more and directly provoked Shabutin Jiaji with taunting words, hoping to incite him to attack immediately. This way, he could understand his abilities and find a way to defeat him. Looking at the surrounding granite, he felt the situation was extremely tricky. What kind of ability could integrate so massively with nature? Rock fruit? Earth fruit? Is granite considered earth? Various questions flooded Alsace's mind, knowing that granite is even harder than steel. Damn it, I've confessed 71 times without success, yet you, a little pyrobrat, succeeded? Don't get me wrong, it was just a forced kiss. I'm still somewhat humane. Humanity? A pirate beast like you has no humanity. Once again, it was the pre-fight opening dialogue, with the Navy spouting lofty ideals, acting as the good guys. Don't you understand? Alsace mocked his sense of justice, his face full of disdain. Good people don't have good outcomes. Only tyrannical people can control everything. Then come and see, my ability is tyrannical enough. In the city block where the two stood, countless hard granite pieces manipulated by Shabutin Jiaji attacked Alsace like soft giant fries. They sprang from the ground and rained down on him one after another, smashing fiercely. Alsace, a mere mortal, could only rely on his observation hockey, constantly twisting his body to evade. But he soon noticed something was wrong. The rocks on the ground began to transform into tentacles trying to ensnare him, seemingly wanting to trap him to the ground. The surrounding earth seemed to have merged with Shabutin Jiaji, becoming both offensive and defensive, even having control effects. Boom! The frenzied strikes of the rock pillars produced a deafening explosion. Is my ability tyrannical? You beast! The phantom, the Highland bloodline, activated instantly, suddenly exploding green energy into a fast-moving sword shadow. It charged directly towards Kaki's main body, leaving him defenseless. Bang! The sword shadow struck Kaki, causing him to stagger back in shock. The sword shadow couldn't merge with the armed color hockey. Otherwise, Arthas could have used hockey to instantly pierce his main body. What? The green silhouette technique just now was Kaki stabilizing himself, staring in disbelief at Arthas in the distance, still wielding his sword to counter his abilities. He couldn't imagine what kind of power could allow someone to create a doppelganger for an attack. Moreover, the power was indistinguishable from the main body. It's never-ending. Black armor wrapped around Arthas's right wrist, linking to the hilt in his hand, transmitting power to the blade. Under the influence of armed color, the blade gradually transformed into a pure black sword. It relentlessly attacked him, cutting through granite harder than steel into countless fragments in an instant. The blade wrapped in hockey cut through like paper. Armed color hockey entwined. I didn't expect you to grow so fast in such a short time. With a thunderous slash, the wind blade shattered all the surrounding granite pillars into pieces. They fell to the ground like rain. It's irreparable, impossible to reshape the terrain, right? How strange, isn't it? Arthas grinned at him. What exactly did you do? Since you're trying to protect the celestial dragon, be prepared. The granite shattered by Arthas couldn't be reformed. There's only one reason for that. It's his ghostly energy, which can limit the regenerative abilities of the devil fruit in a short time, especially effective against elemental abilities. Late at night, the terrain in the town of Canra was manipulated by Kaki's abilities. He wanted to keep the civilians as far away from the battle as possible to avoid casualties from the combat's impact. Where's the Navy? What are they made of? Behind the battle, in a massive entertainment fortress, a celestial dragon held a telescope, dressed in a spacesuit, with an oxygen mask resembling a fish tank. He was observing the battle ahead, which was completely indistinguishable. My lord, the Navy has landed on the island. As for why they haven't arrived yet, it must be because that guy not far below is blocking them. Thousands of people, and they can't even handle a little brat? Useless. If this continues, the existence of this city will have no meaning at all. Please calm down. The Navy will resolve the trouble. The celestial dragon's subordinate, holding a communication snail to contact the Navy, was very humble, constantly comforting and pleading to stabilize the celestial dragon's emotions. They continued to send distress signals to the Navy. Above this largest entertainment venue in the West Sea, the celestial dragon, alongside gamblers and nobles holding city power, was frantically raking in money. As usual, they indulged in a luxurious lifestyle, playing with slaves and women, enjoying a godlike treatment compared to the common people in the city. On the city shore, a dense crowd of Navy soldiers in white seagull uniforms was gradually landing on the island. Hurry, hurry and land. Keep up with the officers. That little brat is really crazy. He actually dared to openly kill a celestial dragon. A large number of reporters risked their lives to follow the Navy into the combat zone. Such a massive news story could make each of them rich. They would try to gather as much information as possible, eager to sell more intelligence to interested parties later on. About half an hour later, over 2,000 soldiers gathered outside the granite wall created by Kaki's abilities, waiting. Navy Colonel Kong Ming, holding a feather fan, stood outside the granite wall, sweating as he looked up at the top of the wall. I expected him to come to this city, but I never imagined he would dare to attack the celestial dragon. The entire Navy stood solemnly, their faces pale, relying on the crowd of comrades to feel a sense of security. The granite wall opened a massive door under Kaki's abilities. All the colonels rushed into the battlefield between Arthas and Kaki. The soldiers followed closely behind. Quick! As soon as he stepped into the arena, everyone heard a furious shout from Chachuan. Tina, use your ability to seal off the surroundings and turn it into a cage. The shockwaves from the clash of the two resonated in everyone's ears. This news left everyone in shock. After receiving the order, Tina quickly activated her ability, transforming the perimeter of Chachuan's granite domain into iron-barred cages. Boom! Alsace, who was fiercely colliding with Chachuan, unleashed a powerful strike that sent him flying over 20 meters. He stood there, slightly panting and surveying his surroundings. His eyes widened as he saw thousands of fully armed soldiers charging at him from behind. The sheer size of the 1,000-strong army made it almost overwhelming for Alsace. He took a deep breath to recover his stamina, his expression cold and calm as he looked at the more exhausted Chachuan and said, "Just to capture me, you've dispatched soldiers capable of suppressing a small-scale war?" It was a common tactic of the Navy to use a human wave attack to exhaust the enemy's stamina before sending in their powerful officers to take them down. Chachuan, breathing heavily, replied, "After all, you are not an ordinary pirate. Everyone places some importance on you." A large number of Navy soldiers surrounded Alsace tightly. The surrounding space was filled with square areas surrounded by steel bars. There were also granite tentacles that appeared to be soft and harmless, but were, in fact, deadly. The massive layout was all aimed at targeting Alsace alone. "Surrender, kid. Impel down, we'll have a cell for you to spend your life in." "You again, little girl." Alsace scanned beyond the crowd and spotted a young girl with pink hair and a youthful face. It was Tina, who was of similar age to him, spreading her arms to continuously release iron bars for defense. "Heh, in this battle of overwhelming forces, how do you plan to win? I really can't figure it out." 6 majors squeezed through the crowd of soldiers and stood at the front, keeping a vigilant eye on Alsace. "That one?" Upon seeing one of the 6, Alsace suddenly tilted his head and stared at the Navy major holding a feather fan. "What is your name?" "I am Kong Ming, Navy Headquarters Major." At the moment he heard the name, Alsace stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a chilling aura caused all the granite beneath him to break free from Chachuan's control. It instantly spread into the surrounding air, making the area feel extremely cold. Alsace raised his sword in his right hand and swiftly positioned his left hand to launch a Highland bloodline technique. Soon, a thick green energy began to swirl around him. Chachuan, stationed opposite Alsace, immediately issued a combat order. "All majors, stand in front of the soldiers. Be wary of the green energy around him." "What is this aura? It's making my body feel cold and numb. Damn it, I'm fully conscious and my brain is clear. Why can't my body move?" Some of the Navy soldiers engulfed in the ghastly aura began to show symptoms of stiffness and paralysis, overcome by fear. Unlike Conqueror's hockey, this ghastly aura didn't stun enemies outright. Instead, it plunged weaker foes into endless fear, rendering their bodies immobile. Of course, the external impact on stronger opponents remained minimal. He stood at the center of thousands, appearing incredibly small. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, he revealed a disdainful smirk. "Kong Ming, do you think you're worthy? Damn pirate, how could the righteous Navy be insulted by you?" Navy Major Kong Ming waved his feather fan and immediately ordered the soldiers to charge. Other majors followed suit with their commands. In the next moment, the sound of thousands of soldiers charging like thunder erupted, braving their fears and rushing toward Alsace with their swords drawn. "When I came to this cruel world, I thought everything would go smoothly, that I could acquire everything I wanted in a short time through information disparity." Alsace decisively charged into the sea of people, clashing with thousands of Navy soldiers. With a blade passed, lives were extinguished in the storm. "You mere pirates dare to talk big. Oh, go die, pirate." The well-trained Navy soldiers did not retreat, but instead counterattacked, charging toward Alsace under the shadow of the ghastly aura he released. The majors, trained by Zephyr, led the charge, and the soldiers' morale surged, believing that even in such a terrifying aura, they could contribute to defeating the West Sea's super rookie in front of them. The friction of blades could be seen, with visible sharp airwaves cutting through one Navy soldier after another who approached him. His eyes were cold as he moved like a shadow among the soldiers. "But as I grew up, abandoned and cast aside, oppressed by the cruelty of this world and the law's punishment, I realized that living in a destitute country meant I could only survive by desperately filling my stomach." During the battle, Alsace constantly recalled his over 10 years after crossing over, crawling and training hard, witnessing the gap between royalty, nobility, and commoners. Before his golden finger fully activated, it was common to go hungry twice a day. His initial physique was inferior to most ordinary people, but he gradually surpassed that through training, until he began to despise the Pilt Kingdom, despise the oppressive laws of the world government, despise everyone else. He felt that everything in this world revolved around those nobles and powerful families. His thoughts awakened. His restless heart was roused. He saw the truth of the world that did not align with his inner beliefs. It was even more twisted and dark than the original world. Thus, he began to walk step by step down the path of crime for survival, no longer fearing any countries or the world's legal system. Before that, Alsace was still somewhat moral, always a law-abiding, ordinary person, often using his messy long hair to hide his unmatched beauty. He lived like a scruffy person, crawling to avoid being captured and sold as a slave to be forced to become the underlings of those nobles. And you are the accomplices that led to the current state of the world. The Navy's evil accounts for 80% of how the world has become what it is now. Yet you still preach justice while trying to stop me from killing them. Among the crowd of Navy soldiers, he appeared like an invincible war god, wildly swinging the asha in his right hand. He continuously seized firearms, aiming for the heads of Navy soldiers and killing them with headshots. Nonsense. The Navy protects the lives of the people and prevents you damned pirates from invading. They are the embodiment of justice. The justice that you speak of has transformed into evil? Within this cage of granite and iron bars, even if there wasn't a single weak soldier, even if everyone could barely withstand one of Alsace's strikes before being instantly cut down, they still charged forward with their beliefs. But facing someone determined to take down the celestial dragons, the outcome was naturally the merciless blade. With each death, each soldier lost represented the loss of a pillar in a family somewhere in the world. Alsace understood this. Yet those so-called righteous people blocking his path would be ruthlessly slaughtered by him. These people were simply unworthy of him using the Azura demon face. Even when fighting against Chatten and Kaji, he did not use the power of polarization. Arthas flicked his blade, sending more than 10 soldiers around him flying. And in an instant, he straightened his body, sheathed his sword, and gathered all his strength to stop charging. He observed the breath of the only person who posed a threat, including the movements of the surrounding rock walls and iron bars, to prevent Kaji and Tina from launching a sneak attack. Soldiers close to him were immediately cut down by the illusions created by his Highland bloodline. The soldiers who barely rushed in front of him found their bodies weak and their sword swings slowed to a crawl, unable to strike him. The combat power of the colonels, far exceeding that of ordinary people, broke through Arthas's illusions and approached him, just as they were about to get close. All 5 colonels sensed something was wrong. Then let all of you embodiments of justice die. Sensing the colonels approaching, Arthas drew his sword in an instant, and without warning, unleashed a sword chi that spread 360 degrees around him. The range was extremely wide, and the terrifying sword chi was nearly impossible for ordinary people to defend against. The 5 colonels used their military sabers to defend themselves, but were all knocked back along with their weapons by the sword chi. Wherever the sword chi rippled, the sound of Navy soldiers falling could be heard. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers were defeated, but the endless stream of soldiers continued to attack Arthas as if it were never-ending. Dominance, soaring slashes, and terrifying strange abilities. Such a person cannot be left alive. He will definitely be a great threat in the future. Damn it, why can't we shoot him with guns? In the army, a soldier was furious due to the restrictions of battle. Colonel Kongming looked at him. If every soldier shoots with guns by the time that pirate falls, you will have already killed each other. In this situation where everyone was on edge, the soldiers hoped their colonel could take down Arthas. But soon, the colonels engaged in close combat with Arthas were launched from the central fighting area of the cage to the outskirts, crashing into the rock walls and iron bars, spitting blood. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the vibrations coming from the center as the solid ground began to crack on a large scale. What is happening? The soldiers in the back row did not know what was going on. Oh no, that guy's about to unleash a terrifying slash. Reporters risked their lives to take pictures behind the crowd of soldiers, sweating profusely from the terrifying aura. They saw Arthas in the center, gasping heavily, the air around him vibrating from the full force of his strike. Polarization, draw slash. A massive sword chi accompanied by Arthas's roar pierced through everyone's waists in an instant. The soldiers standing in the front row of the cage were all bisected by Arthas and fell to the ground screaming, while the soldiers in the back row survived due to the residual wave of the sword chi. The densely packed crowd all fell down, including some of the reporters whose camera lenses were shattered by his strike. The sword chi extended too far, weakening its power. It did not cut through the iron bars of the cage created by Tina. But this strike also plunged the cage into silence. Thud! Arthas's sword tip plunged into the ground as he knelt on one knee, feeling extreme discomfort. His black hair fell to the ground as he gasped for breath. His chest heaved heavily, clearly exhausted from expending a massive amount of stamina. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he smiled and stood up. Since you want to protect that beast, let me destroy your ridiculous justice. He personally experienced in the Flower Country that impulse is a devil. But when facing the celestial dragons, he was not impulsive. He simply wanted to kill these beasts regardless of the consequences. Sinking into hell was of no concern. Off the coast of Canara Island, a small ball lay on the ship's railing, looking toward Arthas's direction. Guion Momo, bound by chains at the stern of the ship, lowered her head and closed her eyes, speaking. There are 3 Navy bases nearby, and 4 warships carrying 2,000 elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters are rushing to provide support. Do you know what that means, Nico Robin? Brother has given a warning. No matter what he intends to do, don't try to persuade him again. Under the moonlight, Robin gently caressed the sea breeze on the small boat, testing the wind direction and discovering it was blowing towards Canner Island. The strong wind meant that all the Navy reinforcements would arrive even faster. That city has hundreds of thousands of residents. Once the celestial dragons are killed, do you know what actions the world government will force the Navy to take? Robin's heart trembled. She certainly knew what would happen and calmly replied, I don't know, and I don't want to know. Seeing Nico Robin's indifference towards her, Guillaume Momo clenched her teeth disdainfully. Is it okay, even if you separate from him? This question struck a chord in Robin's heart. After finally finding someone to follow, would she disappear under the encirclement of a navy and the intervention of government personnel? Although she still couldn't understand why Arthas would protect her, nor had she heard him say the reason in person. As she immersed herself in her emotions, Robin only heard a thud. The small ball left without saying a word, diving headfirst into the sea and swimming toward the island. Little ball, even the animals have such good feelings for him. If you can free me, Nico Robin, I can save him from this disaster, along with the people of that city. You don't really think I'm just a little ghost, mindless, do you, Navy? He will die. Guillaume Peach Rabbit suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Robin with a sharp gaze, constantly observing Robin's emotions. Under the influence of her observation hockey, she realized that Robin cared deeply for Alsace. She genuinely wanted to stop it, to prevent the celestial dragon from being killed. She wasn't sure if the celestial dragon's crimes were real, but she felt that Alsace hadn't lied to her these days. Don't you understand? That man has already been affected by your fate. As the strongest shield of a new generation of a navy, he has no chance of winning in this exhausting battle against overwhelming forces. Robin felt an inexplicable agitation in her heart regarding her fate, her restless hands revealing her inner worries. My fate. Her fate had already been changed by Alsace. One could say that her fate had largely shifted onto Alsace. Gently touching her earrings, Robin's heart wavered. Her dark and cold heart, which betrayed others, was gradually softened by Alsace's tenderness, returning to the innocence of an 11-year-old child. She also developed a longing for a normal life. It's up to you, Nico Robin. Seeing that Robin didn't answer for a long time, Peach Rabbit stopped persuading her and continued to lower her head and close her eyes to rest. You will see a corpse. If he truly succeeds, I will lose my job. That will be fine too. I can finally pursue the freedom of my heart and give up my military career, she thought to herself, having already set a goal under Alsace's reckless actions. As a pampered princess from a military family, Peach Rabbit also had a tragic side. She was exceptionally beautiful, rebellious since childhood, and had a dream of sailing the seas. In the center of Camla Island, within a cage made of granite and iron bars, the smell of blood permeated the air, stimulating the nostrils as fallen soldiers stood up one after another. What happened? Hey, where are the people? Oh, where's my lower half? I can't feel it. That bastard, help me. Don't cling to me, you're finished. The soldiers surrounding the front row were almost all cut in half by sword energy. Those with slightly better physiques could still let out screams, experiencing the pain of being bisected. Most only lasted a little over 10 seconds before losing circulation due to the blood vessels providing blood and dying from excessive blood loss. There was no hope for rescue or survival. Tina, with a mass of iron bars extending from her arms, stood outside the wall, her eyes filled with panic, and said, Is he a monster? What kind of swordsmanship is that? It seems that the control over the ghostly energy is still immature. It can only bind ordinary people for a short time. Bang! Gunfire shattered the brief silence as the soldiers trembled in extreme panic and shot at Alsace. With increasing combat experience, Alsace gradually developed the habit of dodging bullets. In an instant, his body reacted, twisting away from the trajectory of the bullets and striking fiercely at the person. The blade energy surged, directly charging at the Navy crowd that had not fully regained their senses. The powerful blade energy knocked many Navy personnel away, ultimately intercepted by the granite tentacles summoned by Alsace, holding them back. Anyone in my way must die. Alsace stepped on the cracked earth, leaped into the air, and wrapped his weapon in armed color, delivering a sharp slash that split the iron-walled cage. Tina, what are you doing? Quickly activate your ability to stop him. Yes. Tina snapped back to reality from her terror, looking at the numerous corpses of soldiers and feeling nauseous. In an instant, the split exit became solid again. Alsace, who was about to leap out of the cage, grabbed the iron bars created by her barrier with his bare hands, looking down at the blood-soaked ground below. Why couldn't the illusion be controlled anymore? Tina outside the cage was shocked again. When Alsace held the iron bars with his bare hands, he released a ghostly aura that interfered with her abilities. Artillery ready. In the crowd, Colonel Kongming waved his feather fan and commanded several soldiers holding cannons beside him to pull the trigger towards Alsace. Boom! The cannonball reached the sky, and a massive explosion occurred upon hitting the iron bar. Suddenly, thick smoke from the explosion billowed, filled with the strong scent of gunpowder. Everyone lost sight of Alsace. I was still too merciful. A phantom containing powerful slashing force burst out of the smoke, directly charging towards the location of Cha Chun-ji. Bastard! Kage had to activate his defensive ability to prevent his body from being impacted again. With a loud bang, the phantom collided with the granite shield covering Kage, generating a violent shockwave that spread out in all directions within the cage. Just as Kage was about to mock, he saw Arthas transform into a streak of light in the air, charging straight towards the location of Colonel Kongming. Kongming! Jiajian exclaimed in surprise, not realizing that Alsace's target was not himself. Suddenly, a loud clang of metal echoed as Kongming struggled to block Alsace's attacking slash with his feather fan. A metal feather fan? Huh? Pretty strong, but your name annoys me a little. In the clash of weapons, Alsace's strength was completely dominant. Don't underestimate me. After all, I've been trained by General Karp and General Crane. Kongming exerted all his strength, trying to push Alsace away, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off the terrifying power of the young man before him. In the next moment, a shocking surge of force doubled in intensity, accompanied by the two words shouted by Alsace, causing the feather fan in Kongming's hand to bend and lose all its resilience. Double polarization. What? Kongming was shocked by the sudden surge of power, his pupils dilating as he felt the iron feather fan in his hand being sliced apart in an instant. Then, a chilling sensation of his skin tearing began at his right neck, accompanied by the painful feeling of bones being easily severed. This made his facial expression twist in agony. The blade of the Iksha swept from right to left, slicing into his body and diagonally down to the ground. Colonel Kongming did not wait for the surrounding soldiers to react. In an instant, the Alsace, who had knocked him down with a single strike, quickly withdrew the blade from the ground. In that moment, he exploded into action, swinging his sword horizontally around his body to prevent a sneak attack. Round slash, a powerful impact instantly repelled the surrounding navy. The speed of the sword swing was so fast that the soldiers could barely see it. Don't show up in front of me using that name. You are far from deserving it. Quickly retracting the sword towards Arthas, he suddenly thrust it towards Colonel Kongming's heart. The blade instantly pierced through his heart, and at that moment, a tentacle with enhanced abilities came crashing down. With a thunderous explosion, it engulfed the physically exhausted Arthas. Just as the massive, iron-like tentacle descended, a furious phantom and sword shadow simultaneously transformed into a rotating reaping blade, instantly slicing through the tentacle, which was about 20 meters long and 7 to 8 meters wide. What does it matter if he was exhausted? It was merely a battle for the next great growth. Arthas stepped into the air, pausing midair to gaze into the distance at the jumping Chibuta Kaki. He raised the blade in his right hand over his left shoulder, and the uncomfortable expression on his face calmed once more. The back of the blade surged towards his neck, slicing through the air towards Chibuta. You actually learned the moon step from the 6 styles? When did you acquire that skill? Kaki was taken aback, feeling the immense pressure contained in Arthas's strike. His body, previously connected to the ground, suddenly loosened, and in a state of shock, he wrapped his fist with his ability and swung it at Arthas. The moment their attacks collided, a violent shockwave spread around them. I only kill celestial dragons. If you try to stop me, I'll cut you down, Arthas said coldly, his indifferent gaze filled with a chilling dread. Feeling the surge of power, Chibuta Kaki froze, and the ground beneath him began to collapse. His body was crushed by the immense force, struggling to breathe, while the layers of abilities on his fist were cut deep by the sharpness of the Asha. Just from that statement, you are nothing but an ignorant fool. Chibuta prepared to unleash his abilities on a large scale, causing the cage to shake as if the earth itself was quaking. In that split second, Arthas released another phantom from behind him, swiftly swinging his sword like a spinning camel towards him. The phantom's slash instantly struck Chibuta from behind, knocking him back over 10 meters. Just as he repelled Kaki, a dangerous sense flashed in Arthas's mind. Gunfire erupted all at once, and his body began to sway in anticipation, dodging the bullets fired by the soldiers. Colonel Kongming, his heart has been pierced and exploded. Soldiers rushed in, their faces filled with hatred as they continuously fired at Arthas. As the smoke from the battlefield cleared, Arthas's eyes became even colder and deeper. The soldiers that had flooded in just moments ago had all become his victims, suffering in agony. At that moment, he became a true butcher. He became a murderer, a purely evil person against humanity. Compared to the numerous corpses he had seen a month ago, he would have felt nauseous at the sight of bloody intestines and various innards exposed to the air. But now, he had become the executioner of these people before him. Looking at the devastated navy, he felt no compassion. As a large number of soldiers gathered, the rain-like bullets ceased firing, detecting the host's hunting history of historical figures. Future Navy Admiral Kong Ming, reward, heart organ, steel of the heart. What? An organ? Isn't that just a tool? The reward is about to be issued. It might hurt a little, please bear with it. 321. Wait, I'm still fighting, huh? Before Arthas could react or prepare, his suddenly halting heartbeat caused him to scream in agony, collapsing to his knees while clutching his heart. The horrifying scream, pushed to the physiological limit of pain, left the Navy stunned and at a loss. They looked on, bewildered, as Arthas suddenly knelt down, not knowing what had happened. The scream spread from the center of the city. No matter what happens, shoot at him now. Seizing the opportunity, Chibuta commanded. The soldiers lined up, and bullets were instantly fired in unison. With his life threatened, Arthas endured the immense pain in his heart and swung his blade forward. His abruptly halted heartbeat suddenly resumed its rhythm. A surge of immense life force revitalized him, and his previously powerless wrist regained strength, slashing through the air to intercept all the bullets. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat, like a drum, gradually slowed. Arthas covered his left chest, as if apart from the previous fatigue and a massive recovery of stamina, nothing had happened. So hard, it has become so hard. This reward issuance was not like the previous growth talents that caused Arthas to faint. Instead, after a brief period of intense pain, he received the reward. He didn't know if it was due to the enhancement of his physique that allowed him to endure more. The reward has been issued. The steel of the heart can provide the host with a continuous source of vitality, strengthening approximately 25 billion blood vessels throughout the body. The amount of blood loss after injury will significantly decrease, and in future training, it can also significantly enhance physical toughness. This means he can use polarization more often. Arthas thought with joy. He never expected that piercing Colonel Combing's heart would grant him a heart-related enhancement. With the increase in polarization, the required physical strength also needed to be stronger. This reward undoubtedly allows him to resist the numerous side effects brought by polarization. The Azura Demon Mask was already a trump card. Now he had one more. What s with the hardness of my heart? It feels heavier. While dodging bullets, Arthas asked classmate AI. The host's current heart has a hardness comparable to steel. Even if pierced by an ordinary blade, it cannot be harmed in the slightest. The aura has changed again. What the hell is going on with you? Chibuta sensed the recovering breath of exhaustion from Arthas, causing the nearby soil to transform into the shape of fists and bombard him furiously. After receiving the reward, Arthas briefly felt joy, but quickly returned to his cold demeanor as he looked at the Navy. The longer this battle drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for him. The main target is the Celestial Dragons, not exhausting himself against Chibuta Kaki, which is particularly disadvantageous for him as he has just mastered the armament hockey. As a genius in the Navy, it seems that while Peach Rabbit can leave scars on my back, you cannot, Arthas taunted. Then, as he dodged Kaki's abilities, he took the opportunity to unleash several flying slashes, forcing the Navy back. Before everyone, he sliced through the cage like a copper wall and iron wall, transforming into a shadow of the sword, passing through the streets, flashing before the eyes of the civilians outside the cage. Inside the cage, Kaki created walls of earth to shield the soldiers from the slashes, preventing further mass casualties, while he stood dazed, watching the escaping Arthas. It was as if they were the ones confined in the cage, the ones being hunted. Inside, it was a scene of devastation, bodies scattered everywhere. I excel in close combat. Why don't you damn bastard, put down your sword and fight me with all your strength? He shouted in frustration, activating his ability to chase after him wildly. Yet he couldn't keep up with Arthas's extremely swift pace. With his stamina restored and his heart strengthened, this meant his overall power limit had increased again. You cannot kill him. You will doom us all. Breaking free from the cage, Arthas, transformed into a shadow of a sword, completely ignored the warnings from the citizens. He silently recited the word polarization, further increasing his speed. A shockwave was left in his wake. Have I harmed you? What does your suffering have to do with me? If you're worried about being implicated, then hurry and flee this island, he reminded the civilians he passed by. At the same time, he felt the side effects of polarization significantly reduced. Is this the power of the steel of the heart? Not only was his vitality enhanced, but even his fragile heart had become as solid as a rock. Gaining the steel of the heart changed the sensation of executing the polarization technique dramatically. The previously overwhelming feeling of expansion vanished. The pain significantly decreased, and he no longer felt the risk of exploding. Arthas, swift as a dragon, approached the massive, luxurious castle where the celestial dragons resided, and immediately, several figures emerged from shadows. Arisher, foot flying finger gun. Two powerful 6 styles attacks immediately sliced through the darkness towards him. However, in his charged state with the sword, Arthas easily dodged them. The ground was split by the gale-like strikes. The flying finger gun pierced through the ground like armor-piercing rounds, all missing their mark. Loyal dogs could be found everywhere. Arthas quickly recognized that these individuals were superhumans trained in the 6 styles. As bodyguards of the celestial dragons, their strength was naturally formidable. Yet, he did not feel any pressure from the 3 suddenly appeared CP combat personnel. As pirates, they should have maintained a sense of reverence towards the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are not something scum like you can offend. The CP combat personnel issued an ultimatum to Arthas, but did not see him make any move to stop. Instead, Arthas swung his right arm holding the sword, launching 2 flying slashes at them. The CP spies, standing on both sides of the castle gate, were extremely arrogant, facing Arthas's slashes without dodging or retreating. Instead, they attempted to catch them barehanded. Block of iron. Fast iron. The 2 men simultaneously hardened their bodies, transforming into steel as they stood ready for the several-meter-long strike to come, their eyes filled with determination and confidence. In their view, how could the attack of a little ghost possibly break through their well-forged superhuman bodies? The moment the flying strike hit their chests, the determination in their eyes instantly lost its edge. Under the moonlight, 2 scarlet arcs soared high, appearing particularly elegant. The 2 figures were heavily injured and fell from the city gate. The remaining CP bodyguard stood outside the gate, taking a combat stance, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Arthas. Dragon Slash. The approaching Arthas gathered a terrifying power and sent him flying into the air with a single strike. Damn it! I'm the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. The man lost his balance and tried to stabilize himself with the moonwalk. But the next moment, a dragon-shaped flying slash instantly overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to move. Then I am the spear that breaks the shield. My lord, I'm begging you run. Damn pirates. How dare they offend me? In the splendid palace resembling an emperor's, the celestial dragon disregarded his subordinate's advice and stepped out of the castle gate, glaring at Arthas, who was swinging a blood-stained blade under the moonlight. Bastard, do you think you can stand before me without kneeling in respect when you see a deity? How dare you be so bold? The celestial dragon aimed his golden pistol at Arthas, his face contorted with veins bulging from offense. Infuriated, years of excessive indulgence, living daily like a pampered concubine, had left the celestial dragon with myopia and blurred vision. He couldn't see the depth of Arthas's eyes, which were as profound as an ancient pond. It wasn't until he was about a meter away from the celestial dragon that he was startled by Arthas's gaze. Just a direct look was enough to envelop him in an incredibly intense chill. The next moment, the celestial dragon's body suddenly trembled, feeling as if a cold iron had pierced in him. The tip of the Ikshan knife stabbed directly into the celestial dragon's chest from the position of his sternum, penetrating through his back, which brought him back to his senses from his daze. The celestial dragon stammered, unable to produce a sound, its body pierced by the blade suffering from excruciating pain. The blood of the celestial dragon flowed along the blade, dripping onto Arthas's feet. What is happening? Do gods bleed too? Arthas raised the celestial dragon's body like a skewer with his right hand and leaped to the top of this luxurious castle. He stood atop the tower, overlooking the entire entertainment city, feeling the life of the celestial dragon rapidly fading from the blade embedded in him. A beastly race dares to call itself a god. He looked at the celestial dragon's eyes, filled with disbelief and extreme fear. Who do you think you are? Why do you think everyone should kneel and bow before you? The celestial dragon grew weaker, his consciousness gradually fading. As a biological instinct, just before death, his body struggled violently on the blade of Arthas, then lost its life force. At that moment, an incredibly strong gale swept through, lifting the long hair of Arthas at the tower's peak. The wind seemed to possess consciousness, hovering near the castle tower where Arthas stood, slowly transforming into a human figure. The figure that appeared was cloaked in a dark green coat, with a serious expression and black hair casually draped behind his head, lacking eyebrows. He wore a dark suit with an orange shirt underneath. What have you done? The man stared at the corpse of the celestial dragon impaled on Arthas's blade, his serious expression immediately turning pale with shock. Glancing back at the suddenly appeared figure, Arthas recognized him at a glance. It was none other than the still not fully established monkey D. Dorag. When Bartholomew Kuma appeared in the West Sea, I knew you must be nearby, Dorag. Arthas's heightened emotions turned somewhat manic. On the surface, he showed no signs of turmoil, remaining as cold as ever. After a brief moment of shock, Dorag regained his usual serious demeanor. His perception of Arthas underwent a dramatic change at that moment. Previously, he had approached Bartholomew Kuma to recruit the rising star of the West Sea. Now, Dorag only felt that the black-robed, black-haired youth before him would become a great calamity. Indeed, sometimes a person's attitude can change in an instant. Dorag spoke to Arthas, his tone filled with hostility. What do you mean? Isn't your ultimate goal the celestial dragons? Why show hostility towards me all of a sudden? Arthas sensed Dorag's hostility in that instant. His left hand instinctively reached for the Shurid demon mask at his waist. A sudden tremor surged through him, a terrifying sense of oppression brought about by the disparity in strength. Long since the navy led by Chibuta approaching and transformed into a whirlwind, dissipating into the air. Chibuta Kaki, chasing after him, instantly lost his fighting spirit upon seeing Alsos at the tower's peak. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his pupils dilating as he shouted angrily. What the hell have you done? The objective had been achieved. Alsos drew his blade and hurled the corpse of the celestial dragon towards Chibuta Kaki, saying, even if this puts me in a more difficult situation. Boom! As he spoke, he began to absorb the results of the battle, an incredibly powerful aura radiating from his body. However, the improvement brought about by this battle was minimal. One could say that after advancing to an armed color swordsman, his growth rate had significantly slowed. It was the corpse of a celestial dragon. The soldiers shouted loudly upon seeing the corpse. Even Chibuta Kaki didn't know what to do at that moment, falling into a panic over the power dynamics as he stared at the corpse before him. In this hunting game, I have transformed from prey into hunter. Alsos laughed heartily, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. I will dance wildly in this hunt until I have exterminated all these beasts. He didn't care what others thought. He didn't mind that Dorag had shown hostility earlier. After all, he was used to being alone. Capture all the reporters in the city. Spare not a single one. Chibuta Kaki's face turned ashen as he immediately ordered his soldiers. All he could do now was to seal the information. Historically, there have been many incidents of celestial dragons being killed, but no reporters had ever been able to report on them. The journalists who recorded the entire battle were all controlled and arrested by the Navy. Chibuta Kaki's gaze towards the corpse of the celestial dragon became resolute as he stood up, removed the justice cloak from his back, and ordered all soldiers, go evacuate the civilians near the castle. He revealed his sturdy physique, staring at Alsos atop the tower. A sense of the bigger picture surged in his heart, and a determination to face death was born at that moment. He had a premonition that if he wanted the young man before him to continue living, the future sea would undoubtedly be even more turbulent. We tried our best. We really tried to stop him. The surviving young nobles from the island arrived. The moment they saw the corpse of the celestial dragon, their hearts ached violently. Assist the troops to protect and disperse the civilians. Chibuta stepped forward alone and said, and remember, no one can speak of this. His silhouette cast a shadow over all the soldiers, boosting their morale. He knew in his heart that someone as ruthless and decisive as Alsos couldn't be stopped by ordinary people surrounding him. What are you going to do? You don't think I will fight you to the death, do you? Alsos sensed Chibuta's resolve and wore a calm expression. I don't know what hatred you have against the celestial dragons, but now it's just you and me here. Let's duel, following your pirate duel code, one-on-one. Pirate duel code? I'm not the kind of pirate you think, ambitious. Watching Chibuta issue a challenge, Alsos remained cold and composed. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing that Arthas did not comply, the T-Pig leaped into the air, commanding the earth around the castle. A massive surge erupted from beneath the ground, following his figure as it flew into the sky, attacking Arthas. The power of the earth responded to his call, moving at more than double its previous speed, racing directly towards Arthas at the peak of the castle tower. Just as the T-Pig was determined to fight to the death and expend everything to cut down Arthas, the retreating Arthas gave him no chance at all. With a sudden burst of power in his legs, he shattered the tower's peak and slashed down at him with a single strike. The two attacks collided in an instant, producing a thunderous sound. What is this power? Just a simple direct collision, and his body was already at its limit. The T-Pig's expression changed as he felt Arthas's power multiply. Gritting his teeth, he still could not avoid being struck down from the air. Thud! The T-Pig hit the ground, creating a small, uneven pit in the shape of his body. Ignoring the pain from the impact, he immediately stood up and looked to the sky, only to find that Arthas had already disappeared. Damn it! He slammed his fist down onto the ground. In a dark alley within the entertainment city, where one could glimpse the tips of the castle towers, a young boy knelt on the ground, his emotions so agitated that he seemed to be losing his mind. His hands trembled as he covered his face in madness. How dare anyone in this world openly slay the celestial dragons, and in such a cruel manner? Those so-called divine, celestial dragons were skewered like kebabs by that man. It's truly admirable. Is this era about to witness a new revolution? My God, how can such a person exist, under such immense pressure of authority? How dare he commit such a grand act? The boy was nearly driven insane upon witnessing Arthas personally slay a god. His whole body trembled with excitement. Apart from a sickly smile and a mad demeanor, he couldn't find words to describe the reverence swelling in his heart. I want to follow him. I must become that man's loyal subordinate. Even if he treats me like a dog, I would willingly accept. The boy was thin and ragged, resembling a dying person who had suffered countless hardships. Having once abandoned his life, in that moment his will to survive and his goals were awakened, and he found meaning and purpose to live in this world. He gazed at the sky and saw Arthas moving like a shadow of a sword across the rooftops, struggling to rise and run in the direction he was headed. He ran desperately, just to see the face of the man who ignited his will to live. Wait for me. I must survive. His eyes blurred, and he reached out, trying to grasp Arthas. Like a dying ant, he pursued with all his might. Hey, can I also become a Shikigami? Can I live like that too? Until he reached the port, a powerful shock of battle nearly knocked him unconscious. Stop him. We can't let him set sail. The port soldiers clashed violently with Arthas. As the boy's consciousness faded, he opened his eyes to see Arthas in a black robe and black hair, swinging his blade, sending a Navy soldier flying toward him. The injured soldier landed beside him. Boom! The air exploded from Arthas's incredible speed, and in a swift turn, he was beside the boy, slashing down the Navy soldier next to him. Arthas frowned and glanced sideways at the boy, immediately raising his blade as if to strike him. Savior! The boy quickly extended his hands, displaying a mad smile full of reverence, like a mayfly gazing up at a great tree. Can I follow you? The boy rasped, addressing Arthas. The boy looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. He was incredibly youthful and ordinary in appearance, with cracked lips and a sunken abdomen. Resembling a child who hadn't eaten or drunk water for several days, his life force weak. Arthas merely looked at him with indifference. Another tragic soul? How do you expect to follow me like this? With that, Arthas turned and left. Useless people are just a burden. If he were a historical figure, he might have considered it. Watching Arthas leave, the boy gathered his last bit of strength and shouted, I will do my best. I will survive until you take me in, no matter what. Good luck. We are all survivors, Arthas replied without looking back. The boy's eyes instantly filled with light. He hadn't expected Arthas to lower himself to speak to him as an equal. In every street and alley of the city, countless people were packing their belongings and rushing to various ports. Everyone knew that staying in this city could cost them their lives. The incident of the celestial dragons being killed had not yet spread widely. All the family buildings near the castle where the celestial dragons resided were under the control of the Navy. The news was almost completely sealed off. In the waters of the port, a small ball that had been lurking for a long time caught the scent of Arthas and immediately surfaced. It began to call out, frantically splashing with its claws, making a whimpering noise that attracted Arthas's attention. Little guy, seeing the small ball belonging to Arthas, I felt my worries ease. I welcomed him with immense joy. Let's go back. I have something to do. Arthas dove into the sea, swimming towards his boat, following the direction of the small ball. I want to live. I want to live. The entire city was engulfed in an unending fire. Panic continued to spread. Some people even jumped into the sea in a rush to escape before boarding the boats. Others took advantage of the chaos to break into luxury shops and loot. The homeless man, ruined by gambling, quietly rose at this moment. It was already a city with a very high crime rate, now completely plunged into chaos. 1,000 meters offshore, the round moon reflected on the water surface near Arthas's small boat. A sound of breathing came from nearby, and he and the little ball surfaced, just as Robin was about to untie the chains on Peach Rabbit. He turned his head and saw Alsace climbing up the stern of the ship. Brother. Robin was taken aback, accidentally twisting the key in her hand. The lock securing the ship's anchor was instantly opened. Seeing this, Guillaume quickly freed himself from his restraints and, in an instant, lunged at her like a fierce beast. Bang! Ah! Guillaume's throat tightened as she let out a painful wail. Before she could reach Robin, her neck was suddenly caught by Alsace, forcefully pressing her down onto the deck. The small boat suddenly sank. "What are you doing, Robin?" Alsace sat on Peach Rabbit's waist, with his left hand restraining her left hand and his right foot stepping on her right hand, firmly holding her down as he questioned Robin. Robin didn't know how to explain, being swayed by Guillaume Momotaro's words. "You're back. That means..." The distressed Momotaro turned to Alsace, her eyes suddenly filled with terror and unease. "You guessed correctly, that celestial dragon was stabbed through the chest and died by my hand." What Momotaro never expected was that the person behind her not only was unharmed, but also looked very energetic. What exactly happened? She had no idea. "Robin, I want to hear your explanation later." Alsace couldn't quite believe that Robin, with her intelligence, actually untied Momotaro. What was she thinking? Hearing about the celestial dragon's death from Alsace, Momotaro stopped resisting, collapsing onto the deck, looking powerless. First, there was the 15-year-old Barrett who destroyed a nation. And now, there was the 15-year-old madman who killed a celestial dragon. Noticing that Momotaro had completely darkened, Alsace smiled playfully. He flipped her over, sitting cross-legged on his abdomen, staring intently into her eyes. "What's wrong, little princess? You don't think that Chibuta and Kaki can stop me from acting, do you?" Momotaro closed her eyes, her profile pressed against the deck, not saying another word. Her heart felt like dead silence, allowing herself to be slaughtered. This stubborn appearance piqued Alsace's interest. Having just finished a battle and acquiring a heart as solid as a rock, he felt he had gained quite a lot. "Hey," Alsace whispered close to her ear, casually calling her name. "Is this a compromise, Pink Bunny?" The Peach Bunny's face twitched slightly at the failed mission, but she remained silent. Behind them, Robin was at a loss, turning away with a hint of guilt for believing Peach Bunny slander. He had underestimated Alsace's strength and intelligence. "Your youthful looks, combined with that beauty mark, are truly captivating." Faced with Alsace's teasing, Peach Bunny's breathing grew increasingly rapid, yet she showed no sign of yielding. "So, have you thought about what I mentioned before? Being my little concubine by my side, I would take good care of you." Was that rapid breathing a sign of inner turmoil, playing hard to get? Alsace sans cette Peach Bunny's émotion. He deliberately lifted her and walked toward the cabin, instructing classmate Xiao Ai to steer the boat away from the area. He casually said, "Robin, you, and Xiao Qiu keep an eye on the boat." "Hey!" Peach Rabbit could no longer hold back, opening her eyes wide and shouting, "What do you want to do to me? Is there even a need to ask? Your appearance has successfully captivated me, and I want to pamper you a bit to test your flavor." Alsace did not shy away and directly stated what he wanted to do. "Huh, you killed the celestial dragons, and you still want to do such things? Aren't you going to consider what you should do next? It's not too late to think about that after I enjoy your delicate appearance." The moment she entered the cabin, Peach Rabbit fiercely grabbed the wooden door with her hand in resistance, her face flushed and her voice hoarse. "You're crazy. A madman. Ha ha ha. You seem to like madmen, don't you? Chowdhuin told me that he confessed to you 71 times, and you rejected him every time." Tao Rabbit was taken aback. "But every time I tease you, it seems like you go along with me, you cooperate with me. Do you like the carefree nature of this young master? Nonsense. As a naval officer, how could I possibly like an evil pirate like you? What are you going to do?" Robin stared in disbelief at the dramatic scene unfolding before her. It almost didn't seem dramatic. Little Ball stretched its neck beside them, teeth chattering in excitement, and shouted, "Mother Badger!" Bang! Until Tao Rabbit was pulled into the cabin by the just-returned Alsace, who then locked the cabin door tightly. Inside the cabin, Alsace tossed Guillaume Tao Rabbit up. Due to her larger size, the bed couldn't accommodate her at all. Alsace grabbed the blanket and threw it on the floor, continuing to stare at her, and said, "Put it underneath, it might get intense later and hurt you." You are so bold." Seeing that Alsace was serious, her cheeks flushed pink, glowing charmingly, looking very cute as she shrank into the corner of the wall. Alsace began to take off the black robe soaked in seawater, turned around, and walked towards her with bare arms. "Look at your delicate and shy demeanor, with just a hint of struggle and stubbornness. Wouldn't that man be moved? I am a sister of Vice Admiral Crane." At this moment, she didn't even dare to look directly at Alsace. Her cheeks flushed. She suddenly turned away and huddled in the corner. It was easy to see that she was a woman with no experience, extremely shy. "The celestial dragons have been killed. Am I still afraid of Vice Admiral?" Alsace reached out to caress Tao Rabbit, slowly sliding from her calf to her strong thigh. Upon discovering a scorpion tattoo on the outer side of her thigh, he frowned slightly. He was indeed afraid of Vice Admiral Crane in the Navy. Thinking about her abilities that could cleanse others made him a bit scared. Well, just as Tao 2 let out a soft moan. She felt a powerful kick to her body. Alsace kicked her, along with her sword, out of the cabin and off the small boat. It wasn't until she fell into the sea that Guillaume Tao 2 realized what had happened. In the water, she grasped her golden sword, confused. She surfaced and saw Alsace standing at the bow of the boat, looking down at her with a blank expression. You wretched woman. Bastard, are you insulting me? Think carefully about what I said before. Come back when you've figured it out, and then I'll indulge you. You crazy man. You wretched person. You who toys with women. Tao 2 shouted angrily, cursing in the sea like a shrew. As a woman, she felt greatly insulted at this moment. Woman? You don't look like you have any experience at all. How could you be considered a woman? Alsace smiled mockingly at her. I killed you. Tao Rabbit tightened the handle of the knife, wanting to swing it to cut down Arthas's ship, but immediately fell into hesitation and plunged into the sea, swimming toward the island. As for why she let go of Shurjin, it was Arthas's way of fishing with a long line. This long line was her, and this fish was also her. Brother, hearing Robin's call, Arthas turned to look at her. What were you thinking? How dare you untie her without my permission before I returned? She said many things against your military actions, and I'm worried. Arthas, with his eyes narrowed in silence, listened to Robin's words without responding further. His silence suddenly made Robin feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Back in the cabin, Arthas walked to the mirror to look at his reflection. A handsome young man, dashing and elegant, gazing at himself sleeplessly at night. What a handsome guy. Just after admiring himself, Arthas knew it was time to leave the West Sea region. Robin quietly entered, crouching in a corner like a child who had done something wrong. Murmuring, I was wrong, brother. He found it hard to grasp Robin's current personality and sighed. Do you know why I fight so hard to protect you? Like or not, after going through some things, Arthas realized that Robin's true inner self was still not mature enough. Perhaps he had changed Robin, illuminating her darkness. Why? Robin looked up from the corner, her gaze somewhat dazed. Arthas stepped in front of her and gently caressed her face. The faith to survive. I have no one familiar in this world anymore, just like you. And I am an ordinary person who needs various complex emotions to keep me awake at all times. To know what to do and what not to do. Without any attachments, someone like Arthas, who understands the true history of this world and has witnessed its darkness firsthand, could become a terrifying killing machine on his path to his goals. Even now, he has already shown many self-serving actions without regard for the consequences. He can't suppress his impulses, especially towards the celestial dragons. But why choose me? Robin's pupils gradually dilated, once again falling into incomprehensible thoughts. It's better to be enemies with the whole world sooner rather than later. Arthas stared into Robin's eyes and answered her. Such domineering words, if spoken by someone else, Robin would absolutely dismiss them as ridiculous. But coming from Arthas, she felt shock. Who dares to say such things on the sea? The strongest man in the world today. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, or the Rocks pirates from the old era, who sought powerful bloodlines and formidable creatures. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin? No one dares to say it. I misspoke. It's the world government. Arthas suddenly changed his tone, but recalling Dragon's hostility earlier, he continued. However, it seems there's not much difference. Or perhaps it was his fondness for the original characters that made him forgive Robin time and again. Building a good relationship with this woman, who would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful forces in the future, has no downside. He was certain that before the main story began, his strength would amaze everyone. Suffering in this world was different for him. Suffering was no longer absolute misery, but a remedy that nourished his will and strength. All right, stop overthinking. Seeing Robin gloomy and downcast, Arthas flicked her forehead and smiled. Since I've decided you are my sister, then you deserve to be spoiled by me. From now on, you must distinguish between what should be done and what should not. That hurts. Robin covered her forehead and, seeing that Alsace was not angry, scolded, Idiot Alsace. Don't be fooled by my ease. I really killed a celestial dragon. Although it seems like I'm joking around, I'm actually quite anxious inside. Who will come next? Akiji? Akainu? Kizaru? Or those unknown powerful Navy officers who haven't appeared yet? There shouldn't be a law stating that a Marine Admiral will be dispatched for beating a celestial dragon yet. On the surface, only Sengoku is assisting Steelbone Kong in managing the Navy. How could they possibly send an admiral? He is already prepared to bear the consequences. On the turbulent waters off Kanjar Island, many ships quickly set sail to escape this country, not wanting to get involved in the trouble. The Navy's support arrived hours later. The sky gradually brightened. "Don't come closer." In the heavily militarized city ahead, a soldier, drenched, stopped Colonel Guillaume as she made her way to the city center. "Colonel Guillaume, you are not." The soldiers immediately let her pass the moment they recognized her. At 15, Tina was still shaken when she discovered that Peach Rabbit had returned. She immediately ran forward and hugged her tightly. After holding the crying Tina, the scene of covered corpses with white cloth on the ground left the soldiers extremely serious. "Where's the tea, pig?" she asked softly, her emotions rising. Inside the castle, Nadi responded to Taudu, prompting her to walk towards the castle. To verify the truth of what Alsace had said, she felt it was necessary to see the corpse of the celestial dragon for herself. With a heavy expression, she traversed the street lined with nearly 1,000 corpses, arriving at the castle where the celestial dragons resided. There, she saw Kaji, bare-chested and sitting cross-legged on the ground, covering his knee while sitting in front of corpse. Upon seeing the shattered fishbowl-like helmet and the familiar attire of the world noble, her heart trembled. Next to him were 3 bodyguards, wrapped in bandages and in pain from severe injuries. Shinobu Gion Mamataro quietly called out to Chibuta from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Chaki quickly turned around and saw Gion Mamataro's eyes wide open. "Gion, weren't you captured?" Facing the question, Mamataro hesitated for a moment before choosing to lie. "When that guy left, I escaped from Nico Robin." The scene before her made the shock in her heart hard to calm. The death of the celestial dragon seemed so casually mentioned by that man. Mamataro recalled how Alsace had told her at that time, as if it were a light-hearted conversation. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Did that bastard do anything to you?" Chaki got up and approached Gion, beginning to check her body. Aside from looking a bit disheveled and showing signs of being soaked in seawater, she appeared to have no visible injuries. "No." Gion shook his head, indicating that there was no major issue. The responsibility for this accident, without a doubt, lies entirely with Chibuta Kaki and Gion Mamatatsu. Suddenly, the CP bodyguard of the celestial dragons spoke up. Upon hearing this, the two immediately became serious. "Why? Have you bodyguards done your duty?" Kaki retorted with a stern expression. With this question, the celestial dragon's bodyguard fell silent, unable to refute anything since they had been taken down in one blow. A soldier carrying documents arrived to report, saluting. The casualty count is approximately over 1,200, with more than 900 dead and over 300 injured, mostly male soldiers. "What about the civilians?" Kei asked again. "The urban civilians, aside from the panic and riots, were not harmed in this battle." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Cake finally let out a sigh of relief. It's shocking to think about the casualties among his own soldiers. Someone like Alsace can no longer be dealt with by ordinary elites. Heavy troops are not something they have the authority to deploy. Only those who could defeat him can capture him. "I understand now. It's time to prepare for the return journey." He sat down again, covering his troubled face and sinking into his own emotions. Is there a need to suppress the rioting crowds in the city? Many people are forming factions, robbing and killing to assert dominance. Of course, the safety of the civilians must come first. Cake affirmed. "Hey, Gaki." Mamatsu calmed Tina's emotions and sat down against a nearby building, hugging her sword. "What should we do? How do we report back this time?" Kaki sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. "I won't run away, Shigeyama. Let it be, love it or hate it. I'm a soldier." The young Kaki wasn't like his future middle-aged self. He was a spirited officer with his own beliefs. "Did you do all of that?" Shigeyama asked, looking at the pile of corpses. "Ah, indeed, what a monster." The more he fought, the braver he became. In the end, even I couldn't see his sword's speed clearly, and Kaki, ready to die for this battle, felt deeply moved. Despite having combat intelligence provided by Qing, we couldn't gain any advantage against Alsace. "Tell me, if there was no darkness, would light be even darker?" Mamatsu said to Kaki, recalling what Alsace had told her. "Is it darkness that needs light, or light that needs darkness?" The answer she received from Alsace was, "Once light loses darkness, the ugliness of light will far exceed that of darkness. Without darkness, who would cover the evil side of light?" She didn't understand it back then, but now it felt like she was talking to a man with rich experiences. She was only 15. "Why have you become so sentimental, Shigeyama? This isn't like you." Kaki noticed Shigeyama's change, wondering what kind of magic Alsace had. "Never mind, it's nothing." After thousands of support soldiers arrived and suppressed the riots in the city, Mamatsu and Chibuta finally set sail back on the Grand Line. The mission failed, and the casualties were heavy. Days later, near Marineford on the Grand Line, there was a cemetery island specifically for burying families. Over 1,000 new tombstones were added, and the families of the soldiers cried out in agony, their sorrow filling the air. The gods and men were both enraged. That demon would surely face divine punishment. Absolutely. Absolutely, the entire navy participating in the pursuit of Alsace took part in the mourning ceremony. Every soldier is a living person with their own family, lovers, and wives. They're also a group of poor souls blinded by the mist. You've been acting strange these days. Guillaume, what exactly happened? I don't know. Guillaume didn't want to tell Kaki. Now all she can think about is Alsace. After spending a few days with him, years of confusion were unraveled with just a few words. He kissed you, right? Kaki felt a bit jealous. Don't say that. I was captured at the time, and you know the viciousness of the pirates. She deliberately avoided Kaki's words, unwilling to admit that she was overwhelmed by Alsace's domineering presence. Even fell for him, feeling for the first time like a weak woman. But at the critical moment, she was kicked out. It's hard to figure out Alsace. The government's inquiry came down quickly. Although the news of the celestial dragons being killed was sealed, it inevitably spread beyond the seas. It was Kaki's actions that saved that city from destruction. However, it also lost its former charm. The city, after being suppressed, turned into a no-man's land. People were willing to do anything to survive on the island. Several days passed. In a spacious castle hall in Marineford on the Red Soil continent, the Kankara Entertainment City has turned into a no-man's land. The news still got reported. How should Kaki, who was in charge of this operation, handle it? The 5 highest authorities in the world looked extremely serious, holding newspapers while watching the senior naval officials from various departments. Head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Black Horse. Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong. And the current admiral overseeing security across all seas, Warring States. Carp Tsuru. And other high-ranking naval officials gathered around the conference table in this room. We are shocked and surprised by this matter. Can the death of the celestial dragons be entirely blamed on them? Warring States immediately spoke up, defending the Navy's future. The 5 elders undoubtedly wanted to find someone to appease the internal affairs of the celestial dragons, to give them an explanation. In such a high-level meeting, the usually free-spirited Carp showed no decorum. With a wine glass in one hand and a chunk of meat in the other, he was stuffing his face. Chewing his food, he stuttered. That's right, those 2 sailors are rare geniuses, and they've already done their best. The white-haired Vice Admiral Tsuru, holding a newspaper and crossing her legs, also spoke. The newspaper does not report any facts about the celestial dragons being killed. If you forcefully pursue this matter, you can't target them, right? Are you trying to sacrifice the Navy's future? Carp and Kaki have connections, and Guillaume is Tsuru's sister. They're all connected. Now, they're the pillars of the Navy. For a moment, the 5 elders had no way to deal with them. Don't forget, you are merely a facade of the government. At this moment, the fleet admiral sitting at the center of the 5 elders spoke up. He had a majestic posture, unmatched firmness. With a serious expression and his arms crossed, he said, the sacrifice of over 1,000 soldiers is not enough to demonstrate the Navy's loyalty to the government. Steve Bunkong, you should understand what the death of the celestial dragons means. Last time it was that monster, Wald, forcing Carp and Warring States to act. This time, it's a stinky brat ruining our reputation. Times are changing. If they want to hold power and settle down all over the world, then you must be prepared for this. The entire Navy denied the government's intention to sanction Kaki and Guillaume regarding this matter. We cannot let 2 great geniuses be buried because of a single mission, becoming prisoners of the celestial dragons. The momentum of the meeting was almost one-sided, leaning towards the Navy. The 5 elders had no way to counter it. They could not cut military spending. Otherwise, the pirates would not be suppressed. Suppressing the Navy? That is even less possible now. Warring States, Steelbone Kong, and the legendary hero Carp, who was shaping the Navy's morale, along with Tsuru and others, all opposed this. They found themselves in a difficult position. Let the warlords move. If the pirates fight among themselves, it can reduce our casualties. Warring States proposed. Recently, a new warlord has joined, and it just so happens to be useful. Akiji wrote to us. One of the 5 elders spoke. He said he would take the initiative to hunt down this man, Alsace. Warring States frowned, looking serious. With his terrifying power to freeze the sea, it should be very easy for him, right? Let us send him to supervise the warlords? Warring States originally wanted to use Akainu or Kizaru, but now it seems hopeless. Kizaru has been assigned by the government to do some unspeakable tasks. Akainu is at the forefront of the battlefield in the New World. As you wish, Warring States replied. His current workload far exceeds that of the fleet admiral. His prestige is even higher than that of Steelbone Kong, and the government does not dare to do anything to him. 3 years ago, he personally took on the matter of Akiji letting Robin go. Now, perhaps out of guilt for O'Hara. It can be said that he was responsible for the deaths of all the beings on O'Hara Island, because at that time, warring states gave the transponder snail that initiated the extermination order to Spandam. He is also an unforgivable person. The meeting ended unfavorably. Ultimately, those who suffered were the 3 CP bodyguards who failed to protect the celestial dragons. After the confrontation with the 5 elders, all high-ranking naval officials returned to headquarters to busy themselves with their work. In Marineford, Vice Admiral Tsuru returned to her office. She opened the door and walked in, only to find Guion, dressed in a justice cloak, standing alone in the middle of the office. "Sister, what's wrong, Shigeyuin? Do you have something on your mind? Has the celestial dragon incident been resolved?" She was eager to know. "This incident is not your fault. Their own mistakes should be paid for by themselves." Tsuru and Shigeyuin sat on the ground. Shigeyuin handed a filled teacup to Tsuru, her face full of gloom as she asked, "Sister, what is our justice really about?" Tsuru looked into Shigeyuin's eyes and took a sip of tea. "It's about capturing evil pirates. What are you thinking? Something has fell off since we returned. But do we really need to target that pirate called Alsace? Of course, pirates must be captured and severely punished. Don't think too much, just fulfill your duties." As Tsuru's sister, Shigeyuin respected her immensely at that moment. Some thoughts in her mind were not expressed immediately. She pinched her thigh, hesitated for a long time, and spoke. "Why does the government promote that Nico Robin is the child of the devil? That little girl as true appearance isn't, as the rumors say, sister." Noticing that Shigeyuin had brought up a sensitive topic, Tsuru continued to respond. "You saw her when you were captured by that guy, right? Don't be deceived by appearances. A pirate is a pirate, and there is a reason they're defined as the child of the devil. For example, the world government. The truth about the non-member countries of the pirate era." Hearing these words, Tsuru put down her teacup, feeling incredulous. "Shigeyuin, no matter what that little brat told you, don't believe it. Pirates and the Navy are eternal enemies, and as a soldier of justice, you shouldn't." "But sister," Shigeyuin interrupted Tsuru's admonishment, "our justice is built on the massacre. You should know very well what the celestial dragons have done, right?" Tsuru's pupils dilated, feeling somewhat incredulous. "Every time I ask you political questions, you never choose to answer directly. Do you think I'm still a child?" "Shigeyuin, there are many things you don't need to know too much about right now. So, I can only listen like a tool and follow orders. I've already felt in various missions that the things I encounter are gradually becoming inverted. For example, I even investigated the O'Hara incident and the disappearance of several non-member countries. It all feels absurd." The atmosphere in the room began to heat up as Tsuru, the Vice Admiral, stared at her beloved sister, feeling increasingly unsettled, even shocked. "Tell me, sister, what am I really pursuing? Take the O'Hara incident, for example. It was the Marine Admiral Sengoku who destroyed Nico Robin's hometown, right?" "Stop talking, Shigeyuin." A crisp sound echoed in the room as Tsuru unconsciously slapped Shigeyuin's face with her gloved hand. Shigeyuin covered her face, showing no emotion. Her gaze became even more determined. "It seems my words have touched you, sister." Tsuru retracted her hand, trembling slightly as she handed a handkerchief to Shigeyuin. "You used to always tell me to train well, practice swordsmanship, build physical strength, and uphold the belief in Navy justice. But now I find that this belief is really dark." As her sister, Tsuru also noticed that Shigeyuin had been very gloomy since her return, isolating herself in her room. She didn't expect that she had been pursuing the truth all along. Tsuru's mind immediately analyzed who had told her these truths. Her view of Alsace, the pirate who had just been rewarded a bounty months ago, also changed. "I don't know what that little brat told you, Shigeyuin. None of this is true. Then tell me, why would a boy disregard the safety of the city and kill a celestial dragon? If it's fake, why are those incidents of disappearing countries being hidden?" "That's because of war, sister." "Enough." Guion picked up his knife, stood up in disappointment, and walked towards the door. "I've already heard enough." Sister the Crane reached out to catch her, but the office door had already been decisively closed by Guion. She felt a bit regretful now. Would it have been better if she had told her the truth? Simply hiding it would only make things worse. Because Guion had already learned the truth, but she denied it. Their relationship fell into this kind of conflict for the first time. Peach Bunny took off her justice cloak and returned to the town of Marlin Fando, getting drunk in a military tavern. All the soldiers on leave directed their attention to her beauty. With such dazzling looks, some even approached her to strike up a conversation, but she rejected them all. As missions became more frequent and increasingly devoid of justice, she began to question, what is justice? She looked at the wine in her glass, pondering. She started to seek the answer to justice, investigating the truth behind the disappeared countries. gradually shifting from completing missions through combat to using her beauty to entice those vulgar pirates, pretending to be weak in order to capture them, earning the title of Peach Bunny, which amused everyone. Speaking of weakness, her face flushed slightly as she recalled what Arthas had done to her and the weak side she had truly displayed. That bastard. She slammed her fist on the bar, startling everyone around her. What kind of magic do you have that turned me into this? All the justifications for righteousness, why do they not work on you? It was as if the ignorant faced the truth. Her worldview had completely been overturned in the days she spent with Guion and Arthas, including her view on love. Hey. Just as she was lost in thought, Kaki, who was also on vacation, walked in from outside the tavern. He was holding fresh flowers and was dressed formally as he approached Guion. Kaki, what are you doing here? Guion, I heard you've not been feeling well lately. So, I made a special trip to find you at the Paris Tavern. Why are you looking for me? Shizuan widened her eyes, staring at the bright roses in his hands. Another bouquet, I don't want it. Refusing on the spot didn't stop Kaki from continuing his actions. He knelt on one knee, holding the flowers with both hands, gazing deeply into Shizuan's eyes. Shizuan, I like you. Let me be your only spiritual confidant. That guy Kaki is starting again. How many times has it been? 70 times? Who knows? The residents of Malinfando seem accustomed to such scenes, continuing to drink their alcohol while watching from the side. Is there something beyond spiritual confidence, like a physical confidant? Shizuan made a shocking remark in the tavern. The men in the tavern gasped. Kaki no dead figurosely. You're a good person, Kaki. Shizuan maintained a straight face, rejecting Kaki's 70-second confession on the spot. But I don't like you like this, too rigid. Damn it, I won't give up. Even if it's 100 times, I won't give up. Kaki, feeling unwilling, faced another failed confession. We just aren't on the same path, Kaki. Give up. This is the last time. What do you mean? Jiaji was taken aback, not understanding. Nothing much. Since then, Guion has been contemplating Alsace's proposal in everything she does. Is she being deceived again? Or should she pursue what she seeks? Soon, she gives the Navy an answer. During a patrol mission with Admiral Tsuru, she has a second argument with him, completely rebelling against the Navy. Tsuru wants to stabilize Guion Momotatsu's mindset with other reasons. But for her, who already knows the truth, it undoubtedly causes a second injury, leaving her utterly disappointed in her sister. 2 weeks after the Celestial Dragon incident, in the waters near the upside-down mountain in the West Sea, the rocking sea tosses his small boat. Alsace stands on a 7 warlord ship, grinning and holding the latest newspaper. Is it through defection? Impressive. The Navy will lose a candidate admiral in the future. What method did you use, brother? You seem to understand women very well. Upon learning of Guion Momotatsu's rebellion, Robin is shocked and speechless. This is your brother's charm. Robin glanced at the bodies around her. Once you master the 6 forms, I won't have to protect you all the time anymore. Robin didn't know where Arthas got the training method for the 6 forms. She had become accustomed to the strange events surrounding him. This is the effect of subversion. The 7 warlords and the world government must be out of their minds to test the waters with scum like you. The man under his feet was the first 7 warlord ordered to come and take him down. A completely unfamiliar face, Arthas did not recognize him. I'm a great pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries on the Grand Line. How could I be defeated in a place like this? The man beneath Arthas struggled madly, using all his strength, but could not lift his body. A pitiful creature used as a testing tool. I'm a good person. I'll send you on your way. With a swift motion, a knife cut across his neck, ending his life. In an instant, a chill enveloped the sea, and the surging waters began to freeze. The world of ice and snow stretched endlessly. This ability, Arthas looked towards the source of the cold. Boom! Suddenly, before he could react, the ice layer beneath him collapsed, the weight of 10,000 genes pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. The entire ship's hull shattered and collapsed. Robin, who was beside Arthas, fell painfully onto the ice layer. His body felt as if it were about to be crushed by this ability. There were others exuding hostility. The man who approached resembled a tiger, looking very serious with dense fur. His eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Arthas. What? This ability? The supervising rode a bicycle and came alone. He looked up at the sky, sensing a man with an aura that matched his own. A capable warrior? Was alert and shocked. He had never seen such a formidable person at sea. Bang! The pressure-laden ice layer, covered in black shadows, was shattered by a fierce stomp from Arthas, breaking the ability. Robin. He lifted the broken shipboard, holding Robin in his arms. Cough, cough. That ability is gravity, brother. It's the ability of the gravity devil fruit. Besides the future Admiral Fujitora, Who else in this world possesses this fruit? He certainly knows. His calm expression gradually turned anxious as he looked at the injured Robin. And Alsace felt a bit angry, but he didn't show it too obviously. Little ball, pick up Robin and run away. The small ball immediately complied. In the distance, Akiji and the figure in the sky faced off against each other, the tension thick with hostility. The sea was frozen, and ships could not sail. After a slight adjustment of his mindset, Alsace pointed his knife at the figure in the sky. What grievances do I have with you? The young Fujitora had not yet lost his sight. As a person who roamed the world with justice and loved to gamble, he concealed his strength well. He was known for his flirtatious nature and could get along with many women. Then let's get straight to justice. That tragic incident at the entertainment city was caused by you, right? So what? They blocked my way. Those related to me have suffered from your evil deeds. Be prepared for the consequences. Alsace scoffed. So you came to find me, ready for revenge? Hey, the Navy is on official duty. Please don't interfere, okay? Akiji's name was already famous across the sea, and the figure in the sky naturally recognized him. Please let me settle my personal matters first, and then the Navy can interfere. The figure in the sky charged forward with a knife. He leaped from the flying stone with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached Alsace and swung his knife. Alsace chose not to confront directly and quickly sidestepped to avoid the attack. Did that gambling city really have someone he cared about? The strike missed, and the figure in the sky applied gravity to the ice layer. The surrounding ice surface instantly collapsed but did not affect Alsace. Boom! Before the figure in the sky could withdraw his blade, Alsace stepped on it. In that moment, all the gravity transmitted through the knife disappeared under the influence of ghostly energy. The figure in the sky was startled, not knowing what had happened. He did not understand Alsace's abilities. I think I understand now, Alsace said with a smile. With my character and way of doing things, no one would be willing to support my ambition. Even if alone, I will tread through the snow to the mountain peak. He wanted to recruit Fujitora, Mihawk, and other historical powerhouses who had not yet joined any forces to build an unshakable power. Now it seemed he had no opportunity at all. Alsace thrust his knife toward the figure's head, aiming to kill him without hesitation. However, his body was lifted into the air by the figure's terrifying power. Well, this is unexpected, but discovering such strong individuals in the common folk isn't a bad thing. Akiji sat on the ground and then laid down to watch the battle. Flash! In the air, Arthas slashed towards Yixiao with a speed as fast as lightning. The moment the blade's light approached Yixiao, it was caught by the blade in his hand. The scent on you is as evil as a malevolent spirit, Yixiao commented as he blocked the attack. Is that the 6 dials? Akiji was shocked in his heart. So strong. Arthas exerted all his strength, but couldn't shake Yixiao. He could only retreat and create distance. If this is all your strength, you might meet your end here today, Yixiao said, completely unfazed by the pressure, his eyes fixed on Arthas. Me? The guy who disrupts the lives of the people in the sea doesn't need to live on this ocean. Before even joining the Navy, he already had a sense of justice in his heart with just a smile. Arthas gritted his teeth, gripping the Azura demon mask in his hand. The demon mask? Akiji furrowed his brows seriously, sensing that something was off. You hurt my sister, so how should I settle the score with you? Just in time to try my new technique on you. In this world where strength reigned supreme, Arthas wouldn't waste words. Now that he had power, he would let his blade do the talking. After being at sea for so long, it was the first time someone had injured her in front of him. The moment the mask was put on, a violent aura erupted from Arthas. Boom! Terrifying gravity was released beneath Arthas's feet. Akiji, who tried to use gravity to trap Arthas with a smile, was stunned at that moment. Arthas within the gravitational field remained unaffected. The powers of the devil fruit were completely isolated outside his body. The one who should be prepared is you. The moment the mask was worn, negative emotions were released as energy and compressed back into Arthas's body. His power suddenly exploded, and the previously calm Akiji and the smiling figure became serious in an instant. A violent storm surged from Arthas's body, as if an inexhaustible force was continuously enhancing his strength. His momentum was even higher than when he was in the Flower Country. Is this for real? Hey. Akiji stood up, shocked, staring at him. This aura was quite different from the information. How could someone who caused a city to fall in a panic have only that level of strength? On the boundless ice field, the smiling figure was shocked by Arthas's sudden increase in power, weapon held in front, extremely vigilant. Try to block it again, old dang. Arthas instantly sheathed his sword. The charged force caused the ice layer to crack like a spider web. The The smiling figure felt the terrifying area of the ice field sink down. A drop of cold sweat unconsciously trickled down his forehead. It felt like staring at a true demon. The effects of the Azura demon mask began to take effect, and Arthas started to behave abnormally. Even his smile made people tremble all over as he roared, "Ha! With my rage, awaken the demons!" Boom! The earth shattered as Arthas unsheathed his sword in a flash. With a clang, the collision of weapons instantly pierced through the smiling figure's body. The smiling figure was shocked, feeling a tremendous force push him back, his body becoming unstable and leaning backward. In a daze, a phantom close to his true strength launched another attack on the smiling figure. The smiling figure used gravity to increase his own weight to stabilize himself and quickly turn around. But he felt a fierce pain in his waist. He had just been slashed. When did that happen? He clearly felt that he had blocked it. Turning around, he saw that the phantom created by Arthas using his plateau bloodline was already close in front of him. He released gravity on the sword to block, but he still couldn't defend against the terrifyingly powerful thrust. His body was suddenly sent flying into the air by the phantom strike. Cough! What kind of technique is this? Violent, brutal, even with a hint of darkness. The main body and the phantom, one in the air and one on the ground. Both aimed at the smiling figure in midair, transforming their bodies into spinning top-like slashes. The sword's edge drew a long arc in the air, and the combined attack was like two dragons playing with a pearl, devouring the smiling figure. The severely injured smiling figure let out a mournful cry, unable to withstand the suddenly increased strength of Arthas. The phantom landed and dissipated, while the airborne Arthas once again unleashed a flying slash aimed at the back of the smiling figure. The smiling figure raised his weapon behind him, but was pushed into the ice layer beneath by the terrifying force of the slash. Boom! The already shattered ice field nearby began to collapse on a large scale, causing a wave of cold air to swirl around, wielding the ghostly shadow, slaughtering all living beings. In the darkness, I am the ruler, I am the demon. I am the embodiment of destruction. My wrath will burn everything in this world. My call will awaken the sleeping spirits. Fear on the edge of this fury. Ah! Putting on the Azura mask, Arthas severely injured the smiling figure and began to recite things he hadn't even thought of in his mind. His emotions became frenzied, and he swayed but did not lose his dominance, instilling great fear. Akiji, watching from the sidelines, was also shocked and stared seriously. Has he gone mad? It seems that the green pepper has encountered a similar situation before. Arthas knelt down, his expression completely lost in madness. This overwhelming and violent negative emotion made him feel very uncomfortable, but it was precisely these emotions that caused his strength to surge, enabling him to cope with the current situation. His power continued to grow, his aura expanding as if it were endless. You, burdened with sins, smiled as you dragged your injured body out of the ice layer, returning to the ice surface. Blood flowed from 3 wounds beneath your clothing, dripping onto the ice. He gritted his teeth in pain, yet his momentum was even more terrifying than before, no longer underestimating Arthas's strength. I have seen all the suffering in the world, walking through every island of sin in the sea, acting justly, and it is because of people like you, burdened with sins, that I find it unbearable to face this world. As he spoke, Arthas snapped his fingers with his left hand. The violent energy from his Highland bloodline instantly ignited throughout his body, splitting off phantoms that slashed towards him. The attack struck again, and with a fierce swing of his knife, you caused the surrounding world to tremble violently. Countless gravitational shadows crushed the icy ground, rushing towards Arthas. When the gravity reached beneath Arthas's feet, he easily countered it with a knife thrust into the ice. As a traveler, he could exploit the weaknesses of these abilities. You began to gather gravity from your entire body, concentrating on your knife as you swung it towards Arthas. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. You unleashed enough gravity to distort space, and without even colliding with Arthas's phantoms, it dissipated the green energy. The distorted space faded into darkness. In Arthas's view, only black and white remained, twisted and compressed under the influence of gravity. Just as the slash reached in front of him, Arthas swung his knife. Upon touching the gravitational slash, his body suddenly sank, his weight increasing dramatically. Boom! Before he could bounce back, your slash erupted in a terrifying explosion before him, obscuring his figure. After the aftermath dissipated, you frowned sharply, quickly slashing behind you. Arthas immediately pressed your staff knife into the ice with his knife fork, then stepped on the blade. Boom! Try lifting it again, You fool who talks endlessly about justice and evil. Arthas looked up at your towering figure. You pulled at your weapon, finding it unmoving, as if a great mountain was pressing down on your knife. Won't you feel guilty for involving others? You questioned helplessly. Guilty? When I'm not fighting, they find all sorts of reasons to make things difficult for me. Do you talk to me about guilt? As he spoke, Arthas's body suddenly swelled, his aura expanding. The power of polarization doubled throughout his body, reaching out towards your eyes. Both of you activated your observation haki simultaneously, as Arthas, whose conqueror's haki had not awakened for long, was naturally not as powerful as you. Now, aside from his physical abilities, his physical strength had been enhanced by the Azura demon mask, while his conqueror's haki remained within his own strength range. You instantly turned to dodge, gathering a gravitational attack in your palm and slapping it towards Arthas. He saw Arthas smile, sensing a life-threatening attack from above. He had to abandon his staff knife and take a big step back to evade Arthas's phantom attack. Arthas picked up your blade from the ice, holding it with both hands as he said, "I will step on their corpses. No, your corpses to climb to the unattainable mountaintop." The green energy phantom pierced through the ice layer, immediately returning to swirl around Arthas. Feeling the situation was tricky without a weapon, you turned to the side and asked Aokiji, "Admiral, aren't you going to make a move? Isn't this your personal matter?" Aokiji responded jokingly, slowly forming an ice blade from the air. Now, only one of the 3 pirates who joined the Shichibukai had arrived, and since Arthas had taken care of him, he had a step in himself. If he didn't suppress him quickly, with that continuously growing momentum, who could stop him? Aokiji walked to your side, looking at you with astonished eyes. "I didn't expect someone like you to exist in the world, well hidden. You made me laugh. I only came to eliminate evil for a woman and the common people on that island. Your ability is quite special. That guy seems to have some power that can restrict devil fruit abilities, but he can still be harmed. I can suppress his troublesome speed the moment you attack him." While speaking, Aokiji launched an attack on Arthas. As a Logia-type user, combined with years of powerful martial arts training alongside Garp, his strength was much greater than yours now. This seems like it would work better with a cyclone slash, Arthas thought, holding 2 knives and staring at the approaching Aokiji. The moment Aokiji entered a 20-meter range, he immediately activated his phantoms to attack, because 20 meters was the limit distance of his Highland bloodline phantoms. Arthas, right? Aokiji's ice blade clashed with a knife fork, and he looked into Arthas's masked eyes. "I only have one question in my mind." Before he could ask, phantoms attacked from behind him. Boom! A hard ice wall rose instantly behind him, blocking Arthas's phantom attack. Why should I protect Nico Robin, right? You can see through people's thoughts? Aokiji was slightly shocked. Damn, this guy's battle awareness is much stronger than yours, Arthas thought, frantically using phantoms to ambush Aokiji, but they were all blocked by the ice walls he summoned. Compared to battling you, it felt more like fighting someone unskilled in using the gravity fruit, with his swordsmanship being superior to his abilities. Well, there's no one else anyway. Your current situation is caused by protecting that girl, you know? If she were no longer your only concern, the restrictions on my humanity would increase, and most of the West Sea would have turned into hell long ago. Such a response shocked Aokiji. From this, he could see that Arthas was a guy completely devoid of any sense of justice, utterly evil. Of course, this was just Aokiji's inner speculation. Letting Robin follow someone like this? Wouldn't that offend the world government at any moment, making them prioritize capturing Robin? The Shichibukai had already obeyed the government's forced orders to hunt you down. Logically, they should have arrived by now, but my ability just delayed them a bit, and also, I'm just a supervisor. Listening to Aokiji's nonsense, Arthas's weapon instantly wrapped in armament haki, pushing him back with a strike. Then he quickly let the haki dissipate from the blade. The current amount of haki was insufficient to sustain a fight against this level of monster. He could only use it bit by bit, lest he exhaust his haki and be unable to strike against his Logia type. The gravity manipulation allows the freezing fruit of air to condense. It's like giving a smile an infinite cannon, controlling the surrounding shards of ice to bombard Arthas continuously. Even a piece of ice as light as a feather can become 100 times its weight under his power. It's truly terrifying. Faced with the 2 future admirals, Arthas feels no fear at this moment. Or rather, in his current mad state, he feels no fear and doesn't know where his extreme limits lie. In the distance, the otter raises the small ball that Robin escaped with in both hands, only able to take her back to a nearby, small boat to hide. Using the medical skills he had secretly learned before, he takes out a small medical kit from the cabin and rushes to Robin's side, anxiously checking her injuries. Cough, cough. Bandaging is useless, small ball. That's for treating external wounds. I'm fine. The damage caused to Robin by gravity was instantaneous. In that moment, her organs were almost crushed, but thankfully Arthas cracked it, allowing her to barely endure. Akiji's ability brings forth the shadow of O'Hara in her mind, and she struggles to get up, showing half her head to observe the battle in the distance. With her own strength, she is utterly powerless. The figures of Akiji and Ismail are clearly shaken by the overwhelming power that Arthas demonstrates with his Shura demon mask. They retreat, hesitating, but Arthas gives them no chance to breathe. Like a fierce dragon, he launches a relentless attack, bombarding them with a storm of blows. In this vast, icebound expanse frozen by Akiji, he fiercely clashes with them. Boom! 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 In the heat of battle, Akiji and Ismail hear the sound of drums beating from Arthas's heart and are astonished, incredibly surprised. Why does a person's heart become louder? Why can it even be heard? It sounds like steel being struck by thunder. This is the sound of his heart beating during training these days. The sound of the heartbeat has resonated in Robin's ears, louder than ever before. Suddenly, with a low roar from Arthas, dozens of blade lights burst forth on the icy battlefield in the distance, gradually forming a layered net. The continuous release of drawing techniques, flash and slash, blooms magnificently in the air. After the moves coalesce, the slashing blade lights generate waves of invisible shockwaves. The exploding blade lights spread outward with the signal of Arthas sheathing his sword, as if an atomic bomb had detonated. Qingji and Yixiao both screamed in agony at the same time as their bodies were engulfed by Arthas's sword techniques. Utilizing the sword-drawing technique, Flash, he swung his sword dozens of times in the air and on the ground. And with the formidable vitality and physical enhancement of Steel of the Heart, he resisted the fatigue brought on by the techniques. During this half-month of training, he had developed a fast technique similar to Atomic Slash. It was as swift as lightning. Previously, every time he used the sword-drawing technique, it would put a certain amount of pressure on his body, but now he could release it continuously without feeling too much fatigue. When did such a guy appear in the West Sea? Qingji felt incredibly embarrassed as he covered his bleeding left chest. In the moment of their confrontation, just now, neither of them expected Arthas to suddenly unleash terrifying swordsmanship. Can a sword-drawing technique be used like this? Compared to the natural-type Qingji, Fujitora was completely washed over by slashes, his robe soaked in blood. Even using observation hockey didn't allow him to block Arthas's techniques unscathed. In an instant, Arthas appeared in front of Yixiao and decisively struck at his eyes. Taking advantage of his moment of injury, he brutally ripped both of Yixiao's eyes from their sockets. Then, Yixiao only felt a wave of immense mental pain surge through him, and his body instinctively rose to cover his face and retreat. Haven't you seen all the suffering in the world? I'll make you blind ahead of time. Arthas grabbed the two eyeballs and crushed them in his palm with force. The eyes sensed a smile that signaled their disappearance, and panic immediately set in. He quickly activated gravity, allowing the ice beneath his feet to lift him into the distance. Want to escape? Haven't you settled your personal grudges? The cost of using the Atomic Slash was triggered at that moment, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Even though the Azura demon face was continuously extracting negative emotions to enhance his strength, it couldn't completely eliminate any side effect from using sword techniques. Just then, a familiar yet strange magnetic laugh echoed nearby. Arthas prepared to rise and deliver a fatal stab with a smile, but suddenly, his back was ambushed and penetrated by a blast of yellow sand, blood immediately splattering from his left shoulder. He clutched his left shoulder in pain and knelt on the ground, looking down at the two people who had suddenly appeared. It was truly an incredible scene. Aren't you going to come out? Bat bastard. Crocodile, don't think I don't know your purpose for coming here, you ambitious bastard. Where's that little girl? Crocodile scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Robin on Arthas's small boat. That's the only girl who can locate the ancient weapons. And Crocodile's scheming gaze was entirely focused on Nico Robin. The Grand Line Upside Down Sea. The red-haired pirate's red force entered the peak of the upside-down river. And from the mountaintop, they could see the distant sea frozen in ice. Beck, is your analysis true? The information from the information brokers must sometimes be inaccurate, right? On the ship, Shanks, wearing a straw hat, stood at the bow with an expectant smile, asking Ben Beckman behind him. That city has turned into a no-go zone in just half a month, and yes, the news of the celestial dragons being killed is true. Let us meet that audacious young man. A new era needs someone like him. Captain, the sea ahead is frozen. Lucky Lu pointed to the distant sea in shock. The only person capable of doing such a thing is probably Aokiji, right? It seems the Navy's actions against that guy have already begun. Let's go create some chaos. Bastard. What if it affects Yuta? Don't go releasing Conqueror's haki recklessly. Not everyone is rushing over. Lu, you stay and guard the ship. I'll go with Jesus, Burgess, and Beck. It's really good. After being injured, Arthas mocked, that hit really hurts, it goes deep to the bone. As he spoke, he quickly gathered power, triggering the plateau bloodline power along with the polarization power. In a flash, he appeared before Crocodile and slashed out. You little brat, who do you think I am? Crocodile immediately predicted Arthas's slash, transforming his body into yellow sand to evade the attack. Dog, Alsace's arm, wrapped with dominance, reached for his natural form. A she-male? You damn little brat. Such words instantly angered Crocodile. He didn't know how this person knew about him and his connection to the revolutionary armies Ivankov. What was there to fear from a scum who had lost and fled, and a pervert who was sometimes male and sometimes female? With the power of the Shura demon mask, he felt completely unafraid of them. The strength of these two guys was in reverse growth. In other words, they were currently at their peak weakening period. Who said I fled? Moria instantly recalled the companions who were destroyed by Kaido in Wano. Both of them were pushed to the brink of fury in an instant. Crocodile, meanwhile, forgot about Robin and was blinded by rage. The battle between Alsace and the warlord was about to break out. As soon as the information about the killing of the celestial dragon spread, many powerful individuals from a sea, including those who would become famous in history, arrived in the West Sea. The ice field created by Aokiji became the main battlefield. Many people would gather here because of what that guy did. The injured Aokiji disappeared into the midst of the fierce battle. Currently, the warlord, Crocodile, and Moonlight Moria replaced him, engaging in intense conflict with Alsace, who wore the Shura demon mask. What are you going to do? In the distance, on Alsace's small boat, Aokiji grabbed the medical kit from his small claw to bandage the wound that Alsace had just inflicted on him. I just came to take a look at you. I didn't expect someone daring to protect you to actually appear on the sea, and their strength is terrifying. Even though Aokiji had no hostility, his approach made Robin feel fear. The reason he sought a way to actively apply to come to the West Sea, no matter what method, was to visit Robin. He absolutely had no intention of capturing her back. In the recent battle, he had already tested the terrifying strength of Alsace. But he knew it must be related to the mask Alsace was wearing. Otherwise, one person's strength couldn't suddenly grow from being looked down upon to being enough to wound him and match another devil fruit user. Are you going to take me away? Hand me over to the government. No. Aokiji immediately denied his position. Taking advantage of the battle between Alsace, he approached Robin to prevent anyone from taking her away. After all, none of the individuals present were weak. Crocodile, who was able to fight to a standstill against Douglas Barrett years ago, and Moria, who had a few days of conflict with Kaido in Wano that ended in a crushing defeat, were both still at a level very close to that of a vice admiral. The battle continued for about an hour, with the two warlords and Alsace exchanging blows, until Shanks arrived with Beckman and Jesus Burgess, breaking Aokiji's relaxed oversight. On the vast ice field, Shanks arrived and, watching the battle among the three, exclaimed, "Has it already begun?" Now still adventuring around the world, he felt that someone who dared to kill celestial dragons must come and face off to learn more. It seemed just like the bounty poster. Black hair, black cloak, but why is he wearing a mask? Beckman, smoking a cigarette, was quite puzzled. This aura is truly unsettling. Is it emanating from him? Jesus Burgess aimed his sniper rifle at Alsace, who was fighting in the distance. Shanks immediately recognized the aura emanating from Arthas as demonic energy. Dividesoha? You might not know what that is, but I encountered it while following Captain Roger. It's a type of haki rarer than Conqueror's haki, right? The experienced Beckman said. That's right. It's a terrifying aura that can stop the powers of devil fruits, even more effective than Conqueror's haki. Shanks introduced his crew, but he doesn't seem to have fully mastered its usage. Aokiji is staring at us, boss. Jesus Burgess reported to the red-haired. After the emergence of the Shanghai group, he personally left Alsace's small ship, returning to his identity as a vice admiral, facing this group of pirates who frequently clash in the New World. Shanks watched the battle in Alsace from a distance, feeling the urge to recruit. Beck, you mentioned wanting to recruit him before, right? That's right. But you didn't want to have anything to do with Nico Robin and refused. Who would want to get involved with her? If necessary, erasing her from this world wouldn't be a bad thing. I'm off to fight now, Shanks said, running towards the center of the battle with his legs spread apart. He had two blades at his waist, being a dual-wielding swordsman. Don't get in my way. Bat bastard. Let me kill him myself. Don't get in my way, crocodile bastard. How dare he insult me? Arriving at the center of the battle, Shanks looked at the frenzied Alsace, unsure of how to control this beast. Drawing his sword, he joined in, shouting, "If I defeat two famous warlords at the same time, will my bounty go up even more?" You are. The arrival of the red-haired pirates. Shanks left both of them stunned. He then distanced himself from Arthas. Shanks, in his younger version. Arthas also stopped his pursuit, holding his swords and looking at the man who suddenly intruded. Renowned as the most charming and strongest user of Conqueror's Haki, the possessor of the Mera Mera Nomi, it seems he hasn't reached that level yet, and he looks somewhat different. He was a dual-wielding swordsman in his youth. "What are you doing here, red-haired?" Crocodile asked loudly. "I came to stir things up. As this adventure is a bit dull," Shanks replied with a smile. "Oh, here we go again." In the distance, Beckman watched this scene and slapped his own face in disbelief. What kind of expression is that, Beck? Is there still a captain here? Bang! In Shanks' moment of distraction, Crocodile's desert sword swung towards him. But after a gunshot rang out, a bullet from Jesus Burgess intercepted it. "It doesn't matter who comes. Anyone in my sight is an enemy," Arthas declared, pointing his sword. "There will be no retreat until I defeat all of you." He knew very well that Aokiji wouldn't harm Robin, so there was no need to worry too much about her for now. He focused on using his demonic power to deal with the immediate troublesome situation. According to Arthas' way of thinking, there was still a 17-year gap from the official timeline. Even if these people were strong, they couldn't be as exaggerated as in the future. The intervening Shanks seemed more like someone helping him share the pressure, while Beckman and Jesus Burgess appeared to just be on the sidelines watching. They were there for emergencies, like providing timely rescue if Shanks got injured. On this vast ice field, Arthas launched a fierce attack at them with his swords, and a chaotic melee ensued. This battle had nothing to do with Robin. It was entirely a one-sided targeting by the government and the Navy against him. In this fight, his gaze was firm and resolute. Facing the still, strong Moria, Crocodile, and the newly emerged Shanks, he felt no fear or hesitation. He fought tenaciously, with each sword swing becoming more exquisite. Relying on the Azura demon face could only hone his combat awareness and experience, while his original strength couldn't achieve a leap in power. As the battle progressed, more and more people joined in. Most came attracted by fame, pirates, navy, and bounty hunters, until the CP agents specifically sent to assassinate Arthas appeared. Robin completely lost Aokiji's protection, forcing Arthas to expend more energy to maintain the illusion to guard her. From the initial 4 people, the battle escalated as various forces rushed in. At first, it was manageable for Arthas, but when a man with an aristocratic aura carrying a black sword joined the fight, the entire direction of the battle changed. An invisible flying slash instantly swept across the ice field, creating a deep chasm. A large number of pirates and navy died instantly from that strike. Keep pretending, keep laughing. Arthas was now completely out of control. Using Haki, he pinned the exhausted Crocodile down on the ice and began to rain down punches on his face. Crocodile let out a miserable cry with each punch he received. Arthas thrust his knife towards his neck, ready to take his life. He exerted his last bit of strength to twist his body, allowing the blade to pierce in his arm. "Nightmare, drink for me." At Arthas's command, the blade in his hand seemed to come alive, crazily sucking Crocodile's blood. The patterns on the knife gradually became intricate, and the blade's design burned like flames. Before long, unbeknownst to him, the quality of the Nightmare was upgraded to a great knife, level 1. In the distance, a man with hawk-like sharp eyes launched a swift flying slash that struck from Arthas's side in the blink of an eye. He had to release the severely injured Crocodile to dodge. Seeing Arthas loosen his grip, Crocodile instantly transformed into sand and fled in a panic. This slash was from Shanks, who turned to look in the direction the slash came from. After more than 2 hours of searching, he finally found the reason for the ship being frozen. Hawkeye Mihawk widened his eyes and immediately became alert. This man, who roams the world at will, often hunts down the Navy. He is incredibly strong and frequently spars with Shanks. "Ha ha ha, Hawkeye. You came for that news, didn't you? It's surprising that a boring man like you would come for such a thing. Crocodile is on the run?" Mihawk observed sideways, finding it somewhat unbelievable. One of them is a master swordsman, and the other is already a swordsman. They can evenly match each other due to their Haki. The battle is becoming increasingly chaotic. In Alsace's mind, things are growing more and more confusing. He doesn't know how many times he has swung his sword or how many times his heart has pounded like a drum. The pain and injuries on his body gradually faded. They transformed into the roars of a desperate fight until he lay alone on the ice. Blood flowed from his body like a river. It was truly a mess. A woman appeared in his blurred vision, revealing her Azura mask, looking at Alsace, who was lying on the ice with blood all over his mouth. Her gaze was desolate, as if covered by thick fog. However, someone who can injure everyone so severely is indeed spine-chilling. What kind of ability do you have? Standing in front of Alsace, speaking, is the traitor to the Navy, Trafalgar Law. Where's Robin? Alsace asked hoarsely. I don't know. There are no living beings around except for corpses. Oh, it seems there's also an animal snoring. The snoring animal is the sea otter, Xiao Qiu, who was knocked out by hockey later on. Alsace self-deprecatingly smiled. I accomplished nothing and even lost my ties. That's right. This is the price of arrogance. Trafalgar's body blocked the sun, standing in front of Alsace. Now, 2 days have passed since the battle conflict. Alsace has long lost all his strength. I am mad. I am arrogant, and I do not regret the path I've taken. Do what you want. He silently closed his eyes, lying in a pool of blood, recalling the things he did to Trafalgar before, and he couldn't expect anything anymore. It's true. I could kill you with one strike, Trafalgar said, but she didn't draw her sword. If she really killed Alsace, she would lose the meaning of rebelling against the Navy. Naturally growing within the Navy, she would absolutely become a person of power and influence. Yet, she was changed by Alsace's few words. Then what kind of path should I take? A female hero who roams the seas and upholds justice? Who would believe a fugitive? She kept talking to herself in front of the seriously injured Alsace. She really wanted this guy in front of her to give her an idea. What she got instead were 2 alternating snores, one high, one low. I really regret it. How can you sleep, you bastard? On the Grand Line, above the surging sea, in the medical cabin of the Red Force, the unconscious Shanks and Mihawk lay on their respective beds recovering. North is the boss, all right. The slash wounds have stabilized, but they'll leave deep scars. Mihawk is in the same situation, said the ship's doctor of the red-haired pirates. I really saw a monster of a boy, with swordsmanship as fast as lightning and a body with extreme vitality. For someone like him, what can a world government do, let alone recruit him? Beckman said, worried about Shank's injuries. Hell demon, it took a wheel battle to defeat him. Jesus Burgess murmured beside him. What does that guy Akiji want with Nico Robin? Isn't she supposed to be handed over to the government? What else can he do? He's a Marine after all. He will never hand that little girl over to the government. Elsewhere on the Grand Line, on an ice road connecting the islands, Akiji had congealed blood at the corner of his mouth, seriously staring at Nico Robin ahead. Walk 3 days forward, and you will reach the civilized city. That extreme man, you absolutely cannot interact with him anymore. Having personally witnessed Alsace's extremity, he felt that Robin staying by Alsace's side would eventually lead to her demise. At this moment, Robin was feeling down, thinking that her fate would harm him. Why? Why do you want to let me go again? I want to go back to find Alsace. No matter what relationship you had before, do not contact him again, Nico Robin. As for me letting you go again, let's consider it a final favor for Saul. As a Logia-type user, Akiji's injuries were much lighter than others. He stood on the frozen sea, staring at Robin as she walked away. At 15, you matched a vice admiral. That boy who protects you will surely make a name for himself across the seas, right? On the endless road, Robin gradually moved away. She took out a white card from her body, looked at it without turning back. I don't want to harm you, brother, forgive me. With Alsace's life card in hand, she finally made up her mind. Days later, in the office of a Marine Admiral, Akiji returned to the Marine headquarters with news, presenting all the events to the wise General Sengoku. The 7 warlords have fled, CP has suffered heavy casualties, and even that swordsman Mihawk and Shanks have escaped heavily injured. Sengoku confirmed the facts in front of Akiji, while noticing the scar on his chest from blade. Even you got injured? Kazan. Facing Sengoku's words, Akiji took a deep breath to adjust his mood. If my hockey were a bit more refined, I might have ended up like Mihawk and Shanks, fleeing in a sorry state with multiple wounds. After receiving confirmation, Sengoku's serious gaze focused on Alsace's bounty. 15 years old, killed a celestial dragon. In the end, this game has led to a significant threat, hasn't it? As a vice admiral, Akiji naturally knew what Sengoku was talking about. He had begun to doubt justice 3 years ago due to Akainu's cold-bloodedness, but he could not abandon his justice and chose to remain in the Navy. I'm not trying to boast or randomly exalt this boy named Alsace. He is extremely dangerous. His thoughts and actions are so extreme that he wants to kill all government personnel, the Navy, and anyone who opposes him. Admiral Sengoku, do you understand what I am saying? Recalling the chaotic battles in the West Sea over those 2 days, even Akiji could not calm his mood. Initially, he could exert power against Alsace, but as time passed, it felt like fighting against a flash of lightning and a shadow of a demon, which was terrifying. Weaker individuals fell under the green sword shadows, while slightly stronger ones fled in terror. The chaos turned into a unified alliance of the Navy and pirates, and only by exerting their utmost could they defeat the Shura-like power that Alsace had unleashed. Assemble the officers in the conference hall to rediscuss the bounty amount for that boy. From now on, I will personally command actions against him. The school officers have become completely useless. Through this incident, it can be analyzed that that man has offended many people. With that thought, Sengoku turned and walked out his office, the justice coat behind him feeling heavier. No matter what happens, he will strategize for the world government. He will not let go of anyone who poses a threat to the government. As for you, Kazan, go back and stop the pirates from expanding their territory. Understood. Please give me 2 days to prepare. Don't doubt the government and justice. I value you highly, Kazan. Explain the situation to your superiors and vent some of the emotions you've been holding back. After the Navy meeting, several days passed. An astonishing bounty newspaper emerged. In the New World, the Whitebeard pirates were occupying a town on an island. As a territory base, providing resources for their pirate crew, a blue phoenix flew from the town to a gigantic sailing ship at the dock, shouting, "Old man, we've taken down all the nobles on the island. Distribute the wealth to everyone in the town and tell them it's a generous gift from me, Whitebeard." The infamous Whitebeard, known alongside Roger, ordered in front of his officers, "From now on, this island will be protected by us, the Whitebeard pirates. All you need to do is provide us with food and maintenance services." "Haha, old man, you always do this." The captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, stood like a small giant at 666 centimeters tall, making anyone who glanced at him tremble involuntarily. The island's residents could hardly believe that such a pirate would not openly plunder the town, but instead generously bestow favors. The townsfolk knelt in gratitude for their lives, watching as the flag of the Whitebeard pirates rose high above the town. Edward Newgate, holding a long sword, stood at the railing of the Moby Dick, Gururara. "As long as you don't resist, as a resource base under my Whitebeard's protection, you will all receive the shelter of my renown. The Navy and government dare not act recklessly in your town, unless they wish to provoke my anger." Having endured a tragic childhood, Whitebeard did not have the habit of slaughtering innocent civilians. Those who survived under the cruel laws of the world government naturally understood how to win the hearts of today as common people. Also for the benefit of his pirate crew. "It's starting again, Marshal D." Teach thought to himself, feeling quite displeased as he walked towards a mess hall. "Hey, Teach, what's wrong with you?" Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, asked him in surprise. "It's nothing, I just feel great for old man. I can't handle so many admiring looks," Teach replied dismissively. "Haha, you're really a strange one. You've been part of this family for 11 years, don't be so distant." After winning the hearts of the people, the entire Whitebeard pirates gathered at the town dock. The townspeople willingly provided them with supplies, preparing for the next voyage. "Dad," a member sent to the town to buy newspapers ran towards the dock, shouting, "There's shocking news from the West Sea." "Shocking news? Is it that little brat from Roger's ship again?" "No, but he's involved." Over the years, Shanks has caused quite a stir, making Whitebeard mistakenly think it's him again. "Show me." After taking the newspaper from his subordinate, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming sharp. "That little brat who rose in the West Sea, along with Shanks and Mihawk, has stirred up such a commotion in just a few months with the Navy and CP's lackeys." The officers all gathered around Whitebeard. "What's going on, Dad?" Marco noticed Whitebeard's unusual silence while looking at the newspaper and flew into the air to focus on its contents. "Isn't this that new guy from before? What happened to his bounty?" He was shocked by the latest bounty from Alsace. 900 million berries? This can't be real, right? Has the Navy lost their minds? A bounty is a symbol of status. Hell's Demon? What's up with that title? That little brat Shanks actually got pushed back. Is the Navy trying to hype this up again? The newspaper's content didn't mention any losses for the Navy or government, only various conflicts between pirates. Even the report of the 7 warlords' disastrous defeat was hidden. Otherwise, Sengoku would have to cut staff. Whitebeard saw through this typical Navy trick in an instant. A bounty represents the level of threat to the world government, and reaching 900 million berries naturally indicates something significant has happened. Gururara, what an impressive little brat. Marco, go find someone to meet him. Hearing this, Teach immediately rushed out of the cabin, shouting, "I'm coming, old man." The shock was not only felt by the Whitebeard pirates, but also by other forces on the sea. Months passed in the calm belt of the West Sea, where there was a cozy village. The morning sun slowly rose, illuminating the entire island. A seagull landed on the signpost at the village dock from the sunny sea. It took out a life card from under its wing and flew towards the target of the delivery. Eventually, it arrived at the eaves of a house on a green lawn in the village, letting out a loud, "Oh ho ho." A lazy voice came from inside the house, where a woman lay in bed holding a bottle of wine. "Go see what is happening outside, you idiot." Hearing the sound, Arthas rushed back, shouldering his unsheathed yasha. Following the guidance of a life card, the seagull confirmed that the target was the human in front of it, dropped the item at his feet, and flew away. Picking up the tightly wrapped long object, Arthas brought it back inside. "So besides sleeping, drinking, and gambling, you want me to do everything else, huh?" The heavily intoxicated Gion Mamaturo, lying in bed in disheveled clothes, softly replied, "I saved your life, you idiot." Arthas. After that battle, Arthas had restrained much of his arrogant and proud personality, reducing many troubles and focusing on his recovery. He was hiding on this island brought by Gion Mamataro. Opening the object, a brand new scabbard came into view. At the entrance of the scabbard, the name Nico was engraved, along with a birthday card. This made him smile as he murmured, "Looks like you're okay, Robin." The scabbard was made from the world tree atom, very sturdy. In the last battle, Arthas clearly realized that even wearing the Azura mask could lead to defeat. There's no absolute invincibility in this world, making him give up excessive reliance on these trump cards. The blade fit perfectly into the scabbard, hanging the sword at his waist. Arthas coldly stared at Gion on the bed. "Do you think I'm young? Dressing like this every day, exposing yourself to entice me? You should have learned about anatomy when you were in the Navy, right?" Sleeping deeply, Jiuan had a flushed complexion and shot a glare at Alsace. "Bastard." Before she could finish her insult, Alsace stepped in front of her mouth, silencing her. For some reason, being around this boy made her feel so wonderful, as if she would never feel bored. Alsace leaned close to her face and warned, "I'm a normal man. Be careful, I might flip your dumpling skin." After that, he released his foot, got dressed, and walked out of the house. "Huh, you trample on the mouth of your lifesaver, heartless guy." The freed Peach Rabbit scolded Alsace angrily. "You take my money to work, and all you do all day is drink, gamble, and train. At least you should pay me back with your body, right? Tonight when you come back, I'll make you satisfied. Let's see if your little body can take it." Just as Alsace walked out the door, he heard this and gritted his teeth, feeling a rush of itchiness in his heart. After so long since he crossed over, his body was still that of a virgin. Coupled with the experiences of being at sea, he had reached his limit of endurance. Suddenly, a sharp pain from his left shoulder made him shake his head and head towards the dock. During the previous battle, his left shoulder had taken a slash from Eagle Eye, almost causing him to lose his left hand. With his physique, he still hadn't recovered until now. This made him realize that if his injuries were too severe, it would leave after effects. On the pleasant morning leading to the dock, Alsace opened his golden finger panel to check his current personal information. His strength was still stuck at Armed Color Swordsman level 1, with no changes. The Iksha had promoted to Great Blade level 1 in the last battle. Various life skills dazzled him. The highest life skill was fishing at level 7. Because he was currently working in this nameless village on the island, he went out to sea to fish every morning, hunting the most dangerous sea beasts as his job. The main purpose was to avoid trouble and not let government personnel discover him, which would affect his recovery, while also lurking long-term to increase his own strength. There was no map of this island on the Navy's charts, but it had trade connections with other islands, selling its fishing harvest to develop the village in the Western Sea. Looking at the gradually rising horizon, he arrived at the dock and saw more than a dozen strong men gathered together. "Oh, he's here, the miraculous Nameless One. Looks like we can catch a sea beast again today, Marco Sim." The sea breeze gently brushed through Alsace's hair. His lips curled slightly as he approached the boats, ready for boarding. Each boat was equipped with 12 fish spears. "Here you go, Nameless One, fine wine." A man named Marco handed a jug of wine to Alsace. This team, specialized in hunting small sea kings, had been thriving since Alsace joined them these past few months. The island he was on was close to the windless zone, where the people and animals were several times stronger than those of ordinary civilizations. "Let's set off. Which sea area are we going to today?" Alsace took the wine jug and jumped onto the boat to sit down. The others exchanged smiles and said to Alsace together, "Hunting the sea dragon at the area near Amazon Lily. This time we might have to enter the windless zone, and we've prepared sea floor stones for the bottom of the boat." "Amazon Lily? Are you sure?" According to Alsace's knowledge, the emperor of that island was related to the great pirates. The previous emperor was the future Slacker Shaki, who liked the Dark King Rayleigh and was chased by Carpet Sea. The current emperor was Giroliosa, a crew member of the Rocks Pirates. Hearing about this location made Alsace a bit worried. His last experience had changed his personality. He had become more cautious and low-key. Nameless one, if we catch that sea dragon, we'll give you 100,000, no? 200,000 berries. Alsos didn't care how many berries, since whatever he brought back would be lost to gambling with the peach rabbit anyway. He wondered if he would encounter any famous figures. Whatever you decide, just don't let my matters leak out. Understood? We won't ask about your background. We'll just quietly make a fortune. Besides, you don't seem like a bad person. Enough talk. Let's set off. This island wasn't far from the Amazon lily, and due to the frequent appearances of sea kings, the Navy hadn't passed by for decades to reduce losses. In the sea near Amazon lily, a tall and thin woman with short black hair sat on the back of a sturdy old man with golden hair. It was as if she was using him as a ship, sitting cross-legged on top. Old Ray, Giroliosa has urgent business with me. Thank you for your hard work. She spoke to the man in the water below. I should have called Little 8 to help, but I'm used to swimming in the windless zone for years. So it's nothing. The man's name was Silbaz Rayleigh, and the woman on his back was the previous empress of Amazon Lily, Shaki. Look, that reckless gang is back again. And this time, they actually entered the windless zone on their own. 5 boats, each with 3 strong men, except for the relatively small Alsos. However, his figure caught Shaki's attention. Old Lay, she patted the underwater Rayleigh. Look, that 900 million boy. Whether it was the red face at his waist or his appearance, Xiachi recognized him immediately. Rayleigh stopped swimming and floated in the calm area, looking into the distance. A smart person, after causing such a big incident, chose to hide away and live a quiet life. Rayleigh praised. Should we go meet him? I could use a smoke, Xiachi asked. Then let's take a break and go, he replied. With Alsos, there were a total of 15 beast hunters who had arrived in the sea area where the Azure Dragon was located. The sea prism stone took effect. Although the craftsmanship was rough, it indeed affected the monsters sleeping below. Marco and Sim contacted Alsos to initiate negotiations. The creature was like an eel, with a head like a dinosaur, sharp fangs and beak, and chest fins resembling wings. It was massive, larger than the average small sea beast, about 60 to 100 meters long. Are you confident? Sim asked seriously, explaining the situation to Alsos. The shell isn't too hard. We should be able to catch it. Alsos responded to the two. For the past few months, he had been training with the Guion Peach Rabbit. The Golden Finger granted him talent, allowing him to easily keep up with the training mindset of a swordsmanship genius. He majored in hockey, while Guion taught him the correct methods of swordsmanship training, and he helped Guion master hockey. They were mutually enhancing each other. Everything developed in a way that puzzled Alsos, but he accepted it. The Peach Rabbit never spoke of the past. To improve his strength level, he had to master intermediate hockey, which would allow him to advance to a second stage armed swordsman. The high level was third stage. However, he found that after reaching this realm, further improvement was harder than he imagined. Everyone took out bait and prepared to jump into the water. The Dark King, Rayleigh, suddenly leaped out of the sea and stood on the ship. His arrival caused Alsos to frown seriously as he looked at Rayleigh's golden short hair and the imposing man. How did Silbaz Rayleigh end up here? A coincidence? Rayleigh was not much shorter than Alsos, but the difference in aura made him feel the gap. It seemed he held no hostility towards him. Have you come out from the calm area? What exactly are you, human or ghost? A sea ghost? The beast hunters were all shocked, having rarely ventured outside. So they didn't know that the man standing before Alsos was the first mate of the Pirate King. Rayleigh looked into Arthas's eyes, supporting his chin with his little mustache and thought. Are you kidding? Is he showcasing some unknown ability right from the start? Arthas broke out in a cold sweat, unsure of his intentions. It was clear that he was targeting him. His left shoulder was injured, and it was a serious injury. When Rayleigh said this, Arthas naturally felt surprised. In the original story, he didn't even need anyone to explain the situation. He could analyze what was happening on his own. Speaking of which, getting closer made him realize how impressive Shaki was as she observed Arthas. He was full of spirit, with an unmatched determination and handsomeness in his eyes. Much stronger than you were in your youth, old Ray. The shocked crowd had already thrown the bait into the calm sea, unaware of what the situation was. Having seen the senior, Arthas politely greeted them. I don't know what you were looking for me for. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble. After all, lacking strength, it would be best not to provoke these monstrous figures or leave a bad impression that could harm his future. Seeing Arthas's attitude, Rayleigh's expression changed dramatically, and he laughed heartily. Look, Shaki, he is completely different from the rumors. I really admire him. It seems he knows who old Ray is. Of course, he knew. It was well known. Just from the aura, Arthas could sense that the current Rayleigh could take his life in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for resistance. This was the perception among swordsmen after becoming a swordsman. The Nameless One, At sea, the big guy is coming out. The big guy is coming. No matter who they are, they must be strong, right? Indeed, after all, anyone who can swim in the calm sea must be a monster. Under the command of Mark and Sim, no one paid attention to the old man and the seemingly young, but actually middle-aged Shaki. Young man, is that thing true? Rayleigh curiously asked Arthas. The information about the celestial dragons was provided by informants who escaped from Khan Island. No one could confirm the facts. Considering the events that took place months ago, the credibility is quite high. What are you referring to, Senior? Arthas asked, pretending to be clueless. Rayleigh leaned close to his ear and whispered, Is it true about the celestial dragons? Really? Alsace en soir de décisivité. Hearing the personal response, Rayleigh felt a hint of interest and patted Alsace on the shoulder. You have spirit. I have high expectations for you. Unlike those before him, who felt a good impression upon meeting Alsace for the first time, Rayleigh found himself appreciating Alsace based on his actions and demeanor. He wasn't as arrogant and dismissive as the rumor suggested. It's an honor to receive recognition from someone like you. Just then, a small sea serpent burst out of the water like a colossal python, breaking the silence of the windless zone. It's the Azure Dragon. The beast hunters' faces were shocked as they felt a sense of fear upon seeing the massive creature over 100 meters long. As a greeting gift, let me offer you a little present, young man. Just as Rayleigh walked towards the bow of the ship to gaze at the giant in the sea, Shaki leaned close to Arthas and whispered, Not bad. The charm that can make the Navy's flower rebel against the Navy shows you're not as simple as you seem. As the former Empress of the Daughter Kingdom, Shaki's beauty remained enchanting and she had not lost her allure. Where's that peach rabbit? Do you know? Arthas shook his head, indicating he didn't know, his eyes fixed intently on Rayleigh behind her. Don't let them faint, Senior. Tone it down a bit, he reminded. Ha, relax. I know my limits. In an instant, Arthas looked at Rayleigh, whose figure was not much different from his own, towering like a mountain. His eyes were fixed on the emerging Sea King, the Azure Dragon, glaring fiercely. A powerful aura instantly radiated from him, as if it could penetrate all things and directly confront the essence of life, charging straight at the deep-sea monster. The Azure Dragon immediately stiffened, letting out a terrified cry. Its once fierce eyes turned white, losing consciousness. It collapsed onto the calm surface of the sea. What exactly happened? The beast hunters, who were preparing to throw their harpoons, all turned their gazes to Rayleigh, in disbelief at what had just occurred. Is there really such a terrifying person in this world? Just with a single glance, a powerful Sea King was rendered unconscious? This kind of power. Rayleigh restrained his aura and turned to look at Arthas with a smile. You should have it too, right? I haven't developed it yet, but I think I should have, Arthas modestly replied. The current level of his ghostly energy was too far behind Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. Let's go. Old Ray, Eurolio is still waiting. Before heading out, Shaki reminded Arthas. By the way, we open a bar in the Sabaody archipelago. Come visit us when you have time. Sure. Lei and Xiachi were not far away. When Xiachi immediately spoke up, It's really calm, Old Lei. That young man, after witnessing your imposing aura, is a symbol of strength. As long as he doesn't fall, he will surely surpass us in the future. Haha. This West Sea is starting to get interesting. Arthas watched them leave and then scanned the shocked members of the Beast Hunter Guild around him. Marco, Sim, what are you doing? Hurry back. Everyone's attitude changed again. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, a suddenly appeared strong person resolved it easily. Their attitude towards Arthas shifted once more. So, your background must be terrifying, right? Sim asked, trembling all over. No, I have no background. Arthas jumped onto the body of the Sea King, stabbing a knife into its brain, killing it completely to avoid it suddenly reviving during transport back to the village, causing chaos. Hee, you bastard, you're really too humble. For someone with that level of power to admire you so much, yet you say you have no background. That's enough. Shall we head back? Tying the ship's stern with ropes, everyone struggled to row with a massive beast tied to 5 boats. They returned to the village only at dusk, the size of the captured sea beast requiring all the villagers to come to the dock to help. Under the dusk, Arthas sat under a dock sign, took out some wine, and smiled as he watched everything unfold. The members of the Hunter Guild were all boasting about their achievements, satisfying their inner vanity. A life full of human flavor felt quite pleasant for his current level of strength. It was much better than spending every day in blood. He didn't dislike it. Although his strength improved more slowly than through combat, there was no risk involved. The fine wine slid down his moist throat, basking in the warmth of the evening sun on his side. After waiting for this group to finish boasting, Marco approached him, carrying a bag of Azure Dragon meat and a bulging money pouch. Hey, you're not asleep, are you? Anonymous. Just wait. Here are 20 gene of meat. Take it back and eat with your sister. We've decided to give you 500,000 berries as a reward after some consideration. Is it about personal connections? Azaz grunted, stood up, and took the items, walking towards the plains inside the island. Little did he know, this group had already developed a desire to follow him. Hey, nameless one, we're planning to sell it tomorrow. Do you want to come? Seeing Alsace walking away, Marco called out, waving to keep him from leaving. You guys go ahead. I won't be going. Remember, don't talk about me. All right. Not going to other civilized islands is to avoid unnecessary trouble. He hung the bag of 500,000 berries and 20 gene of azure dragon meat on the sheath of his yiksha knife and carried his knife along the muddy path to reach a recreational facility in a village. Outside the gambling house, he asked, Xiao AI, what time is it? 7:07 p.m. As expected at this time, most of the Jiu and Peach rabbits are likely in the casino, losing happily. Pushing the door open and walking in, he saw a large group of gamblers gathered around the liveliest gambling table, cheering. The arrival of Arthas made them collectively look outside and burst into laughter. Haha, your brother is here to help you pay off your gambling debts. Beauty. Tao, too, stepped out from the crowd, her head lowered, her face flushed with anger. Why do I keep losing? Damn it. You gamble 10 times and lose 9. When you stop gambling, that's when you'll stop losing. Arthas replied to her. This remark, however, angered the people in the casino. Hey, what did you say? Those who wanted to stand up and cause trouble for Arthas were immediately held back by others. Stop talking. He's from the Beast Hunter gang. Be careful, or the place will be turned upside down. Oh, then just pay off the gambling debts. Your sister owes 230,000 Bailey today. Let us wipe out a small portion for you. How much? Alsace was taken aback, staring at Shurjin Momotaro in shock. 230,000 berries. Noticing the anger in Alsace's eyes, Shurjin Momotaro shyly approached him and linked her arm with his, gently saying, I got a bit carried away today while having fun. Ha 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 ha. The casino erupted in loud laughter, looking at Shurjin Momotaro as if she were the god of wealth. Immediately, Alsace sighed, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly took out 230,000 berries to settle her debt. He clearly remembered that the original story did not mention that Shurjin Momotaro had a gambling addiction. After leaving the casino, Momotaro patted Alsace's head, comforting him all the way home. You still have 270,000 berries left. Tomorrow, use it to pay off the deed for this house. And give me some heavy dumbbells. Your salary has increased? Momotaro was taken aback. She naturally knew what he wanted the dumbbells for. No, today was a bit special. I met someone extraordinary. Who? Peach Rabbit asked curiously. Once back in the house, Alsace immediately lay down on the sofa. The king of the underworld, Silbaz Riley, vice captain of the Roger Pirates. For Alsace, meeting these figures was nothing significant. But for Peach Rabbit, it was different. She was a character from the original history, and without his interference in the course of history, she would be a candidate for a general in the future. Naturally, she knew about Riley. Forget about that. What did you say this morning about how you would satisfy me? Alsace skipped the small talk and got straight to the point. This made Peach Rabbit, who had been boasting during the day, shiver all over, feeling all tingly as she took the dragon meat into the kitchen. I'll go make dinner. Little brat. Azaz scuffed. Weren't you acting all tough during the day? What? Now that it's dark, are you afraid I'll turn you inside out? In the kitchen, Peach Bunny swallowed hard. Her pretty face flushed and her heart raced, feeling like a startled deer, unsure of what to do. This is it. I'm still a virgin with no experience. She murmured to herself quietly. Is dinner ready? I've been hungry all day. Alsace urged from outside, his every word tugging at her heartstrings. Suddenly realizing she was showing a girlish side, Peach Bunny's gaze instantly became resolute. No, I must make that jerk pay. About an hour later, she silently served a table full of delicious dishes. Each time she entered or exited the kitchen, Alsace's gaze made her restless, her heart racing like a deer. Only in front of someone she liked would a woman show this kind of demeanor, right? Alsace said with a mischievous smile as he looked at her. What kind of demeanor? I clearly have no expression at all. Peach Bunny stammered, her breathing becoming hurried. Isn't there? With a whoosh, Alsace drew out the asha. He placed the blade before her eyes. The silver blade was stained red by your rosy cheeks. What are you being tough about? Tao Tu stared incredulously at her reflection in the blade. However, feeling unwell, should I eat you first, or should I prepare this delicacy first? This sentence completely diminished the hormonal atmosphere in the room. Guillaume Tao Tu was already flustered. Her bashful expression was unbearable to look at. The excuse of a shipwreck involving siblings really convinced the villagers. Bitch, let's eat first. Tao sat down in the chair, picked up the chopsticks. That way I'll have the strength. That's true. Alsace picked up his bowl and chopsticks, staring intently at Gion Momoko's evasive eyes. I'll eat you after dinner. Upon hearing this, Momoko's restless heart could no longer hold back. She forced a calm expression, but her natural blush betrayed her. Momoko tried to change the subject, asking Alsace, isn't your robust sea otter around? It has gone back to the sea to develop freely. If it needs me, it will naturally find me. Alsace found it strange that for several months, he hadn't discussed any sensitive topics with Momoko. For example, why did she choose to betray the Navy and side with him after he had killed so many Navy personnel? Was it really because those words had disappointed her with the government to such an extent, giving up the Navy to become a rebel and a wanted criminal? Is that so? You seem to have a good relationship with animals. Gion, what are you really thinking? Giving up such a good Navy system to choose to be a pirate with me? Although he was attracted by Gion Momoko's appearance, the height difference was like an adult standing in front of a child. He still wanted to know what was on her mind. Momoko stuffed a rice ball into her mouth and suddenly pointed her chopsticks at Alsace seriously. What would you do if what you believed in collapsed, and you found out that everything you did was a lie? Are you referring to what I previously told you about the celestial dragons? What else? Fortunately, I discovered it early. I haven't been fully indoctrinated by the Navy. Although she betrayed the Navy, Gion Momoko still missed her comrades within it. But at the moment she learned the truth about the world, she felt disgusted by the Navy's deception at all times. However, there's one thing she still firmly believes, that the vast majority of the Navy is far more just than today's pirates. Not everyone is like this boy in front of her. A boy who is impossible to see through, completely a puzzle. In his deep eyes, it seemed like he could see through everything. Go on, I'm listening. Alsace fixed his gaze on Momoko's eyes, not diverting his attention for a moment. Are you interrogating me like a prisoner? Not all. If we're going to travel together, I need to know your clear intentions, right? Otherwise, it might just be a beauty trap set by the Navy. Do you doubt me? Tao-Tu's mood suddenly became gloomy. In fact, Alsace did not doubt her at all. No, I was just asking. I've killed so many Navy personnel. As an officer and embodiment of justice, don't you feel disgusted with me? Tao-Tu's mood suddenly dropped, and she responded, you understand that being in the Navy is actually very oppressive. I witness a lot of deaths with every mission. She had already become numb to such things. Alsace chuckled, recalling how he had been afraid of killing when he first went out to sea 6 months ago. Now, he felt no waves of emotion. After dinner, the two of them finished all the dishes of dragon meat and rice, sitting silently across from each other, staring at one another. The room felt exceptionally quiet, uncomfortably so. Just the exchange of their gazes sparked friction. Did you forget something? Tao-Tu couldn't help but speak first. Leave? Let me see your other side. Alsace pointed to the bedroom with his thumb, wearing a wicked smile. He appeared calm, but inside, his heart was already racing. Seeing that Tao-Tu remained motionless, he stood up and leaned close to her ear. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Well, I can understand impulsive words in the heat of the moment. With that, Alsace prepared to step outside to enjoy the evening breeze on the vast plain. Just as he was about to move, the already blushing Tao-Tu reached out and grabbed his wrist. Who said I would regret it? If I said I'd satisfy you, then I'll satisfy you. Alsace raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips. How exactly do you capture pirates with your looks? I'm really curious. That's different. That was a mission. Really. Tao Rabbit led Arthas into the master bedroom and pushed him onto the soft bed that was over 3 meters wide. I'm not joking. This is actually my first time. Her voice became soft and weak. That skin as delicate as jade. And those bouncy lips gave a man a longing feeling that lingered in his dreams. This body is also my first time. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? Unconsciously, Arthas's accustomed right hand had already grasped Tao Rabbit's thigh above him. Tao Rabbit straightened her back, kneeling in a lowly pose as she took off her jacket, revealing her body as white as snow. Arthas was taken aback, looking at the scar from a fatal strike on her front, and touched it with his hand. I dealt this. Only someone like you wouldn't cherish a beauty. Tao Rabbit's expression suddenly became ambiguous, but her tone was very firm, as if she had made up her mind to give herself to someone. Seeing that Peach Rabbit is really here, Arthas's breathing quickened before hers. You sound so abnormal. Of course, I'll give it to you for the first time. The temperature rose, and both of their body temperatures rapidly increased in the room. Their skin felt as if it were burning, and they could sense each other's body heat and breath. Arthas's palm seemed to have an automatic positioning device, unconsciously reaching for the crevice between her thighs. Listening to the moans in the room and feeling the honeyed blush, Arthas suddenly turned her body around. Peach Rabbit, who was enjoying this moment, opened her enchanting eyes. She tightly embraced Arthas. Feeling the soft and comfortable touch, both of them were lost in it. From now on, I belong to you, Arthas. After so many years of crossing over, in this incredibly open world, Arthas has been a very conservative man, keeping himself pure. On this birthday, he finally tasted the forbidden fruit. The thick night quickly passed. The next morning, the sound of birds awakened him, with his body and head buried in Peach Rabbit's chest. Let go of me, Peach Rabbit, I'm going to suffocate. Sleep a little longer. With determination, he got up forcefully, breaking free from the control of Peach Rabbit, and immediately walked towards the bathroom. Get up and wash the sheets quickly. Last night went too far. With a soft sound, Peach Rabbit's flushed face exploded, burying herself in the pillow, speechless. You said yesterday that you encountered the Dark King Rayleigh? It seems he was heading to the Amazon Lily. She was startled. Only someone capable of navigating the calm belt could do that. Such a level of monster indeed. Awakening from the dreamy, gentle land. She recalled some rumors in the military and said, previously, the Amazon Lily had been complaining to the Navy that an important person had been kidnapped by human traffickers. Is this related? As a well-known officer in the military, she had heard a bit about many things. The Boas sisters? Alsace thought quietly in the bathroom. After all, she would be the future pirate empress. Currently, Shaki had retired, and the soon-to-be aging Joelle D., Roger's daughter, Nico Robin, was in charge. In 6 years, it would be Hancock's day to become the empress. Rayleigh and Shaki. Would their relationship with Hancock be very close? After all, Conqueror's haki is inherited, and how could ordinary bloodlines possess it? Unlike him, a time traveler with a golden finger, who knows almost everything that has happened in history. Coming out of the bathroom, Alsace looked at the shy Peach Rabbit on the bed. She's already a real woman. It's just the two of us in a room, so why are you being shy? Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reached out to stroke Peach Rabbit's face. Just that news you mentioned made me think of a way to win over the Dark King Rayleigh. The experiences of the past few months had left a deep impression on Alsace. If he wanted to establish a powerful background, he first needed to reign in the inherent superiority complex of being a time traveler. If one looks down on everyone and thinks of oneself as high and mighty, how could they possibly win the hearts of great figures? Win over the Dark King Rayleigh. Shy and Peach Rabbit was shocked and turned to look at Alsace from the bed. You're not joking, are you? That's a legendary figure. Even if the Navy knows he is hiding in the Sabati archipelago, they wouldn't dare to send troops to encircle him. Suddenly, Alsace looked at Peach Rabbit's body, which was filled with his scent, and instinctively placed his hand on her, squeezing. Indeed, I have my ways. With his freshly washed body, he was once again overwhelmed by desire. The reason was that Shigeyama Peach Rabbit was simply too delicious and tender. You don't tell me it's already dawn? Peach Rabbit saw Alsace cling to her again and wanted to struggle, but it was futile. After a few more hours, sunlight streamed through the window. Alsace, looking a bit haggard, leaned against Peach Rabbit, picked up a glass of fine wine, and gazed out at the green plains. Presumably, this time Riley and Shaki went to the Empress of the Daughter Kingdom to plan how to rescue Boa Hancock. You lecherous scoundrel. Looking at Peach Rabbit beside him, he smiled slightly. Lust is a man's nature. He had failed to win over the military flower after confessing more than 70 times. Yet he had only used a few words to mesmerize her completely. Shigeyama Peach Rabbit got up to wash and dress, then energetically walked out of the house with money in hand. She didn't forget a glance back at Alsace. I always feel like you have an aura that doesn't match your age. Is that just an illusion? Hee. Who knows? With a snap, Peach Rabbit closed the door and left the house, as if her life had been elevated. After lunch, Alsace took a short rest and trained alone with his sword on the plains. There was no work today, as Marco and Sim were going to the island to sell that giant sea creature and continue building the village. Waiting for Peach Rabbit to hand over the house steed, he bought several heavy dumbbells and began training together with her on the plains. A gentle breeze swept across the plains. The main reason for becoming stronger in this world was countless enhancements of bone density. Through training, one could achieve a hardness that even steel could not cut through. However, skin could not achieve that. Ordinary people, except for those who could wrap around the haki in 6 styles, could not reach such hardness, unless one possessed a special bloodline and powerful racial physique. It's hard to believe that you developed that terrifying swordsmanship just by training with a sword. Training alongside him was Shigeyama Peach Rabbit. She observed Alsace's training methods, push-ups, squats, sword swings. These were all ordinary soldiers' training routines, focusing entirely on physical strength rather than swordsmanship. Maybe I have extraordinary talent. What can I say? Alsace responded. I can't deny it. After all, I've never seen anyone learn the 6 styles just by watching it a few times. When I captured you before, you used moonwalk and shave. For some reason, Peach Rabbit felt comforted by this. Perhaps it was because she had given herself to this young man last night. Her heart had gone along with him. I find it strange. Alsace suddenly stopped swinging his sword and looked seriously at the blade in his hand. Why were you able to block my drawing technique the first time we clashed? With observation hockey, I can easily predict your attack trajectory and keep up with your speed and power. But now, I probably can't block your strength. Peach Rabbit responded to Alsace's curiosity, having never seen someone turn into lightning and rush towards another with such swordsmanship. As a swordsman, she was also intrigued by it. Try again? Alsace pointed his knife at Guillaume Momoto, an excellent training target. Guillaume sighed helplessly and smiled, drawing her knife in response. Sure. Now, she didn't believe Alsace could truly go all out against her. Both entered their focused states, staring at each other. Alsace gathered his energy and suddenly dashed forward, instantly transforming into a flash of blade light that appeared before Momoto. Time seemed to slow down as he observed that Momoto was still in a passive state, unresponsive. In the moment he drew his blade, which was the peak of hostility, Momoto's blade swung at a speed that immediately broke the speed of his draw technique. With a flick of her right arm, the blade of her Jambira instantly met Alsace's Yasha blade. The clash of their weapons produced a thunderous sound, causing the grass and trees on the plain to bend. Seeing that she could still block Alsace's attack, Momoto displayed a proud smile and laughed. Get out of my way. With a powerful strike, she pushed Alsace back over 10 meters, sliding on the grass. Alsace steadied himself and grinned. Observation hockey, right? Your observation hockey is much stronger than mine. That's right, my hockey specialization is observation hockey, but under your guidance, I've also learned armament hockey. Without using polarization powers, Guillaume Momoto can still withstand his blade techniques. The future first female swordsman of the sea truly lives up to her reputation. And Alsace felt proud of being able to have such a woman as a potential ally to enhance his combat power. The timeline of the One Piece world had already been disrupted by him, and some historical figures had been killed by him. Therefore, he was unsure about what the future held, whether it would develop according to the established history. Naturally, having more powerful individuals was preferable. If I don't use any other abilities, I really can't defeat you with just swordsmanship. Alsace gave Momoto a way out, which was also the truth. Such words made Momoto feel quite satisfied, but she suddenly responded, No, in a real battle, all the power you have is your own strength. I can no longer surpass you. The polarization power provided comprehensive combat capabilities, and now he could release it at about 5 times his normal strength. Master Yi's ultimate move, Plateau Bloodline, produced illusions that allowed Alsace to better handle numerous enemies, gaining an absolute advantage in one-on-one situations as well. The Azura Demon Mask. This naturally goes without saying, was his greatest trump card. Steel of the Heart significantly enhanced Alsace's vitality, stamina, and physical strength, while also reducing the side effects of using polarization powers. Let's settle this without any other abilities, shall we? Guillaume Momoto, then you won't be able to defeat me. Your swordsmanship is too monotonous, relying solely on reaction and physical strength. The fluidity, in my opinion, is also lacking. You're still putting on an act. Upon hearing this, Alsace directly launched an attack on her. The battle between the two on the plain lasted for several hours, an extraordinary contest of swordsmen, witnessed by farmers and fishermen passing through the village. The dazzling swordplay quickly spread across the island, attracting many villagers to watch. The nameless one was already strong. Was his sister the strong too? The siblings were both monsters. Under the forced effect of a steel of the heart, the two eventually reached a stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand. Alsace had the advantage in stamina, while Guillaume Momoto had the advantage in swordsmanship. Under the hazy moonlight, several men among the onlookers were left in shock. They were the gamblers who usually won money from Guillaume. Aren't they both so strong? What have we been doing before? Should we return the money to her? Before long, the villagers began discussing among themselves and gradually dispersed. Only Alsace and Guillaume remained on the plain, exhausted, lying on the grass with their heads touching. Vous? No, I can't. Last night, until this morning, I was too tempted by you, and I'm feeling sluggish and exhausted. Alsace's breathing was more rapid than Momoto's. If it weren't for the stamina provided by the steel of the heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold his ground. Shall we go back, eat something, and continue from last night? Guillaume suddenly asked in a low voice. Sure. He didn't have this kind of thought when he was with Robin, but being with a mature woman made him completely out of control. Then let's go. After getting up, Guillaume and Mamoru watched as Alsace absorbed the results of this sparring match as usual. The aura around him intimidated the surrounding plants, and the atmosphere seemed to compress into his body. Fatigue quickly receded a bit. However, if they could fight like this every day, his strength would grow steadily. After all, her talent was not bad, and she could keep up until Guillaume's strength limit. By then, they would both possess terrifying strength as sword masters. Even if they build a force, it would be enough to hold their ground. What if people discovered them, siblings by day and treasures by night? How abstract would that be? But what does it matter? This is the life an ordinary person should have. After a day of strength training ended, the two returned to the house to begin another battle. Inside the house, they gazed at each other with dazed eyes. Do you not regret it? Are you going to give up the navy to follow me? Alsace asked Guillaume seriously. No, I believe my intuition is correct. You will be a very terrifying man in the future, someone who can influence the entire world. Another restless night passed, and they fought until dawn. Early in the morning, many villagers gathered outside the door of the house that Alsace had bought. Knock, knock, knock. Those gamblers knocked on the door. Alsace, still groggy, opened the door and stared at them in surprise, asking in confusion, "What is going on? Didn't I clear her debt for you?" Not Ji Yuan, disheveled and with messy hair, walked up to Alsace with a knife. "What's going on? Aren't you two siblings?" Looking at Alsace's bare upper body, Ji Yuan was wearing very little. The villagers instantly realized what had happened. Yeah, Guillaume said nonchalantly, bending down to hug Arthas. "We're not even real siblings, he." The villagers were utterly shocked, all of them stunned. They took out the documents they had discussed and handed them to Arthas. "Yesterday we held a meeting collectively and decided on something for you to take a look at." Huh? Alsace took the document and squinted at the voting decision on it. The village chief election vote passed? Guillaume also felt puzzled upon hearing this. "As for this money, I will return the money I won from you through tricks before. Please use this money to help us develop this island." Alsace said, looking at everyone with a puzzled expression, tilting his head. He felt like he was in a state of confusion. Could this be the respect that comes from showing strength? Before the village was established, we had always developed on our own, and the social atmosphere was quite primitive. Please, strong individuals like you, lead us towards prosperity. No matter what we face in the future, we are willing to follow in your footsteps. Alsace turned to look into the eyes of Shurjin, and the two stared at each other blankly. Shurjin shrugged, indicating helplessness. Why not just agree to them? After all, you will be living here long term. Do the beast hunting gang know about this? Alsace asked the villagers. That gang is the economic lifeline of this island. Yes, they fully support our decision to let you take control of the village's future direction. Such an unexpected event is undoubtedly advantageous for Alsace, who has chosen to hide and strengthen his power. He can train to enhance his strength while quietly developing his own influence. How could he refuse? It's all benefits with no harm. All right, but I need to ask you something. Are you afraid of war? This is a necessary question, as developing power means there will be wars. Are you saying that we will expand beyond the island in the future? If that's the case, we are not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid of war. All right, then I will accept your election and become the village chief of this island. With this, after half a year of wandering the seas, he has found a place to call home. Upon seeing Althas agree decisively, all the villagers cheered and danced with joy. Indeed, my intuition was correct. Jiu and Peach Rabbit charmingly kissed Althas and then let go. I'll go cook. You can command them as you like. The situation had developed to this point, which was also beyond Althas's expectations. Based on the experiences of the past 6 months, it is almost impossible for one person to overthrow the world government. So, he could slowly cultivate his own power. All the villagers quieted down and looked at Althas with expectant eyes, waiting for his first development plan. Don't look at me like that. To develop this village, the only resource we currently have is providing sea king's meat to the islands in the West Sea. There are pros and cons. The benefit is that sea kings can greatly help the village develop. The downside is that hunting too many sea kings nearby will provoke their hostility. Please, Chief, issue a plan to lead the village towards prosperity. Let's find resources to make money first. The village is too poor right now. Forestry. A villager pointed to the forest beyond the mountains. It can both clear new areas and earn us a considerable amount of money through forestry. Sea tower stones. There are abundant raw sea tower stones beneath the island, but unfortunately, our technology can't extract them because they are too hard. There are sea tower stones beneath this island? Arthas was suddenly shocked, unable to manage his expression. No wonder it is so close to the calm belt. No sea kings dare to disturb it. This is the fundamental reason. Speaking of raw minerals, there is also mining. There must be countless minerals buried beneath those mountains, right? This island is full of talent. Arthas suddenly had a direction for development, not to mention other resources. Just relying on the sea tower stones alone is enough to make this village become one of the world's leading powers. He had absolute methods, but it was still too early. No matter what, he just needed to avoid attracting the attention of the world government. He didn't want to stir up any trouble right now. You're the village chief at 16. Don't you think I'm young? Arthas asked the villagers. No, we feel you are very mature, the kind who is shrewd and calculating. This made the corners of Arthas's mouth slightly lift. It felt like an old man, an 80-year-old, stood up and said, "You can forget it, old man. I'm not as old as you." Adding the age from his previous life, Arthas was only 38 years old. How could he be that old? Now, he felt a wave of relief in his heart, seeing a brand new future. It is said that when heaven wants to accomplish something or enlighten a person, it will use suffering to temper their mindset. But Arthas did not believe in heaven, nor in gods, and even doubted the two spirits at his waist. After showcasing his strength and being elected as village chief by the villagers, Arthas returned to his house to eat the food from the restaurant. At the dining table, the restaurant owner spoke to Arthas. Every fallen soldier will inspire later soldiers as heroes, sacrificing generation after generation. But in the end, it still didn't bring peace. Do you know why? Arthas sneered dismissively at this. Why? Guillaume frowned, his expression turning serious. Everything is the government's fault. They create countless pirates while establishing the navy, a seemingly just force to capture those innocent civilians they have abused and slaughtered. The surviving civilians become pirates, while the dead become hidden evidence of their crimes. Just like a student listening to a teacher, Guillaume Mamatatsu listened with great interest. Thus, the navy is the army they use to destroy various historical evidence. Guillaume Mamatatsu added subconsciously, as long as it's clear, such a twisted inversion probably only exists in this world. White is black, black is white. Even Alsace feels his worldview is almost insufficient. But the truth of the pirate world is just like this. As long as the celestial dragons exist, the sea will never be peaceful. For this, he must strengthen his power, create influence, and recruit strong individuals to plan ahead. Cheap person, Shij Mamotaru stared at Arthas, suddenly feeling her knowledge was shallow. How do you know so much? You are truly full of mysteries. Curious? Then you can slowly follow me and unravel them. With such a relationship developing with Shij Mamotaru, Arthas naturally understood that he would probably face a romantic tribulation in the future. Sure, Guillaume replied without hesitation, readily agreeing. For the sake of the young man in front of her, she would betray the navy she had served for so long. No matter what Alsace did, she would be by his side, outside the island, on a small civilized island with noble territories. Marco and Sim were profiting greatly from the mass sale of Sea King meat. At the docks market for fruits, vegetables, and meats, the incredible sea beast meat drew many inquiries. What size did you capture? About 100 meters. Lucky us, Marco answered with a grin, standing over 3 meters tall. His build as robust as Sim's. But wait, with your hunting team's strength, encountering a Sea King around 100 meters would definitely lead to your annihilation, right? How could you possibly capture it? So according to you, we're dead? Marco immediately turned hostile when he sensed the other party's malice. I was just curious. I always feel like you must have some powerful figures helping you. Get lost, be careful. In the central entertainment district of the town, Sim stopped in front of a newspaper shop. This is it, he said, his eyes wide with terror, his body weak as he picked up a newspaper about a major event. The person in the newspaper was none other than the rebellious Navy member, Shine Momo. He, who never cared much about matters beyond the sea, had unexpectedly discovered something was wrong during a casual stroll. Boss, when was this newspaper published? Sim asked the shopkeeper. Oh, that's from several months ago. There is some exciting news in it. After receiving the response, Sim, out of curiosity, began flipping through the newspaper. Soon, he saw a headline featuring a photo of Alsace, long hair flowing and covered in blood. These nameless ones are all wanted criminals? That can't be right. They look so harmonious together. Oh, that's the one. I heard months ago that he disappeared after fighting alone against the red-haired pirates. 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Admiral Akiji, with no news of his fate. A bounty of 900 million berries, called the Hell Demon by the Navy? Sim was utterly shocked and amazed, his mind in complete disarray. Within seconds, his fearful expression turned into one of deep respect as he shouted, "How impressive! He was such an amazing young man." Ha, right? The West Sea has been plagued by the mafia for so many years, and finally, an incredible guy has emerged. The boss laughed heartily as well. How much is this newspaper? I'll buy it. Sim asked, pulling out money. 50 berries. I'll give you 100. But I also want that naval traitor. That stunningly beautiful woman is a naval swordsmanship genius colonel, a deserter from the Navy, and a wanted criminal. How did the Nameless One and the pirates come together? Sim was filled with confusion, recalling the earlier golden-haired elderly man who had stunned over 100 meters of pirate kings with just a glance. They were all monsters wanted by the government. Marco, no wonder you had to hide your identity. The bounty on Kai in Moment's head is only 50 million berries. And the reason is that she poses no threat to the government, simply being a bounty for a traitorous deserter from the Navy. Everything is based on strength, running from a neighborhood to the dock market to Marco's stall. What's wrong? Sim, you look rushed. Look at this, Marco, everyone. He handed the newspapers related to the two to the crowd, and disbelief washed over the hearts of the other 13 people. That makes sense, Marco said, his palm trembling slightly as he held the newspaper. The 900 million bounty made him shiver. He was such a terrifying figure. The bounty represents a person's status in this world, which is why they were so shocked. What do you think, Sim? No, I feel immense respect. Everyone should feel the same, right? To witness such a terrifying figure and power in this lifetime can only be seen by following the Nameless One, right? Exactly. That's what we all think. That island was where our father's generation fled to escape the turmoil of the sea. Now, with such a person in charge, it will surely prosper, right? The people on that island are there to escape the golden sky, living on an island outside their homeland. Therefore, they have no good feelings towards the Navy and the government. Sim was terrified earlier because he learned that Guillaume was part of the Navy. The meat is almost sold out. Let us save the rest for our return journey to eat ourselves. Set off immediately? Well, the two brothers had previously considered following Arthas, and now they could fully embrace this idea. After purchasing a large number of village construction tools, they sailed back with several ships loaded with dragon meat. All of this was observed by a man nearby, who was missing a few teeth, had a rugged appearance, thick body hair, and a stout build. Zaha had been searching the West Sea for months and had finally found it. Marshal D. Teach, who had been with the Whitebeard pirates for 11 years, had come to the West Sea to meet Arthas. He looked at the several ships sailing away into the sea, a malicious smile and cunning glint in his eyes. Teach, even if we find him, don't be careless. Dad just wants us to test him. I know, Captain Jaws, after all. That boy's bounty is higher than anyone in the current crew. Accompanying Teach was Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He mainly came back to the West Sea to check on his hometown, as the Whitebeard Pirates primarily focused on adventurous sailing, with most operations in the New World being conducted by large fleets under Whitebeard. And do not leak his whereabouts. This is a rule among us Whitebeard pirates. Teach felt extremely disdainful about this and did not respond directly to Jaws. Understood, Captain. At noon, the warm sea breeze stirred the loose dock signs. When Sim led the group back to the village, they found Arthas sitting under a signpost with a sword. They hurried over to greet him. What happened to you? Nameless One? My left shoulder hurts. I came to the village to see a doctor and check my bones while enjoying the sea breeze. Arthas was dressed in his usual black robe, with white bandages wrapped around his wrists, shoulders, and waist. However, dark circles surrounded his eyes, and he appeared somewhat listless, likely due to overwork recently. The members of the beast hunting group looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise. Busy villagers passing by smiled as they walked past. Nameless One, we know about your situation. Upon hearing this, he immediately noticed the 2 newspapers in Sim's hand. Is that so? However, we have no objections to this and haven't mentioned your presence here to outsiders. Yes, none of us expected you to be such a great man. Arthas also didn't want to explain, not anticipating that they would show such respect after learning his true identity. By the way, I've decided to let you take on the role of village chief. I can guide you from behind the scenes, but officially, you will be the village chief of this place. Arthas explained the situation to them. After discussing with Guillaume, he realized that, given his current identity, it was not suitable for him to make public appearances. They needed someone without a bounty to take on the role, and he would remain behind the scenes. Understood. You don't want to attract attention right now. Yes, otherwise it would be bad for everyone. If the news leaks out, those sniffing around will quickly come to disrupt this place. Then Marco and I can take on the role. Sim put his arm around Marco's neck and confidently agreed. That's right. After giving his instructions, Alsace stood up and walked towards the plane inside the island. He waved his hand behind him. The construction blueprint has been made and placed in your home. You can refer to it yourself. On the way home, he didn't forget to buy a pack of puffs in the village. The construction plan is roughly as follows, in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. 4 core cities will be built. The center will serve as a resource gathering point and various entertainment facilities, as well as factories for resource production. Coastal towns can be built between the cities to provide economic support. The hierarchy and distinctions have all been planned out. When he returned home, Alsos looked at Shizuka on the sofa, still indulging in drinking and gambling, and now their relationship has progressed. There was an addition to their nightly entanglements, which put Alsos's body and mind in a state of pleasure. This feeling of decadence made him start to restrain himself and fully commit to improving his strength through inspections. Get up and train, Shizuka. Alsos pushed her back. You were with me last night. She quickly turned around, glaring at Alsos, who was eating puffs, with a fierce yet non-hostile look. Before she could say anything, Alsos stuffed a puff in her mouth and coldly said, "Don't take advantage and act coy. Get up, grab a knife, and come outside to spar." So sweet, Guillaume took a bite and watched the filling ooze out, her face flushed as she helplessly scolded. "You don't tease people like this, I'm going to kill you." Every moment of slackness leads to failure in future battles. Every moment of slackness costs more time to pursue. He doesn't want to fall into the gentle embrace of relaxation, but he can enjoy while also improving his strength. Isn't that right? Now his strength brings special treatment to the villagers, and he doesn't need to work anymore. He just needs to focus on training and enjoying life. Waiting for the right moment. Blocking, grappling contests, without using any other abilities. Guillaume's strength increased almost as quickly as Arthas's. This also surprised Arthas. The name of genius is not just for show. However, along with the increase in strength, various other abilities were also improving. They practiced for 6 hours until the red light illuminated the entire island. A villager from a nearby dock rushed over, panic-stricken. Village chief, something bad has happened." The man tumbled in, flustered and in a state of panic. Alsos, who was training with Guillaume, pushed her away with force. Guillaume slid several meters on the grass and suddenly asked the villagers seriously, "What happened?" The two immediately sheathed their swords, stopped training, and were drenched in sweat. Drinking Arthas began to absorb the training results. Looking at the palm of his right hand, the muscles were writhing and contracting, the bone density was increasing, and the cells were becoming stronger. After the absorption ended, he calmly walked towards the villagers. "There is a very powerful guy from outside the island causing trouble in the village. Have they been discovered?" Arthas exchanged glances with Shirguan. The first thing that came to mind was that they had been detected by the global CP intelligence agencies. "Let's go take a look. Wait, if they find us, won't all our preparations go to waste?" Shirguan worriedly said, "Wouldn't everything be for nothing? This is the nature of pirates, Shirguan. It's inevitable. We can only face it." Shirguan rubbed his forehead and sneered, helplessly saying, "Well, what can I do? It's my bad luck for falling for you." They quickly headed to the dock. At the dock in the village, inside a tavern, Teach and Jaws followed Marco and Sim's returning ship to this island. In order to attract attention, they tested whether Arthas was really here in the village. They chose a simple and crude method, causing a ruckus to draw everyone's attention. "What? Is there no one in this village who can fight? How boring, haha." He stepped on Sim's face, pressing it against the floor of the tavern. The beast hunters were easily dealt with by them, having no strength to fight back at all. "Damn it, who are you? What do we have against you?" Sim struggled to push himself up with both hands, but the actual gap in strength left him powerless, his body completely pinned down by Marshal D. Teach. Jaws felt that Teach's methods somewhat violated the rules of the Whitebeard pirates. He warned from the side, "Captain, we have been wandering the West Sea for months. Don't waste any more time." In the face of Jaws' warning, Teach remained unmoved. "Who the hell are you? Pirates?" Marco, whose mouth was bleeding from a beating, shouted loudly. He couldn't believe that they couldn't even fight back against these two guys, their own people. It should be known that they were a team specifically hunting sea kings, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were 100 times stronger than ordinary people. "That's right, we're pirates." Jaws walked over to Teach and pushed him away with one palm, moving his foot off Sim's face. He then looked at the villagers and said, "We're looking for this guy. We heard you discussing him while we were on the outer island, so we followed. But why hurt people? Can we just talk it out?" The villagers had already been informed by Marco and Sim about Alsos being a pirate. They still believed that Alsos was different from other pirates and chose to follow him. Little did they expect that within just a few hours, other pirates would come to the village looking for trouble. Wouldn't that be a huge waste of time? It would be better to cause a riot. I just want to get back to Dad as soon as possible. "Hey, Teach." "What?" "Captain Jaws?" "Outside the tavern door." Teach scoffed, shaking his head as he looked outside the tavern. Guillaume Momotaro stood behind Alsos, quietly observing everything happening inside. They had arrived just a minute ago. They had watched a show of Teach's arrogant antics all by himself. Naval. Based on her understanding of Gion Mamatatsu, Teach broke out in a sweat and instinctively retreated to the bar. No, isn't she the genius who rebelled against the Navy? This guy is really here. How could she be with him? I'm thirsty, Alsace said casually as he walked into the tavern, glancing back at Gion. Care for a drink? Oh. Gion also stepped into the tavern, standing at the entrance. After training, just in time to rinse his mouth. Hee hee. The beaten-up Sim on the ground smiled at Teach. You're done for, you toothless guy. After saying that, he fainted. It was really him, the thief. Teach ignored Sim's words and assessed Arthas. Dressed in a black robe, with white bandages all over his wrists, still stained with some blood from training. At his waist hung a demon mask. The hilt of his sword was blue, a one-sword style swordsman, a young man with long black hair reaching his waist, and an exceptionally handsome face. It's you, right? Bounty of 900 million berry, the hellish demon, Arthas. Seeing the real thing, Jaz no longer allowed Teach to act recklessly. Zay haha, Teach said, sweating profusely and forcing a smile, unwilling to show weakness. Do you know the government spies are looking for you? Alsace pretended not to recognize them and asked, Who are you? If it was their first meeting, Alsace would act as if he knew them very well. Wouldn't that lead to misunderstandings? Moreover, Teach was just an experienced crew member and had not been put on the bounty list yet. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, was somewhat surprised. What was someone like him from the Whitebeard Pirates doing here? Did he know the old man's reputation? No wonder he was from the Navy. Or rather, you shouldn't be a Navy man anymore, right? Teach said to Jozu, watching the tavern owner hand 2 bottles of alcohol to Alsace. One for himself, and one thrown to Jozu. Jozu noticed that despite hearing about the old man's fame, Alsace still maintained his calm demeanor. He immediately frowned. Was this guy not afraid of the old man's reputation? What exactly is going on? How could a former Navy and a pirate be so close? Who says so? Alsace took a sip of his drink and continued. Pirates and the Navy can't get close? What is a man of your stature doing on an island like this? Alsace immediately replied to Teach, just touring and adventuring. He didn't reveal that he had been living there long term, telling them as a wanderer to avoid exposing anything. All right, let me be clear about my intentions, so you won't have a hard time finding me on the next island. It's truly an honor to catch the attention of the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest pirate crew in the world, to have such a character like you. Alsace said, his gaze fixed on Teach. Dad wants to recruit you onto the ship and asked us to meet you. You're too young, too impetuous, and arrogant. You'll fall quickly. Hee hee. What do you think? Want to board Dad's ship and cause a ruckus with his fame? Faced with their invitation, Alsace naturally would not join. He responded, I refuse. But I'm more than happy to spar with you. To avoid provoking the Whitebeard Pirates, he didn't seek revenge openly. He even concealed the fact that he had been living on the island. He planned to use the sparring to teach them a lesson. Hee hee. He refused. Unbelievable. Don't waste time. Let's go outside. I don't want to ruin someone else's tavern. Jaz took a gulp of his drink, put down the belly, and stood up to walk outside. Make way, woman. Gion smiled as she locked eyes with Jaz, watching the burly man who was taller than her not budge an inch. It wasn't until Alsace stood up that the 3 of them walked outside together, and she finally moved aside. The 4 arrived at a vast plain. The villagers gathered together, watching from a distance. Choose one. Who do you want to fight? Captain Teach directly stepped forward, standing in front of Jaz. Let's end this quickly. I can't sense any aura of a strong person from this guy. I really don't know how he managed to defeat Shanks. It must have been the Navy's interference. So weak, he has flaws all over his body. A toothless Wolverine? Seeing Teach put on a sharp claw gauntlet, Arthas teased. Just come at me, Arthas. Arthas felt quite puzzled at this moment. Was someone as ambitious as Blackbeard this mindless 17 years ago? Or has he always been like this? It felt somewhat annoying. Speaking of which, I still respect the Whitebeard Pirates. But if we're just sparring and getting hurt, don't take it too seriously. Getting up and walking in front of Teach, Arthas stared into his bloodshot eyes. Shall I call for the start? He asked Teach. No need to vomit. Teach replied, just as a swift phantom kicked down from above his head, hitting the back of his neck. With a loud boom, Teach's body was pinned to the ground by a terrifying force, kneeling in the grass. A mouthful of saliva was spat out. What happened? He clearly didn't move at all. When did he launch the attack? Teach was stunned, and before he could react, Arthas's true form appeared in front of him. Without even drawing his sword, he delivered a powerful punch to Teach's head. With a loud bang, Teach's head was driven into the ground by the immense force, slamming hard. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. It's impossible. When was I attacked? As his brain began to lose consciousness, Teach's eyes turned white, and he thought he was about to lose awareness. The terrifying physicality snapped him back to reality. and he immediately swung his right hand with the adamantine claws to attack Arthas's chin. Seeing this, Arthas quickly tilted his head back and stepped on the back of Teach's head. With a fierce shout, countless cracks appeared on the ground as he forcibly pressed Teach's head into the mud. Teach let out a painful scream, realizing that his right arm, which he had swung out, was pinched by Arthas's fingers. With a crack, his dislocated bone was forcibly pressed against the back of his head by Arthas, who had a thick and robust right arm. It was just a severe dislocation, no need to panic, resetting the bone would be fine. The reason he didn't dare to break, it was out of fear of retaliation from the white-bearded man, who valued loyalty and family ties. Sorry, I reflexively countered. Is that okay? Arthas retracted his foot, grabbed Teach by the hair, and yanked him off the ground. His face was covered in blood, looking unrecognizable. Come on. Put in a bit more effort, Arthas said with a smile as he tossed the unconscious Teach aside. He really didn't know how this guy would end up injuring Shanks in the coming years. Guion stood by with a serious expression, already aware of what had happened. But from the earlier skirmish, she noticed that Arthas had already used his polarizing power twice. It was in the moment of the surprise attack, exerting all his strength to crush Teach. Teach, what are you doing? With no power to fight back, Ja's heart was shocked. He ambushed me. This guy can still make sounds? No. Did he regain consciousness in an instant? Arthas was astonished by Teach's physique. Ambush? That doesn't count. Didn't I ask you if you were ready? If it were a life and death struggle, how many times would my knife have already pierced your heart? Really something? Jaws said. A guy who strikes swiftly and decisively. What kind of physique is that? You clearly just passed out. Arthas walked towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard, upon seeing this, had a frightened look on his face. He hurriedly backed away from the lawn. Arthas actually didn't dislike people like Blackbeard. After all, it was a world where the strong were respected, and in the future, seizing Whitebeard's position would make him a formidable figure. However, his current behavior was quite annoying to Arthas. Stop. Old man just asked us to meet you. We've already received your affirmative response. There's no need to stay on this island any longer. Jaws didn't want to make a move. The moment he saw Arthas, he knew he wasn't someone others could control, so he chose to retreat. After the fierce fighting just now, he also understood that Arthas was letting off steam for that group of people, and it would serve as a lesson for Teach. I actually want to give it a try. Arthas stopped and looked at Jaws with interest. Can you cut through diamonds? Let you chop it as an apology for causing trouble. Jaws responded firmly. Arthas and Jaws locked eyes for a few seconds, and after seeing that resolute and confident gaze, he turned away. In his heart, he already had a conclusion. He had not yet reached the level to cut through diamonds. With his back to Jaws, he promised, I really appreciate the old man's concern. In the future, I will visit him with good things. He understood some social niceties. Killing Blackbeard Teach was not a good thing. Killing him would be equivalent to provoking the two most powerful forces in the world right now, the Whitebeard pirates and the world government. It would only make things harder for Arthas. Moreover, he was a ruthless figure in the future, and the competition should be settled after he left the Whitebeard pirates. Boom! Not far from where Arthas had just walked out, he felt a gust of wind behind him that blew his black cloak and long hair. Turning back, he saw Guion drawing his kinger and slashing at Jaws. The tip of the sword struck the transparent diamond body, unable to even scrape a flaw. So hard, Diamond Jaws. Guion and Peach Rabbit's eyes widened in shock. Not only did it not break through his defense, but it didn't even push him back a step. Is this the power of a Paramecia type, bright fruit user? Even 17 years ago, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him one of the hardest guys in the world. Arthas squinted and thought to himself, then called out, Let's go, Guion. We still need to practice. As expected of the Whitebeard pirates, they were all ridiculously strong monsters. Guion retracted Kinger and exchanged glances with the diamond-formed Jaws for a few seconds before leaving. Back in the village, by the time Jaws took Teach off the island, the beast hunting group and the villagers had gathered at the dock. Arthas's attitude was somewhat cold as he stared at Marco and Shim, saying coldly, You two will act as village chiefs, Marco, Shim. I will provide you with strategies to develop this island to avoid unnecessary troubles. Thank you, Nameless One, for helping us vent our anger. Now it seemed that their value was quite significant. Their loyalty was evident from their performance. Arthas didn't think highly of their strength, but these people could provide him with many economic and expansionist opportunities in the future. This incident left the entire village in shock, especially the beast hunting group. First, there was a glance that could defeat a Sea King-level powerhouse, and now it was the Whitebeard pirates. They finally understood why Arthas didn't want them to flaunt it. The afterglow of the sunset fell. Back in his home, Arthas locked his bedroom door and lay on his soft bed, looking at his golden finger. It seemed that in about 3 months, Princess Miko would be born. The Princess of Alabasta was an opportunity. Knock, knock, knock. Guillaume Peach Rabbit knocked on the door. Why are you locking the door? I want to be quiet for a while. I told you, you wretch, that actions under the Whitebeard Pirates Captain are mostly followed. As a member of the Navy, Guillaume is well aware of the movements of CP intelligence personnel. What do you want to say? It's best to leave this island for a while and then come back. Upon hearing this, Alsace sighed. Do I have to drift again? If you don't want the people on this island to be implicated, pack your things, say goodbye to them, and leave. At night, Alsace found Marco and Sim, instructing them to develop the village properly, then prepared a ship with accommodations to set sail. Months passed in the Grand Line, in a member country of the world government. Alabasta, capital, Alyabarna, in a magnificent royal palace, more than a dozen nurses were bustling about, carrying buckets filled with blood, running back and forth in the corridors. The king of Alabasta, Cobra, weekly carried a newborn baby girl to the terrace outside the palace corridor. Everywhere he went, soldiers, guards, nurses, and even the doctors who assisted in the delivery all bowed their heads and knelt. No matter what it takes, we must save TT. His voice trembled, unable to accept the fact that the princess was about to lose her mother right after being born. He immediately issued a royal command to all court physicians. Yes, Your Majesty, we will do our utmost. Despite the doctor's best efforts to save Nefertiti's mother, Nefertiti TT, they were unable to bring her back. Days later, the news of Nefertiti TT's death spread throughout every city in Alabasta, and Cobra held a grand funeral for the queen. The entire country mourned for several days, and it was only after some time that Cobra managed to recover and return to the palace to handle state affairs. Report. In the capital's royal palace, Kabura sat on the throne, feeling dispirited as he supported his forehead. Speak, Your Majesty. Merchants from the West Sea have brought a large number of gifts to offer their congratulations. Congratulations? What do I have to celebrate? TT has passed away. They say it's to congratulate Princess Vivi. Kabura was somewhat surprised. He hadn't announced the birth of the princess outside the island. Let him come in. Yes. Soon. Alsace was brought into the hall by two burly soldiers. The moment Cobra saw him, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. You were recognized by Cobra at a glance as the government chased Alsace. Hearing that King Cobra has not been feeling well these days, I specially came to visit and bring you some seafood to help you recover. Seeing the past of a nation, he had no gold or jewels to offer as a greeting gift, so he casually hunted a sea creature while being pursued by CP agents. Alabasta has no enmity with you. Why did you come to this country? Cobra questioned. My ship sank in the storm, so I had to stay temporarily in Alabasta. I mean no harm, Alsace stated his position. Being chased by CP, his ship was battered by the waves and sank to the bottom of the sea. He and Guillaume had no choice but to take risks in this country for now. But now the CP agents chasing him had also landed, making things even more complicated. Accept it with good intentions, young man. You should leave this country immediately. Cobra, instead of acting high and mighty like a king, lowered his status and kindly reminded Alsace, because he found that Alsace was nothing like the rumors, not even resembling a pirate. But his identity was indeed that of a pirate. There should be another letter in Nefert's name, right? Alsace said to Cobra. Who exactly are you? The Cobra clan are all descendants of Nefert D. Lily. They are descendants of one of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Cobra was utterly shocked upon hearing this and immediately became agitated. Don't be nervous. I have no malice at all, Alsace stated his position. But